Like and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. The scorching sun beat down on the playground of Tianhai No. 1 High School. Thousands of senior high school students gathered here, and the air was filled with tension, anticipation, and an indescribable heat. Today is the day that will determine their future fate. Awakening ceremony for professionals. This is a world highly integrated with games. Beyond the city, the vast land is teeming with ravenous monsters, terrifying bosses that dominate their domains, dungeons and secret realms that hold both opportunities and dangers, and even dimensional battlefields that connect to other worlds. Humans are not helpless. By hunting monsters and clearing dungeons, they can gain experience to level up and increase their various attributes such as strength, agility, physique, and spirit. At the heart of all this lies the professional. Only by obtaining a profession through the awakening ceremony can one truly embark on the path to transcendence and become a superior being. Over the centuries, the success rate of awakening has improved considerably, but it is still far from 100%. There is a seemingly insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and professionals. The warrior's iron will, the mage's brilliance, the assassin's cunning, the knight's resilience, the warlock's holiness, the boxer's ferocity. Each profession represents a different path of power. Among them, the knight class, which can withstand attacks, heal, and deal damage, is highly favored and can be called a jack of all trades, while the mage, especially the elemental mage who controls the power of the elements, is a rare and powerful term. Legend has it that the forbidden spells chanted by high-level elemental mages are enough to wipe a fortified city off the map in an instant. On the high platform of the playground, Li Yan, the director of studies in charge of the ceremony, glanced at the young yet eager faces below. His voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, reached every corner. Students, your 3 years of basic learning have come to an end. Today is a crucial moment for you to leap over the Dragon Gate. Awaken your professional aspirations, gain strength, protect your homeland, and create your future. I hope that each and every one of you can awaken your desired professional aspirations and have a bright future. At the back of the crowd, Liu Yang squinted slightly, gazing at the high platform. As a transmigrator from the blue planet, he was filled with curiosity about the awakening of this world. Hey, Liu, are you nervous? With your top grades in the whole school, you're sure to awaken a pretty good career. A slightly teasing voice came from the side. It was his classmate, Qin Yu. Qin Yu, with his carefree personality, was craning his neck, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards a certain direction in front of the crowd. What do you think Shen, the school beauty, will awaken as a mage? Tisk tisk, that figure, that aura. Liu Yang smiled noncommittally, his gaze remaining calm. Shen Menjiao, Class 1, Grade 12. When the name was announced, Li Yan, the mentor on the stage, visibly lit up, and the assistant mentors next to him also showed satisfied smiles. In an instant, almost all the students' eyes were focused on the aloof and proud figure at the front of the crowd. Shen Menjiao, second in the entire school, is a direct descendant of the Shen family, a top-tier family in northern Jiangsu. She moved gracefully towards the high platform, her expression as cold as ever, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. That innate sense of superiority made her stand out from the crowd. She gently placed her slender, fair hand on the awakening stone. Boom! Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The once clear sky suddenly gathered with rolling dark clouds, silver lightning danced wildly, blinding lightning tore through the sky, and deafening electric shocks resounded throughout the entire campus. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing many students in the audience to turn pale and have difficulty breathing. This is an elemental anomaly. My God! Instructor Li Yan on the stage exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment and ecstasy. The lightning and the roar came and went quickly. As the strange phenomenon dissipated, an unprecedentedly dazzling purple light erupted from the awakening stone, and a majestic thunder god's phantom clearly condensed into form, with 5 stars shining brightly on its forehead. Shen Menjao, Awakened Class, Lightning Elemental Mage. Star Rating, 5 stars. Max stars. The instructor's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Whoosh! The entire playground erupted in chaos. 5 stars. It's actually 5 stars. And the rarest elemental mage. A lightning mage. One of the most powerful elemental attackers. As expected of the Shen family's pride and joy. This is too strong. Is this what a top-tier genius is like? Envy, jealousy, shock, a mix of emotions. Instructor Li Yan stepped forward, beaming with admiration, and exclaimed, Shen Menjao, a 5-star Thunder Master. You have a bright future and limitless potential. You are the pride of Tianhai No. 1 High School. However, despite such high praise and widespread attention, Shen Menjao's pretty face remained completely unmoved. She withdrew her hand, turned and stepped off the stage with a composed gait, as if awakening a super rare profession with full stars was nothing out of the ordinary. As she passed through the crowd, her gaze swept over Liu Yang, who stood at the very end. A smirk of undisguised mockery and disdain curled at the corner of her lips, as if to say, see? This is the difference between you and me. So what if you outperformed me in theoretical subjects throughout high school? The future belongs to us true geniuses. She gave a soft hum and walked straight to a large tree at the edge of the playground, leaning against it as if she intended to watch the show to come. Just then, the instructor's voice rang out again, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Next up, Class 1, Grade 12, Liu Yang. Whoosh! In an instant, all eyes on the playground, including Shen Menjao who had just stopped, leaned against a tree, and looked disdainful, turned to the figure at the end of the crowd. Liu Yang is number 1 in the entire school. Go for it, brother Liu. Let that Miss Shen see who the real number 1 in the whole school is. Qin Yu patted Liu Yang's shoulder hard, trying to encourage him. Despite this, Qin Yu was still feeling uneasy. A 5-star Thunder Guardian. That's an extremely rare profession at the very top of the pyramid, with explosive attack power. Even if Liu Yang can awaken a fully starred profession, it would be difficult to match it unless it is an extremely rare or powerful hidden profession of the same level. As the words Liu Yang were uttered, all eyes on the playground focused on him like searchlights. The discussions surged up again like a tidal wave. We've finally reached Liu Yang. I wonder what he'll awaken. The top student in the whole school, they can't be bad, right? At least a 4-star or 5-star. It's hard to say. Shen Menjao is from the Shen family of Subei, a top-tier family, and their bloodline power is inherently strong. I've heard that the strongest guardian deity in our Dragon Kingdom is the Thunder Master. These are all inherited. Yes, Liu Yang is just an orphan from a commoner family. His background can't compare to that of the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Various speculations, expectations, and doubts are intertwined. Standing under the shade of the tree, Shen Menjao's disdainful smile became even more pronounced. She wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering performance this guy who had suppressed her for 3 years could deliver. Liu Yang took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd, and walked step by step toward the platform. His steps were steady, and his face showed little emotion. As I placed my hand on the cool awakening stone, a warm current flowed into my body. Buzz. A soft light emanates. This is a normal phenomenon at the start of the awakening ceremony. However, in the very next moment, thump! A deep, muffled roar, seemingly from the deepest hell or the collapse of the heavens, exploded without warning. The entire playground trembled. A sudden gust of wind arose, whipping up sand and stones. The once clear sky darkened visibly, as thick, inky clouds gathered from all directions, like a gaping maw ready to devour the entire city of Tianhai. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Another, Another strange phenomenon. Li Yan, the instructor on the stage, suddenly felt his pupils shrink and his heart almost jump out of his throat. Chapter 2. The instructors next to him also changed color and looked up at the sky in horror. Top students are truly extraordinary. Just as everyone was in shock, a pair of enormous vertical pupils slowly opened from within the thick, leaden clouds. Cold, imposing, and filled with an aura of destruction. With just a glance, Instructor Li Yan, a third-level expert, felt a chill that penetrated to his very bones, as if his soul was about to be frozen. It was an unimaginably enormous beast. A hidden class. It's definitely a hidden class. Instructor Li Yan clenched his fists tightly. Despite enduring the terrifying pressure from the phantom beast, he couldn't hide his ecstatic joy and excitement. Our school is going to have a hidden class user. However, his excitement lasted for less than a second. Clang! A sharper, more piercing roar suddenly rang out. The sound was like the clear, melodious ringing of a peerless divine weapon being drawn from its sheath, and also like the world-destroying sound of a star falling and crashing into the earth. The sound waves spread, causing all the students present to experience severe ear pain, dizziness, and blurred vision. Those who were slightly weaker even covered their ears and squatted down. With this roar, the suffocating strange beasts and phenomena in the sky, along with the rolling dark clouds, cracked and disintegrated like a mirror shattered by an invisible force. The gale subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its previous clear state. It was as if the earth-shattering scene just now was just an illusion. On the awakening stone, the soft, milky white light dimmed and faded away. Everything returned to calm. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment, completely clueless about what had happened. What exactly is going on? The phenomenon was shattered. So what profession did Liu Yang awaken? On the high platform, Instructor Li Yan stared dumbfounded at the final result displayed on the awakening stone. His expression shifted from ecstasy to astonishment, then to bewilderment, and finally to an indescribable embarrassment and sympathy. He cleared his throat and announced in a dry voice, Liu Yang, awakened class, summoner. Star rating, 1 star. A 1-star summoner. The entire audience erupted in uproar, then fell into a deathly silence. Summoners are indeed a hidden class, but this class is quite special because all of their combat power depends on their summoned beasts. However, summoners' skill books are extremely rare and almost never seen on the market. A white-quality summoning skill book can summon creatures whose combat power is even less than that of a 1-star warrior of the same level. Even with a green-quality skill book, the summoned creatures are only comparable to a 3-star warrior. More importantly, summoned beasts cannot undergo job advancement like professionals. Unless you can obtain high-quality skill books, it will be difficult to improve your combat power. Otherwise, a 1-star summoner is a completely useless class. Shen Menjiao, who was leaning against the tree, was stunned for a moment, then let out a sneer. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by many people nearby. She shook her head, her disdain and sarcasm undisguised. Ha, I thought it was some kind of amazing profession, but it turns out to be just a 1-star summoner. What a waste of my time. For a fleeting moment, upon seeing that terrifying beast and its strange appearance, she did indeed feel a pang of panic and an incredulous jealousy. But now it seems it was just a false alarm. This genius who had suppressed him for 3 years was finally left far behind. From now on, they will be from 2 different worlds. Shen Menjiao didn't even bother to look at Liu Yang again. She turned around, took elegant steps, and left the playground without looking back. In her eyes, Liu Yang had completely lost his value as someone who deserves attention. Professor Li Yan looked at Liu Yang with a face full of regret. I originally thought the school would produce a fully starred hidden professional, or even someone stronger than Shen Menjiao, to bring glory to Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, but I never expected it to turn out like this. He sighed helplessly, Liu Yang, don't be discouraged, the road ahead is long. That being said, everyone could tell that it was just a perfunctory statement. Next, the students stepped forward one by one. Li Shuai, awakening failed. Zhang Wei, awakened class, night. Star rating, 3 stars. Lu Feng, awakened class, assassin. Star rating, 2 stars. Chen Mo, awakened class, warlock. Star rating, 3 stars. Liu Yang silently walked down from the platform, his face calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. Just moments ago, as that ear-piercing roar rang out and the strange beasts and phenomena shattered, an ancient and majestic voice resounded directly in his mind. Detected excessive innate soul strength. Occupational conflict. Forced correction. First class, summoner, 1 star, awakened. Second hidden class, god-level blacksmith, 5 star, has awakened. Summoner? God-level blacksmith? Twin hidden classes. Liu Yang has some knowledge of this world and knows that there are some auxiliary life professions, such as pharmacist, inscriptionist, alchemist, etc. But the foundry? He had never heard of it. Moreover, he's a god-level blacksmith? 5 star? What puzzled him even more was why the awakening of this previously unheard-of profession could so easily shatter the terrifying beasts and phenomena of a summoner. How can a crafting profession possibly outperform a hidden combat profession? Countless questions swirled in Liu Yang's mind. He silently walked back to the end of the crowd. Qin Yu leaned closer, opened his mouth as if to say something comforting, but didn't know how to begin. After all, the future of a 1-star summoner is far too bleak. In terms of immediate combat strength, Liu Yang is probably not even as good as a newly awakened 1-star warrior. In the end, Qin Yu could only pat Liu Yang heavily on the shoulder and say dryly, "Brother Liu, don't be discouraged." Although no words of criticism were spoken, the gazes from those around them revealed undisguised feelings of sympathy, regret, and even schadenfreude, all of which spoke volumes about the true thoughts in everyone's hearts. Once the top student in the entire school, he now seems to have fallen from grace. As the noise subsided, the crowd's attention was no longer focused on him. Liu Yang stood still, his consciousness sinking into his body, and an attribute panel that only he could see quietly appeared. Liu Yang. Level, LV1, 0/100. Qualification, 6 stars. Main class, Summoner, 1 star. Secondary profession, God-level blacksmith, 5 star. Health points, 100/100. Mana points, 80/80. Physical attack, 10. Spell attack, 16. Physical defense, 8. Magic defense, 7. Strength, 10. Spirit, 16. Agility, 9. Constitution, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Small Fireball LV1, Summoning LV1. Chapter 3. His attribute panel was simple and clear, and the values were average, even mediocre, which did not seem to match his title of number 1 in the whole school. The only highlight is the 6-star qualification hidden beneath the professional information. Small Fireball LV1, condenses fire element, launches a fireball to attack the target, dealing fire damage, consumes 5 mana, and has a 3-second cooldown. This is a very common basic mage skill with pitifully low damage. However, considering that the summoner class is a niche and hidden branch of the mage class, it is reasonable for it to have a basic mage skill, which is better than nothing. Summoning spell LV1, consumes 10 mana points to summon an orc to fight for you. The orc's duration is unlimited, or until it dies or is manually recalled. The orc's attributes are linked to the summoner's spirit attribute. Only one of the same type of summon can exist at a time. It cannot be upgraded. With a thought, Liu Yang activated his magic power according to the skill description. A faint light flickered, and a short, thin orc holding a crude wooden stick appeared out of thin air in front of him, his eyes vacant and he didn't seem very smart. Orcs. Level, LV1. Health points, 150. Mana points, 20. Physical attack, 15. Spell attack, 2. Physical defense, 1. Magic defense, 1. These attributes are absolutely appalling. It has slightly more health than Liu Yang, but its attack power is a pitiful 15 points, and its defense is even lower, with only 1 point in both defenses. It could probably be easily killed by even the weakest wild slime. Its attack methods are also extremely limited, it only uses a wooden stick to perform the most basic physical attacks. The only saving grace is that its attack power increases by a fixed percentage as Liu Yang's spirit attribute increases. No wonder 1-star summoners are considered a bottom-tier class, Liu Yang shook his head to himself. In this world, the star rating of a profession not only represents its rarity, but also directly relates to its attribute growth and future potential. For a 1-star profession, you can only gain 4 free attribute points for each level up. For a 2-star profession, you gain 8 points for each level you gain. Samsung Pro, 12 o'clock. 4-star profession, 16 points. For a 5-star maxed out profession like Shen Menjiao, each level up grants a whopping 20 free attribute points. 5 times the attribute growth difference. This chasm-like difference is enough to drive low-level professionals to despair. This is why, even though Summoner is a hidden class, its 1-star rating means it's unlikely to receive significant support from any faction. However, as Liu Yang looked at the striking 6-star aptitude on his attribute panel, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. 6-star aptitude. This means that he will gain a full 24 free attribute points for each level he gains. That's for more than a 5-star profession. This is of great significance to summoners who heavily rely on the spirit attribute to enhance the combat power of their summoned creatures. Once his level increases and he invests a large number of his free attribute points into spirit, his orcs might very well possess considerable combat power. Having recalled the dull-witted orc, Liu Yang finally focused his attention entirely on the secondary profession that had awakened at the same time as the summoner, yet was even more mysterious. 5-star, God-level blacksmith. When his consciousness touched upon this side job, 3 brand new functional modules clearly appeared in his mind. God-level enhancement. Function introduction. This feature allows you to enhance equipment, improving its base attributes, white-labeled attributes, such as attack power for physical weapons and spell attack for magical weapons. Enhancement success rate, 100%. The enhancement cap is affected by factors such as equipment quality and level. Restriction: unbound equipment cannot be used. A 100% success rate for enhancement. Liu Yang gasped in astonishment. It's important to know that in this world, equipment enhancement is a crucial way to improve strength, but the success rate is notoriously low. Generally speaking, it's relatively safe before +7, but from +7 onwards, the failure rate will rise sharply, and once it fails, the equipment may even shatter. For ordinary professionals, it is already extremely rare to be able to enhance their weapons to +10, and +12 weapons are even rarer, enough to bring about a qualitative change in their combat power. This enhancement ability is guaranteed to succeed, it's simply incredible. Unfortunately, the bright red message "unbound equipment cannot be used" was like a bucket of cold water poured on him, instantly shattering Liu Yang's fantasy of using this ability to help others strengthen their equipment and make a fortune. However, even if it can only be used by myself, it is already ridiculously powerful. God-tier enchantment. Function introduction allows you to enchant equipment, adding extra attributes, such as strength, agility, spirit, constitution, attack, defense, etc. Enchanting success rate, 100%. You can specify the enchantment attribute type. The maximum value of enchantment attributes is affected by factors such as equipment quality and level. Restriction: unbound equipment cannot be used. Another 100% success rate. And the ability to specify attributes. This is practically a tailor-made divine skill for Liu Yang, who relies heavily on a single attribute, spirit. With the right equipment, he can use all his enchanting opportunities to stack the spirit attribute. Similarly, this feature is limited to binding equipment. God-level forging. Function description: allows forging of items to improve their quality. Forging success rate: 100%. Applicable to all forgeable item types. Restriction: unbound equipment cannot be used. Upgrade item quality. Applies to all forgeable items. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The description of this function seemed much broader, with even greater potential. Equipment, materials, even. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He tried to focus his consciousness into the skill bar, selected the summoning spell LV1 skill icon, and then tried to place it into the God-level forging function interface. Buzz. As if some kind of wonderful chemical reaction had occurred, the summoning skill, which was originally just a phantom icon, was actually recognized by the God-level forging function and instantly transformed into a physical, ancient skill book that emitted a faint white light. Summoning skill book, white quality. It really works. Liu Yang suppressed his excitement and mentally clicked Start Forging. A virtual forging progress bar appeared before his eyes: 1%, 10%, 30%. The progress bar is moving steadily forward, with no signs of failure. The moment the progress bar reaches 100%. Byte. A crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out, and the skill book, which was originally emitting a white light, instantly shone brighter, and its color changed from white to green. Summoning skill book, green quality. It's a success. It's really a success. With just one forging, the most basic white quality skill book was upgraded to green quality. Holding the skill book that emitted a soft green light, Liu Yang felt the energy fluctuations, which were significantly stronger than before, and his heart pounded with excitement. This is insane. This God-level forging function is absolutely insane. No wonder this seemingly ordinary God-level blacksmith was able to trigger such a terrifying phenomenon when he awakened, even forcibly shattering the beast phenomenon of a one-star summoner. With such incredible abilities, a 5-star rating is absolutely well-deserved. Chapter 4. Emerald green light flowed across the summoning skill book, and when Liu Yang's mind once again probed into the God-level forging function, 3 brand new options were clearly presented before him. Please select an evolution path. A Archer Orc. Green summoned creatures will gain ranged physical attack abilities. B Wolf-toothed Orc. Green summoned creatures will gain higher physical attack and a small bonus to health. C Orc Wizard. Green summons will gain basic spell attack capabilities. As expected, I can choose a direction, Liu Yang understood. Orcs, as one of the most common monsters in the beginner area, have had their derivative species thoroughly understood by countless professionals. Archers can attack from a distance, but they are fragile and their attacks are ineffective. Mace-wielding orcs are slightly more durable, but they are still cannon fodder. Only orc wizards, although they are also low-level monsters, at least possess magical powers. For summoners who heavily rely on summoned creatures, choosing a summon with magical attack capabilities is undoubtedly a better option. I choose C, the Orc Wizard. With his mind confirming, the green light shone brightly once more. Without hesitation, he once again put the newly forged Orc Wizard skill book, green, into the God-level forging function. The progress bar is scrolling rapidly, 1%, 50%, 100%. Byte. Another crisp notification sound rang out, and the green light faded, replaced by a deeper and more mysterious blue glow. Orc Wizard skill book, blue. It really can be upgraded continuously. A blue quality summoning skill book. For a summoner, this is a qualitative leap. Liu Yang's breathing became slightly rapid. It's important to know that the vast majority of summoner spellbooks on the market are of white quality, green ones are considered rare, and blue ones are practically priceless. A blue quality summoning skill book can completely change a summoner's status. Now, he simply thought about it and easily upgraded the initial white skill book to blue. New options have emerged again. Please select an evolution path. A Frost Orc, blue. The summoned creature will possess the ice control spell, and its attacks have a chance to slow down the target. B Flame Orc, blue. This summoned creature will master the Starfire spell, has a relatively fast attack speed, and has a chance to inflict a burning effect on the target. C Thunder Orc, blue. The summoned creature will possess the electrocution spell, instant cast, with a small chance to paralyze the target upon attack. Liu Yang had seen the Frost Orcs and Fire Orcs in the school's monster encyclopedia. They were wild monsters from the high-level area outside the beginner village. Ice control can slow down enemies, providing good control. Starfire has a fast casting speed, inflicts continuous burning damage, and offers stable output. The Thunder Orcs, on the other hand, belong to the elite monster category. Their electrocution spell is not only instant cast, reducing the risk of being interrupted by enemies, but it also has a paralyzing effect. Once triggered at a crucial moment, it can be enough to change the course of the battle. Control, sustained damage, burst damage, and control. Liu Yang quickly weighed the pros and cons. Instant cast and paralysis effects have a greater advantage in the early game. I choose C, the Thunder Orc. The intention was reaffirmed. The blue light was replaced by a more dazzling and noble purple light. Lightning Orc Skill Book, purple. This time, the options are more specific, seemingly targeting a special enhancement for the Thunder Orc form. Please select your specialization. Electroshocked Orc. A Electrocution Orc, purple increases the probability of triggering the paralysis effect of electrocution, ultimately increasing the paralysis probability to 3%, with a paralysis duration of 1.5 seconds. B Electrocution Orc, purple electrocution, including normal attack trigger, becomes an area of effect attack with a maximum range of 3*3 meters and no limit on the number of targets hit. C Electrocution Orc, purple increases the base damage of electrocution and its final damage by 40%. Electrocution Orc. This seems to be the name of the evolved form of the Thunder Orc. Each of the three options has its merits. Option A enhances control, but the 3% probability is still low and lacks stability. Option C directly increases damage by 40%, which is simple and straightforward. And Option B. Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. The original single-target electrocution spell has been transformed into a 3x3 area of effect attack. And there's no limit to the number of attacks. This means that as long as the monsters are packed close together, every normal attack from an orc will deal area of effect, AoE, damage. This is absolutely amazing for clearing stages. Especially when facing a large number of monsters, its efficiency will far exceed simply increasing damage or control probability. Choose B. Group Attack. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. Buzz. The purple light finally settled, and a skill book radiating a mysterious purple aura, with the cover depicting an orc surrounded by lightning, quietly appeared in his consciousness space inventory. Electrified Orc Summoning Skill Book, purple. Success. From white to purple, a 3-level jump. Liu Yang was burning with excitement and instinctively wanted to continue investing in God-level forging to achieve even higher quality. Forging failed. Reason for failure: insufficient required items. Missing item: Beastmaster's Staff X1. A cold, impersonal notification popped up, slightly cooling Liu Yang's excitement. The Staff of the Beastmaster. He murmured the name, quickly searching his memory. Got it. This is a rare material that only has a low drop rate from the level 10 area boss Orc King. Looks like I was too optimistic, Liu Yang said with a self-deprecating laugh. However, getting a purple quality summoning skill book at level 1 is already an extremely overpowered start. Unable to improve further for the time being, Liu Yang didn't hesitate any longer and directly learned the electro-summoning orc skill book. The original summoning skill icon has disappeared, replaced by summon electrocution orc. With a thought, 100 mana points were consumed, and a summoning circle, more complex than the previous Orcish magic circle, unfolded on the ground. Within the light, a figure, completely different from ordinary orcs, slowly solidified. It was also short in stature, but its skin had a strange silvery white color, and its eyes were lively and cunning, no longer dull. It wore simple leather armor, and in its hand it no longer held a wooden stick, but a short sword that gleamed with a cold light. Fine lightning bolts occasionally bounced across its surface. Electrosensitive orc. Quality, purple. Level, LV1. Health points, 550/550. Mana points, 300/300. Physical attack, 30. Spell attack, 55. Physical defense, 7. Magic defense, 7. Skill: 1 Lightning Strike, active, consumes 50 mana to unleash 5 consecutive bolts of electrified lightning on a single target, each bolt dealing, orc spell damage *1, as lightning damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2 Shockwave, passive: an orc's basic attacks will trigger lightning, dealing, orc spell damage *1, lightning damage to the target and all enemies within a 3x3 meter radius. When an orc is attacked, it will automatically unleash a shockwave on the attacker and all enemies within a 3x3 meter radius. Each time a shockwave hits an enemy, it will restore 1% of the orc's maximum health. Chapter 5. Liu Yang's eyes widened as he looked at the attributes and skills of the electro-shocked beastman. With over 500 HP and 55 points of spell attack, these stats surpass those of many other classes at the same level. The active skill lightning combo can deal 55*5 equals 275 damage instantly based on the current stats. Enough to instantly kill most level 1, or even level 3, wild monsters. And the passive skill electrocution cluster is even more overpowered. Their basic attacks have built-in area of effect, AoE, damage. This means that orcs will be several times more efficient at clearing mobs than regular summoned creatures. What's even more insane is that when attacked, it not only automatically counters with an AoE attack, but also heals itself. Each time you hit an enemy, you recover 1% of your health. If surrounded by a group of monsters, as long as they aren't instantly killed, wouldn't an orc be essentially immobile, super damage reflecting armor with built-in life steal? Moreover, Liu Yang keenly noticed a bug or feature in the description. When attacked, it releases a shockwave on the attacker and all enemies within a 3-meter radius. This means that if multiple monsters attack an orc at the same time, each attacker will trigger an area of effect, AoE, attack centered on itself. If these AoE ranges overlap, then monsters in the overlapping area will suffer multiple electric shock damages simultaneously. The denser the monsters, the more terrifying the orc's area of effect damage and the more amazing its healing effect. As long as it has enough mana, its health bar is practically rock solid. Hiss! Liu Yang gasped, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. This electrocution orc is way too strong. When the powerful attribute panel of the electrocution orc disappeared from his consciousness, Liu Yang's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. A purple quality summon, that's an absurdly high starting point. However, he was not blinded by joy. Since God-level forging can no longer improve skill books for the time being, attention naturally falls on two other things. The unadorned beginner's staff in his hand, and the most basic small fireball skill. God-level Forging Enhancement, God-level Forging Enchantment, God-level Forging. 3 incredible features are ready to be launched. Without hesitation, Liu Yang poured all his savings, which he had painstakingly saved over the past few months, into purchasing materials. Although the abilities of a god-level blacksmith do not consume money, the auxiliary materials required for strengthening and enchanting, as well as certain rules that may be implied in improving the quality of forging skills, all require real-world resources. Time flew by as I focused on my work, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened until night fell. When Liu Yang finally stopped, satisfied, a hint of fatigue appeared on his face, but more than that, excitement. He reviewed his results again. First, there's the staff that accompanied him throughout his novice journey, which has now undergone a complete transformation. Refined newbie staff. Level, LV1. Quality, purple. Enhancement level, plus 19, max. Enchantment level, plus 9, max. Physical attack, 6. Spell attack, 80. Physical defense, 3. Magic defense, 3. Agility, 3. Enchantment attribute, spirit plus 10. Plus 19 enhancement level. This has reached the maximum enhancement limit that a LV1 weapon can withstand. 80 points of spell attack, plus a full 10 points of spirit attribute from enchantment. Liu Yang took a deep breath. If this staff were put on the market, it would definitely cause a sensation. Purple quality tier 1 weapons are rare enough, let alone top tier ones with both enhancement and enchantment maxed out. Its value is probably enough to make countless newly awakened professionals sigh in despair. Next up is the small fireball skill. After continuous upgrades through god-level forging, its quality was finally fixed at purple. Explosive fireball LV1. Quality, purple. Type, Mage LV1 basic skills. Effect, condenses fire element, launching an explosive fireball at the target, dealing, spell attack *3, fire damage. Upon casting, there is a 30% chance to immediately refresh the skill's cooldown and restore the skill's mana for that use. Cost, 5 mana points. Cooldown, 3 seconds. The damage coefficient is doubled. And there's a 30% chance to trigger a refresh effect that's instant cast plus 0 cost. This means that, with a bit of luck, he can continuously cast fireballs instantly, unleashing explosive damage. Unfortunately, the highest I can upgrade it to is purple. Liu Yang said with a slight regret. He tried to continue forging, but the system indicated that the quality had reached the current tier limit and could not be upgraded further. However, it's quite satisfying that a basic skill can be so powerful. Liu Yang put the staff, which glowed with a faint purple light, into his backpack, left Awakening Square, and returned to his student dormitory. The next morning, at the entrance to the Blood Moon Forest on the outskirts of Tianhai City. This is the lowest grade wilderness area around Tianhai City. The forest is dimly lit, with dense ferns and twisted trees, and the air is filled with the smell of damp, decaying leaves. Although it is the lowest level area, the monsters here are still very dangerous for students who have just awakened and are only level 1. Li Yan, the mentor in charge of leading the team, stood at the front of the group, his gaze sweeping over the young faces that were both excited and nervous. Students, congratulations on your successful awakening and embarking on the path of a professional. Li Yan's voice resounded throughout the group through the amplifying magic stone. The purpose of today's practical training is to familiarize you with combat and give you a basic grasp of your professional skills. This is the last time the school and the teachers will provide you with shelter and guidance. The road ahead is yours to forge yourself. Remember, no matter where you go in the future or how high your achievements are, never forget the nurturing you received from your alma mater. Now, form your own teams and prepare to enter the dense forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd stirred, and familiar classmates began inviting each other to form teams. Brother Liu! Brother Liu! Let's team up! Qin Yu excitedly squeezed next to Liu Yang, clutching a brand new standard longsword tightly in his hand. I'm a 2-star warrior, I'm tough and resilient. Summon a little orc later, and we'll tank in front together while you unleash your fireballs from behind. How about that? Looking into Qin Yu's sincere and expectant eyes, Liu Yang felt a warmth in his heart. He had originally planned to solo the level with the electrocution orc, but considering that Qin Yu had always treated him like a brother for the past 3 years, it wouldn't hurt to help him level up, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Great." Qin Yu was so excited he almost jumped up and immediately sent a team request to Liu Yang. After instructor Li Yan repeatedly reminded them to pay attention to safety, not to go too deep, and to fire signal flares immediately if they encountered danger, the teams began to head towards the entrance of the Blood Moon Forest. Liu Yang and Qin Yu had only taken a few steps when a slightly aloof, yet arrogant voice rang out behind them. "Liu Yang!" The two turned around and saw Shen Menjiao standing not far away, surrounded by several students from equally distinguished families. She raised her chin slightly, like a proud peacock, her gaze fixed on Liu Yang with a condescending scrutiny. A notification of a team application popped up in front of Liu Yang at the same time. "You look pitiful all alone. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take you along." Chapter 6. Shen Menjiao spoke calmly, as if this were an immense favor to Liu Yang. "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll pass this trial safely." Looking at her entitled, condescending attitude, Liu Yang curled his lips into a mocking smile and, without hesitation, directly chose to refuse. "No need, I'm afraid your spoiled princess temper will hold me back." After saying that, he ignored Shen Menjiao, whose face instantly turned ugly, and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. "Let's go, Qin Yu." The two left directly, leaving Shen Menjiao frozen in place, her fingernails almost digging into her palms. Her henchmen looked at each other, not daring to utter a sound. How dare he refuse? And how dare he talk to me like that? Shen Menjiao gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. "I thought that Liu Yang, having awakened such a useless class as a 1-star summoner, would surely be grateful to me and even humbly beg for my protection." However, Liu Yang showed no humility whatsoever. Instead, he directly rejected her, his words filled with disdain. "You ignorant fool!" A hint of resentment flashed in Shen Menjiao's eyes. A mere 1-star summoner dares to venture deep into the Blood Moon Forest? He's practically courting death. I'd like to see how he and his warrior friend die inside without my protection. She couldn't understand why things weren't going as she had expected. That guy she once considered her biggest rival, now fallen from grace, what gives him the audacity to maintain that damned calm in front of her? Deep within the Blood Moon Forest, the light grew even dimmer, and the surrounding trees appeared even thicker and more menacing. A faint chill and a burnt smell began to permeate the air, characteristic of the areas inhabited by the frost orcs and fire orcs. Occasionally, a few sharp meows could be heard from afar. Those were the more swift and dangerous cat demons. Qin Yu's palms were sweating as he gripped his long sword. He looked around nervously and whispered, "Brother Liu. Brother Liu, should we turn back? The monsters in here seem pretty fierce. The frost orcs are all right, but if we encounter fire orcs or cat demons, the two of us." He somewhat regretted coming in. "I was provoked by Shen Menjiao and acted rashly, following Liu Yang deeper into the area. Now that I've calmed down, I realize the danger involved." In his opinion, Liu Yang probably insisted on barging in because he was mocked by Shen Menjiao. "There's no need to get angry with her and risk your own safety, brother Liu." Liu Yang didn't respond to him, but stopped walking and then, under Qin Yu's puzzled gaze, slowly took out a staff from his backpack. It was an unremarkable wooden staff with an ancient design, but the staff itself was surrounded by a faint, dreamlike purple halo. The gems inlaid at the tip of the staff faintly emitted powerful magical fluctuations, and there seemed to be extremely complex enhancement runes faintly visible on the staff. Qin Yu's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth opened involuntarily, almost big enough to fit an egg. A purple weapon. And it's been enhanced. This is, he stammered, incoherently, his finger pointing at the staff trembling. As a qualified soldier, he has the most intuitive understanding of the quality and enhancement level of weapons. That purple light, that restrained yet powerful aura, it's definitely a purple quality weapon. Moreover, judging from the intensity of the halo and the complexity of the runes, the enhancement level is definitely not low. This is a purple level enhanced weapon that can be used at LV1. Qin Yu's mind went blank for a moment, and a thought flashed through his mind, Brother Lu, are you a hidden super rich second generation heir? At this moment, Qin Yu felt his worldview was being strongly impacted, and his gaze toward Liu Yang was filled with disbelief, shock, and fervor. We've known each other for 3 years, but today feels like we're meeting for the first time. Just as Liu Yang was playing with the newly transformed magic staff in his hand, a slight electric shock sound suddenly came from not far away. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shen Menjiao holding a magnificent staff that also shone with purple light, casting a spell on an unfortunate orc at the other end of the clearing in the dense forest. Lightning bolt! With a crisp shout, a dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the orc precisely on the head, and a bright red damage number appeared. 74. Keep in mind that for an average level 1 mage wielding a basic weapon from the shop, dealing 20 damage with a basic spell is considered quite good. Shen Menjiao's attack dealt more than 3 times the damage of an ordinary mage. His 74 points of damage. Qin Yu gasped, his eyes filled with envy. Tisk tisk, a 5-star class with a purple weapon, they're really rich and carefree. Then, he glanced at the staff in Liu Yang's hand, which was also glowing with purple light. Realizing he had been completely unaware of it before, he felt a pang of resentment and muttered under his breath, "Humph, Brother Liu, you've kept it well hidden." Seemingly noticing the gazes directed at her, Shen Menjiao stopped her attack, a smug smile curving her lips. She even beckoned to Liu Yang with her finger, the meaning of which was self-evident. "See? This is my power. It's not too late to beg for mercy." She was incredibly excited, and even had an urge to rush over immediately and display all her powerful lightning magic to Liu Yang. For 3 years, she had lived in the shadow of Liu Yang's theoretical grades. Now, she has finally awakened a powerful 5-star profession and possesses top-tier weapons. She can't wait to prove that actual combat is the only standard for testing the strength of a person. Liu Yang's pitiful theoretical knowledge is utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Today, she is determined to avenge herself and repay all the humiliation she has suffered over the past 3 years. However, just as Shen Menjiao was immersed in her fantasy of soon getting her revenge, Liu Yang made a move. He didn't even look at Shen Menjiao. He simply raised the seemingly ordinary purple staff in his hand and lightly tapped it at another wandering orc not far away. Fireball. Puff. A fireball that looked much more solid than a regular fireball, and even seemed to have an explosive aura, shot out and hit the target precisely. An even more alarming damage figure suddenly appeared. 190. Before Qin Yu and Shen Menjiao could even process the shock of that number, another unexpected event occurred. Just as the damage numbers above the orc's head began to appear, the tip of Liu Yang's staff flashed again, and another exploding fireball of the same power was instantly unleashed, without even a casting animation. Pfft! -190. The passive effect of explosive fireball has been triggered, with a 30% chance to refresh the cooldown and 0 cost. 2 shots, totaling a terrifying 380 points of damage, instantly killed the orc whose health was already low. It vanished in a flash of white light. Qin Yu opened his mouth wide and was completely speechless. Chapter 7. Shen Menjiao's smug smile froze instantly, as if she had been slapped hard across the face, the pain burning intensely. The words she had just prepared to use for boasting and bestowing favors were now stuck in her throat, making her seem incredibly ridiculous and ironic. Liu Yang then slowly turned his head, looked at Shen Menjao expressionlessly, and asked in a flat tone, "Are you still going to take me with you?" A simple sentence, yet it struck Shen Menjao's proud heart like a heavy hammer. Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame overwhelmed her instantly. She suddenly lowered her head, gripping the purple staff tightly in her hand until her knuckles turned white from the force. Her eyes welled up with tears of grievance, which welled up uncontrollably. She, a dignified 5-star Thunder Master, a proud daughter of heaven, wielding a top-grade purple weapon given to her by her family, was utterly crushed in front of a 1-star summoner. The immense disparity and humiliation made it impossible for her to maintain her pride any longer. In the end, without saying a word, she picked up her staff, her voice trembling with tears, turned and ran away in a panic, disappearing into the shadows of the dense forest. Watching Shen Menjao's disheveled departure, Qin Yu finally snapped out of his petrified state. He turned around abruptly, and his gaze toward Liu Yang had transformed from shock to fervent admiration. "Brother Liu! Brother Liu!" He was so excited he was incoherent, grabbing Liu Yang's arm. "You're my god! Big brother! I'm following you from now on. Please take me under your wing." Liu Yang smiled helplessly and slapped his hand away. "All right, stop howling, get ready to fight monsters." In the following period, Liu Yang officially started his monster hunting mode. With the extremely high damage of the exploding fireball skill and its unpredictable refresh passive, along with the summoned initial orcs, the two advanced very quickly into the depths of the Blood Moon Forest. But as they killed more orcs, the intense smell of blood and the turbulence of battle attracted the hatred of more and more monsters. "Ah! Grumble!" The cries of orcs rose and fell all around, and in the shadows of the forest, icy blue lights and fiery red sparks began to flicker, occasionally accompanied by silvery lightning bolts. Frost orcs, fire orcs, and even a few lightning orcs were drawn over. Whoosh! Thud! An ice arrow grazed Qin Yu's shoulder, taking away 45 of his health points. His face paled, and he looked around. He saw that they were surrounded by more than a dozen orcs of various types, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Brother Liu! There are too many. We can't hold on any longer. Shall we retreat first?" Qin Yu's voice trembled slightly. Liu Yang scanned the area and saw that there were indeed quite a few of them, and most of them were ranged monsters. Qin Yu, a 2-star warrior, would have a hard time withstanding the concentrated damage. He nodded, but not to retreat. Instead, under Qin Yu's surprised and uncertain gaze, he began to activate his magic power and chant a summoning spell. "Brother Liu, that orc you summoned is useless." Qin Yu instinctively wanted to dissuade them. In his view, ordinary orcs who could be broken at the slightest touch didn't even qualify as cannon fodder in this situation. However, before he could finish speaking, he was so shocked by the sight before him that he swallowed his words back. What unfolded in front of Liu Yang was not the simple green magic circle from before, but a much more complex and mysterious magic circle that flickered with silver-white lightning. Amidst the dazzling light, a figure wielding a short sword, gleaming with a silvery white metallic luster, and surrounded by fine lightning bolts, slowly stepped out from the magic array. That agile figure, those lively eyes, that powerful aura. These are no ordinary orcs. It's clearly an electrocution orc that only exists on the elite page of the Monster Compendium. Holy crap! An electrocution orc! Qin Yu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The moment the electrocution orc appeared, its powerful elite aura immediately attracted the hatred of all the surrounding orcs. Ah! Several ordinary orcs that were nearby roared and pounced on the orc, wielding their crude weapons. The frost orcs, fire orcs, and poison orcs in the distance unleashed their ranged skills without hesitation. In an instant, ice spikes, fireballs, poisonous fog. Various elemental attacks rained down on the electrocuted orc, exploding into bursts of dazzling light, creating a chaotic scene. However, just as Qin Yu was terrified, thinking that the electrocuted orc would be instantly killed by concentrated fire. A sudden change has occurred. Boom! As if responding to the orc's will, the sky suddenly darkened, and a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking an orc in front of them precisely. It exploded instantly, turning into countless tiny silver-white sparks that covered a 3-meter radius around them. -60. -60. -60. A barrage of damage numbers popped up. But this is just the beginning. Immediately afterward, as if they had stirred up Thor's lair, lightning bolts rained down from the sky one after another. 1 bolt. 2 bolts. More than a dozen bolts of lightning, like divine punishment descending, bombarded the monster horde. Each bolt of lightning that strikes will create a cluster of electric shocks covering an area of 3 meters. Boom! 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 The deafening crackling of electric shocks filled the air. Silvery white lightning practically blanketed the entire battlefield. Countless damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall. -80. -80. -80. -80. -130. -130. -180. The whole scene was like an apocalyptic catastrophe. Qin Yu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a fist, and 2 words unconsciously escaped his throat. Holy crap! This devastating storm of lightning lasted for less than 5 seconds. When the last lightning strike dissipated and the electric shocks subsided, the battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. More than a dozen orcs of various types, without exception, all turned into corpses, lying limply on the ground, dropping a pile of copper coins and white equipment materials. The electrified orc, at the very center of the storm and bearing the brunt of the attacks, still stood proudly, wielding his short sword. Its health bar full. Not a sliver of health left. Even Liu Yang himself was slightly surprised by the miraculous outcome of the battle. He knew that the electrocution orc's passive ability was very strong, but he didn't expect that with monsters so densely packed, the AoE damage stacking and lifesteal effect of electrocution group could reach such a terrifying level. Qin Yu was dumbfounded, never expecting that his tankiness was actually inferior to the orcs summoned by Liu Yang. The lightning subsided, and the smoke of battle filled the air. Looking at the orc corpses scattered all over the ground, along with the copper coins and items strewn among them, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. The electrocution orc's performance in actual combat exceeded his expectations, it was simply a powerful tool for clearing large groups of enemies. He stepped forward and picked up the fallen items one by one. Gained 60 experience points. Gained 18 copper coins. Materials obtained, Orc Handbone X5. Equipment obtained, a tattered longsword, white. Chapter 8. A series of system notifications sounded. Many low-grade equipment items fell to the ground. The quality of equipment in this world, from low to high, is roughly divided into white, common, green, fine, blue, rare, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. Of course, there are even higher level beings beyond the legends, but that is still too far away from Liu Yang at present. This broken longsword may be of low quality and have terrible stats, but it's better than nothing. You can probably sell it for around 30 copper coins on the auction house. In daily life, the purchasing power of 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to 100 yuan. 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins. The monsters from that wave, including the odds and ends they dropped, plus this broken sword, all added up to a total profit of 4,000 coins. Professionals can make money so fast. Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel. He came from a humble background and had always lived a frugal life. Several thousand yuan was a considerable sum for him. He'd only been in the jungle for a short time, yet he'd already reaped such a rich harvest. This filled him with anticipation for the future. Brother Liu, keep all of these. Qin Yu waved his hand, looking completely matter of fact. I didn't do anything. Just being able to gain experience by following you, this crazy map-clearing maniac, is already a huge win. He now admires Liu Yang to the point of worship. He would be happy to follow Liu Yang even if it meant paying him to share the spoils, let alone taking a share of the spoils. Liu Yang didn't make a fuss and put the things away. The presence of the electrocution orc is indeed the core reason why he can quickly clear monsters, and it is only natural that he can get more loot. Moreover, he is currently in dire need of resources to upgrade his equipment. Keep going in. You're in charge of pulling the monsters, so be careful, Liu Yang said. All right. Just you wait and see. Qin Yu patted his chest and excitedly ran into the depths of the dense forest, looking for new prey. Not long after, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and the roars of various monsters, Qin Yu tumbled back, followed by a large horde of monsters. A rough count revealed at least 30 orcs of various kinds, including several extremely fast and agile wolf demons. These wolf demons' claws gleamed with a cold light, and their movement speed far exceeded that of the orcs, causing Qin Yu a great deal of trouble. Help! Brother Liu! Qin Yu's health bar was almost depleted, and he ran frantically toward Liu Yang, his face filled with terror. Just as the fastest wolf demons were about to catch up with Qin Yu and unleash their deadly claw attacks, they suddenly changed direction in unison. Together with the orc army chasing behind them, they seemed to be drawn by some invisible force and rushed towards the electrocuted orc standing still. Hatred successfully transferred. Roar! Howl! A barrage of attacks surged towards the electrified orc once more. Ice spikes, fireballs, lightning bolts, claws, clubs. Boom! Almost the instant the attack landed, the shock orc's shock swarm passive was triggered again. A storm of lightning, more intense and violent than ever before, suddenly descended. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the dim forest, the silvery white lightning leaping and spreading wildly, engulfing all the monsters that stepped into the orc's attack range. Dash 60. Dash 60. Dash 120. Dash 60. Dash 180. The damage numbers filled the screen again, leaving Qin Yu dumbfounded. Although wolf demons are agile and have strong attacks, their health is not particularly outstanding, with a maximum of only around 700 points. Under the AoE bombardment of the electrified orcs, their fragile bodies simply couldn't withstand it. Just a few seconds. With a piercing scream, all the orcs and those unfortunate wolf demons died on the spot. Splash! A much richer spoils than before had spilled all over the ground, with copper coins scattered everywhere. Under the sunlight, they were so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. At the same time, a soft, milky white light shone on both Liu Yang and Qin Yu, who had just escaped death. Congratulations on reaching LV2. You have gained 24 free attribute points. It's been upgraded. With a thought, Liu Yang opened his attribute panel. The allocation of attribute points for a summoner has always been quite particular. Strength, basically useless to summoners. Agility, affects movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, and is very important. Stamina, increases health and physical defense, improving survivability. Intelligence, increases maximum mana and spell defense. Spirit, a core attribute. It directly affects spell attack power and also amplifies the various attributes of summoned creatures by a certain percentage. For Liu Yang, whose success rate in enhancing equipment is 100%, he has no need to worry about the basic attribute boosts brought by the equipment. Wearing full level gear is just the basics. Therefore, when allocating attribute points, he tends to maximize the advantages of core attributes. Agility is related to casting speed and positioning, so it can't be too low. Spirit directly affects the orc's damage and my skill damage, so it must be increased. After a moment's thought, Liu Yang made his decision. He gains 24 free attribute points for each level up. He decides to allocate 4 points to agility each time he levels up to ensure basic flexibility, and invest the remaining 20 points entirely in spirit. Confirm with your intention. Attribute points allocated, spirit plus 20, agility plus 4. Qin Yu leaned over, just about to share his joy at the upgrade with Liu Yang. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he patted Liu Yang on the shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, brother Liu. Having fewer attribute points in the early stages won't have a big impact. After the second job advancement, if you're lucky enough to get a 5-star hidden class or something, you'll have more attribute points. As long as you get into a top-tier academy, they're very generous with resources for summoners with potential." He clearly still believed that Liu Yang had only awakened a 1-star summoner, and thought that the other party was struggling with how to allocate attribute points. After all, 4 attribute points are too few, there's simply not enough to allocate. Liu Yang smiled but offered no explanation. The key is to develop discreetly and play dumb to outmaneuver others. After cleaning up the spoils scattered on the ground, Liu Yang's eyes were suddenly drawn to something while organizing his backpack. The essence of the flame orcs, green. Type, material. Description, contains the essence of pure fire power, it is a crafting material for certain fire attribute equipment or potions. Fire attribute material. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that when he tried to forge the exploding fireball skill book before, the system had prompted him that he was missing certain attribute materials. Could it be that my skills can be upgraded further? He immediately used the exploding fireball skill he had already learned to reverse transform it back into a purple skill book through the god-level forging function. Then, he tried using the flame orc's essence as an auxiliary material in the forging interface. Buzz. The progress bar has appeared. 1%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Forging successful. Chapter 9. A dazzling pink light suddenly erupted. It was even more vibrant and eye-catching than the previous purple light. 3 skill books radiating a dreamy pink glow appeared in Liu Yang's consciousness. Please select an evolution path. A fireball, pink significantly increases skill damage, with the final damage coefficient increased to magic attack *3, but the cooldown is increased to 5 seconds, and the passive refresh is removed. B meteor shower, pink channels a miniature fireball from the sky, dealing devastating fire damage to a target area, 3 meters. Base damage is, spell attack *5, with a chance to inflict a burning effect over time. Cast time, 1.5 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds. C. Fire Serpent spell, pink summons a persistent fire serpent to assist in battle. The fire serpent has independent health and attack power, lasting for 30 seconds. Upon seeing the second option, meteor fire, Liu Yang's breathing instantly became rapid. A fireball. A fireball falling from the sky. What was originally just a basic fireball has, through continuous enhancement by god-level forging, evolved into such a powerful skill form that can be described as a prototype of a forbidden spell. Imagine a burning fireball falling from the sky, turning the target area into a sea of fire. Just thinking about that scene is enough to get your blood pumping. Choose B. Meteor flame. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. A brand new, pink skill book, radiating a fiery aura, lay quietly in his inventory, its pink glow subdued. Meteor fire technique LV1. He seemed to see that in the near future, burning fireballs, under his guidance, would burn away all obstacles. The pink light was subdued, and the meteor fire technique skill book lay quietly in Liu Yang's consciousness space. Immediately afterwards, 3 more options for enhancing skill details popped up. A meteor shower, pink increases final damage by 10%. B meteor shower, pink increases the range of the crimson fireball by 1 meter. C. Meteor shower, pink attacks will always inflict a burning effect. Liu Yang's eyes quickly scanned the 3 options. Increasing damage is certainly straightforward, and expanding the range can enhance AoE capabilities, but the third option, which guarantees the inflicts burn, caught his eye. The damage from the burning effect is usually calculated as a percentage of the user's spell damage. Imagine how satisfying it would be if your enemy got hit by a fireball and kept losing health. Choose C. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. The pink light completely merged into the skill book, and the final attributes of Meteor Fire were finally determined. Before checking the skill details, Liu Yang first examined his attribute panel after reaching LV3. Name, Liu Yang. Race, Human. Class, Summoner, 1 star, Subclass, Blacksmith, 5 star. Level, LV3. Experience points, 150/1000. Health points, 130/130. Mana points, 174/174. Physical attack, 15. Spell attack, 134. Physical defense, 13. Spell defense, 34. Strength, 5. Agility, 7. Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 34. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, God level forging, unique. Skill: 1. God level Forging Enhancement LV Max. 2. God tier Forging and Enchantment LV Max. 3. God level Forging LV Max. 4. Summoning Spell, Electrified Orc, LV1, Purple. 5. Meteor Shower LV1, Pink. After reviewing the attributes, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then focused his attention on the new skill. Meteor Shower LV1. Quality, Pink. Type, Active Skill. Effect, casts for 1.5 seconds, channeling a miniature fireball from the sky to bombard the target area, 3x3 meters. Deals, spell attack *3, fire damage to all enemies within the area, with a 30% chance to stun the target for 1 second and a 100% chance to inflict a burn effect. Fireball characteristics: the fewer targets hit, the higher the single target damage, up to a maximum of 300%, i.e., dealing 3*300% of the spell attack as damage to a single target. Burning effect, deals, spell attack *1, fire damage to the target per second for 10 seconds. Pink passive: when casting Meteor Shower, there is a 1% chance to trigger Fireball. During the effect, Meteor Shower can be cast instantly with no cost or cooldown until mana is depleted or the cast is manually cancelled. Cost: 50 mana. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Hiss! Liu Yang gasped. The power of this Meteor Fire technique was simply beyond imagination. The base damage is 3 times that of spell damage. It can deal an astonishing 9 times the magic damage to a single target. It will also inflict a burning effect that lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 1x spell damage per second. Compared to the Shock Orc's Shock group, although it is instant cast, has a wide AoE range, and has life steal, its damage seems rather weak when facing a single or small number of elite monsters. The Meteor spell perfectly compensates for this. Based on Liu Yang's current spell attack of 134, if Meteor Shower triggers its maximum single target damage bonus, a single fireball can deal a terrifying burst of damage of 134*3*300% equals 1206 points. Even without triggering the bonus, the base damage is 134*3 equals 402 points. The subsequent burning effect can continue to provide 134 points of damage per second. As for the 1% chance to trigger the fireball spell, Liu Yang automatically ignored it. Such probabilistic things are unreliable in crucial moments and can only be considered as a bonus. Even so, the power of the Meteor Fire technique is beyond doubt. With this skill, my single target burst damage will absolutely crush all other classes at this stage. Liu Yang clenched his fist excitedly. What 5-star Thunder Master? Compared to my meteor fire technique, it's simply not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but look down on Shen Menjiao again. With his powerful new skills, Liu Yang's monster-killing efficiency has increased once again. The Electrocution Orc's electric shock is used to clear out dense groups of small monsters, while Meteor is used to precisely kill lone or high-health elite monsters. Soon, more than 40 orcs and 5 wolf demons fell at their feet. Gradually, Liu Yang and Qin Yu also ventured deep into the Blood Moon Forest. The environment here is darker and damper, and the tree branches are even covered with a layer of eerie fluorescent moss. A faint, fishy odor filled the air. Be careful, brother Liu, steel-clawed wolf demons will appear here. They're even faster and can sneak up and attack from the shadows. They're very troublesome. Qin Yu warned nervously. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several blurry afterimages leaped out of the shadows, heading straight for the two of them. However, for Liu Yang, who possessed the electric orcs, these guys who were good at ambushes posed no threat at all. Almost the instant the steel claw wolf demon entered the attack range, the electrocution orc skill was triggered again. Chapter 10. Boom! A flash of electricity, and the swarm of electric shocks precisely covered those afterimages. 60. 120. Although the steel claw wolf demon was stronger than the ordinary wolf demon, it was still a fragile assassin at heart. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the electrocution swarm, it didn't even have time to scream before it instantly turned into white light. Qin Yu was already numb. Following Liu Yang to grind monsters is incredibly relaxing. Picking up the dropped items, Liu Yang was about to return the way he came to clear out the monsters that had spawned again when his gaze was drawn to a building in the distance. It was a rugged palace hidden deep in the forest. The palace's outline was faintly visible in the dim light, but its entrance emitted a faint, flickering golden light, like breathing. That's a wilderness camp! Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise as he saw it. It's an orc palace. A level 5 camp deep in the Blood Moon Forest. Wilderness camps are similar to dungeons, but are usually smaller and less difficult than dungeons of the same level. They are important places for people to gain experience, equipment, and materials. A level 5 camp. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. What level are the monsters inside? The regular monsters are at least level 5, the elite monsters are at least level 7, and the final boss is a level 10 orc king. Qin Yu swallowed, his face showing a hint of excitement, but more of a fear. This place is not easy to fight. We're only level 2. How about we call a few classmates to come with us? The more people there are, the better our chances will be. Liu Yang shook his head, no need. The drop rate in camps is much higher than in the wild, and there is a chance to get higher quality equipment and rare items. More people mean more spoils to share, and with more people, there's more gossip. If it gets out that you summoned an electrified orc or used the meteor spell, it could easily cause unnecessary trouble. He looked at Qin Yu and raised an eyebrow. What? Scared? Who's afraid? Qin Yu stubbornly insisted, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. I just think. What do you think? Qin Yu was taken aback. Looking at Liu Yang's calm eyes and recalling the devastating scene of the electrocuted orcs earlier, he finally gritted his teeth and said, all right. Let's do it. Damn it, with the orc boss here, even if we can't beat that level 10 king, we should be able to break through, right? Liu Yang nodded and took the lead in walking towards the orc palace that was radiating golden light. Qin Yu took a deep breath, gripped his long sword tightly, and quickly followed. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Blood Moon Forest, Teacher Zhang, who was in charge of staying behind, was observing the students entering the dense forest through a monitoring device that looked like a crystal ball. This is a tool created by professionals with surveillance talents, which can roughly pinpoint the location and status of a specific target. Suddenly, the 2 points of light representing Liu Yang and Qin Yu had penetrated into the red area marked high risk on the map, and were moving further into the special marker representing camp. Teacher Zhang frowned and handed the instrument to Teacher Su Feng next to him. Teacher Su, look at these 2 boys, have they gone mad? Su Feng took the instrument, and when he saw that the 2 points of light represented Liu Yang and Qin Yu, his expression immediately changed. It's them. How did these 2 kids get to such a deep place? He felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a strong sense of unease welling up inside him. Deep within the Blood Moon Forest, not to mention first-level newbies, even third or fourth-level professionals dare not venture out lightly. No. I have to go check. Su Feng decided immediately. Teacher Zhang, please look after things here for a while. I'll be right back. Sigh. Teacher Zhang looked at Su Feng's hurried departure, then at the 2 hopeless spots of light on the instrument, and couldn't help but shake his head and purse his lips. A level 1 person dares to invade a level 5 camp. Tisk tisk, I really don't know whether to say they are courageous or reckless. He sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes, especially that Liu Yang, awakening a 1-star summoner, his future was already bleak, and he was so reckless, it's a real pity. I hope nothing unexpected happens to them. Squeak. The heavy stone door was slowly pushed open, and a smell mixed with dust and blood rushed out. The view behind the door suddenly opened up. It was no longer a dark, dense forest, but a spacious, though somewhat dilapidated, hall. In front of the main hall stood a dense crowd of orcs clad in crude iron armor and wielding rusty weapons. Their eyes were fierce, and their bodies were much larger than those of ordinary orcs encountered outside. Orc soldiers. Level, LV5. Physical attack, 90. Health points, 1200. Hiss. Qin Yu gasped when he saw the stats of these orc soldiers. Holy crap! Level 5 monsters. Attack 90, HP 1200. They're even stronger than the elite monsters outside. He subconsciously compared his own pitiful attributes. After leveling up to level 2 and adding stamina points, my total health is only a meager 350. These orc soldiers could cut off more than a quarter of his blood with a single strike. What's more, there are at least 50 or 60 of these guys in front of us. The entire front hall was packed with people. If they were surrounded, with one person wielding a knife, he and Liu Yang would probably be killed instantly. However, Liu Yang showed no fear on his face. With a thought, a silver-white summoning circle unfolded, and the electrified orc wielding a short sword made a majestic appearance once again. As Liu Yang leveled up to level 2 and allocated 4 points to his spirit attribute, his spell attack power increased to 124 points. The attributes of summoned beasts are enhanced by the master's mental attribute. At this moment, the electrified beastman is undoubtedly more powerful than before. Roar! The electrified orc let out a deep roar and, without the slightest hesitation, transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charging towards the orc soldiers in front of him. Its normal attack also comes with a small area of effect, AoE, lightning damage. Pfft! The first few orc soldiers charging at the front were hit by the lightning chain, and a series of damage numbers floated above their heads. -98. -98. -98. The damage has been significantly increased compared to before. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Ah! Chirp! The orc soldiers in the entire front hall were instantly alarmed. They roared in unison, brandishing their weapons, and surged towards the electrified orc like a black tide. Rumble! Nearly 60 orc soldiers charged simultaneously, their heavy footsteps clashing together, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The sheer force of their attack was terrifying. Qin Yu's face turned pale, and he instinctively gripped his weapon tightly, his palms covered in cold sweat. Liu Yang's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes, and he said in a calm tone. The slaughter has begun. As if to prove his words, just moments before the orc soldiers were about to engulf the electrified orcs. Boom! A deafening electric shock suddenly rang out on the palace dome. 1. 10. Dozens of dazzling bolts of lightning, like raging thunder dragons, descended from the sky, striking the most densely packed area of orc soldiers with precision and intensity. Silvery white lightning raged wildly. Chapter 11. The skill has been triggered again. Dash 100. Dash 100. Dash 188. Dash 100. Dash 295. Countless damage numbers surged wildly like a geyser. Lightning bolts struck in a chaotic display, illuminating the entire front hall in a ghastly white light. The health bars of the 20-odd orc soldiers at the forefront dropped rapidly, like a floodgate had been opened. The orcs behind them were not spared either, being hit by the berserk AoE lightning chain, and their health was also rapidly decreasing. In just a few breaths. As the first wave of lightning storm subsided, nearly half of the once densely packed orc soldiers had fallen. Only 30 or 40 barely alive ones remained. Holy crap! Qin Yu was once again utterly shocked by this violently beautiful scene, and his gaze toward the electrified beastman now carried a hint of genuine fear. That's incredible! This is practically a war machine. When will I ever be able to deal that much damage? The remaining orc soldiers did not seem deterred by the tragic deaths of their comrades. They charged forward with fearless roars, brandishing their weapons at the electrified orcs. However, their attacks were like tickling the orcs, causing negligible damage, even less than the amount of lifesteal restored by the shocked group passive ability. Immediately afterwards. Boom! Another wave of electrocution swarms has been triggered. An even more violent ocean of lightning has descended once again. This time, the already weakened orc soldiers could no longer withstand it. They howled and struggled, and finally turned into white light and fell to the ground. Splash! A massive amount of loot instantly filled the entire front hall. Copper coins, materials, equipment, a dazzling array. Liu Yang stepped forward and quickly picked up all the dropped items. Gained 418 copper coins. Materials obtained, 95 orc hand bones. Equipment obtained, orc soldier armor, white, x10. Equipment obtained, orc soldier boots, white, x12. Equipment obtained, orc soldier bracers, white, x13. The backpack was instantly stuffed full. Although they are all white-grade equipment with average stats, they are plentiful. Selling all of this equipment would bring in a considerable sum of money. Moreover, these standard-issue equipment seem to be able to be assembled into sets. After we get back, we can upgrade these pieces of equipment and see if we can put together a set with decent stats. Liu Yang was making plans in his mind. Set bonuses often provide additional attribute bonuses. If you can get a high-level enhanced white set, the effect may not be worse than a low-level green set. After cleaning the front hall, the two walked through a short corridor and arrived at the middle hall of the Orc Palace. Compared to the crowded front hall, the middle hall was much more spacious, and the number of monsters had also decreased significantly. But when Qin Yu saw the monster in the central hall, his expression turned serious again. In the center of the main hall stood 5 figures, each wielding a short sword and shimmering with silver-white lightning. They were 5 wild elemental beastmen. Elemental Orc, Elite Monster. Level, LV7. Physical Attack, 130. Health Points, 900. Skill, Combo Slash. It's an elite monster. A level 7 elemental orc. Qin Yu said nervously. Their elemental combo slash deals incredibly high damage. Can your orcs withstand it? Liu Yang also frowned slightly. Although the electrified orcs he summoned were powerful, they were essentially still summoned creatures and their health wasn't particularly high. If you get focused down by 5 elite monsters, you could really be killed instantly. Orc, don't move yet, Liu Yang commanded in a deep voice, stepping forward and raising his purple beginner's wand. Brother Liu, what are you doing? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Liu Yang did not answer, but took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. A fiery element, far exceeding that of an ordinary mage apprentice, began to gather at the tip of his staff. This is... Qin Yu's eyes widened instantly as he sensed the astonishing fluctuation of the flame energy. How could such a level of elemental control possibly exist in a level 1 summoner? This is clearly the power of a high-level elemental mage. A towering flame, visible to the naked eye, erupted from Liu Yang's staff and shot straight up to the top of the palace. The flames spun, compressed, and condensed rapidly in the air, eventually transforming into a small fireball about 2 meters in diameter, burning with raging flames and radiating an aura of destruction. Beneath the fireball, the shadow precisely enveloped the 5 elite electrocution orcs who were huddled together and had not yet reacted. Meteor fire technique. With a low shout from Liu Yang, the burning fireball crashed down with unparalleled force. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded throughout the central hall. The intense heat and shockwave spread outwards. 5 bright red, shocking damage numbers simultaneously floated up above the heads of the 5 elite electrocuted orcs. -825. -825. -825. -825. -825. Before Qin Yu could even recover from the terrifying damage numbers, another series of burning damage followed. -114. -114. -114. -114. -114. Just one strike. 5 elite monsters, all at level 7, were instantly killed by the fireball that fell from the sky, without even being able to put up a decent fight. Qin Yu stared, feeling his worldview being refreshed once again by Liu Yang. Is this really a 1-star summoner? The lingering effects of the meteor fire spell had not yet dissipated, and the air in the central hall still retained a scorching heat. At that moment, 2 even more dazzling milky white lights rose from Liu Yang and Qin Yu almost simultaneously. Congratulations on reaching LV3. You have gained 24 free attribute points. 2 promotions in one day. This rocket-like speed of leveling up is enough to leave any novice professional speechless. Even those born into wealthy families and with abundant resources might not be able to achieve such efficiency. It's been upgraded again. Qin Yu felt the warm current surging through his body and the renewed sense of power. He was already somewhat numb, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Liu Yang. This upgrade speed is simply outrageous. Liu Yang, on the other hand, seemed quite calm. He had expected this all along. The elite monsters in the camp already offer a lot of experience, and with the efficient clearing effect of meteor fire, leveling up is a natural progression. He skillfully opened the attribute panel and subtly moved his mind. 24 free attribute points. This number far exceeds the points a normal professional can gain when leveling up. If Qin Yu knew, he would probably be envious to the point of going crazy. This is undoubtedly a hidden benefit brought by the god-level forging talent. Without the slightest hesitation, it was the same old routine. Attribute points allocated, agility +4, spirit +20. After the allocation was completed, Liu Yang felt that his mental energy had become much more solid, and his casting speed and movement speed had also increased slightly. Chapter 12. The two then began cleaning up the battlefield. The drops from the 5 elite elemental orcs were quite good. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Gained 2 silver coins. Equipment obtained, elemental robe, white. Equipment obtained, elemental pants, white. Equipment obtained, elemental hat, white. Obtained equipment, elemental shoes, white. Holy crap! I got a ton of silver coins. Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins. 2 silver coins, that's equivalent to 20,000 yuan. Liu Yang's gaze fell on the 4 pieces of white equipment that emitted a faint electric glow. Elemental robe, white. Level, LV5. Attributes, health plus 50, mana plus 30, physical defense plus 5, magic defense plus 10, spirit plus 3. Elemental French pants, white. Level, LV5. Attributes, health plus 40, mana plus 35, physical defense plus 4, magic defense plus 8, agility plus 3. Elemental spell hat, white. Level, LV5. Attributes, mana plus 40, spell defense plus 13, spirit plus 4. Elemental spell shoes, white. Level, LV5. Attributes, health plus 30, physical defense plus 3, agility plus 3. Although all 4 pieces of equipment are only of white quality, their attribute bonuses are quite considerable. The combined attributes are simply explosive at this stage. That's almost equivalent to all the attribute points a 4-star professional can gain by leveling up. It's a pity that the set bonus hasn't been activated yet. Liu Yang felt a little disappointed, but quickly put it at ease. But it's okay, once we get back, we'll upgrade them all to purple quality, and their stats will be absolutely incredible. The harvest was plentiful, especially the 3 silver coins that came into his account, which put Liu Yang in a great mood. He gestured for Qin Yu to rest on the spot, while he took out magic spring water and bread to quickly restore his depleted mana and stamina. Brother Liu, are we really going to fight the final boss? Qin Yu asked nervously while munching on bread. A level 10 king, its health is too high. Since we're already here, we should give it a try. Liu Yang's tone was calm, but his eyes revealed a firm determination. A few minutes later, both of them had recovered. Liu Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the door leading to the Orc Palace. Roar! You lowly human, how dare you trespass into my palace? The moment they stepped into the inner hall, a roar filled with majesty and fury exploded like thunder. Immediately afterwards, a suffocatingly hot sensation rushed towards me. A huge fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtled towards the 2 of them. The speed and scope of the attack were so great that it caught everyone off guard. Watch out! Liu Yang's pupil shrank, and he pushed Qin Yu aside. At the same time, his agility attribute kicked in, and he dodged to the side at the last second. Boom! The enormous fireball grazed the hem of their clothes and slammed heavily into the spot where they had just been standing, exploding in flames. Intense flames scattered in all directions, scorching the ground black. 110. 110. The mere aftershocks of the splash damage caused a significant number of damage numbers to appear above the heads of the 2 individuals. After regaining his balance, Liu Yang finally looked up and saw the true face of the enormous thing in the center of the rear hall. That was an exceptionally large and powerful orc. The orc wore a crown inlaid with gleaming gold, highlighting its distinct identity from other orcs. Presumably, it is the king of the orcs. The orc king gripped an ancient staff tightly in his hand, the top of which was inlaid with 5 gems that emitted intense elemental fluctuations. This is the key material needed to upgrade the quality of the electrocution orc's elemental essence. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly cast a detection spell. Orc King, King level boss. Level, LV10. Spell attack, 150. Health points, 10,000/10,000. Skill. 1 lightning strike, condenses a massive bolt of lightning to attack the target, dealing 0.8 spell power, lightning damage. Upon hitting the target, it inflicts paralysis within an 11-meter radius. 3 King's protection, as the king of orcs, all damage taken is reduced by 10%. 10,000 health points. Plus 10% damage reduction. This attribute is a nightmare for people who are currently only at level 1 or 2. Forget about killing them, they'd probably have a hard time even breaking through their defenses. 10,000 HP, and 10% damage reduction. Qin Yu stared at the boss's long health bar, his face turning pale. Brother Lu, we can't even scratch it. Maybe we should. Shut up. Lu Yang interrupted him coldly, his gaze fixed intently on the staff in the Orc King's hand. Get ready to watch the show. With that, he raised his wand once more. The mana that had just been fully restored within him surged and began to circulate once more. Chant, begin. The Orc King seemed to sense a threat and roared again. The ruby at the top of his staff shone brightly, and another lightning strike began to condense. But Lu Yang's casting speed is faster. After he leveled up to level 3 and his agility and spirit increased again, the casting time of meteor fire was further reduced. Almost the instant the Orc King's second lightning strike was about to be completed, Lu Yang's spell was finished. Boom! Above the palace roof, flames converged. A small fireball, measuring 3*3 meters in diameter, trailing a destructive tail of flames, crashed down precisely towards the Orc King's massive body. 1308. An astonishing bright red number floated up above the Orc King's head. At the same time, it burst into flames. 153. 153. 153. 153. The terrifying power of meteor fire was once again demonstrated. Even against a level 10 king boss, it still dealt burst damage exceeding 1000. However, just as the fireball was about to fall, a sudden change occurred. Lu Yang felt as if his mana had been instantly drained by an invisible black hole. His once abundant mana bar suddenly emptied, leaving him with only a negligible 300 points. Immediately afterwards, an unseen connection was established between him and the fire elemental in the air. The pink passive skill of Meteor Shower Fireball has been triggered. Buzz! 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 There was no chanting. There was no warning. Just as the flames of the first fireball had not completely dissipated, 4 identical small fireballs suddenly condensed in mid-air. Like soldiers on command, they automatically locked onto the Orc King below, carrying the same aura of destruction, and crashed down one after another. Boom! 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 1320. 1320. 1320. 1320. 153. 153. 153. 153. 4 consecutive fireballs struck. Each one dealt over 1000 damage. The Orc King's health bar, which was as high as 10,000 points, plummeted at a visible speed under this sudden, divine punishment-like continuous attack. In just a moment, nearly half of his health bar disappeared. Awoo! The Orc King let out a shrill roar of extreme pain, his massive body staggering backward as it was smashed. Even Lu Yang himself was stunned at that moment. He knew the fireball passive was very strong, but he didn't expect it to trigger at such a convenient time. It triggered just when he had enough mana to cast it 4 times. This eruption was absolutely devastating. Chapter 13. Qin Yu, standing some distance away, was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and it took him a long time to manage a hoarse exclamation, "Holy shit!" Roar! The Orc King, whose health had been instantly reduced by nearly half, was enraged. It abandoned its attempt to condense the lightning strike and instead let out a deafening roar. Its remaining rationality seemed to be consumed by the intense pain, and its massive body charged straight at Lu Yang. At the same time, the staff was swung again, and a new lightning strike hurtled towards us at an even faster speed. Good timing! Lu Yang's eyes sharpened. After reaching level 3, he invested another 4 points into agility, bringing his agility to a whopping 15 points. This made his movement speed and reaction ability comparable to a 2-star assassin specializing in speed. With a flick of his toes, he moved like a ghost to the side and back, narrowly avoiding the Orc King's ferocious charge. At the same time, he caused the following lightning strike to land in empty space and explode with a bang. While dodging the attack, Liu Yang flipped his wrist, and a bottle of murky, pungent-smelling lower-grade magic potion appeared in his hand, which he drank without hesitation. Mana points +2. Mana points +2. This is the cheapest MP potion on the market, but its recovery speed is ridiculously slow, restoring only a mere 2 mana points each time. It's better than nothing. While Liu Yang was working hard to recover his mana and using his high agility to deal with the boss, the electrocution orc was not idle. It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, actively confronting the Orc King, wielding its short sword amidst swirling electricity. Lightning combo slash. Puff 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 puff. 5 swift slashes landed precisely on the Orc King's massive body. Dash 103. Dash 103. Dash 103. Dash 103. Dash 103. While the damage from a single hit isn't earth-shattering, the total damage from 5 hits exceeds 500 points. However, compared to the nearly 5,000 health points remaining in the Orc King, this damage still seems somewhat inadequate. However, don't forget. The burning effect from those 5 meteor fire spells is still in effect. Dash 144. Dash 144. Dash 144. Dash 144. Dash 144. The crimson, burning numbers, like maggots clinging to the bone, kept jumping above the Orc King's head. With a total burn damage of up to 720 points per second, the total damage dealt over 10 seconds is even higher than the total damage of a set of lightning combo from an electrocution orc. The electrocution orc fought the Orc King relentlessly, constantly seeking opportunities to unleash his lightning combo slash, while Liu Yang, with his exceptional agility, danced on the edge of a knife, repeatedly dodging the boss's ferocious attacks while racing against time to recover his mana. Time passed second by second. Under the combined effects of the shocked orc's sustained damage output and the burning effect, the Orc King's health is steadily decreasing at a slow but relentless pace. Finally, when Liu Yang stumbled and struggled to restore his mana to 50 points, enough to cast meteor fire again, the Orc King's health bar had dwindled to just over 2,000 points. Now, a glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes as he seized the opportunity when the Orc King's attack missed, raising his staff high. Sing! The fiery elements converge once more. Meteor fire technique. Boom! Another burning fireball fell from the sky and hit its target precisely. Dash 1166. Dash 144. The Orc King let out another painful roar, his health dropping sharply. It turned around angrily and unleashed another lightning strike at Liu Yang, but Liu Yang once again nimbly dodged it. Continue administering the substandard MP medication. Dodge. Wait. Cast spell. The battle entered a seemingly tedious but actually thrilling cycle. Every dodge was a brush with death, and every release of the meteor fire technique tipped the scales of victory in Liu Yang's favor. The Orc King's health increased from 3,000 to 2,000, and then to 1,000. Finally, after Liu Yang painstakingly accumulated 50 mana points once again, he unleashed another meteor shower spell. Boom! Dash 1166. The moment that number appeared, the Orc King's massive body stiffened abruptly. Its raised staff fell limply to the ground, and it let out a mournful roar filled with resentment and despair before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 King boss, Orc King. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Gained 10 silver coins. Obtained equipment, Beastmaster's crown, purple. Materials obtained, Beastmaster's staff, purple. Splash! Next to the boss's massive corpse, a pile of items that shone with light were dropped. Liu Yang breathed a long sigh of relief, stepped forward, and picked up all the fallen items one by one. The experience points caused his level 3 experience bar to increase dramatically. 10 silver coins are equivalent to 100,000 yuan, which is another huge sum of money. What truly ignited his passion were the 2 items that emitted a hazy purple light. Beastmaster's Staff, purple. Type, special material. Effect, a staff imbued with pure lightning power, a symbol of the Orc King's strength. Can be used for equipment forging or special skill enhancement. Finally got it. A hint of excitement flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. With this, he could upgrade the electro-shocked beastman to the coveted pink quality. At that time, the beastman's strength would undergo another earth-shattering change. Then, he looked at another piece of purple equipment. Crown of the Beast King, purple. Type, headgear. Level, LV10. Effect, the crown, symbolizing the identity of the Orc King, seems to contain some unknown secret. No attribute bonuses. No attribute bonuses. Liu Yang frowned slightly. A level 10 purple item with absolutely no attributes? Is it just a symbol of identity, containing a secret? That's a bit strange. However, he didn't think much of it and put it in his backpack for the time being, planning to look up relevant information in the library after returning to school to see what was so special about this crown. Just as Liu Yang was counting his spoils, Qin Yu, who had been hiding in the distance the whole time and didn't dare to breathe, finally timidly walked up. He looked at Liu Yang with a complex expression, a mixture of shock, awe, and doubt. Brother Liu! Brother Liu! Qin Yu's voice was a little hoarse. That skill you just used, the continuous fireball attack, 5 or 6,000 burst damage, plus over 100 HP loss per second afterward. Is that really something a summoner can do? He simply couldn't reconcile the image of this powerful individual who had effortlessly soloed a level 10 king level boss with that notoriously weak 1-star summoner in the early game. That kind of devastating fire magic clearly resembled that of an elemental mage who had concealed their true power. Moreover, he was a top-tier elemental mage who had mastered extremely powerful skills. Even many top players who have completed their second job advancement might not be able to deal such terrifying damage, right? Liu Yang glanced at him, but didn't answer directly. He simply said, "I've taken everything. It's time to go back." Chapter 14. On the other side. With a feeling of unease, Teacher Su Feng hurriedly arrived at the front hall of the Orc Palace. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw the corpses of Orc soldiers, all of whom were level 5 or higher, lying all over the ground. So many level 5 monsters! He gasped and quickly stepped forward to investigate. The signs of battle were very clear, but the situation was one-sided. It was as if these Orc soldiers, capable of wiping out an ordinary freshman team, had encountered a massacre here. Who did this? Su Feng was shocked, and Liu Yang's calm face subconsciously appeared in his mind. But he immediately shook his head, rejecting the absurd idea. Impossible. Liu Yang is only a 1-star summoner. Even if he had some kind of extraordinary encounter, it's impossible for him to take down so many level 5 monsters by himself. Suppressing his surprise and doubt, he continued his journey deeper into the palace. When he arrived at the central hall and saw the 5 Orc corpses firmly embedded in the huge fireball crater, with obvious signs of fracture in their bones, he was once again deeply shocked. These are level 7 elite elemental orcs. And there are 5 of them. My god! Su Feng exclaimed in horror. This destructive power, could it be the signature skill of a second-tier fire mage, Heavenly Fireball? A skill capable of instantly killing 5 level 7 elite monsters and causing such terrifying destruction is definitely not something a low-level professional can possess. Could there be second-tier or even higher-level professionals active in this camp? This thought made Su Feng's heart inexplicably uneasy. If that's the case, wouldn't Liu Yang and Qin Yu, those 2 arrogant brats, be in even greater danger. He dared not delay any longer and immediately quickened his pace, rushing towards the rear hall. However, just as he was about to rush to the entrance of the rear hall, the stone door was pushed open from the inside. Liu Yang and Qin Yu appeared before him. Liu Yang! Qin Yu! Su Feng was taken aback at first, then an overwhelming sense of relief welled up on his face. That's great! You're all right. But after the initial relief came a stern rebuke, what's wrong with you two? Do you know how dangerous this place is? How dare you trespass here? His words came to an abrupt end. His gaze passed over Liu Yang and Qin Yu's shoulders and landed on the enormous corpse lying on the ground in the back hall, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Orc King! Su Feng's eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly agape, too shocked to utter a single word. That's a level 10 boss. His gaze unconsciously fell on Liu Yang's overly calm face. Before Su Feng could recover from his shock, Qin Yu, standing beside him, was already beaming with excitement and blurted out, "Teacher Su! Who said 1-star summoners are trash? Look! Brother Liu soloed this level 10 boss all by himself. He's ridiculously strong." "What? Liu Yang, you killed the Orc King?" Su Feng's voice trembled with disbelief, his gaze fixed on Liu Yang as if trying to see through his face. Faced with the teacher's ghost-like expression, Liu Yang simply nodded, his expression remaining calm and composed, as if he had just casually crushed an ant rather than single-handedly taking down a level 10 boss capable of wiping out the entire freshman team. A simple syllable, yet it resounded in Su Feng's ears like a thunderclap. Before Su Feng could recover from the shock, Liu Yang had already stepped aside and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Having said that, he actually ignored the dumbfounded Su Feng and walked straight out of the palace. "Hey? Oh! Brother Liu, wait for me!" Qin Yu finally realized what was happening and quickly jogged to catch up with Liu Yang. Su Feng was left alone, standing frozen in place like a statue, letting the eerie wind blowing from the depths of the palace blow through him, his mind a complete mess. Level 3. Both are level 3. How is this possible? How did they get through the blockade of those level 5 orc soldiers in the front hall? And how did you deal with those 5 level 7 elite electrocution orcs in the central hall? Finally, how did they manage to kill this level 10 king boss? This was completely beyond his understanding of the world and the hierarchy of professionals. Following silently behind, Su Feng opened his mouth several times, wanting to ask something, but he didn't know where to begin. Finally, he couldn't help but speak, saying in a complicated tone, "Liu Yang, the talent you've shown this time far exceeds our expectations. When we return to school, I will report this truthfully, and the school will definitely give you special attention and training." After a pause, unable to suppress his curiosity, he tentatively asked, "But could you tell me how you killed those monsters, especially the final Orc King?" Liu Yang, walking ahead, didn't stop, remaining calm and composed, and casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing, I just used a pink skill." Pink skill? Upon hearing this, not only Su Feng, but also Qin Yu beside him stopped abruptly, their eyes widening as they stared at Liu Yang's retreating figure. Pink. A divine artifact level skill. Su Feng's voice changed, filled with disbelief and shock. No wonder. No wonder. Su Feng suddenly realized. Pink skill, that's a legendary artifact level skill. Its rarity and preciousness far surpass those of the purple epic level. Each pink skill possesses the terrifying power to turn the tide of battle and change fate. And then, thinking back to the beginner's wand in Liu Yang's hand that also emitted a purple light. A bold guess instantly formed in Su Feng's mind. This Liu Yang is definitely not an ordinary student. He probably comes from a hidden family with profound heritage that is unknown to the public. Otherwise, how could one possess both a purple weapon and a pink skill at the first level of awakening? It's important to know that pink level skills are something that even top-tier universities with abundant resources, or even elite families like Shen Mengeo's, would find difficult to produce easily. In an instant, Liu Yang's identity became increasingly mysterious in the minds of Su Feng and Qin Yu. The three quickly arrived at Peace Town, the closest supply city to Blood Moon Forest. Since the new students' training would continue for a few more days, the teachers in charge temporarily settled the students in a hotel in town. Back in his room, Liu Yang casually locked the door. He laid out the spoils from his trip to the Orc Palace on the bed, a satisfied smile on his face. But these are all external things, and he doesn't care about them too much right now. Only by improving our strength can we survive. Finally, his gaze focused on the purple material that exuded a rich elemental aura, the Beast King's staff. The key to improving the quality of summoned beasts lies in this. Chapter 15. He took a deep breath, opened the god-level forging interface, and prepared to fuse and forge the Beast King's staff and the summon electrocution orc skill. However, just as he was about to confirm the operation, he caught a glimpse of the Beast King's crown on the table out of the corner of his eye. It had no attribute bonuses whatsoever. Symbolizing identity, containing secrets, Liu Yang's heart stirred. Could it be that this is also a special type of equipment material? With a try-it-out mentality, he also dragged the crown of the Beast King into the forging slot. Special material detected, Beast King's crown. The conditions for the hidden forging recipe have been met. Recipe unlocked, Orc Queen, pink. Required materials, Summon Electrocutioner, blue, X1, Beastmaster's staff, purple, X1, Beastmaster's crown, purple, X1. Start forging. Just as I suspected. A gleam of joy flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. His guess was right. This crown was indeed the key. Moreover, what was forged wasn't an orc king, but an orc queen. And a pink quality one at that. This is truly an unexpected delight. Without any hesitation, Liu Yang immediately chose yes. Buzz. The forging interface is shining brightly. Perhaps because a hidden recipe was unlocked and involved pink quality skills, the forging speed was significantly slower this time than before. The progress bar was slowly increasing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, but not very fast. Liu Yang waited patiently. A moment later, the dazzling light suddenly subsided, and 3 skill books radiating a dreamy pink glow floated silently in mid-air. Forging successful. Please select the skill effect you wish to use. A. Pink, Orc Queen. The summoned Orc Queen possesses powerful frost abilities, and her attacks inflict a slowing effect. B. Pink, Orc Queen. The summoned Orc Queen wields the power of thunder, enhancing her core skills and granting her mastery of Netherworld Annihilation Lightning Strike. C. Pink, Orc Queen. The summoned Orc Queen is proficient in Shadow Strike, and her attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze the target, lasting 1 second. Orc Queen, Liu Yang looked at the 3 options and quickly began to analyze them. Option A's deceleration effect is a control type effect, but its effectiveness is limited in the face of absolute output. Option C's paralysis effect has a very low probability of 5% and a short duration, making it largely ineffective against the high-frequency attacks of the electrocution orcs and the stacking damage of the electrocution group skill. Only option B. Netherworld Lightning Strike. Just from the name, you can tell it's a powerful offensive skill. Recalling the previous battle with the Orc King, although the electrocution orcs had the AoE clearing ability of electrocution group, their single target output was indeed somewhat lacking, especially when facing high health bosses. Therefore, option B offers the best value for money. I'll choose B. Liu Yang made his choice without further hesitation. The pink skill book transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. A brand new and more powerful summoning contract force took shape in his mind's sea. Liu Yang couldn't wait to reach out and activate the pink skill he had just acquired. Buzz. The silvery white summoning circle was much larger and more complex than when the electrified orcs were summoned before. From the center of the circle, pink light shot into the sky. As the light faded, a figure that made Liu Yang hold his breath appeared before him. She was a woman with an extremely hot and curvaceous figure. She has long, smooth golden hair and wears a golden crown on her head that is exactly the same as the purple equipment she wore before, but even more exquisite and gorgeous. On both sides of the crown are cute, fluffy, slightly trembling animal ears. Her appearance is stunning, yet she possesses a wild and alluring charm. Her boldly tailored leather armor, which accentuates her figure, perfectly showcases her allure. Is this the Orc Queen? Liu Yang quickly checked her attributes. Orc Queen Xia, King level summoned beast. Quality, pink, divine item level. Level, LV5. Health points, 11,000. Mana, 4,000. Physical attack, 110. Magic attack, 520. Physical defense, 30. Spell defense, 25. Attack speed, extremely fast. Skill. 1 Netherworld Lightning Strike, active Xia channels the power of lightning, locks onto a single target, and unleashes 10 super powerful lightning strikes in a very short time. Each lightning strike deals, magic attack *2, lightning damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2 Summon Orcs, active Xia blows her horn, randomly summoning an orc army to assist in battle. Possible summons, Orc Soldiers, LV5, X50 or Electrified Orcs, LV7 Elite, X3 or Orc King, LV10 King, X1. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. 3 Powerful Lightning Strike. Passive Xia's basic attacks are transformed into powerful lightning strikes, dealing splash lightning damage equal to Xia's magic attack *2 to the target and all enemies within a 3-meter radius. Furthermore, when Xia is attacked, she will automatically unleash a powerful lightning strike counterattack against the attacker. Each time a powerful lightning strike hits a unit, Xia will recover 3% of her maximum health. Hiss. Seeing the Orc Queen Xia's ridiculously powerful attributes and skills, even the usually composed Liu Yang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Over 10,000 HP. 4,000 MP. A whopping 500 points of magic attack. And that incredibly fast attack speed. The single target burst damage of Netherworld Lightning Strike can theoretically deal a terrifying 522-10 equals 10,400 points of damage in an instant. The Orc army is even more overpowered, as it can randomly summon king-level Orc Kings. It's practically like carrying an army with you at all times. The passive skill Powerful Lightning Strike combines AoE, counterattack, and sustain into one. Its basic attack is an area of effect, AoE, attack. It can automatically counterattack when hit. It also heals with each hit. Its survivability and sustained damage output are simply off the charts. Is this the true power of a pink tier artifact level summon? Just as Liu Yang was deeply shocked beyond words, the Orc Queen Xia, who had just been summoned, suddenly turned around and faced Liu Yang. The next second, she made a move that Liu Yang never expected. The Orc Queen, with her voluptuous figure and powerful aura, actually took a step back, knelt on one knee, lowered her head slightly, and spoke clearly in a tone that was both regal and infinitely respectful. Xia greets her mistress. It is a pleasure to serve you. Although Liu Yang was shocked by the Orc Queen kneeling before him and swearing allegiance, he remained calm on the surface. He looked at Xia with great interest, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. It must be said that the appearance of this new summoned beast was truly beyond his expectations. Chapter 16. Despite her title of Orc Queen, apart from her furry animal ears, there are no other orc-related features on her. He looks to be close to 1.8 meters tall, about the same height as Liu Yang. Her figure is curvaceous and alluring, incredibly hot, and the exquisite leather armor covering her key areas perfectly accentuates her breathtaking curves. Her long, golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, highlighting her stunningly beautiful yet slightly wild face, especially her bright, expressive eyes, which seemed to hold the stars and the sea, deep and captivating. You possess complete wisdom. Liu Yang looked at her eyes, which were not dull like those of ordinary summoned beasts but rather full of spirituality, and couldn't help but ask. She raised her head, a captivating smile playing on her lips, her tone a mix of mischief and self-assurance. Of course, Master. Otherwise, how could I better serve you? Her voice was clear and melodious, with a unique magnetism. However, what she said next made Liu Yang's heart jump again, just as he had calmed down. She remained kneeling on one knee, looking up at Liu Yang, a strange light gleaming in her deep eyes, her tone carrying a subtle, alluring quality. Master, Xia is always ready to warm your bed and serve you in bed. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang almost couldn't catch his breath, choked by the sudden barrage of words and coughing repeatedly. Serving in bed. Warming the bed. What is all this nonsense? He quickly waved his hand, trying to remain calm as he changed the subject. Well, why don't you familiarize yourself with the environment first? I have some things to take care of. To avoid further accidents, Liu Yang decisively decided to temporarily ignore the overly enthusiastic new summon and refocus his attention on the other loot in his backpack. Those 4 pieces of white-grade electrocution orc equipment. He first picked up the elemental robe, white. Let's try equipment forging first. Liu Yang opened the god-level forging interface. Forgeable equipment detected, elemental robe, white. Required materials, none. Forging success rate, 100%. Start forging. Yes. With a flash of light, the white robe in his hand was instantly enveloped in a soft blue halo. Forging successful. The elemental robe, white, has been upgraded to the elemental robe, blue. The attributes have been slightly improved, but the changes are minor. Liu Yang did not stop and continued to forge the robe, which had turned blue, for the second time. Forgeable equipment detected, elemental robe, blue. Required materials, none. Forging success rate, 100%. Start forging. Yes. Buzz. Purple, Netherworld Mage Robe, quality upgraded, attributes greatly enhanced, and an additional 15 points of dark attribute damage. B. Purple, Thunder Guardian Robe, quality upgraded, attributes greatly enhanced, and an additional 15 points of lightning damage added. C. Purple, Holy Light Robe, set quality upgraded, attributes greatly enhanced, spell attacks have a very low chance to trigger percentage-based damage based on the target's current health. Note, this is one of the pieces of the Holy Light set. The Netherworld, Holy Light, Lightning, 3 different directions of development. Option A increases dark attribute damage, which is fairly standard. Option B, which increases lightning damage, does align with the original attributes of the elemental orcs. However, Liu Yang's main damage dealer is now the Orc Queen Xia, whose powerful Lightning Strike and Annihilation Lightning Strike already deal lightning damage. Adding an extra 15 points wouldn't be particularly significant. Only option C. Not only is the set attribute marked, but more importantly, there's the special effect extremely low probability of triggering percentage damage based on the target's current health. Percentage-based damage. That's an extremely powerful attribute. Especially when facing a boss with extremely high health, once triggered, the damage will be absolutely explosive. I'll choose C. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. Purple light condensed, and a brand new robe radiating a soft, holy glow appeared in his hand. Holy Light Robe, purple set. Quality, purple. Level, LV1. Property. Health plus 400. Mana plus 400. Physical defense plus 7. Spell defense plus 6. Agility plus 4. Spirit plus 9. Set bonus, 1/4. 2 pieces all attributes plus 5, Spirit plus 5. 4 pieces all attributes plus 11, Spirit plus 11, 1% chance to trigger the special effect Holy Light when attacking. Holy Light, descends Holy Light, dealing holy damage equal to 30% of the target's current health. The effect is halved against units of king rank or higher, dealing a minimum of 100 damage. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes of this LV1 purple robe, Liu Yang gasped again. That's incredible. This is just a LV1 purple item, yet its base stats are already this terrifying. 400 points of health and mana, plus bonuses to agility and spirit. These stats are probably much better than a regular LV10 blue item. Not to mention the incredible set bonus. The 4-piece set not only increases all attributes and spirit by a full 11 points, but it can also trigger Holy Light. Although the 1% probability isn't high, once it triggers, it deals 30% of the enemy's current health. Liu Yang instantly realized that if he had possessed this set of equipment back in the Orc Palace, even triggering Holy Light just once would have allowed him to instantly reduce the Orc King's health by thousands. The battle would have been infinitely easier. It seems that the remaining 3 pieces must also be forged into a Holy Light set. Liu Yang's eyes burned with fervor, and he immediately began forging the remaining elemental pants, elemental hat, and elemental shoes. Perhaps due to the special nature of the God-level Forging Enhancement, the Holy Light set option will always appear every time you forge to purple quality. Before long, Liu Yang successfully collected 4 LV1 purple Holy Light set pieces. Liu Yang didn't hesitate to use the meager enhancement stones and enchanting materials in his backpack, and immediately began enhancing and enchanting the 4 pieces of Holy Light set. The process of strengthening and enchanting also requires time and materials, but Liu Yang is never stingy when it comes to ways that can directly improve combat power. After spending a full hour consuming all the low-level enhancement stones and enchanting materials in my backpack, the 4 pieces of the Holy Light set finally reached their current limit. He picked up the enhanced and enchanted Holy Light robe to check its final attributes. Holy Light robe plus 19, purple set. Quality, purple. Level, LV1. Enhancement level, plus 19. Enchantment level, plus 9. Property. Health plus 800. Mana plus 500. Physical defense plus 15. Spell defense plus 15. Agility plus 7. Spirit plus 11. Enchantment attribute, spell critical strike chance plus 3%. A single LV1 purple robe with maxed out enhancement and enchantment can increase your health by a whopping 800 points. That's almost equivalent to the health of a LV5 warrior with all attribute points allocated to vitality. And he has 3 more pieces of this equipment. Chapter 17. Liu Yang took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and equipped himself with all 4 pieces of the Holy Light set that shone with dazzling purple light. Instantly, an unprecedentedly powerful warm current surged through my entire body. He immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Level, LV3. Health points, 3,480. Mana points, 1,395. Physical attack, 55. Spell attack, 232. Physical defense, 88. Spell defense, 98. Attribute points. Strength, 43. Agility, 72. Stamina, 51. Spirit, 57. Skill : Summoned Beast Queen, pink, LV1. Meteor Shower, pink, LV1. Exploration Skill, white, LV1. Looking at the impressive stats on the attribute panel, Liu Yang's breathing became rapid. Over 3,000 health points. Nearly 14,000 mana points. A whopping 230 points of spell attack. And a 72 points of agility that's even higher than that of assassins of the same level. These stats are absolutely amazing. Let alone a 1-star professional, even an ordinary second-tier mage at the same level would never have such terrifying stats. Too powerful. Liu Yang murmured softly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. This is the huge advantage brought by god-level talent and top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, Sigh, who had been silently observing Liu Yang's actions, was now sitting lazily on the edge of the bed, her long, fair legs crossed. She watched as Liu Yang first fiddled with the equipment, and then, after putting it on, a look of indescribable excitement appeared on his face, and his body even trembled slightly. A hint of doubt flashed in Xia's deep eyes, as if she didn't quite understand why her master was so excited about these ordinary things. But then, for some reason, seeing Liu Yang's confident glow emanating from his surge of power, she felt a strange excitement rising within her, and a faint blush crept onto her beautiful cheeks. Master seems even more powerful now. She couldn't help but whisper something in a voice only she could hear. After a night of rest and rejuvenation, Liu Yang's mental state reached an unprecedented peak. As he pushed open the door of the Peace Town Inn, preparing to head to the Blood Moon Forest to continue his training, the bustling crowds and noisy discussions on the street immediately caught his attention. Have you heard? A special secret realm has appeared deep within the Blood Moon Forest. Really? Not a campsite. It's absolutely true. Quite a few teams have already headed there. It's supposedly called the Crimson Flame Forest. Special dungeons, those are much harder than wilderness camps, but the loot will definitely be better. Yet, there's no limit to the number of people who can enter this special dungeon. Whoever kills the monster gets the loot. The drop rate is also incredibly high. I heard that if you are lucky, you might even get pink-grade equipment. Wow! Pink gear! What are we waiting for? Let's team up and go! The discussions were filled with excitement, greed, and restless anticipation. Liu Yang paused slightly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. A special secret realm. Unlike the fixed wilderness camps like the orc palaces he had previously explored, special dungeons usually spawn randomly, are more difficult, and have more complex mechanics, but correspondingly, the rewards are also more generous. Most importantly, the rules for special dungeons differ from those of camps. All teams that meet the level requirements can enter, but ownership of the monsters within the dungeon depends entirely on the final blow. This means that as long as you are strong enough, you can steal the spoils that other teams have worked so hard to obtain. Unlimited player limits, extremely high drop rates, and top-tier equipment, these enticing conditions ensure that the appearance of each special secret realm will be accompanied by fierce competition, and even bloody conflict. Murder and robbery are commonplace here. Just then, Qin Yu also came out of the hotel. Seeing Liu Yang, he quickly greeted him, "Brother Liu, are you ready to leave? Teacher Su and the others are already waiting for us at the entrance of town." Liu Yang nodded, but his mind was still preoccupied with the Crimson Forest he had just heard. After upgrading his equipment last night, he also checked the God-level forging interface to find out the materials needed to further forge and upgrade Summoned Beast Queen and Meteor Fire technique. The next forging of the Summoned Beast Queen requires a rare material called Pure Elemental Essence. This item has an extremely low drop rate, only occurring when defeating elemental bosses level 15 or higher. At this stage, don't even think about it. However, the material required for reforging the Meteor Fire technique caught his eye: essence of the Crimson Flame Lord. The note clearly stated, it has a relatively high probability of dropping from the special secret realm boss Crimson Flame Lord deep in the Blood Moon Forest. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. He absolutely had to go to this special secret realm called Crimson Flame Forest. Qin Yu, Liu Yang turned to Qin Yu and said, "You go level up with Teacher Su and the others first. I have some other things to do, I'll come find you later." Hey? Brother Lu, aren't you coming with us? Qin Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Well, I need to get something. Lu Yang said succinctly without further explanation, then turned and headed towards the potion shop in town. He needs to make thorough preparations for the upcoming dungeon run. At the apothecary, Lu Yang spent most of the 12 silver coins he had just received, buying a full 100 bottles of the cheapest lower-level magic potion on the market. Afterwards, he found a secluded corner and used God-level Forging Enhancement again. Forgeable item detected, 100 lower-grade magic potions. Required materials, none. Forging success rate, 100%. Start forging. Yes. With a flash of light, the pile of murky, foul-smelling inferior potions underwent a dramatic transformation. They turned into brand new potions, pure in color and emitting a faint glow. Master level mana restoration potion. Quality, blue. Effect, instantly restores 100 mana, and for the next 10 seconds, restores an additional 50 mana per second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Wow! Lu Yang's eyes lit up. What was originally a trash potion that could only restore 2 MP each time has been transformed into a master-level potion that can instantly restore 100 plus MP per second and continuously restore 5 MP per second. Although there is still a 5-second cooldown, this recovery efficiency is enough to support his high-intensity skill release. With these 100 bottles of master-level MP potions, his battery life problem was perfectly solved. With everything ready, Lu Yang didn't delay any longer and immediately set off towards the entrance to the newly refreshed special secret realm deep within the Blood Moon Forest. Chapter 18. Deep within the Blood Moon Forest, a previously empty woodland suddenly revealed a spatial vortex radiating flames and constantly twisting and rotating. This is the entrance to the special secret realm, the Scorching Forest. At this moment, a group of people had already gathered in front of the dungeon entrance. It was Lu Yang's old acquaintance, Shen Menjiao, and her 3 teammates. The 4 men were dressed smartly and well equipped, clearly having arrived here as quickly as possible. Lu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not immediately step forward. Instead, he silently crept behind a thick, ancient tree, concealing his presence and observing quietly. He knew very well that people in special secret realms were unpredictable. The allure of high drop rates and top-tier equipment is enough to tempt anyone to take the risk. Prematurely revealing oneself before fully understanding the situation is never a wise move. Time passed slowly, and Lu Yang, like the most patient hunter, waited quietly. During this time, several small teams arrived one after another, but after seeing Shen Menjiao's obviously intimidating demeanor, they hesitated and did not enter immediately, seemingly observing the situation. About half an hour later, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. A new 4-person team appeared at the edge of the woodland. The leader was a young man with a delicate face and sharp eyes. He wore a tight-fitting black leather armor and had 2 daggers that emitted a faint glow at his waist. He moved silently and with light steps, clearly a high-level assassin. Behind him followed 3 women dressed in sorcerer robes. Judging from the luster of their equipment and the faint energy fluctuations emanating from it, they were clearly not ordinary. Cousin. Shen Menjiao's eyes lit up when she saw the person who came, and she quickly went to greet him. The effeminate man nodded, his gaze lingering on Shen Menjiao for a moment before sweeping over her 3 followers and finally settling on the 3 female sorcerers, a barely perceptible lewd glint in his eyes. Brother Shen Minghui, everyone's here. Shen Menjiao seemed somewhat disgusted by the effeminate man's gaze, but still forced herself to introduce him. These are the members of our team that I mentioned to you before. Then, she turned to her followers and the 3 female sorcerers, her tone imperious and condescending. Listen up. When we get into the dungeon, you 3 support characters need to heal Shen Minghui in the front line. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, the three female sorcerers' expressions turned slightly unpleasant, but seemingly intimidated by Shen Menjiao and Shen Minghui's identities, they dared not speak out and could only obediently agree. The effeminate man called Shen Minghui curled his lips into a playful smile, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the three female sorcerers, all of whom were quite attractive. He thought to himself, three top-tier sorcerers. After we clear the dungeon, I'll definitely have to enjoy them properly. Although Shen Menjiao was disgusted by Shen Minghui's undisguised filthy thoughts, she also knew that to conquer this difficult special secret realm, she had to rely on her cousin's powerful strength as a level 10 assassin, so she could only endure it for the time being. Alright, let's stop wasting time and get into the dungeon. Shen Minghui waved his hand and took the lead towards the crimson flame vortex. Shen Menjiao followed closely behind, and the 8-person team quickly disappeared at the dungeon entrance. The moment they entered the instance, Liu Yang, who had been lurking behind the tree, suddenly appeared like a ghost, making no sound and moving at an astonishing speed. Just before the dungeon entrance was about to close, I slipped in silently. Buzz. Space distorted, and Liu Yang's figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, he found himself in a forest engulfed in flames. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and burning, and the intense heat hit him in the face. Not far away, Shen Menjiao and Shen Minghui's 8-person team had already engaged in combat with the first wave of monsters in the dungeon. It was an orc whose body was covered in crimson flames and who wielded a crude stone axe. Its level was a staggering LV10. Fire Orc, Elite. Level, LV10. Health points, 2000. Skills, Crimson Flame Slash, Ice Throw. The squad's front line stood at the very front, drawing the Fire Orc's aggro. Shen Menjiao stood in the back row, waving her staff and continuously casting lightning strikes, causing sustained damage to the monsters. Liu Yang remained hidden in the shadows, carefully observing the battle of Shen Menjiao's team. It must be admitted that this young lady from a top-tier family is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Her profession is Thunder Master, and after leveling up to level 3, she has obviously learned new skills. As she waved her staff, streaks of purple lightning shot out, accurately striking the fire orc in the distance. Lightning Strike. 188. 205. 195. Unfortunately, its damage output was far inferior to its own. The three female sorcerers seemed a bit flustered, desperately healing themselves in the front row while dodging the stones thrown by the fire orcs and constantly chugging MP potions. The team's coordination looked professional, but it was only on the surface. The pressure on the front row was clearly immense, and the warlock's healing seemed somewhat inadequate. The one who truly determined the course of the battle was the assassin named Shen Minghui. His figure moved like a ghost along the edge of the battlefield, each strike precisely hitting the fire orc's vital points. Shadow Strike. -1100. Critical Hit. Mysterious Netherthorn. -920. Critical Hit. Crimson critical hit numbers kept floating up above the fire orc's head. A level 10 elite monster with 2000 HP couldn't even withstand 2 hits from his 2 daggers that shimmered with purple light. It was instantly killed. Tisk tisk, no wonder he's the young master of a top family in northern Jiangsu. Liu Yang, who was hiding behind a burning giant tree in the distance, couldn't help but marvel at Shen Minghui's terrifying output. That set of equipment, which was at least purple quality, combined with that extraordinary weapon, resulted in terrifying damage and critical hit rate. However, even though Shen Minghui displayed formidable strength, Liu Yang still showed no intention of making a move. Now is not the time. Liu Yang's eyes were calm, but he already had a plan in mind. In special dungeons, the most important thing is always the loot dropped by the final boss. These monsters, while offering decent experience and loot, are nothing compared to the boss. Besides, it doesn't matter where you kill monsters. Why expose yourself here? As long as you hide well enough, wait until they have fought their way to the boss and are almost exhausted before suddenly attacking. Those who are fighting hard in the dungeon probably never dreamed that behind them is an even more terrifying Ola who is eyeing them covetously. Chapter 19. The struggle lasted for a full 2 hours. The hastily assembled 8-person team led by Shen Menjiao and Shen Minghui actually managed to wipe out all the elite monsters on the outskirts of the scorching forest. Moreover, thanks to Shen Minghui's high burst damage and the 3 warlocks' decent healing, the team did not suffer any casualties. After the last fire orc howled and turned into experience points and a few copper coins, Shen Menjiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, and said, "All right, all the mobs are cleared. The boss room is just ahead. Everyone, rest here for a bit, restore your stats to full, and get ready to face the final boss." However, the moment she finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Shen Minghui's expression suddenly changed. His previous lazy yet arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by an undisguised coldness and greed. He exchanged a glance with the shield warrior and the other berserker he had brought with him, all 3 men's eyes gleamed with ill intent. Shen Minghui slowly turned around, looking at Shen Menjiao with a mocking gaze, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Resting? Hat, cousin Menjiao, I'm afraid that won't be necessary." Shen Menjiao's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition welled up inside her. "Shen Minghui, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Shen Minghui sneered, his tone full of mockery. "It means that our team will be taking over the next boss. As for the loot, if it drops mage equipment, I'll consider it and see how you perform before deciding whether to reward you." Shen Menjiao trembled with rage, her pretty face flushed red. "Shen Minghui! How dare you? I'm your cousin. Aren't you afraid of what Grandpa and the elders will think of you when we get back?" However, she clearly underestimated Shen Minghui's ambition and his current status in the Shen family. "Blame me!" Shen Minghui burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha! Menjiao, are you still dreaming? Don't forget what my level 5 awakened talent is." Shen Menjiao's face suddenly turned pale. Of course she remembered. When Shen Minghui awakened to level 5, it caused a stir in the family. His talent was an extremely rare and top-tier combat talent, Fatal Strike, Purple. The effect was simple and brutal, permanently increasing damage by 15%. It was precisely because of this extraordinary talent that Shen Minghui's status among the younger generation of the Shen family skyrocketed. Even though he's only level 10 now, he's already considered a core pillar of the family for the future and a key figure to be cultivated. In contrast, Shen Menjiao, who has not yet reached level 5 and whose talent is still unknown, is clearly not considered important enough by the family's higher UPS. Even if Shen Minghui goes too far today, as long as he can get the boss's top quality drops and improve his strength, the family will not only not blame him, but will even reward him. "You!" Shen Menjiao was so angry that her lips were trembling, but she couldn't say a word. She knew Shen Minghui's character all too well, ruthless, vicious, and vindictive. Now that she was in his hands, she knew she was doomed. "What? You're not convinced?" Shen Minghui approached Shen Menjiao step by step, his eyes as cold as a venomous snake. "It's no use being unconvinced. In this world, might makes right. Wait until you awaken a top-tier talent before you challenge me." Shen Menjiao bit her lip hard, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She knew that staying any longer would only bring her humiliation, and might even endanger her life. She took a deep look at Shen Minghui's repulsive face, a flash of deep hatred in her eyes. "Shen Minghui! You just wait. I, Shen Menjiao, will remember this humiliation. When I awaken to level 5, I will repay you 100-fold for everything I lost today." After uttering these harsh words, Shen Menjiao left without lingering. Once Shen Menjiao left, all that remained on the field were Shen Minghui and the 3 people he brought, as well as the 3 trembling, pale-faced female sorcerers. They're not fools. Even Shen Menjiao had no choice but to leave in humiliation. The fate of ordinary people like them, who have no connections, is predictable. He he he. Shen Minghui looked at the three female sorcerers who were like lambs to the slaughter, and a more lewd smile appeared on his face. He slowly walked towards the most beautiful female sorcerer and reached out to put his arm around her waist. No! Don't touch me! The sorceress retreated in terror, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Ha! Quite virtuous, isn't she? A cold glint flashed in Shen Minghui's eyes, his patience seemingly exhausted. The next second, the purple dagger in his hand transformed into a cold gleam. Pfft! 999. An astonishing critical hit damage number appeared. Before the female sorcerer could even scream, her health was instantly depleted, and she collapsed limply to the ground, dropping a blue sorcerer's staff. Ah! The other two sorceresses screamed in fright and turned to run away. But how fast was Shen Minghui? A ghostly figure flashed by. Pfft! Pfft! 2 more flashes of cold light. 2 more terrifying critical hits. In the blink of an eye, the 3 warlocks who were diligently healing others just a second ago turned into 3 cold corpses, their equipment scattered all over the ground. Faced with absolute self-interest, Shen Minghui's lustful desires were clearly no match for his ruthlessness. Humph, trash! Shen Minghui spat disdainfully, not even bothering to pick up the blue and green equipment on the ground. He was prepared. Suddenly, one of the warriors he brought with him emitted a holy light. Holy Knight! It turns out that he hadn't made a move all this time in order to conceal his profession. Holy Knights also possess healing abilities, though not as strong as dedicated warlocks, but they are just about enough to handle the upcoming boss battle. With his worries resolved, Shen Minghui turned his gaze to the burning giant tree in the distance, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Having watched the show from the shadows for over 2 hours, it's time to come out, you little mouse. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang, who was behind the tree, frowned slightly. We've been discovered? It seems that Shen Minghui's perception is even more acute than I imagined. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anymore. Liu Yang slowly emerged from behind the tree, calmly looking at Shen Minghui and the other 3. When Shen Minghui saw Liu Yang, he was first stunned, then his face showed an expression of extreme disdain and mockery. A level 3 summoner? Ha ha ha! That's hilarious! With your level of skill, you dare to follow us all the way? Trying to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind? You're just overestimating yourself. In his eyes, a low-level summoner who hadn't even reached the 2nd job advancement was nothing more than an ant. He could crush him with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 20. Kid, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Minghui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without another word, he raised the purple dagger in his hand and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shadow Strike! Mysterious Netherthorn! The 2 assassins unleashed their core burst skills almost simultaneously. With the damage bonus from the Fatal Strike talent and the attributes of his top-tier purple gear, Shen Minghui was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill the reckless summoner in front of him. 2 deadly flashes of light, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see, pierced fiercely toward Liu Yang's chest and throat. The other 3 people Shen Minghui brought also had expressions of anticipation, as if they could already see Liu Yang being instantly killed. However, just when everyone thought Liu Yang was doomed. Mutation and regeneration. Boom! A muffled, loud bang came from the sky without warning. Immediately afterwards, a small fireball burning with raging flames and trailing a long tail of flame, like divine punishment, tore through the air and crashed down hard towards Liu Yang's location. At the same time, Liu Yang, who should have been pierced by the dagger, suddenly swayed like water and disappeared from the spot. Shen Minghui's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. He tried to dodge, but the fireball was coming at an incredibly fast speed. It arrived almost instantly. Moreover, the location where Liu Yang disappeared was precisely the center of the crimson fireball. There was absolutely no time to react. Boom! The enormous fireball, carrying devastating force, slammed heavily into the ground. 3480. A terrifying damage number, enough to suffocate everyone at this stage, suddenly rose from the center of the fireball crater. The ground within a 3-meter radius was instantly blasted into a deep crater. The scorching shockwave, mixed with debris and sparks, spread outwards. Shen Minghui, who was hit first, didn't even have time to scream before he was torn to pieces by the raging fire energy. Not even a corpse was left behind. His 3 teammates, though standing a little further away, were also thrown away by the aftershocks of the explosion, and their health plummeted. Smoke and dust filled the air, and flames flickered. The open space in front of the boss room fell into a deathly silence. Shen Minghui's 3 surviving teammates stared in disbelief at what they were seeing, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What just happened? That level 3 summoner actually killed Shen Minghui, a level 10 top assassin. How is this possible? As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a figure stood unharmed at the edge of the fireball crater. It was Liu Yang. Not even a speck of dust touched the hem of his clothes, as if the devastating attack had nothing to do with him. He bent down and picked up 2 glowing items from the spot where Shen Minghui had been instantly killed. One of them was a dagger that shimmered with an eerie purple light, the very same greedy thorn that Shen Minghui had used before. The other item was a ring that emitted a faint blue glow. Shadow ring, blue. Quality, blue. Level, LV5. Attributes, Agility +3, Spirit +3. Special effect, Stealth, when activated, grants invisibility for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Not bad luck. Liu Yang weighed the ring in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. The 3-second invisibility effect, though short, is incredibly effective in crucial moments, whether for ambushing, escaping, or dodging skills. For him, it's a remarkably useful and top-tier piece of equipment. Liu Yang casually tossed the dagger and ring into his backpack, then looked up at the dim sky above the dungeon space. As if nothing had happened, he spoke slowly in a relaxed tone, with a hint of mockery. As the saying goes, a dark and windy night. A night of murder. A chilling killing intent permeated the air as if it were a tangible presence. The horrific scene of Shen Minghui being instantly vaporized was deeply imprinted in the eyes of his 3 surviving teammates, and fear engulfed them like a tidal wave. The most honest-looking level 10 warrior, wielding a massive shield, forced down his shock and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. He pleaded with Liu Yang, "Sir, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We were forced by Shen Minghui. We'll leave right away and won't bother you again." However, Liu Yang merely glanced at him indifferently, his eyes completely still. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. Rising tigers on Mount Gui? That's impossible. In this world where human life is as worthless as grass, he never believed in so-called misunderstandings, and he would never leave himself any potential trouble. Die. Liu Yang's voice was devoid of any emotion, like the coldest ice in the netherworld, instantly shattering the warrior's last shred of hope. The soldier's smile froze instantly, replaced by a look of ferocity and despair. He knew that this seemingly level 3 summoner had no intention of letting them go. Damn it! Let's fight him, the shield warrior roared, a mad glint in his eyes. He killed Shen Minghui, he must be exhausted. If we attack together, we still have a chance. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly activated his charge skill. The Holy Knight who had switched classes and the berserker wielding a battle axe beside him also erupted at the same time, like 3 mad beasts, pouncing on Liu Yang. They bet that Liu Yang, having just unleashed that devastating attack, must be at his last gasp. However, just as the three were about to rush in front of Liu Yang, Liu Yang's lips curled into a cold smile, and he gently raised his right hand. Buzz! A beautiful pink magic circle suddenly unfolded in front of him. Amidst the light, a tall, fiery figure emerged with elegant yet deadly steps. With golden hair, beautiful eyes, and an unparalleled beauty, she is none other than the Orc Queen Xia. As soon as she appeared, Xia didn't even make any extra movements. She simply raised her slender, fair hand and waved it lightly at the three people rushing towards her. In an instant, dazzling lightning surged out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the fan-shaped area in front. Powerful lightning strike. -900. -1200. -600. Three scarlet damage numbers floated up above the three people's heads like death warrants. What? The shield warrior at the forefront's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief as he watched his health bar plummet by nearly half in an instant. What kind of damage is this? A summoned beast's normal attack. Even worse was the Holy Knight, who was relatively fragile to begin with. This attack left him with almost no health, scaring him half to death. He hurriedly cast healing spells on himself. Only the berserker seemed to possess some kind of powerful damage reduction talent or skill, as he only received half the damage and his health was still relatively good, but he was also shocked by the terrifying attack power and his heart was pounding wildly. Chapter 21. A pink quality summoned beast. A look of horror flashed in the berserker's eyes, but the will to survive made him quickly calm down, and he roared, "Knight, heal! Let's kill the summoner first. He must be out of health. Shen Minghui just hit him for over 2,000. He reasoned that as long as the vulnerable summoner's main body was dealt with first, the powerful summon would naturally disappear. However, they misjudged two things. First, with the support of the Holy Light set in his own attributes, Liu Yang still had over 1,300 health points left after withstanding two sneak attacks from Shen Minghui. This far exceeded their expectations. Second, they seriously underestimated just how terrifying an enraged queen can be. Upon hearing the berserker refer to himself as a summoned beast and even threaten to kill his master first, Xia's beautiful face instantly turned frosty. A chilling murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't even bother with normal attacks anymore, and directly raised the exquisite staff in her hand, aiming it at the berserker who was still shouting. Netherworld Annihilation Lightning Strike. Sizzle 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 sizzle. A sickeningly loud crackling sound of electricity filled the air. 10 thick, purple lightning bolts, like wildly dancing venomous snakes, struck the berserker one after another at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. -600. -600. -600. Each lightning strike precisely dealt 600 points of damage. The berserker's pride and joy of over 3,000 health points was wiped out instantly, like paper, under the 10 violent lightning strikes. The expression on his face was forever frozen in astonishment and bewilderment. He never understood why his proud 5-star warrior class and damage reduction talent were so vulnerable in front of his opponent. She didn't even glance at the fallen berserker, as if she had done something insignificant, and gently raised her hand again. 2 more bolts of lightning struck, one on each of the other 2 soldiers. -1200. -1200. Thump. Thump. 2 muffled thuds followed, and the last 2 enemies followed in their comrades' footsteps, turning into 2 cold corpses. The whole process was clean and efficient, taking no more than 5 seconds. Liu Yang stood there, watching Xia's overwhelming performance, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. This damage is too brutal. A casual strike deals over 1,000 area of effect damage. The core skill can unleash a terrifying burst of power capable of instantly killing a 5-star warrior. This destructive power is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Just as Liu Yang was secretly amazed, the coldness on Xia's face, who had just been like a god of death descending upon the world, melted away instantly, replaced by a tearful and aggrieved look. She took small, quick steps to Liu Yang, extended two slender white fingers, and gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. Pouting her alluring red lips, she spoke in a tone that was both coquettish and pleading. "Master, can Xia not go back to that dark room in the future? It's so dark and cold in there, and it's not fun at all." Looking into her large, watery purple eyes that seemed ready to burst into tears at any moment, Liu Yang's heart softened. Considering Xia's current appearance, apart from her pointed animal ears, she is almost indistinguishable from a human girl. If you simply cover your ears with a hat or hood, you probably won't attract much attention walking down the street. "All right." Liu Yang nodded. "As long as you don't cause trouble, you don't have to go back for now." "Yay! Thank you, Master." Xia immediately stopped crying and started laughing, jumping up and down happily, her alluring figure rippling with breathtaking waves. Having dealt with the smaller foes, Liu Yang turned his gaze to the massive stone gate ahead, which was engulfed in raging flames. Beyond the stone gate lies the final boss of this special secret realm, the Lord of Crimson Flames. Lord of Crimson Flames, King. Level, LV10. Health, 55,000/55,000. Attack power, 650. Skill, Crimson Fireball, summons a fireball to bombard the target area, dealing fire magic damage equal to 200% of attack power. Just as Liu Yang was examining the boss's information, the stone door slowly opened, revealing an even hotter lava space inside, and the boss's true form sitting on the lava throne. A female demon engulfed in flames, wielding a massive fire staff. The Crimson Flame Lord had clearly witnessed everything that had just happened outside, her scarlet eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. "Ha ha ha! What ugly creatures! Killing each other for such pitiful gains! Humans, always so savage and greedy!" Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly raised the flaming staff in her hand. "Let me, the king, turn you vile insects to ashes!" Crimson Fireball. Boom! A massive, burning fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, instantly materialized above Liu Yang's head, roaring down with an aura of destruction. However, Liu Yang showed no fear in the face of this seemingly devastating attack. "It's too slow." With a swift movement and agility of 72 points, he effortlessly escaped the fireball's lock-on range like a ghost. Boom! The enormous fireball slammed into the ground, leaving a charred crater, but it didn't even touch the hem of Liu Yang's clothes. "My turn." A glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes as he raised his hand and aimed at the Crimson Flame Lord on the throne. Meteor Fire Technique. Boom! It was also a fireball, though much smaller than the boss's, but faster and more concentrated. It struck the Crimson Flame Lord precisely. 3,500. A huge damage number appeared. Ack! The Lord of Crimson Flames let out a painful scream, clearly not expecting that this seemingly weak human could unleash such a powerful attack. At the same time, Xia, who was standing to the side, also made her move again. Netherworld Annihilation Lightning Strike. Hiss! 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 Dense lightning strikes pounded the boss again, instantly taking away nearly 5,000 health points. Under the combined onslaught of Liu Yang's precise meteor fire technique and Xia's netherworld lightning strike, the Crimson Flame Lord's health of 50,000 began to drop rapidly at a visible rate. The Lord of Crimson Flames also continuously released Crimson Flame fireballs, but Liu Yang easily dodged them all. Just then, Xia's netherworld lightning strike cooldown was over. Now! A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Xia understood immediately and raised her staff high once more. "Accept your punishment, you vile demon!" Netherworld Annihilation Lightning Strike. Asterisk sizzle sizzle sizzle. Asterisk. The last 5,000 health points were instantly wiped out. No! With a shrill and unwilling scream, the Crimson Flame Lord's massive body exploded. It turned into countless sparks flying everywhere. Ding! System notification: congratulations to Liu Yang for successfully clearing the special dungeon Crimson Forest. Chapter 22. Splash! Large amounts of silver coins and equipment and items shimmering with various colors rained down from the sky, covering the entire boss room. Liu Yang stepped forward and quickly picked up the loot. Obtained: Crimson Flame Lord's Essence X1. Obtained: Crimson Flame Staff, Purple, X1. Received: 25 silver coins. Get : I've got the essence of the Crimson Flame Lord. Liu Yang was overjoyed. The key material for reforging the meteor fire technique was finally secured. Just then, an even more dazzling golden light enveloped Liu Yang. Ding! System notification: congratulations to Liu Yang for achieving the special achievement challenge across levels, killing a king who is 5 levels or more higher than your own level. Ding! System notification: congratulations to Liu Yang for achieving the special achievement Flawless Conquest, clearing the dungeon without taking any damage. Ding! System notification: overall rating SSS. You have obtained the unique title Crimson Punisher. Title: Crimson Flame Punisher, Unique. Quality: Purple. Effect: all attributes plus 11, fire damage plus 30%. All attributes plus 11. Fire damage plus 30%. Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the attributes of this purple title. The all attribute bonus is extremely valuable. And that 30% fire damage bonus is like adding wings to a tiger for him, who already possesses the pink quality meteor fire skill. This title is practically tailor-made for me. Liu Yang's face beamed with immense satisfaction. This dungeon run was far more rewarding than I expected. As Liu Yang led Xia out of the instance portal, a light drizzle was falling, adding a damp and chilly atmosphere to the Blood Moon Forest. He subconsciously tightened his clothes, while glancing around warily, a hint of vigilance in his heart. Shen Menjiao should have left by now, right? After all, Shen Minghui and the 3 professionals he brought all died in the dungeon. If this matter gets out and is found to be related to him, with his current strength of only level 3, he will absolutely not be able to withstand the wrath of a top-tier family like the Shen family of Subay. Better safe than sorry. Fortunately, the surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling of raindrops on the leaves. It seemed that Shen Menjiao and the others had indeed returned ahead of time. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, identified the direction, and quickly left the troubled area with Xia, returning to the inn in Peace Town. Back in his room, after locking the doors and windows, Liu Yang first took a long, hot shower to wash away his fatigue and the faint smell of blood. When he came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, he saw that Xia had been lying on her side on the soft bed at some point, propping her cheek up with one hand, looking at him with a smile, and even playfully beckoning him with her finger, her beautiful eyes sparkling with temptation. Looking at the vibrant scene before him, and recalling his experiences from encountering Shen Minghui to conquering the boss, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh that it had been a truly rich and tiring day. He walked to the bedside and fell asleep almost immediately, a heavy weariness washing over him like a tide, and he soon drifted into a deep sleep. In the darkness, Xia quietly snuggled up to him, taking his arm like a docile kitten, gently pressing her cheek against his shoulder, a satisfied smile on her lips, but in her captivating eyes, there seemed to be a barely perceptible hint of dissatisfaction. Is the owner being a little too disciplined with me? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Liu Yang woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy. After a night's rest, his energy and spirit have returned to their peak. Without delay, he immediately took out his biggest prize from last night from his backpack, the staff that shimmered with a purple aura. Crimson Flame Staff. Quality: Purple. Requirement level: LV5. Basic attributes. Attack power plus 20. Magic attack plus 100. Defense plus 15. Agility plus 10. Additional attribute 1, fire attribute skill damage is increased by 20%. Additional attribute 2, when casting fire attribute skills, there is a 30% chance that no mana will be consumed. Hiss. Even though Liu Yang was prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the attributes of this level 5 purple weapon. These attributes are absolutely insane. With a base magic attack of 100, it's absolutely top tier among level 5 weapons at this stage. Compared to the beginner's wooden staff in his hand, it's worlds apart. What's even more terrifying are those two additional attributes. It increases fire damage by 20%, and when combined with his pink quality meteor shower, its power will reach an extremely terrifying level. The second attribute, a 30% chance to cast fire attribute skills without consuming mana, is even more valuable than directly increasing magic attack for the extremely mana-intensive meteor spell. This means his battery life will be greatly improved. Great stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff. Liu Yang's eyes gleamed, and he decided without hesitation, I must upgrade it immediately. I'll try to reach level 5 today so I can equip it. With the thought, God level enhancement activated. With a flash of light, the Crimson Flame Staff began its transformation. Crimson Flame Staff +1, +2, +3. After consuming some of the materials dropped in the dungeon and a small amount of gold, the enhancement and simple enchanting were successfully completed. A brand new Crimson Flame Staff +20, maximum level, appeared in Liu Yang's hand, its shaft radiating an even more powerful magical aura. Quality, purple. Requirement level, LV5. Basic attributes. Attack power plus 35. Magic attack plus 280. Defense plus 30. Agility plus 20. Additional attribute 1, increases fire damage by 25%. Additional attribute 2, when casting fire attribute skills, there is a 50% chance that no mana will be consumed. Enchantment attribute, casting speed plus 5%. After the enhancement enchantment, magic attack skyrocketed to an astonishing 280 points. All basic attributes were also significantly improved, with fire damage bonus reaching 25%. An additional 5% casting speed was also added. Perfect. Liu Yang put it into his backpack with satisfaction. Once he reached level 5, he could upgrade his weapon. Then, his gaze fell on another acquisition, the dark ring that had dropped from Shen Minghui. The Shadow Ring. Quality, blue. Requirement level, LV5. Basic attribute, defense +1. Active skill, invisibility, upon activation, enters invisibility for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. While the ring's base stats are average, its invisibility skill is extremely valuable. For mages who lack means of self-defense, this is simply a godsend for ambushes and escapes. A mere 3 seconds of invisibility at a crucial moment can be enough to change the course of a battle. Bound it first, then try forging. After binding it, Liu Yang used God-level forging again. Forgeable item detected, Shadow Ring. Required materials, none. Forging success rate, 100%. Start forging. Yes. Chapter 23. With a flash of light, the ring, which had been emitting a blue halo, instantly burst into a dazzling purple light. The Shadow Ring. Quality, purple. Requirement level, LV5. Basic attribute, all attributes +1. Active skill, invisibility, upon activation, enters invisibility for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Holy crap! Liu Yang's eyes widened when he saw the attributes after forging. The duration of the invisibility skill has been increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. And the cooldown time has been drastically reduced from 60 seconds to 10 seconds. 5-second invisibility, 10-second cooldown. As long as you are not detected or controlled within 5 seconds after invisibility ends, you can re-enter invisibility. If this were forged again and upgraded to pink quality. Liu Yang's heart pounded, wouldn't it really be possible to achieve infinite invisibility with no cooldown? He quickly tried to forge it again. Forgeable item detected, Shadow Ring, Forging +1. Required material, Kyanite X1. Insufficient materials, unable to forge. Blue crystal. Liu Yang frowned. This is an extremely rare and special material. According to his memory, blue crystal only has a very low drop rate when killing powerful water attribute bosses, and the drop rate from ordinary monsters is even more outrageously low. It seems that achieving infinite invisibility is not possible for the time being. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly, temporarily giving up the idea of continuing to forge the ring. However, being able to upgrade this ring to purple quality is already a pleasant surprise. After putting on the dark ring, Liu Yang stood up and stretched. Sigh, let's go grind monsters and level up. Yes, master. Xia nodded obediently, immediately jumped off the bed, and like a little girl, naturally took Liu Yang's arm and affectionately rested her head on his shoulder. The two left the hotel room together and headed towards the Blood Moon Forest. The depths of the Blood Moon Forest remain one of the best leveling areas for players from levels 1 to 10. Monsters are more densely packed here, and their respawn rate is faster. Let's split up and farm, it'll be more efficient, Liu Yang said to Xia. The experience points and loot from monsters killed by summoned beasts go directly to the summoner, so farming separately is equivalent to doubling the efficiency. Yes, master. Xia nodded obediently. The two immediately plunged into the sheepfold like tigers, efficiently clearing out the monsters. With their current strength, they could basically one-shot ordinary orcs, wolves, and other monsters, most of which were below level 5. Xia didn't even need to use any skills, a simple swing of her staff unleashing the basic attack powerful lightning strike was enough to easily wipe out a group of monsters' health bars. Liu Yang, though slightly lower in level, was equally efficient thanks to the terrifying power of his meteor fire spell. Just 1 hour later. Buzz. A golden light of upgrade shone on Liu Yang. Level up. Current level, LV4. Finally level 4. Liu Yang felt the stronger power surging within him and opened the attribute panel without hesitation. He allocated the 24 free attribute points he gained from the level up to 4 points of agility and 20 points of magic. With the overwhelming equipment attributes brought by the god level Forging Enhancement, and his base attributes far exceeding those of his peers, his survivability is not a concern at all. That amount of health is even more than many level 10 shield warriors who specialize in defense. Therefore, he can fully invest his attribute points into agility and magic to maximize his output and flexibility. Having just allocated his attribute points, Liu Yang was preparing to continue searching for the next wave of monsters when suddenly, call out! An icicle, carrying a biting cold wind, shot out from the side without warning and struck Liu Yang's shoulder precisely. -30. A damage number that wasn't too high appeared, but the bone-chilling coldness instantly alerted Liu Yang. He turned his head sharply and realized that he had unknowingly walked into an area covered by snow and frost. The surrounding trees were covered with icicles, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the ground. The air temperature plummeted. Is this the extreme cold Blood Moon Forest? Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. This area is a rather unique place in the Blood Moon Forest. It only appears under specific conditions, and all the monsters that spawn inside are ice type. Ice attribute, a branch of water attribute. Liu Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kyanite. I was just worried about not having enough blue crystals to forge the dark ring, and the appearance of this area was like a godsend. The monsters in the Frostfire Blood Moon Forest have a wide level range, from the lowest level 3 frost orcs to the highest level 10 frost trolls. Furthermore, there is an extremely low chance that you will encounter a wild boss that spawns Lord of the Frost, LV10 King. As Liu Yang thought to himself, his gaze locked onto the monster that had just ambushed him. A frost orc, LV3 Elite, with an ice blue body and holding an ice spike. Without any hesitation, Liu Yang raised his hand and unleashed a meteor fire technique. Boom! A blazing fireball descended from the sky and struck the frost orc precisely. The flames sizzled as they collided with the frost. 1850. The elite monster's much thicker health bar compared to the regular monster was instantly emptied. Instant kill. Xia, come here. Liu Yang called out through the mental link. Soon, Xia appeared beside him. Master, it's so cold here. Feeling the chill around her, Xia subconsciously moved closer to Liu Yang. We'll farm monsters here. Liu Yang pointed to the frost-covered environment around them. You take care of clearing out the mobs, and I'll look for elite monsters or bosses. Based on the experience of predecessors, the appearance of the extreme cold blood moon forest often means that the boss, the Lord of Extreme Cold, has also arrived. This area is her territory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Blood Moon Forest, Shen Menjao was leading her temporary squad, her face as cold as ice, as she cleared out a group of orcs. The thought of being publicly humiliated by that BD Shen Minghui at the entrance of the Crimson Forest dungeon yesterday, and having to leave in a sorry state, made her so angry that she barely slept all night. Damn Shen Minghui! Once I awaken my talent, I'll make you pay. Shen Menjao gritted her teeth, her lightning staff blazing with light, unleashing a torrent of violent purple lightning that instantly blasted the poor orc in front of her into a charred corpse. Just then, a sudden chill spread without warning. Hey? What's going on? It suddenly got cold. The 4-star shield warrior in the squad rubbed his arms in confusion. Following the source of the chill, everyone looked and saw that a vast area deep in the dense forest not far away was being covered by frost at a visible speed. The once lush green trees have been transformed in the blink of an eye into a scene resembling ice sculptures. This is the extreme cold blood moon forest. Shen Menjao's pupils suddenly contracted, and her face instantly revealed a mixture of shock and ecstasy. Chapter 24. She recognized the scene. The appearance of the frozen blood moon forest can only mean one thing: the arrival of the wild boss, the Lord of the Frozen. His gaze quickly swept over his squad members, a well-equipped 4-star shield warrior, a skilled 4-star sorcerer, an agile 4-star assassin, and himself, a 5-star lightning wielder with explosive damage output. Perhaps, I'll have a chance to give it a try. Conquer the wilderness bosses. If successful, the reward will be incredibly generous. It might even make up for yesterday's losses in the Crimson Forest. Thinking of this, Shen Menjao's anger instantly vanished, replaced by her usual aloof and arrogant demeanor. Her gaze swept coldly over the 3 team members, and she spoke in an unquestionable, commanding tone. Everyone, follow me. We're entering the frigid Blood Moon Forest. Target, boss, Lord of Extreme Cold. Remember, all actions must be under my command. Anyone who dares to act on their own will bear the consequences. The 3 team members were stunned by her sudden change in attitude and powerful aura, and stood there for a moment without responding. Shen Menjao frowned, her pretty face hardening with anger. Her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, carrying a hint of impatience as she snapped. Didn't you hear me? Keep up. Deep within the frost-covered, dense forest, the view suddenly opens up. The scene on the open ground covered by a thick layer of ice is quite spectacular. In the center of the open space, a large group of orcs had gathered. Most of them were ordinary orcs, but there were also quite a few frost orcs with ice blue bodies and ice spikes in their hands. They huddled together, as if guarding some core area. Their numbers were so great that, roughly estimated, there were at least 100 of them. Tisk tisk, this is really a moving experience bar. Liu Yang looked at the huge beastman in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement instead of fear. With so many monsters gathered together, it's practically a free experience gift. The most efficient option is to clear out these small fry first, and then search for the boss, the Lord of Extreme Cold. Sia, get ready to move. Liu Yang called out. Before he finished speaking, he had already raised his right hand and aimed it at the most densely populated core area of the beastman. The title Crimson Punisher not only provides an increase in all attributes, but also a fire damage bonus of up to 30%. Meteor Fire Technique. Boom! A blazing fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, fell from the sky like divine punishment and slammed into the ranks of beastmen. Flames and ice collided violently once again, unleashing an astonishing energy surge. 1121. 1121. 1121. A series of damage numbers exceeding 1,000 spewed out from the orc's head like a fountain. With just one strike, the core area of the crimson fireball, as well as the orcs around it affected by the AoE, had their health bars emptied by a large margin instantly. Wow! Master's flames are so powerful. Even though Xia was used to Liu Yang's methods, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw the even more terrifying damage with the attribute bonus. It's your turn. Liu Yang smiled slightly. Xia understood, a hint of coldness flashing in her captivating eyes, and she lightly raised her jade hand. Powerful lightning strike. Sizzle. A dazzling fan-shaped bolt of lightning, like a scythe of death, swept out. The beastmen, howling and charging towards them with their hatred drawn by the meteor fire spell, fell in large numbers like wheat being harvested. 1131. 1131. 1131. Another sea of scarlet damage numbers. With just 2 moves by Liu Yang and Xia, the original hundreds of beastmen were quickly reduced to less than 50. Immediately afterwards, Xia swung her staff again, unleashing another powerful lightning strike. With its skill's wide coverage and terrifying damage, it once again reaped a large number of orcs. Humph! A bunch of ugly, inferior insects. Xia looked at the orcs struggling and dissipating in the lightning, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly, her tone full of disdain and disgust. Soon, the last dozen or so orcs with low health were easily dealt with. Liu Yang stepped forward and picked up the scattered copper coins and several pieces of equipment emitting a white glow. His experience points also increased slightly. Unfortunately, after checking, he found that none of the 20-odd frost orcs he had just killed had dropped any blue crystals. Sigh, I guess I still have to fight the boss. Liu Yang sighed helplessly. It seems that gathering enough materials to forge the ring again will require a lot of time and luck. However, just as he was feeling sentimental, thump, thump, thump. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps, like war drums, came from the other end of the open space. Each step seemed to trigger a small earthquake, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A gigantic pig-headed man, covered in thick white mane, carrying a huge battle axe that gleamed with a cold light, charged out with heavy steps and a roar. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with a ferocious aura. Boar Warrior, Elite. Level, LV7. Health points, 8000/8000. Attack power, 300. Skills, Savage Charge, Heavy Cleave. A level 7 elite monster? It has quite a lot of health. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. But this is just the beginning. Behind that boar warrior, countless more of the same monsters surged forth like a tidal wave. At a glance, there were at least 20. More than 20 level 7 elite monsters wielding giant axes and with a health bar of up to 8000. This sight is enough to make any ordinary human team back down. But that's not all. Behind the group of boar warriors, an even larger and more imposing figure slowly emerged. That was a giant pig-headed man, almost twice the size of an ordinary boar warrior. What it held in its hand was no longer a battle axe, but a much more rugged and heavy massive stone hammer. Its entire body exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Demonized Pig Beast, Advanced Elite. Level, LV7. Health points, 12,000/12,000. Attack power, 500. Skill, Ground Slam, slams the ground violently, dealing physical damage equal to 100% of the user's attack power and stunning all enemies within a 2-meter radius for 1 second. A high-level elite monster? And it even has area control skills. Liu Yang frowned slightly. More than 20 ordinary elites, plus 1 high-level elite with 12,000 HP, 500 attack power, and control skills. Even he felt a bit overwhelmed by this lineup. Although there are ways to deal with it, it would probably take a lot of time and effort. However, just as Liu Yang was preparing to let Xia take the lead while he looked for an opportunity to deal damage. Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning, like divine punishment, descended from the sky and struck the boar warrior at the front with precision, dealing considerable damage. Immediately afterwards, a familiar yet anxious voice drifted from afar. Liu Yang! You're really courting death. These pig-headed monsters are very powerful. One touch and you're dead. Chapter 25. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Shen Menjiao leading her 3 teammates as they rushed out of the woods to the side, waving in his direction. Liu Yang's heart stirred slightly. He took Xia and quickly arrived in front of Shen Menjiao and the others. Why are you still here? Shen Menjiao was furious when she saw Liu Yang looking so calm and collected in the face of so many boar warriors. These boar warriors have incredibly high attack power. They're also incredibly tough. And that big guy has a stun ability. You're a summoner, one hit from him and you might die. Come with me. Go around him. I know your target is definitely the Lord of Extreme Cold, we can cooperate. We'll split the spoils 30/70ths. How about it? Liu Yang frowned slightly. How come it's only 70%? The 3 teammates behind her, seeing their young lady showing such concern for this unfamiliar summoner, all revealed a strange and gossipy look in their eyes, secretly speculating about the relationship between the two. Shen Menjiao, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to the looks in her teammates' eyes, and was extremely annoyed by Liu Yang's whatever attitude. She kindly offered to remind him and even suggested forming a team, so why isn't this guy reacting at all? However, her well-intentioned suggestion instantly turned the beautiful eyes of Xia, who was standing next to Liu Yang, cold. This foolish woman, how dare she covet her master's spoils? An uncontrollable killing intent rose in Xia's heart. Her fair fingers curled slightly, and her body trembled with anger. She almost couldn't help but strike and tear this arrogant woman to pieces. Just as the roar of the boar warrior grew closer and closer, and it was about to charge right in front of everyone at the critical moment. Liu Yang, however, seemed not to see those ferocious monsters at all. He casually waved to Shen Menjiao, signaling her to calm down. Then, he turned his head, looked calmly at Xia beside him, and gave the order in a detached tone. Sia, those pigheads are making my ears hurt. One sentence was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. A fierce killing intent flashed in Xia's eyes. A terrifying aura was suddenly released. Yes, Master. She didn't even glance at Shen Menjiao. In a flash, she transformed into a pink afterimage and took the initiative to face the surging horde of pig-headed monsters. After understanding why Shen Menjiao had taken action, Liu Yang found her self-righteous suggestion laughable and disdainful. He slowly turned around, facing Shen Menjiao who looked bewildered and confused. A mocking smile curved his lips, and he spoke in a clear and slow tone. Miss Shen, if you're not feeling well, you should go to the hospital to get it checked out. Liu Yang's light yet sarcastic words were like an invisible slap across Shen Menjiao's face. You! Shen Menjiao was about to retort when she saw the mysterious woman next to Liu Yang move. Almost the instant Liu Yang finished speaking, Xia's figure darted forward like a ghost, directly facing the group of roaring boar warriors charging towards her. At the same time, Liu Yang raised his hand again. Meteor fire technique. Boom! Another blazing fireball descended from the sky, striking the boar warriors with pinpoint accuracy. However, this time the damage numbers made Liu Yang raise an eyebrow slightly. 981. 981. 981. Although it is still a terrifying area of effect damage, compared to the number that easily exceeded 1,000 when dealing with orcs before, this time it failed to break the 4-digit mark. The defensive capabilities of these pig-headed monsters are truly astonishing. Liu Yang thought to himself. Even though this mere 981 points of damage was no less than a violent earthquake in the eyes of Shen Menjiao and her teammates. How is this possible? The shield warrior behind Shen Menjiao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Nearly 1,000 area of effect damage in one hit. Is this really something a 1-star summoner can do? The warlock and the assassin were also horrified, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Liu Yang. Shen Menjiao trembled, feeling a burning sensation on her face as if she had been branded with a hot iron. She recalled her well-intentioned reminder and her presumptuous suggestion of a 30/70th split. Faced with such absolute power, her petty schemes and so-called cooperation are simply a huge joke. Shame on me! I'm so ashamed! However, what shocked her and everyone behind her even more was yet to come. Facing the roaring, charging 20-odd boar warriors, Xia simply raised her fair hand and waved it lightly in front of her. There was no chanting, no elaborate casting gestures, and not even a raised staff. But it was this seemingly casual ordinary attack. Asterisk sizzle sizzle. Asterisk. In an instant, a violent lightning strike appeared out of nowhere, exploding violently in front of her and instantly forming a small ocean of lightning with a radius of 3 meters. Countless fine purple electric snakes leaped and surged wildly, completely engulfing the 7 or 8 boar warriors charging at the forefront. 1121. 1121. 1121. Even more terrifying damage numbers were gushing out like a geyser. Holy crap! This time, even Shen Menjiao, a 4-star shield warrior who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but swear. This is a normal attack. Are you kidding me? The 5-star warlock's voice trembled. She just casually raises her hand, and the area of effect damage is higher than Liu Yang's skill? What kind of monster is this woman? The 4-star assassin felt his scalp tingle. Shen Menjiao stared blankly at the raging sea of lightning, watching the tough-skinned boar warriors bleed like paper, and a sense of shame 100 times stronger than before surged into her heart. But this time, amidst the shame, an indescribable hatred quietly arose. She remembered how Liu Yang had repeatedly shattered her pride at school. She remembered the humiliation Shen Minghui had inflicted on her at the entrance of the dungeon. Now, even any woman around Liu Yang can trample her self-esteem underfoot in such a contemptuous and crushing way. On what grounds? Why should she, the eldest daughter of the Shen family in northern Jiangsu, a 5-star Thunder Master, and the school's undisputed most talented prodigy, have to endure such humiliation time and time again? Her intense emotions surged like a runaway horse, raging wildly within her and nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. Roar! The boar warriors were completely enraged by Xia's attack. Ignoring the rapidly increasing damage on their bodies, they raised their heavy battle axes and slashed down at Xia's petite body. Chapter 26. Bang! 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 296. 296. 296. The heavy axe blade struck Xia, inflicting damage numbers that weren't insignificant. However, just as the third battle axe was about to fall, buzz! An indescribable aura of royalty, seemingly above all living beings, suddenly emanated from Xia. The lightning bolts that were already leaping around her suddenly became even more violent and dazzling. As if provoked by something, she launched a counterattack. Sizzle! Another widespread lightning strike erupted. 1121. 1121. 1121. The same damage numbers are appearing again. Even more bizarrely, as the counter-strike lightning erupted, a series of green healing numbers appeared above Xia's head. Plus 866. Plus 866. Each counterattack, if it hits the enemy, restores nearly 900 health points to her. The Boar Warrior's attack dealt her nearly 300 damage, but her counterattack healed her for 900 damage. And it was an area of effect attack. With this shift in momentum, the battle situation became a one-sided and overwhelming victory. In just a few seconds. Under the blank, numb, and even despairing gazes of Shen Menjiao and the others, those 20-odd elite Boar warriors were blasted to death by Xia's counterattack lightning strikes, as if they were being mowed down like grass. Xie, however, remained standing still the entire time, without even moving an inch. Her health bar remained at full capacity. The wind was gentle and the clouds were light, not a hair was hurt. This scene, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattered the string of pride in Shen Menjiao's heart. Thump! Unable to withstand the immense shock and stimulation any longer, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees on the cold ground. Impossible, this is impossible. She murmured absent-mindedly, her beautiful eyes filled with emptiness and confusion. I am a 5-star Thunder Master, I am the most talented person in the school. Why is it always like this? Shen Minghui bullies me. Liu Yang bullies me too. Now even the women around him. Tears, like pearls from a broken string, uncontrollably streamed down her face, ruining her carefully applied makeup and leaving 2 messy tear tracks. At this moment, where was even a trace of the arrogance and aloofness of the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Only helplessness, confusion, and deep humiliation remained. Just as Shen Menjiao was immersed in her despair and unable to extricate herself, Liu Yang and Xia had already turned their attention to the last one, which was also the most powerful, the demonized pig beast. Roar! The mutated boar seemed to sense the threat as well, letting out a deafening roar and raising the huge stone hammer in its hand. However, Liu Yang and Xia didn't give it a chance to unleash its skills. Sia, unleash annihilation lightning. Yes, Master. A flash of purple light appeared in Xia's eyes, and 10 thicker and more violent lightning bolts instantly condensed, like 10 lightning dragons ready to devour their prey, and slammed into the demonized pig beast. At the same time, Liu Yang sang again. Meteor fire technique. Boom! Thunder and fire raged. The mutated boar beast, which had a life value of 15,000, couldn't even put up a decent resistance. Its massive body was instantly reduced to dust amidst the interplay of lightning and flames. 12,000. An incredibly large number of damages stung Shen Menjiao's eyes. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. Seeing that even she had to be careful to deal with that high-level elite monster, it was so easily and instantly wiped out by the two of them, Shen Menjiao's already fragile mental state was completely crushed into despair. Her eyes were vacant, and she kept repeating desperate and empty murmurs, as if she had begun to doubt even her own existence. Liu Yang and Xia, however, seemed to have only done a trivial little thing. Xie glanced disdainfully at the items dropped by the pig-headed monster on the ground and didn't pick them up. Liu Yang stepped forward and put the blue glowing warhammer and some materials dropped by the demonized boar into his backpack. Then, without even glancing at the distraught Shen Menjiao kneeling on the ground, the two turned and walked deeper into the frosty blood moon forest, quickly disappearing from the awe-inspiring and complex gaze of Shen Menjiao's team. I don't know how much time passed. Shen Menjiao, who was kneeling on the ground, moved her body slightly. She slowly raised her head, and the pride and aloofness that belonged to the eldest daughter of the Shen family in her previously empty and vacant eyes seemed to be undergoing some indescribable transformation. She stared blankly in the direction where Liu Yang and Xia had disappeared, her gaze unfocused. For a long, long time. A seductive, even slightly obsessive smile slowly curved up the corners of her lips. That man is so strong. So powerful that it made her tremble and submit. Perhaps being bullied by such people is not so unacceptable? A feeling she had never experienced before quietly sprouted in her heart. At the same time, Liu Yang and Xia crossed the cleared area and continued deeper into the area. Soon, they arrived at an area shrouded in an even stronger aura of frost. The chill here has almost solidified into a tangible substance. Not far ahead, beneath a giant ice crystal tree, a figure caught Liu Yang's attention. It was the figure of an exceptionally tall woman, with long, ice blue hair cascading down like a waterfall, and exquisite features that looked as if sculpted from ice and snow, exuding an inhuman cold beauty. She wore a form-fitting soft armor that seemed to be made of solidified ice, outlining her breathtaking curves. But what was most eye-catching were her pair of snow-white, slender legs that made up almost two-thirds of her body. At this moment, a thin layer of frost, constantly radiating cold air, covered those perfect long legs. It is none other than the king of this region, the Lord of Extreme Cold. However, what surprised and puzzled Liu Yang was, this powerful level 10 world boss is now kneeling on one knee. She raised her head, gazing at Liu Yang with an extremely strange look, seemingly tinged with fear and pleading. She spoke slowly in a slightly awkward but clearly discernible human language. A powerful visitor from another world. I willingly submit to you. Can you spare my life? The sudden situation left Liu Yang stunned, his face full of question marks. What's going on? In Liu Yang's view, her seemingly sincere surrender at this moment was most likely, no, 100% fake. They probably want to take advantage of your moment of carelessness to launch a fatal attack. After all, given her background, she's no pushover. Lord of Extreme Cold, King. Level, LV10. Health points, 70,000/70,000. Attack power, 1000. Skill, Ice Spike, summons a sharp ice spike from under the enemy's feet to launch a surprise attack, dealing 100% of attack power as ice damage, and has a 30% chance to freeze the target for 1 second. With 60,000 HP, 1,200 attack power, and a control effect, it's an absolute nightmare for anyone at this stage. Chapter 27. Oh? Willing to submit? Liu Yang feigned interest upon hearing the Lord of Extreme Cold's words, as if he were genuinely considering it. This proposal, it sounds quite good. He said he would consider it, but his actions spoke volumes. Almost the instant he finished speaking, the crimson flame staff in his hand blazed with intense light. Meteor fire technique. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, a small, burning fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtled towards the Lord of Extreme Cold, who was still kneeling on one knee, like an arrow released from a bow. Pfft. 6213. An astonishing damage number floated up above the Lord of Extreme Cold's head. The terrifying heat instantly melted the frost around her and completely ignited her anger. You despicable human! The Lord of Extreme Cold suddenly raised his head, his icy blue eyes instantly filled with the anger of being deceived and a chilling killing intent. Her feigned submissiveness vanished, replaced by the ferocity and rage of a king-like boss. However, faced with her overwhelming anger, Liu Yang's expression carried a hint of pity. Yes, it's pity. As if watching a pathetic creature on the verge of destruction. This made the Lord of Extreme Cold even angrier, and at the same time, he felt inexplicably puzzled. Why does this human have the right to look at me like that? Did he think he could defeat me with that one blow? How naive! However, the next second, The anger and confusion on the face of the Lord of Extreme Cold froze instantly. Because she saw that the blue mana bar above Liu Yang's head was dropping rapidly at a visible speed, like a flood that had been released. At the same time, an aura of destruction far more terrifying and chilling than before erupted from Liu Yang. Passive skill triggered, Fireball. Effect: when your mana is below 50%, there is a very low chance to trigger this effect, automatically casting Meteor Shower continuously for the next 10 seconds, each cast consuming 3% of your current mana, until your mana is depleted or the duration ends. Buzz. The sky seemed to be set on fire at that moment. Centered on Liu Yang, countless fiery red lights suddenly lit up in the sky above his head. Each point of light represents a fireball about to fall. The scene was like the end of the world. This is, even Xie, who was standing behind Liu Yang, couldn't help but gasp when she saw this incredibly shocking scene. Those beautiful, charming eyes were instantly filled with unparalleled shock and deep admiration. My master was hiding such terrifying power. Before the Lord of Extreme Cold could even react to this devastating scene, the rain of fireballs, like a death legion receiving orders, began a carpet bombing of her location. Boom! 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 6213 6213 6213. Each fireball that landed precisely took away more than 5,000 of the Lord of Extreme Cold's health points. The first one. The second one. The third one. The Lord of Extreme Cold let out a terrified and desperate scream. She tried to stand up and run away, attempting to unleash her skills to fight back. But under such a dense and violent barrage of fireballs, all her struggles seemed so pale and powerless. The fifth one. The eighth one. The 10th one. When the 11th fireball, carrying an aura of destruction, slammed into her. This meticulous and cunning Frost King's health bar, which was as high as 60,000, was finally completely emptied. Slayed LV10 King of the Frost Lord. Gained 100,000 experience points. Level up. Current level, LV5. However, death is not the end. Although the Lord of Extreme Cold had turned into specks of light and dissipated, the terrifying rain of fireballs in the sky did not stop. The remaining 17 fireballs, like loyal soldiers, meticulously carried out the command of destruction, continuing to pour their fury towards the original location of the Lord of Extreme Cold. Liu Yang had no choice but to sit aside and watch the fireworks display. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening explosion lasted for a full 10 seconds. When the last fireball fell, the sky returned to calm. The area where the Lord of Extreme Cold was originally located has been completely transformed into a huge fireball crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters, a bottomless depth, and wisps of black smoke rising from its edges. The scene can only be described in 2 words: horrific. Liu Yang walked to the edge of the fireball crater, glanced inside, and then curled his lip in disdain. Tisk, not even a trace is left. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Then, he bent down and picked up a few items scattered around the edge of the fireball crater. Obtained, Violet Wand, Purple, *1. Received, 1 Kyanite. Obtained, Frost Core *1. Received, 20 silver coins. Get : The harvest this time was enormous. Not only did he obtain the blue crystal he had been longing for, solving the forging material problem for the Dark Ring, but he also gained a purple staff with pretty good stats. More importantly, the massive amount of experience points gained from killing a large number of boar warriors and the king boss allowed him to successfully level up to level 5. Open the attribute panel and allocate the 24 free attribute points gained from the upgrade to 4 points of agility and 20 points of magic. Feeling the powerful energy surging within him once again, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This trip to the frozen Blood Moon Forest yielded a large amount of silver coins, copper coins, a piece of purple equipment, several pieces of white equipment, and materials truly a bountiful harvest. He equipped the newly acquired violet wand, glanced at the beginner blue-grade staff in his hand that he hadn't used for long, curled his lip in disdain, and immediately chose to dismantle it. The violet wand is a deep purple with strands of electricity crackling around its shaft. A purple gem with a leaping lightning bolt is set at the top, making it look quite cool. Its attributes are also much stronger than the previous blue staff, with a significant increase in magical attack power and casting speed. After dealing with the staff, Liu Yang couldn't wait to take out the blue dark ring and the 3 blue crystals he had just obtained. Open the God-level forging interface and place the ring and blue crystal into the forging table together. Begin forging. Buzz. The forging table lit up, and the progress bar began to slowly jump. Perhaps because ring-type equipment is special, the forging speed this time was noticeably slower than forging ordinary equipment before. Liu Yang waited patiently. Finally, the moment the forging progress bar reached 100%. The familiar system notification sounded, and 3 options, glowing with pink light, appeared in front of him. Chapter 28. Please select the final forging form. A. Pink, Shadow Ring, all attributes +3, active skill, invisibility, effect, enter invisibility state for 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Quality upgrade effect, cooldown time reduced by 20%. B. Pink, Shadow Ring, all attributes +3, active skill, invisibility, effect, enter invisibility for 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Quality upgrade effect, invisibility duration increased by 20%. C. Pink, Shadow Ring, all attributes +3, active skill, stealth, effect, enter stealth mode, continuously consuming mana at 50 MP per second. Stealth is broken when mana is depleted or the skill is actively cancelled. Weakness, any attack performed while stealthed will immediately break the stealth effect. All 3 options are pink quality rings. Their base stat bonuses are the same. The difference lies in the effect of the invisibility skill. Liu Yang began to analyze it carefully. Option A reduces cooldown time. The original 60-second cooldown is reduced by 20%, becoming 48 seconds. Invisibility lasts for 30 seconds, meaning there is an 18-second downtime. Infinite invisibility is not possible. Option B increases the invisibility time. The original 30-second duration is increased by 50% to 45 seconds, which is a 15-second downtime. Option C removes the duration and cooldown restrictions. It now consumes MP continuously. It consumes 50 MP per second. Although it adds a weakening effect of attacks breaking stealth, but infinite invisibility. As long as you have enough MP, you can stay invisible indefinitely. This is an amazing skill for survival, ambushes, exploration, and more. Although the attack would break the stealth, that's exactly what Liu Yang wanted to save his life and catch people off guard. I'll choose C. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. Shining brightly. Forging successful. A delicate gold bracelet, radiating a soft pink glow, appeared in Liu Yang's hand. Dark ring, pink. Quality, LV5. Equipment type, bracelet. Equipment requirements, none. Basic attribute, all attributes +3. Active skill, invisibility, enters invisibility state upon activation, undetectable by units 10 levels or more below the user's level. Consumes 50 MP per second. Invisibility effect ends when MP is insufficient or the user actively cancels the skill. Note, performing any attack while invisibility will immediately break the invisibility state. Perfect. Liu Yang put the dark ring on his hand, and an unprecedented sense of security welled up in his heart. What surprised him even more was the batch of master-level MP recovery potions he forged previously restored 50 MP per second. Just right. Not too much, not too little. It perfectly offset the cost of the invisibility skill. This means that as long as he takes the blue potion, he can truly achieve infinite invisibility. Ha ha ha! This is awesome! Liu Yang was overjoyed. With this pink bracelet, his survivability and tactical flexibility will take a qualitative leap. Just as Liu Yang finished putting on his gear, was in high spirits, and was preparing to leave the devastated, frigid Blood Moon Forest. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blurry figure under a huge ice crystal tree not far away. Who? Liu Yang instantly became alert. Could it be that Shen Menjiao and the others followed us? No, given their speed, they couldn't possibly be this fast. Is it someone else? Or something else entirely? He immediately gripped the violet wand tightly, his magical power surging within him, ready to unleash meteor fire once more. With a sharp gaze locked onto the blurry figure, Liu Yang shouted in a deep voice. Who's there? Come out! If you don't come out now, don't blame me for blasting you to smithereens. A chilling warning echoed through the woods, carrying an undisguised murderous intent. Behind the big tree, the blurry figure trembled slightly, but eventually slowly walked out. When Liu Yang saw the person's face clearly, he couldn't help but frown. It was Shen Menjiao. At this moment, the dejected and on the verge of collapse that she had shown before was gone from her face, and she had also put away her usual haughty pride and aloofness. Her gaze turned somewhat strange. It was no longer disgust, nor the previous shame and indignation, but rather a kind of almost blatant scrutiny and an indescribable heat. She stared intently at Liu Yang, as if trying to see right through him. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and spoke in a tone that was both tentative and pleading, Liu Yang, can we team up? Explore the next area together. Team up? Liu Yang's brows furrowed even deeper. After everything that just happened, has this woman lost her mind? Or does she think her charm can make him forget the unpleasantness from before? He couldn't even be bothered to guess what Shen Menjiao was up to at that moment. Looking at her even once feels like a waste of time. Xia, let's go. Liu Yang ignored Shen Menjiao's request, called to Xia beside him, and turned to leave. As he passed by Shen Menjiao, he didn't even spare her a glance, coldly uttering just 2 words, you're sick. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xia disappeared quickly into the depths of the dense forest. Shen Menjiao was left alone, standing there with a sense of grievance and resentment. The beautiful eyes welled up with tears again. But this time, she didn't break down like before. Watching Liu Yang's departing figure, she bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. After a long while, as if she had made up her mind, her eyes became firm again. She wiped away the tears on her face and quickly left in another direction. After leaving the frigid Blood Moon Forest, Liu Yang did not immediately return to the safe zone. Reaching level 5 means one thing: talent awakening. In this world where everyone is awakening, rank is not the only standard for measuring strength. Talent is equally important. In some cases, a powerful talent can even change a person's destiny. Talent, in this context, refers to a special ability activated when a person reaches level 5 by using a talent awakening stone. Talents come in all shapes and sizes, and their effects vary greatly. There are those like Shen Minghui who awaken top-tier damage-boosting talents. There are also some top-tier 5-star shield warriors who awaken abnormal defensive talents that reduce the damage they receive. There are also some strange and unusual talents, but with equally amazing effects, such as support, control, and even life skills. It can be said that a good talent is enough to transform an ordinary person and make them soar to great heights. However, good talents, especially those top-tier talents with incredible effects, have an extremely low probability of appearing. Often, only those from powerful and influential families, who invest vast resources to nurture their most talented offspring, have a greater chance of awakening powerful talents. For ordinary people, being able to awaken a talent that is somewhat useful, or at least not completely useless, is already a cause for celebration. Chapter 29. Liu Yang arrived at the location he had agreed upon with Su Feng and successfully obtained the talent awakening stone that was emitting a faint glow. Liu Yang, good luck. I hope you awaken a great talent. Su Feng patted Liu Yang on the shoulder and sincerely wished him well. He knew that for ordinary people like Liu Yang, the awakening of their talent was almost the only chance to drastically change their fate. Thank you, Teacher Su. Liu Yang nodded, put away the talent stone, bid farewell to Su Feng, and left the Blood Moon Forest. He found a quiet, secluded corner and took out the talent awakening stone. The process of awakening talents is not complicated. First, use the talent stone. Then, the system will provide several talent options based on the person's profession and attributes. After a person chooses a direction, the system will issue a related talent task. After completing the task, the system will evaluate and award the corresponding talent based on the degree of completion. As for what kind of talent one will ultimately acquire, it depends on both ability and luck. Use it. Liu Yang crushed the talent stone in his hand without hesitation. Buzz. A dazzling light appeared before him, revealing 4 options radiating different glows. Please select your talent awakening direction. Spells, enhance spell-related abilities. Physics, enhance physical attack-related abilities. Speed, increases speed and evasion-related abilities. Constitution, enhances survival and defense-related abilities. Without a doubt, as a mage, Liu Yang's only goal is magic. I choose the path of magic. Talent direction determined, spells. Generating talent quests. Talent quest generated, Purge of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Mission type, timed kill. Mission location, Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Basic mission requirements, kill 100 common venomous insects, 20 horned venomous snakes, and 5 giant venomous scorpions. Task description, the final quality and effect of the talent obtained will be evaluated based on the final completion rate of the task. The higher the completion rate, the stronger the talent. Note, once a talent task is issued, it cannot be changed. Abandoning the task will permanently forfeit the opportunity to awaken the talent. Valley of 10,000 Poisons? Upon seeing the mission location, Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. He was quite familiar with that place. It was a large wilderness area located on the outskirts of Tianhai City, where the monsters were generally between level 5 and 15. Although there aren't any particularly powerful bosses, the environment there is extremely unfriendly to newcomers. The ubiquitous poisonous fog will significantly reduce movement speed and cause continuous damage, and most of the monsters inside are highly poisonous. Especially the snake-type monsters in the mission objectives. Common poisonous insects are fast, attack with venom, and come in swarms, making them very difficult to deal with. The horned viper is not only more venomous, but can also attack 3 targets at the same time. As for the giant poisonous scorpion, it is one of the overlords deep in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, with a level of 15 and formidable strength. Ordinary teams would not dare to provoke it. Achieving such a demanding number of kills is extremely difficult. Not to mention, the assessment of talent tasks is also linked to the completion rate. Simply fulfilling the basic requirements will likely only get you the worst white talent. To obtain a better talent, you must exceed the requirements. Interesting. Liu Yang's lips curled into a smile. The greater the difficulty, the greater the potential. Without any hesitation, he accepted the mission. Several passers-by happened to overhear Liu Yang accepting the talent quest, and when they learned that his quest target was the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, they all cast sympathetic glances at him. Tisk tisk, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons? This guy's luck is really bad. Yes, that place is really unfriendly to newcomers. There are so many venomous snakes, and they're so annoying. The giant scorpions are even more deadly. Judging from his appearance, he's probably a commoner, right? No background, no resources, it's unlikely he can complete a high-rated talent quest in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. That's how talent awakening is. If you're unlucky and draw a hellish difficulty mission, you're basically doomed. Unlike the eldest daughter of the Shen family, I heard the family has already prepared the most suitable and easiest talent mission route for her. Liu Yang paid no attention to the discussions among the crowd. Compared to a privileged woman like Shen Menjiao, he truly lacked any background or resources. But he has advantages that others cannot match. This little difficulty is no match for him. However, there is one more thing to take care of before heading to the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Liu Yang arrived at the underground black market in Tianhai City. The purple dagger Shadow Fang that dropped from Shen Minghui has decent stats, but it was obtained through dubious means. Selling it directly at the auction house might bring trouble to the Shen family. The black market is undoubtedly the best place to sell stolen goods. Although the price will be significantly lower, it is safer and faster. Just as he lifted the dirty curtain and was about to go in, a thin figure suddenly rushed out from inside, and the two almost bumped into each other. Watch out! Liu Yang reacted quickly, catching the other person's swaying body and preventing her from falling to the ground. Upon touching it, I felt that the other person's arm was so slender that it seemed as if it would break at the slightest touch. Looking up, I saw a girl who looked only 18 or 19 years old, with a pale face, short hair to her ears, and wearing faded old clothes. This young girl was Lu Zixin, the owner of this black market shop. The girl looked up, revealing a pair of clear yet slightly mischievous eyes. She grinned, showing a small canine tooth, and teased, "What good stuff have you come to show off today, sir?" Without saying a word, Liu Yang grabbed a purple dagger with top-tier attributes. After some haggling, it was finally sold for only 300,000 federal dollars. Afterwards, Liu Yang went to a legitimate business guild and packed up and disposed of all the unusable white and blue equipment he had obtained from killing monsters in the extreme cold Blood Moon Forest. All in all, it sold for over 10,000. Including the money from selling the dagger, the federal credits in his backpack suddenly reached nearly 400,000. Recalling the embarrassment of feeling heartbroken for half a day over a mere tens of thousands of yuan for a beginner's staff, and looking at his bulging wallet now, Liu Yang couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In just a few days, his financial situation has undergone a dramatic change. It truly is a case of the emancipated serfs singing songs of joy. With money, one feels more confident. On his way to the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, Liu Yang opened the God-level Forging and Enhancement interface. He put the heart of the Crimson Flame Lord, which he hadn't had time to deal with before, and the pink quality Meteor Fire skill book into the forging table. Pink quality items can be reforged. This was his first time trying it. Begin forging. Buzz. The forging table burst forth with a more dazzling light than ever before. The progress bar began to slowly jump. This forging process took significantly longer than the previous forging of the Dark Ring. Liu Yang hurried on his way while waiting expectantly. Finally, just as he was about to reach the edge of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Bite! A crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Forging complete. The soft pink light on the forging platform suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The pink gradually deepened, eventually transforming into a deep pink that leaned towards a fiery red. An indescribable, terrifying aura, seemingly capable of burning the entire world to ashes, emanated from the forging platform. As the light faded, a brand new skill book, its cover ablaze with deep pink flames, floated silently in the center of the forging table. Liu Yang quickly took it out and checked its properties. Chapter 30. Meteor Shower, Artifact Grade. Quality, Amazing. Level, LV1. Type, Active Skill/Magic. Learning Requirements, Mage Class, Intelligence 100. Skill effects. 1 summons a small fireball that falls from the sky, dealing fire damage, 300% of spell attack, to all enemies within a 3-meter radius. 2 spark. Targets hit by the fireball have a 30% chance to be stunned for 1 second. 3 burnout. Targets hit by the fireball will 100% be inflicted with the burning status, losing 50% of their spell attack's health per second for 5 seconds. 4 lone star. The fewer targets the fireball hits, the higher the damage, up to a maximum of 500%. Maximum damage increase is achieved when there is only one target. 5 divine might. Every 50 successful casts of meteor shower will enhance the next cast of meteor shower. The skill range is increased to 10 meters, and the maximum damage cap of the lone star effect is increased to 1000%. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 200 MP. Hiss. Even though Liu Yang was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the terrifying attributes of this divine artifact meteor fire technique. This is absolutely insane. The power of the divine artifact level meteor fire technique ignited a burning desire within Liu Yang. Especially the divine might effect, it was practically a ultimate weapon tailor-made for him. Although it requires 50 preemptive releases to trigger the enhancement effect, and normal attacks do not affect the power of the final blow, the room for skillful maneuvering is simply enormous. Hey, next time I encounter a tough boss, I can just find a safe place, cast 49 meteor flames on the air, build up the divine might effect, and then, hee. The more Liu Yang thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. It was simply a genius tactical concept. The thought of splattering the boss's face with the enhanced meteor spell, which has a damage cap of 1000% magic attack, made him feel a little smug, his mouth practically stretching to his ears. What mischievous idea is Master up to now? Xia seemed to sense Liu Yang's barely suppressed smugness, and her slender arm around his tightened even more, a faint smile in her beautiful eyes. To ensure the success of this talent mission, Liu Yang made thorough preparations before entering the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. He first went to the pharmacy and spent tens of thousands of federal credits to buy a full 500 bottles of inferior mana recovery potion and 500 bottles of inferior life recovery potion. Then, without hesitation, he threw them all into the god-level Forging and Enhancement furnace. A flash of light, and 500 bottles of master-level MP and HP recovery potions were freshly made. With ample supplies, Liu Yang led Xia into the muddy, dark swamp. System notification: you have entered the special area Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Your movement speed has been reduced by 10%. It seemed that the poisonous mist had affected his body, and his movements were indeed slightly hindered. However, with his agility attribute exceeding 100 points, this reduction is almost negligible for Liu Yang. His speed still far surpasses that of ordinary assassins of the same level. Hiss. Not long after they ventured into the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, several brightly colored venomous snakes suddenly sprang out of the grass, baring their fangs and spraying dark green venom at Xia. Pfft. 88. Poisoning, loses 30 health points per second for 1 minute. The venom splattered on Xia's fair skin, leaving green spots and displaying a small damage number and a poison status. You're asking for death. Xia's eyebrows shot up, and a hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. As the queen of the orcs, when had she ever been so disheveled? She didn't even bother using her skills, simply waving her hand casually. Sizzle. The violent lightning strike exploded instantly, blasting the attacking venomous snakes into charred remains. Sold out instantly. She used her magic to dispel the traces of poison on her body with some disgust. Being attacked by these low-level monsters clearly annoyed her. The next moment, this powerful lightning elemental spirit began to demonstrate her true monster-slaying efficiency. Her figure moved swiftly, leaving a trail of lightning in her wake. Without Liu Yang's command, her seemingly casual, ordinary attacks always precisely covered the largest possible area of venomous snakes. Under the terrifying AoE damage, those LV7 ordinary poisonous insects couldn't even withstand a single hit, turning into experience points and loot in droves. Liu Yang, on the other hand, was happy to have some free time and leisurely followed behind, constantly picking up the silver coins, copper coins, snake gallbladders, snake skins, and other materials dropped by the venomous snakes. During the monster hunting process, Liu Yang also made many attempts. To his delight, he discovered that master-level mana restoration potions were also effective on summoned beasts. Furthermore, Xia even has her own backpack space. Although the capacity is not large, with only 50 slots, it's enough for her needs. Liu Yang immediately traded half of the master-level potions in his backpack, a total of 200 bottles, to Xia so that she could replenish her status at any time. And so, the master and servant began their efficient monster hunting adventure in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Xia was in charge of clearing the area mindlessly at the front, while Liu Yang was in charge of easily picking up loot at the back. Their teamwork is excellent, and their efficiency is astounding. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Xia's almost bug-like monster-killing speed, Liu Yang's talent quest not only met the basic requirements but also far exceeded them. Current completion rate of the talent quest Purge of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, 410%. Killing ordinary poisonous insects, 4100/100. Slaying sharp-horned viper, 820/20. Giant scorpion killed, 21/5. The level of completion is so terrifying that it would leave anyone who knew the inside story speechless. At the same time, the massive amount of experience points also caused Liu Yang's level to soar all the way to LV8. This Valley of 10,000 Poisons is indeed a treasure trove for leveling up. Liu Yang was in high spirits as he watched the experience bar rise rapidly. The monsters here are numerous, respawn quickly, and offer a considerable amount of experience. He decided not to rush to submit the talent quest, but to continue to delve deeper and try to increase the quest completion rate and raise his level again. Suddenly, a murderous intent swept over them. Liu Yang abruptly pulled Xia back into the magic circle, instantly activating the ring's invisibility skill. Just then, several high-level professionals arrived and surrounded Liu Yang. The leader was a warrior wielding a long spear. "Brother Tiger, they were just here a moment ago, how come they suddenly disappeared?" Shen Hu frowned slightly. "Gone? It seems Shen Minghui's ring has probably fallen into this person's hands." Before he could finish speaking, "An anomaly. Something unexpected has happened." Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge white light that seemed to tear the entire sky apart suddenly exploded above the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Buzzing! After the white light, a semi-transparent light shield, visible to the naked eye and emitting eerie fluctuations, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloped the entire Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Chapter 31. Meanwhile, in the Shen family in northern Jiangsu, the atmosphere in the council hall remained oppressive. "Elder, we just received a message from Captain Shen Hu from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons," a clansman in charge of communications hurriedly reported. "Speak," the Grand Elder at the head of the table said in a deep voice. "Captain Shen Hu reports, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon has appeared in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, suspected to be the arrival of a super-level wild boss. The entire Valley of 10,000 Poisons has been completely sealed off by a powerful barrier. Those below level 20 inside are temporarily unable to leave, while those above level 20 outside are also unable to enter." "What? A super-level world boss? Barrier sealed off?" The Grand Elder suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "What are the specifics?" Captain Shen Hu also mentioned that he briefly sensed the target's aura within the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, suspected to be the murderer who killed young Master Shen Minghui. Although the target disappeared quickly, he suspects that the target may also be trapped within the barrier. This news moved all the elders present. A super-level world boss. This is a truly rare and incredible opportunity. Once a boss of this level is successfully defeated, the items it drops, especially top-tier equipment from the second job advancement stage, may be worth far more than a purple weapon and a shadow ring. After weighing the pros and cons, the Grand Elder made a decision immediately. Pass on my order. Have Shenhu temporarily halt the pursuit of that petty thief. Concentrate all forces and prioritize dealing with that super-level wild boss. We must take it down. An existence of this caliber is crucial to the future development of our Shen family. As for that thief who stole the equipment, since he's already trapped inside the barrier, he's a sitting duck. We can deal with him slowly after we take care of the boss. Yes. Valley of 10,000 Poisons, Muddy Forest. This is the deepest part of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, which was originally inhabited by a large number of elite monsters around level 10. However, due to the strange phenomenon that occurred that day, the level of the monsters here also skyrocketed. The elite poison swamp crocodile, which was originally level 10, has now become level 12. Those more powerful high-level elites, such as the highly venomous multi-headed serpent lurking deep in the mud, have been directly upgraded to level 15. The muddy forest has now become a true death trap for ordinary professional teams. A single misstep can lead to total annihilation. However, this danger was nothing to Shenhu's elite squad. The group consists of over 20 members, all of whom are at least level 15. Each member has a meticulously crafted set of top-tier blue armor, and their weapons are all of purple quality. Especially Shenhu himself, whose spear, named Crimson Dragon Fang, emitted a dazzling pink light, clearly a top-grade pink weapon with a +9 enhancement level. Its offensive capabilities were enough to make any opponent of the same level feel despair. They pushed their way through the muddy forest and soon arrived at a wide valley in the heart of the forest. In the center of the valley, a strange behemoth, its body radiating blinding white light, its size resembling a lion, yet possessing a pair of enormous wings of light, lay quietly in the air. Radiant Beast, King. Level, LV20. Health points, 200,000/200,000. Attack power, 1,800. Skill. Radiant Light, unleashes a blinding light, inflicting a 5-second blind effect on all enemies within a 20-meter radius. Flash Bombardment, summons several beams of light to bombard the target area, dealing 50% of attack power as light attribute AoE damage to all enemies within the area. Light Energy Protection, increases own damage reduction by 20%. Rage, triggered when health is below 30%, all attributes are increased by 30%. Hiss. A level 20 King. 200,000 HP, 1,800 attack power. Even Shenhu, who was very knowledgeable, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the attributes of this radiant beast. This attribute is too strong. Let alone an ordinary team, even a top-equipped 4-person elite team would likely be in grave danger facing a boss of this level. However, Shenhu glanced at the more than 20 elite subordinates standing guard behind him, as well as the professional support characters in the team, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. It's powerful, but we outnumber it. Let's take it down. Support. Apply buffs. All warriors. Prepare for the first charge. Watch out for the boss's radiant light skill, be ready to dodge at any time. At Shenhu's command, the warlocks and paladins in the team began chanting spells, and buffing auras fell upon the frontline warriors. Roar. Several heavily armored shield warriors roared and charged, launching the first attack on the sleeping radiant beast. The battle has officially begun. From a secluded high point in the distance of the valley, Liu Yang had a panoramic view of everything below. He never expected that he would be exposed. The other party was targeting him. When exactly was it exposed? After thinking for a moment, Liu Yang had no clue what to do, so he could only focus his attention on the punitive expedition in front of him. When he saw Shen Hu make his move, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Shen Hu's pink spear danced up and down, leaving behind dazzling crimson streaks of light. His fluid skill combo not only dealt tons of damage but also firmly controlled the newly awakened radiant beast, which was attempting to unleash its radiant light ability, keeping it firmly in place. Moreover, even without triggering a critical hit, the damage of his casual normal skill was over 1,400 points. This guy is indeed quite strong, Liu Yang thought to himself. He truly deserves to be an elite trained by a top-tier family. Humph, all flash and no substance, it's nowhere near as good as the master's. A slightly disdainful snort came from the side. In her opinion, Shen Hu's strength was nothing compared to her master's devastating rain of fireballs. Liu Yang smiled, not worried that Xia would be discovered. After entering the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, he specifically instructed Xia to conceal her aura and even used a little trick to disguise her appearance as an ordinary orc. As long as she doesn't actively reveal herself, given the perception abilities of Shen Hu and his group, it would be impossible for them to discover her true identity. No rush, let them fight first. Liu Yang crossed his arms leisurely. We'll continue to be the fishermen, and when they've almost depleted the boss's health, we'll give them a big gift. The team that Shen Hu brought is indeed an elite force. Their teamwork was absolutely perfect. Warriors hold aggro steadily in the front row, mages and archers unleash devastating damage from the back, assassins roam the flanks constantly causing trouble, and support classes provide timely healing and buffs. Most importantly, Shen Hu had extremely precise control over the rhythm of the battle. He used various control skills to interrupt the key skills of the Radiant Beast time and time again, minimizing the threat of the boss. With their tacit cooperation, the Radiant Beast's 300,000 HP was gradually and steadily reduced. 20 minutes later, the Radiant Beast's HP has dropped below 50,000. It only has less than 1/6 left. Chapter 32. Master. Can we make our move now? Seeing the boss was about to be low on health, Xia asked anxiously via telepathy. If they waited any longer, Shen Hu and his group would steal the boss. However, Liu Yang's gaze was fixed on the Radiant Beast. He keenly noticed that as the blood volume decreased, the special patterns on the surface of the Radiant Beast, which were originally just faint halos, began to fluctuate violently, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Something's not right. Alarm bells rang in Liu Yang's mind. Something's probably about to go wrong. He quietly tightened his grip on the violet wand, and the magic power within his body began to surge rapidly, ready to unleash the meteor spell he had prepared beforehand. Just as expected. In the very next second. Roar! The Radiant Beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, and the originally pure white light instantly became violent, and its size seemed to expand. It's gone berserk. Oh no! The boss has gone berserk. Control chain. Don't break it. Shen Hu's expression changed, and he instinctively chained his skills together. However, in its berserk state, the Radiant Beast's resistances are greatly increased. The first dizziness effect missed. Damn it! Shen Hu was startled, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The raging Radiant Beast was about to break free of its restraints. At this critical moment, the stun effect of the second skill has finally been triggered. Phew! Shen Hu breathed a sigh of relief, he had finally regained control. However, in that very instant when his mind relaxed, mutation, regeneration, an inconspicuous small fireball, exuding an aura of destruction, silently condensed in mid-air above the valley. Without any warning, as if locking onto a target, the fireball, trailing a faint fiery red tail, slammed down with lightning speed towards Shen Hu, who had just used his control skill and was still in the recovery phase of his skill. What? Shen Hu caught a glimpse of the rapidly falling shadow out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Someone's attacking. He tried to dodge in terror, but the fireball was too fast. And he had just used his movement skill, so he didn't have time to react. Boom! 4199. A bright red, shocking damage number suddenly exploded above Shen Hu's head. This level 20 warrior, equipped with top-tier gear and with nearly full health, didn't even manage to scream before his body stiffened abruptly and he collapsed to the ground. Sold out instantly. Even in his last moments before losing consciousness, Shen Hu's eyes remained filled with disbelief, bewilderment, and terror. He never understood it until his death. In the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, which has been sealed off by a barrier and can only accommodate beings of level 20 or higher. Where did this attack come from? What kind of attack is this? How could someone kill me in one strike? The sudden fireball, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly and precisely claimed Shen Hu's life. The terrifying damage of 4,199 not only killed the level 20 second job warrior on the spot, but the shockwave from the explosion also swept up the 3 assassins closest to him. These 3 assassins were already fragile and had little health, so how could they withstand such a terrifying aftershock? Before they could even scream, they followed in Shen Hu's footsteps and turned into 3 cold corpses. On the other side, the level 20 shield warrior who was responsible for directly confronting the radiant beast managed to withstand the edge damage of the fireball explosion thanks to his high defense and health, but he was left with less than 500 health points. He watched in horror as his captain and several teammates died instantly. He was about to take some drugs and retreat when the radiant beast, now deprived of Shen Hu's precise control, was already thoroughly enraged by the repeated attacks. Especially that fireball that just fell from the sky, although it wasn't released by it, its destructive aura still made it feel a great threat. Roar! The radiant beast suddenly raised its head, and an even more dazzling light erupted from its body. The support skill effect, which had been suppressed before, was now fully unleashed. Countless feathers, shimmering with holy light, rained down from the sky, covering the area where the shield warrior was. Light bombardment rain. Puff 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 puff. The damage numbers were jumping wildly. 288. 301. 295. The shield warrior, already low on health, couldn't even last a second before being completely engulfed by the violent rain of light, following in the footsteps of his teammates. This sudden and earth-shattering change instantly threw the previously well-coordinated Shen family team into complete disarray. The captain is dead. The main tank is down. Several key damage dealers are also gone. What's going on? Who's attacking us? Enemy attack. Enemies are here. Find them quickly. Warlock. Heal. Stay calm. Stay calm. The remaining dozen or so team members were in a panic, frantically healing themselves and their teammates while cautiously looking around, trying to find the attacker hiding in the shadows. However, they haven't had time to find the culprit yet. A stunningly beautiful figure, whose beauty eclipsed the heavens and earth, leaped down from the shadows high above, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. She was a woman with a face that could launch 1,000 ships, a figure so hot it could make any man's blood boil, long, flowing hair that fluttered in the wind, and a pair of fluffy animal ears that stood up playfully on her head, adding a touch of strange allure. It was Xia, now that she had shed her disguise. At this moment, her face no longer showed the previous docility and obedience, but instead a chilling killing intent. As soon as she landed, she didn't even look at the panicked enemies, but simply raised her hand slightly. Sizzle! Blinding lightning gathered in her palm, instantly transforming into a thick bolt of lightning that accurately struck the 3 support classes behind her who had just fully healed themselves. Powerful lightning strike. 4011. 4209. 4136. 3 huge purple damage numbers, like the pronouncement of death, suddenly exploded above the heads of the 3 support characters. Sold out in seconds. Sold out in seconds again. Without even a chance to react, it instantly turned into 3 streaks of white light. Hiss! This terrifying scene terrified the remaining members of the Shen family team. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? How can her attack power be so terrifying? However, Xia's performance has only just begun. She moved through the crowd like a ghost, each time she raised her hand, accompanied by a piercing electric shock and a dazzling flash of light. Powerful lightning magic poured out as if it were free. Those Shen family members who were originally considered elite have completely collapsed after losing their commander and core members, and then faced a surprise attack from Sigh, the goddess of death. In his panic, one of the knights was so focused on raising his shield to defend against Xia's unpredictable attacks that he completely forgot about the radiant beast behind him, which was also in a berserk state. Pfft! The radiant beast's sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light, tore his back apart. 1921. As someone who wasn't the main tank to begin with, how could he withstand the enraged attack of the berserk boss without any healing support? Immediately afterwards, the radiant beast unleashed another radiant bombardment, instantly killing him on the spot. Chapter 33. Once there's a first, there's a second, a third. Knights, assassins, boxers, archers. The Shen family elites who had been bullying others on the outskirts of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons were now like lambs to the slaughter, falling one after another under the mixed doubles of Xia and the radiant beast. In just a few breaths, the once formidable elite squad of 20 men was wiped out. In the end, only one shield warrior, level 18, remained, looking in despair at the corpses of his teammates and those 2 demon-like beings. It's over, it's all over. His eyes were filled with fear and resentment, but the next second, the radiant beast smashed his shield with a single claw and then bit off his throat. Thus, the elite squad sent by the Shen family to hunt down Liu Yang and attempt to seize the boss was completely wiped out. The battle ended, and the valley was filled with the strong smell of blood. Having lost all its targets of hatred, the radiant beast, panting heavily, slowly turned its crimson gaze toward the only enemy still standing in the arena, Sigh. However, just 1 second before it was about to launch its attack. Boom! Another fireball burning with deep pink flames fell from the sky. It hit it squarely on the head. 4560. Burning, loses 800 health points per second for 5 seconds. The high damage instantly reduced the already meager health of the radiant beast by a significant amount. It was Liu Yang. He remained hidden high up, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now, the time has come. Sigh. With Liu Yang's command, Xia understood immediately. Netherworld lightning strike. Sizzle sizzle. A lightning force more violent than ever before gathered wildly in Xia's palm. 10 thick lightning bolts shot out in succession, like 10 wildly dancing lightning dragons, and slammed into the radiant beast. 2214. 2160. 2897. A series of rapid damage numbers jumped around wildly. The radiant beast's health bar was dropping rapidly at a visible speed. Under the relentless bombardment of Liu Yang's meteor fire and Xia's netherworld lightning strike, even this level 20 super level wild boss simply couldn't withstand it. A few tens of seconds later, as Xia's final netherworld lightning strike struck, roar! The radiant beast let out a mournful cry of resentment, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! 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 The crisp, melodious sound of the falling object echoed throughout the entire valley. Gold coins, silver coins, equipment, skill books, they rained down, scattering everywhere. They gleamed with an alluring light. Liu Yang then slowly walked down from the high place, looking at the spoils scattered all over the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Experience points earned. A number of gold and silver coins. Most importantly, equipment and skill books. He bent down and picked them up one by one. A total of 7 or 8 pieces of equipment were dropped, most of which were enhanced purple equipment, and even the +9 pink spear dropped by Shen Hu. Liu Yang put all the equipment into his pocket, and finally his gaze fell on the white skill book. Summon Essence of Light, white, summons an Essence of Light to assist in battle for 30 seconds. Summoning skill book. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. Perfect timing, let's try God level Forging Enhancement. He placed the skill book into the forging table. A flash of light. Ding! Forging successful. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, summon light spirit, green. Ding! Forging successful. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, summon guardian of light, blue. 2 successes in a row. When the skill book is upgraded to purple quality during the third forging, 3 brand new options appeared before Liu Yang. Please select the final evolution path. A. Purple, summon light spirit, summons a light spirit, whose attacks have a 10% chance to inflict electrocution. B. Purple, summon guardian of light, summons a guardian of light, providing the master with an aura that grants an additional 10% attack power and 10% defense. C. Purple, summon light mage, summons a light mage with the special skill, radiant amplification. Looking at the 3 options, Liu Yang fell into a brief moment of thought. Electrocution? Our combined output and Xia's output are already explosive enough, we don't need this electrocution effect. An attack and defense aura? It's not bad, but the increase is only 10%, which is a bit underwhelming. The third option, on the contrary, is radiant amplification. Isn't that the powerful buff skill that Shining Beast just used? I'll choose C. Liu Yang made his choice without hesitation. What he needs most right now is a strong support. Ding! Skill book evolution direction confirmed, summon light mage, purple. Ding! Continuing forging requires a special material, bright crystal, very low drop rate from light attribute monsters. Continue. Light crystal. Liu Yang shook his head. It seems we can't continue forging for the time being. However, the purple one is sufficient. He went straight to learning this book, summoning the light sorcerer. Buzz! A golden magic circle slowly unfolded in front of Liu Yang. Amidst the dazzling light, a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a pure white sorcerer's robe and holding a small staff, walked out of the magic circle with her short legs, seemingly bewildered. She had short, radiant blonde hair, large eyes like pure sapphires, and a face so delicate and beautiful that she was incredibly adorable. However, her eyes seemed somewhat empty and dull, as if she did not possess the independent wisdom of Xia. Liu Yang checked her attributes. Light Sorcerer. Quality, Purple. Level, LV5, increases with the owner's level. Health points, 1500. Mana, 1000. Attack power, 50. Magic attack, 200. Defense, 100. Skill. Radiant Amplification, active skill, consumes 100 mana, applies the Radiant Amplification status to a single friendly target, increasing their strength, agility, intelligence, and stamina attributes by 30% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Healing spell, active skill, consumes 50 mana, restores 200% of magic attack, health to a designated friendly target. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Holy crap! Upon seeing the terrifying 30% all attribute bonus from Radiant Amplification, Liu Yang couldn't help but swear. This isn't just any ordinary support. This is practically a walking, god-tier buff machine. This one skill alone is enough to make this seemingly harmless little girl firmly sit on the throne of the strongest support. This harvest was so worthwhile. Liu Yang was overjoyed. Having wiped out the Shen family team and obtained a massive amount of equipment and powerful support summons, Liu Yang has made a fortune. For the next 2 days, he did not rush to leave the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. With the addition of the super buff Machine Light Sorcerer, Xia's monster-killing efficiency has once again been raised to an outrageous level. Chapter 34. The seemingly harmless little girl obediently followed behind Xia, occasionally raising her small staff, and a golden radiant amplification aura would fall on Xia. Instantly, Xia's attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed all increased by 30%. Xia, who was already like the embodiment of thunder, has now transformed into the true Queen of Thunder. Wherever it went, lightning crackled and lightning snakes danced wildly. Often, a single AoE skill can instantly clear out a large group of swamp monsters, some as high as level 9 or even 10. The efficiency is frighteningly high. Meanwhile, Liu Yang leisurely followed behind, picking up items, his experience bar rising rapidly like a rocket. After 2 days, his level increased again. Liu Yang. Level, LV10, 107/100000. Health points, 2850/2850. Mana points, 4500/4500. Strength, 105. Agility, 155. Physical fitness, 120. Intelligence, 280. Spirit, 180. Physical attack, 210. Spell attack, 1850. Physical defense, 350. Magic defense, 500. Skill : Class skills: Summon Xia, LV10, Summon Light Mage, LV5. Special skills: Meteor Shower, Artifact Grade, Divine Forging, SSS Grade. Equipment: Weapon, Violet Wand, Purple. Armor, Holy Light Helmet, Blue, Holy Light Breastplate, Blue, Holy Light Leggings, Blue, Holy Light Boots, Blue, Holy Light Gauntlets, Blue. Accessories: Arcane Necklace, Purple, Ring of Wisdom, Blue, Shadow Ring, Purple. Level 10. In just a few days, he soared from level 5 to level 10. If word got out about this upgrade speed, it would be enough to shake the entire city of Tianhai. What's even more terrifying is his attribute. With an intelligence of 280 points, combined with a purple +8 violet wand and other equipment bonuses, the spell attack power is approaching 2000. This is practically a human-shaped self-propelled artillery turret. It's full of violent aesthetics. Furthermore, his health and defense are also formidable. With nearly 3000 health, 350 physical defense, and 500 magic defense, plus the stealth ability provided by the Dark Ring, his survivability far surpasses that of squishy magic-based classes of the same level. Once we gather all the materials, we'll upgrade this holy light set to purple, or even pink quality, and its attributes will skyrocket. Liu Yang felt the surging power within him, his eyes filled with confidence. Now he truly has the capital to stand firm in this perilous world. At the same time, Tianhai No. 1 High School. After a week of outdoor training and leveling up, most students have successfully raised their level to around level 7. Under the guidance and escort of their respective homeroom teachers, they went to the designated location and completed the crucial talent awakening mission. Some are happy, some are sad. Students who awaken powerful or rare talents are naturally overjoyed, with a promising future ahead. Those students who only awaken ordinary or even terrible talents inevitably feel somewhat lost and confused. At this moment, the school's central playground is bustling with people. Principal Kong Dingshan stood on the high platform, announcing in a loud voice a momentous event concerning the future of all the students. Students! After careful discussion by the school's highest council, the 50 slots for this year's entry into the Ruined Realm have been preliminarily determined. A hidden realm. The moment those 2 words were uttered, the audience erupted in an uproar. The spots for the secret realm. Are they finally going to be announced? Only 50. Our school has over 5,000 senior high school students. Yet, the competition is fierce. It's 1 in 100. I don't know if I'll ever have a chance. The students were buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation. The secret realm is a place brimming with both opportunities and dangers. It is said that not only are there various rare materials and powerful monsters inside, but one might even obtain ancient legacies and powerful equipment. For students who have just embarked on their professional journey, entering the secret realm is undoubtedly a chance for them to leap over the dragon gate. Qin Yu was among the crowd. He has now awakened the tough skin talent, which can reduce physical damage taken by 15%. Although it is not top tier, it is definitely a rare and practical talent among ordinary students, making him a rising star. He saw Liu Yang not far away, quickly went over and whispered, "Yangzi, you're leveling up fast. You're already level 10. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Just lucky. By the way, I haven't turned in the talent awakening quest yet. I'll do it after the tournament ends." Qin Yu nodded, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He knew all too well how terrifying Liu Yang's monster-killing efficiency was. Just then, Principal Kong Dingshan cleared his throat and continued announcing. The last spot, after a unanimous decision by the council, is awarded to Liu Yang from Class 1 of Senior 3. Buzz. The moment the name was mentioned, the entire playground erupted in chaos. What? Liu Yang? That summoner? How did he manage to get the last spot? That's right. I heard he only awakened to 1 star before, right? There's no way he could have reached level 7 earlier than us, right? There's something fishy going on. There's definitely something fishy going on. Questions and complaints arose one after another. After all, in most students' minds, Liu Yang was still that mediocre bottom of the class. Although the summoner class is rare, it is generally considered to have low combat power and be difficult to level up in the early stages. Giving such a precious last spot to a useless summoner naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, some well-informed students, or those who had witnessed Liu Yang's strength in the wild, stood up to speak for him. What do you know? Boss, Liu Yang isn't your average summoner. His summoned beasts are incredibly powerful. He can solo elite monsters all by himself. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. He definitely has that ability. And I heard that Liu Yang got the first SSS level rating in the school's history. With that kind of talent, how could he be bad? Qin Yu, with an "I knew it" expression, patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. "I knew you'd be involved." He knew that for this spot, the homeroom teacher, Su Feng, argued vehemently at a high-level school meeting, practically BG on the table, to secure it for Liu Yang. Of course, the most crucial factor was Liu Yang's own hard work. His terrifying leveling speed and SSS level rating are the most powerful proof. Silence. Principal Kong Dingshan's authoritative voice silenced all the discussions. The final allocation of spots in the secret realm is determined by the school's highest council based on a comprehensive evaluation of students' potential, strength, and contributions to the school, among other factors. It is absolutely fair and impartial. Although Liu Yang awakened his professional skills relatively late, the potential and strength he has demonstrated have already been unanimously recognized by the council. If any students still have objections, they can file an appeal with the Academic Affairs Office after the meeting. Chapter 35. Finally, I hope that all students who have secured a spot in the secret realm will cherish this hard-won opportunity, strive to improve themselves in the secret realm, and bring glory to the school. The principal's authority ultimately quelled all the controversy. After the conference, Liu Yang walked straight to the Talent Awakening Hall on the top floor of the teaching building, under the watchful eyes of many. Class teacher Su Feng was already waiting at the door. "Liu Yang, you're here," Su Feng said with a relieved smile. Teacher Su. Liu Yang nodded. Sigh, I should have gone to the Valley of 10,000 Poisons with you, but I had too much to do at school and couldn't get away, Su Feng said apologetically. However, seeing that you finished the mission so quickly, I'm relieved. Go in now and awaken your talent. Thank you, teacher, Liu Yang said gratefully. Their actions naturally attracted the curious glances of many students who had just finished attending the conference. They all wanted to see what made this controversial summoner, who ultimately secured a spot in the secret realm, so special. The space inside the Talent Awakening Hall is not very large. Directly in front, 5 heavy metal doors stand side by side, each leading to one of 5 separate Talent Awakening rooms. This design is intended to protect students' privacy to the greatest extent possible. Talent is extremely important for a professional. A powerful and rare talent can change a person's destiny. But at the same time, it may also attract endless covetousness and murderous intent. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Historically, there have been instances of geniuses being killed because their talent information was leaked. It is said that a few years ago, another key high school in the base city of Subay had a student who awakened an extraordinary combat talent. However, the news somehow leaked out, and a few days later, he was found dead on his way home. Rumors suggest that the assassins were sent by either the Japanese, who see Daxia as a thorn in their side, or the Koreans, who have been making constant underhanded moves. Although there is no conclusive evidence, it is enough for all countries and powers to raise the level of confidentiality of talent information to the highest level. Liu Yang took a deep breath, pushed open the door to one of the awakening rooms, and went inside. Click! The heavy metal door closed automatically, completely isolating it from any outside prying eyes. The awakening room is simply furnished, with only an awakening platform emitting a soft white light in the center. Liu Yang took out the talent awakening stone that he had already obtained and gently placed it on the awakening platform. Buzz! The awakening platform shone brightly. A virtual screen instantly popped up in front of Liu Yang. Talent Awakening Quest detected, the purification of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Task requirements. 1 kill 100 common poisonous insects, basic requirement. 2 kill 20 horned venomous snakes, advanced requirement. 3 kill 5 giant venomous scorpions, core requirement. Task completion status. 1 kill common poisonous insects, 4100/100, completion rate, 4100%. 2 kill the sharp-horned viper, 820/20, completion, 4100%. 3 kill the giant poisonous scorpion, 21/5, completion, 420%. Additional kill statistics. Elite Venom Flying Serpent 155. Advanced Elite Swamp Python 38. King's Radiant Beast, LV20, 1. The final completion rate is being comprehensively evaluated based on the task completion status. Final mission completion rate, 3000%. Looking at the 3000% completion rate on the screen, even Liu Yang himself couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this level of completion a bit too outrageous? He knew he had gone on a killing spree in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, even casually killing a level 20 super-level boss, so his completion rate was definitely not low. But this number still exceeded his expectations. It's important to understand that for the average student, completing the Talent Awakening task 100% smoothly is already considered quite good. Those privileged individuals with family support and equipment and resources far exceeding those of ordinary people are enough to cause a sensation and be hailed as having unlimited potential if they can achieve a 300% completion rate for the mission within 5 days. As for over 500%, those are extremely rare, a legend worthy of being recorded in the school's history. And this 3000% of myself. Hey, if this gets out, it'll probably shock everyone, right? Liu Yang's lips curled into a playful smile, quite pleased with himself. This not only represents his formidable strength, but also means that the talent he will awaken next will be extraordinary. With anticipation, Liu Yang gently placed the talent awakening stone, which shimmered with a faint light, into the groove of the awakening platform. Buzz! The awakening platform lit up. However, the expected talent information did not appear immediately. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The room where I was awakened was completely silent. Just as Liu Yang frowned slightly, wondering if something had gone wrong. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly emanating from the ancient primordial era, suddenly erupted from the awakening platform. The sheer power and vastness of this aura far surpassed anything Liu Yang had ever encountered before. Even the level 20 King Radiant Beast seemed as insignificant as an ant before this aura. Click! Click! The special alloy awakening platform, which is incredibly hard and can withstand the full force of a high-level professional's attack, actually had fine cracks appearing on its surface. Immediately afterwards. Rumble! The entire talent awakening chamber, constructed with special insulating materials, began to shake violently. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the walls, ceiling, and floor, and rubble rained down. It seemed as if it might collapse completely at any moment. At the same time, the virtual screen in front of Liu Yang began to flicker wildly, the originally clear text became distorted and blurry, and even garbled characters and repeated stuttering appeared. Detected, %UN number at, extremely high energy reaction, talent awakening, buzz, evaluating. Warning! Warning! Energy overflow. Talent information, unable, incomplete, buzzing, display. Recalibrated, number UN %. Talent awakening successful. Obtained. Talent, talent, talent. A series of chaotic notification sounds and fragmented text lasted for several seconds. Only when the violent aura receded like a tide, and the crumbling awakening room and the cracked awakening platform stopped collapsing, was the final, complete talent information finally presented to Liu Yang with difficulty. Congratulations! Your talent has been successfully awakened. Gain talent, Absolute Critical Strike, 50% Permanent Magic Critical Strike Chance. Hidden talent acquired, God Level Amplification, Spell X2. Dual talents. And there's a hidden talent too. One directly doubles the base magic attributes. The other one grants a permanent 50% magic critical strike rate. This is more than defying the heavens. This is simply defying the heavens. Chapter 36. Outside the awakening hall. Boom! Snap! Snap! A sudden, violent tremor and a teeth-grinding cracking sound suddenly emanated from one of the awakening rooms. Holy crap! An earthquake? No. It's the awakening room. It looks like it's about to collapse. The staff member in charge of guarding the awakening hall was so frightened that his face turned pale and he almost turned around and tried to run away. Oh my god! What's going on? Is the equipment old and in disrepair, about to explode? He cried out inwardly. He couldn't bear the responsibility if a safety accident occurred. Just as he was terrified and hesitating whether to force his way in. Click! The cracked metal door was pushed open from the inside. Liu Yang walked out calmly, his body spotless, as if the earth-shattering commotion just now had nothing to do with him. Classmate, are you all right? The person in charge rushed over, looked Liu Yang up and down, and asked anxiously, what happened inside just now? Oh, it's nothing, I just successfully awakened my talent, Liu Yang said casually. It's good that it's a success. It's good that it's a success. Upon hearing this, the person in charge finally breathed a long sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to be a problem with the equipment, it's just that the awakening was a bit too loud. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly used the internal communication system to call the maintenance personnel. Hello? Engineering department? Talent Awakening Room 3 needs urgent repairs. Yes. Immediately. Right now. When Liu Yang walked out of the awakening hall, the students waiting outside all cast curious glances at him. However, due to the extremely special building materials of the awakening hall, which have perfect sound insulation and aura shielding effects, the people outside did not notice the almost world-destroying aura fluctuation at all. Liu Yang, how is it? Are you satisfied with your awakened talent? Su Feng immediately came up to him and asked with concern. It's all right. Liu Yang nodded. Not bad. Su Feng's eyes lit up, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but lean closer and lower his voice. Could you tell me what type it is? Attack? Defense? Or support? Liu Yang glanced at Su Feng's expectant eyes, thought for a moment, and decided to reveal just a little bit to avoid making his concerned homeroom teacher worry too much. It permanently increases magic critical strike chance by 50%. Oh, 50% chance of magic critical strike. Hey! Su Feng didn't react at first and nodded subconsciously, but then his expression froze instantly. His eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. How much did you say? Su Feng's voice changed, trembling with disbelief. 50%, Liu Yang repeated. 50%. Permanent. Su Feng was stunned, as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He gasped sharply and cautiously confirmed again, it's magic critical hit rate. Right. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Su Feng was completely petrified. Oh my god! A 50% chance of magical critical strike. Permanent. What does that mean? This means that magic-based professionals with this talent have a 50% chance of dealing critical damage with almost every attack. For elemental mages with powerful AoE skills, this is simply a god-tier skill among god-tier skills. A single area of effect spell can deal more than half of its damage as critical hits. The output is unimaginable. It's absolutely world-destroying. However, after the initial excitement, the ecstasy on Su Feng's face receded like the tide, replaced by a deep, indescribable regret and sadness. Yes, a 50% magic critical strike rate is a god-tier skill for elemental mages. But what is Liu Yang's profession? Summoner. What offensive magic skills can a summoner learn? Aside from the pitifully low-damage small fireball spell, which is barely worth mentioning, you can't learn any other powerful elemental magic. Despite possessing such an incredible critical strike talent, he lacks skills to unleash its full power. Isn't this a waste of a precious gem, a complete squandering of its potential? Sigh. Su Feng sighed heavily, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Looking at Liu Yang's young and calm face, he felt that fate was playing tricks on him and that heaven was jealous of his talent. What incredible talent! If it had been awakened in any elemental mage, it would have been enough to create a top-tier powerhouse in the future. But it just so happens that the awakening occurred in a summoner who has almost no magical output ability. If only you had awakened as an elemental mage, Su Feng murmured to himself, his tone filled with endless regret. He watched Liu Yang turn and leave, feeling a deep sense of unease, as if fate had played a cruel joke on him. However, Liu Yang was not affected by Su Feng's emotions. He could understand the teacher's regret. But in his own view, things were not like that at all. Who says summoners can't deal damage? This might be the case for ordinary summoners. But Liu Yang is no ordinary summoner. Putting everything else aside, the meteor fire technique alone, which has been upgraded to the divine artifact quality, is already incredibly powerful. If we can gather the necessary materials in the future and upgrade it to epic or even legendary level, its power would be unimaginable. What's more, he also has a hidden talent of Spell X2. He's only level 10 now, awakening talents don't add experience, and his base spell attack is already close to 2000. With the blessing of Spell X2, his actual magic output has reached a terrifying 4,000 points. Combined with the base damage multiplier of Meteor Shower, plus this 50% magic critical strike chance, he casually unleashed a fireball, dealing over 10,000 damage. That's a conservative estimate. This damage output is far superior to that of elemental mages of the same level. So, what does it matter if all you can do is make small fireballs? Liu Yang's lips curled up slightly. The significant boost brought about by the awakening of his talent gave Liu Yang even more confidence. However, it's not a good idea to just keep those top-tier pieces of equipment that dropped from Shenhu and the others in their backpacks. Especially that +9 pink weapon, although its attributes are incredible, it is, after all, something from the Shen family, and it is too flashy. After much deliberation, Liu Yang decided to go to one place, the underground black market in Tianhai City. It's a mixed bag of people, making it the perfect place to sell stolen goods and buy unusual items. Liu Yang easily made his way to the depths of the black market and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated-looking shops. He was looking for one of the most inconspicuous little shops, one that didn't even have a sign. Chapter 37. Liu Yang walked straight to the wooden table in the shop and placed the tightly wrapped spear on the table with a clatter. The crisp sound caught the attention of Lu Zixin, the shop owner. The girl looked up, revealing a pair of clear yet slightly mischievous eyes. After recognizing Liu Yang, she grinned, revealing a small canine tooth, and teased, "Oh, isn't this our big customer? What good stuff have you come to buy today?" Without responding, Liu Yang slowly opened the package. The moment Lu Zixin saw the spear, the teasing expression on her face vanished, and her pupils contracted sharply. She rushed to the table, carefully picked up the spear, and her eyes became incredibly focused and fervent, as if admiring a priceless treasure. Hiss! A pink weapon! And it's enhanced to +9. The luster, the runes, and the additional attribute is 20% stun. Lu Zixin's breathing became rapid. She suddenly raised her head and looked sharply at Liu Yang. "You got this thing from the Shen family in Subay, right?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's heart tightened immediately. Really? Besides selling the stolen goods, he had another purpose in coming here, to test the waters. After Shen Minghui used that weapon here last time, the news quickly reached the Shen family's ears. They have always suspected that this seemingly harmless girl leaked the information. Now it seems that my suspicions were very likely true. In an instant, killing intent surged in Liu Yang's heart. Since the secret may have been exposed, the only option is to kill them to silence them and eliminate any future trouble. Buzz! The violet wand in his hand, the gem at the tip of the wand was already emitting a faint pink light, a sign that the meteor fire spell was about to be activated. However, Lu Zixin seemed completely oblivious to Liu Yang's undisguised murderous intent, or rather, she didn't take it to heart at all. She even had the leisure to twirl the spear in her hand before lazily glancing at Liu Yang. "I say, handsome Liu, put away your little schemes. We have 7th level professionals in our store, your skills are no match for them." 7th rank. Liu Yang was shocked. His movements froze. A 7th tier professional? Are you kidding me? This seemingly run-down shop actually houses a 7th tier expert. Although he was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, he forcibly suppressed the urge to attack, extinguished the light from his staff, and his expression became extremely serious. "Was it you who released the news about Shen Minghui last time?" "Tch." Lu Zixin curled her lip, hugged the spear to her chest, and stroked it affectionately. "For us in business, the most important thing is reputation. Protecting our customers' privacy is the most basic professional ethics. If the news leaked out, you should look for the reason in yourself. Did you give yourself away somewhere?" She paused, then added, "Besides, if I really wanted to trick you, you wouldn't have been able to escape last time. Why would I remind you?" Liu Yang frowned slightly, recalling that during the last transaction, Lu Zixin seemed to have subtly reminded him that the Shen family's belongings were not easy to sell and could easily cause trouble. Or perhaps I'm just overthinking things. I've got my eye on this spear. Lu Zixin stopped worrying about that issue, hugging the spear with her eyes shining. How about this? I'll offer you 10 gold coins. If it weren't for the fact that I just happened to need a handy toy, you wouldn't get it for this price. 10 gold coins. Liu Yang was stunned again. In this world, 1 copper coin equals 100 currency, 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 10 gold coins are equivalent to a full 10 million coins. This pink spear is actually worth that much. Seeing Liu Yang's shocked expression, Lu Zixin puffed out her chest smugly, even though there really wasn't much to it. Don't worry. I, Lu Zixin, guarantee with my ample bosom that I have absolutely not revealed any information about you. A businessman has his principles. Looking at her plain chest, Liu Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips, finding it somewhat amusing, and his murderous intent completely dissipated. Although what this girl said didn't sound very reliable, her status as a 7th level expert was undeniable, so she shouldn't lie to me about such a small matter. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Liu Yang nodded, then took out the +7 silver greatsword and the +7 healer's staff. Deal with these two as well. Lu Zixin glanced at it and quickly gave a price, which, although not as good as the pink spear, was still quite considerable. The transaction was completed, and Liu Yang's account received a large sum of gold coins. Before leaving the shabby little shop, Lu Zixin suddenly called out to him, "Hey, judging from your posture just now, were you planning to pull off something big? If you need some rare materials or high-quality potions, you can check out Tianhai Auction House, there's a big auction tonight." Tianhai Auction House. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He was worried about where to get the materials needed for the subsequent forging of Meteor Fire and Holy Light set. Thank you. Liu Yang nodded, turned, and left the chaotic underground black market. Tianhai City, Central Business District. A magnificent and imposing building stands tall, the most famous building in Tianhai City, Tianhai Auction House. Liu Yang stood at the entrance of the auction house, looking up at this hall that symbolized wealth and opportunity, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Tomorrow is the day to enter the ruined realm. Your performance in the secret realm directly affects your college entrance examination credits. The quality of a university determines the amount of resources a professional can obtain in their future career. His target is the 3 top universities in Daxia Kyoto University, Chung-Yuan Christian University, and Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law. Among them, the Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law was his top choice. Rumor has it that the library of the Law School of Northern Jiangsu Province houses a complete set of extremely rare blue-quality summoner skill books. If he can get into the Northern Jiangsu Law University, his lack of skills in the early stages will be greatly alleviated. This ruined realm is one of the most important tickets to the Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law. We must go all out. Therefore, he needs to make thorough preparations for entering the secret realm. For example, finding the materials needed for Meteor Fire and further forging equipment. To upgrade the Meteor Fire spell from the artifact level to the next level, you need a level 35 rare material called Essence of the Lava Dragon. With his current strength, let alone hunting a level 35 lava dragon, he probably couldn't even get close to it. But you might find some clues at auction houses, or even buy the finished product directly. At the same time, he once again realized that the demand for materials for the god-level Forging Enhancement talent becomes increasingly terrifying as the game progresses. Making a living, especially being a foundry, is definitely not as simple as it seems. The resources required to upgrade equipment and skills to the legendary epic level are simply astronomical. Looks like it's time to start thinking about becoming an inhumanly extravagant money-making machine. Liu Yang clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a fierce ambition. To become stronger. For the future, he must accumulate wealth that rivals that of a nation as quickly as possible. Chapter 38. As the most prestigious auction venue in the entire Jianghai province, Tianhai Auction House naturally boasts an extremely luxurious facade. The gilded plaque, the gleaming marble floor, and the two composed and well-equipped guards at the entrance all highlight the extraordinary status of this place. As Liu Yang stepped into the magnificent hall, before he could even take in his surroundings, a slightly surprised female voice came from the side. Liu Yang? It really is you. You're at the auction house too. Shen Menjiao, carrying a delicate little bag, walked over quickly, a perfectly measured smile of joy on her face. Have you awakened your talent? How is it? What type is it? How high is your level? She asked a series of questions, her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. However, Liu Yang only glanced at her indifferently. He felt absolutely no liking for this woman who had repeatedly caused him trouble and ridiculed him during high school. It's none of your business. With a cold remark, Liu Yang didn't even bother to look at her again and walked straight to the reception counter at the front of the hall. Shen Menjiao's smile froze instantly, and a look of surprise and embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected Liu Yang's attitude to be so cold, even to the point of disgust. In her view, she had already lowered herself by taking the initiative to greet him. How could this guy, whom she used to bully at will, dare to? Just as Shen Menjiao was feeling resentful, Liu Yang had already arrived at the counter. Without wasting any words, he simply pulled a jet black card from his pocket and handed it to the smiling lady behind the counter. I'm looking for your manager. The saleswoman had been maintaining a polite smile, but the moment she saw the black card, her smile froze. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply, as if she had seen something utterly unbelievable. She jumped up from her seat, her back ramrod straight, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Please wait a moment. I'll notify the supervisor immediately. This sudden and huge reaction not only stunned Shen Menjiao, but also surprised Liu Yang himself. He raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it seems that Lu Zixin's background is even more complicated than I imagined. Shen Menjiao stood not far away, filled with doubt. Her family is quite wealthy, and they also have a membership card for Tianhai Auction House, even a black card symbolizing VIP status. But her black card had a silver edge, which was completely different from the pitch black card in Liu Yang's hand. Why does Liu Yang have this kind of card? Why did the cashier react so strongly? Could it be that this guy, whom I used to consider a good-for-nothing, has actually hooked up with some big shot? She instinctively wanted to step forward and ask something more, even offering to help Liu Yang see what he needed, but Liu Yang stopped her with a cold look. The indifference and impatience in his eyes made her words catch in her throat. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, who looked shrewd and capable, hurried out from backstage. He first respectfully took the black card from the counter clerk, carefully examined it, and then immediately put on an extremely warm and respectful smile, quickly walked up to Liu Yang, and bowed slightly. Excuse me, sir. I am Wang Ming, the manager of this bank. May I ask if you were referred by Miss Lu? Liu Yang nodded. As expected of a distinguished guest. Wang Ming's smile grew even brighter. Miss Lu has already given instructions. Please follow me, we have prepared a top-of-the-line VIP reception room for you. As he spoke, he personally led the way, respectfully guiding Liu Yang to the private passage inside the auction house. Shen Menjiao was left standing there, dumbfounded, watching Liu Yang's departing figure. Her expression changed repeatedly, from initial shock and resentment to confusion and curiosity. Liu Yang? Miss Lu? Top-tier VIP? A series of questions swirled in her mind. She became increasingly curious about what had happened to Liu Yang. The luxurious VIP reception room was filled with a subtle fragrance. The soft leather sofa, the exquisite crystal coffee table, and the unnamed paintings hanging on the wall all exude understated luxury. Supervisor Wang Ming personally served Liu Yang a cup of tea that emitted a unique fragrance before respectfully explaining. Mr. Liu, as you probably guessed, both the black market shop you visited and our Tianhai auction house are actually owned by the Liu family. Liu Yang picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and his eyes flickered slightly. Just as he suspected. Our young lady has always had a discerning eye, Wang Ming continued with a smile. She specifically instructed that if you have any equipment or items that you need to dispose of in the future, you can come directly to our auction house. We guarantee you the highest priority and the fairest price. Of course, if you still prefer to go to the black market, Miss Zixin, oh no, the young lady will personally receive you. Liu Yang understood. Lu Zixin's seemingly casual recommendation was actually a double-edged sword. She subtly demonstrated her powerful background and strength while attempting to completely bind herself, a client with enormous potential, to her family's business empire. At such a young age, his business acumen and strategic thinking are truly remarkable. I need some materials. Liu Yang put down his teacup and got straight to the point. Level 35 pink material essence of the lava dragon, level 15 purple material magic crystal, and some rare elemental essence that can improve the quality of lightning type summons. Upon hearing this string of names, even the well-informed Wang Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. Liu, these items you requested are quite extraordinary, he pondered. The essence of the lava dragon is a core material of a level 35 king level boss. It is extremely rare. Not to mention Tianhai City, the entire Jianghai province may not even have any in stock. There are many types of rare elemental essences, and those of the lightning type are even rarer, requiring time to collect and select. As for the level 15 magic crystal, Wang Ming paused, a troubled look on his face. We do have that, and we have quite a lot in our warehouse. But forging equipment, especially the amount you might need, will probably require a lot of time for purification and processing. You're entering the secret realm tomorrow, so there probably won't be enough time. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang felt a slight pang of regret. Magic crystal is one of the key materials for upgrading the holy light set from blue +5 to pink quality. If he could gather all the materials and upgrade all 4 pieces of holy light armor to pink quality, forming a pink 4-piece set, his strength would definitely rise to another level. Wearing a full set of pink armor into the secret realm would give him more confidence. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Chapter 39. However, Wang Ming changed the subject. Although we don't have the core materials you requested right now, or we don't have time to prepare them, we happen to have a batch of level 15 rare material radiant crystal that we acquired some time ago in our warehouse. I wonder if you would like it. Radiant crystal. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. This is precisely one of the core materials needed to forge the light sorcerer. It's like a godsend. I need it. Name your price. Liu Yang said without hesitation. Hehe, Wang Ming rubbed his hands together, a businessman's smile spreading across his face. Mr. Liu is a distinguished guest introduced by Miss Liu, so naturally we can't charge the market price. How about this, a friendly price of 3 million? What do you think? 3 million. Even though Liu Yang had just made millions, upon hearing this price, he couldn't help but twitch his lips and curse inwardly, a swindler. Lu Zixin's family businesses are indeed all shady establishments. 3 million, which translates to 3 gold coins. It's important to know that although this bright crystal is a rare material of level 15, its market price is at most between 1.5 million and 2 million. However, despite the criticism, Liu Yang was also aware of the value of this thing. The light crystal is not only a top-quality material for forging light-type items, but also one of the essential items for awakening the Paladin branch when the Knight class advances to the 3rd job advancement. Its potential value far exceeds its current market price. I bought it. Liu Yang said decisively, transferring the money directly. All right. Wang Ming beamed and immediately arranged for someone to pick up the goods. Afterwards, Liu Yang gave some other materials that needed to be kept in mind, which Wang Ming noted down one by one, and promised to use all available channels to help find them as soon as possible. If Liu Yang obtains the necessary materials beforehand, he can notify the auction house in advance to cancel the order. The transaction was completed. Liu Yang didn't linger. He took the specially made box containing the bright crystal and left the Tianhai auction house. Back to the school dormitory. Qin Yu hasn't returned yet, he's probably making the most of his last moments to prepare for tomorrow's secret realm. Liu Yang closed the door, and with a thought, summoned Xia. Master. Xia blinked her beautiful purple eyes, looking around curiously. You can rest for a bit, Liu Yang said, gently stroking her long, soft, golden hair. Then, he took a deep breath, focused his mind on his sea of consciousness, and activated the God-level Forging Enhancement talent. He then placed the Light Sorcerer summoning card, the newly acquired light crystal, and other auxiliary materials into the forging table groove that appeared in the void. Buzz! The forging table lit up, and a slowly scrolling progress bar appeared in Liu Yang's field of vision. Buzz! A moment later, the forging table suddenly burst forth with a dazzling pink light. The light was so intense that it almost turned the entire dormitory into a pink ocean. Forging successful. As the notification sound rang, the light gradually faded. On the forging table, the original summoning cards and materials have disappeared, replaced by 3 skill books that also emit a soft pink glow. Please select the final forging result. A. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skill, Holy Light Impact, inflicts poison effect. B. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skills, Enhanced Radiant Amplification, enhanced healing spell. C. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skill, Slow Aura, adds a slowing effect. Looking at the 3 options, Liu Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Pink quality support lowly, acquired. A. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skill, Holy Light Impact. B. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skills, Enhanced Radiant Amplification, enhanced healing spell. C. Pink, Healer Xiao Xiao, additional skill, Slow Aura. 3 options, shimmering with pink light, floated silently in front of Liu Yang. Option A's poison effect is somewhat lackluster for support characters. Option C, the slowing aura, is quite good. For mages, there's never too much control skill, a reliable area of effect slow can be incredibly useful. However, when Liu Yang's gaze fell on option B, his eyes instantly became fervent. Enhanced Radiant Amplification. Enhanced Healing. What does that mean? This means that Xioxio's core support abilities will receive an epic upgrade. Radiant Amplification can significantly increase the attack speed and casting speed of friendly units. After being enhanced, the effect is absolutely amazing. Healing Spell is a warlock's signature skill. The enhanced healing spell will far surpass other spells of the same level in both single target healing and healing efficiency. A powerful and resilient Thunder Queen, Xia, paired with a healer possessing extraordinary amplification and healing abilities. This combination is simply perfect. While option C's deceleration control is also tempting, it is still slightly inferior to the core capability transformation brought about by option B. I've chosen you. Without further hesitation, Liu Yang chose option B in one thought. Buzz. The pink skill book transformed into a stream of light and merged into Liu Yang's body. He eagerly raised the violet wand in his hand and began to chant softly. A soft pink light condensed in front of him, quickly outlining a mysterious and sacred magic circle. Amidst the flashes of light, a petite figure cautiously peeked out from within the magic circle. It was a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a pure white sorcerer's robe, holding a thick book of holy light in her arms. She had beautiful, waist-length golden hair that flowed like a waterfall, and her large, watery, emerald green eyes were now looking at Liu Yang with a hint of timid curiosity. "Master, Master!" The soft, sweet voice carried a hint of nervousness and unease. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." Liu Yang smiled with satisfaction. "It's done. Not only is it pink in quality, but like Xia, it also possesses complete wisdom. This means that in battle, Xiao Xiao can make independent judgments based on the battlefield situation and provide herself and Xia with the most timely status buffs and health recovery without Liu Yang having to be distracted by commanding. This is much more convenient and practical than those ordinary summoned beasts that require precise control and are like puppets on strings." Just then, Xia, who had been quietly standing to the side, seemed to notice the arrival of her new companion. Her beautiful purple eyes, which had been languid, suddenly sharpened, her gaze shooting like lightning towards the timid Xiao Xiao, and an invisible pressure emanated from them. "The master is mine." Xia raised her chin slightly, her tone carrying an undeniable domineering air, like a queen declaring her sovereignty. "Ugh!" Xiao Xiao was startled by the sudden hostility and instinctively shrank behind Liu Yang, whispering timidly, "Master, Master belongs to everyone." For a moment, a subtle smell of gunpowder filled the air. A domineering queen and a timid little girl, their rivalry for favor is palpable. Before Liu Yang could mediate, the dormitory door was pushed open with a click. Chapter 40. Qin Yu walked in humming a little tune and immediately saw the strange sight in the room. Liu Yang stood in the middle, with a stunningly beautiful mature woman on her left glaring at her, and an adorable little girl on her right, on the verge of tears. "Holy crap!" Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Xia, then at Xiao Xiao, and finally his gaze settled on Liu Yang, revealing a knowing smile that only men could understand. "Wow, Yang Ji is something else. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already, cough cough, excuse me. You guys continue, I didn't see anything." After saying that, he quickly left, and even thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Liu Yang helplessly held his forehead. "It seems I need to find a place to live as soon as I get back from this secret realm, otherwise I won't be able to stay in this dormitory any longer." Shaking his head with a headache, Liu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to the two arguing guys anymore. He lay down on his bed to conserve his energy for tomorrow's secret realm challenge. However, the moment he lay down, Shay and Xiao Xiao, who were originally at odds, seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding and instantly united on the same side. Shay transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and appeared to Liu Yang's left, skillfully grabbing his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Xiao Xiao also mustered her courage and carefully moved to Liu Yang's right side, imitating Xia, and hugged his other arm, her little face blushing with satisfaction. One on the left and one on the right, like two clingy kittens. Liu Yang felt the soft touch and faint fragrance coming from both sides, sighed helplessly again, and closed his eyes. "Never mind, let's leave it at that. I'm tired." The next morning, the Qingluan Mountains lie on the western outskirts of Tianhai City. Deep within the mountains, a massive spatial rift emanates distorted and unstable energy fluctuations. The area surrounding the rift, already cleared by the authorities, is now teeming with people. Top high school students from Jianghai province and even several surrounding provinces gathered here, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their expressions varied, some were excited, some were nervous, and some were full of confidence. This is the entrance to the destroyed realm. Standing on the high platform was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue mage's robe. His face was serious and his aura was calm. He was the person in charge of this secret realm, a genuine fourth-rank arcane mage, Zhang Shaihua. Silence. Zhang Shaihua's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, carrying an undeniable authority. The noisy scene instantly quieted down. Welcome to the Destruction Realm, everyone. Zhang Sheahua's gaze swept across the entire room. First, let me emphasize a few rules. First, this secret realm has a level restriction. Any professional above level 20 is not allowed to enter. This is an ironclad rule. Secondly, within the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. Not only are there powerful monsters, but there may also be unknown traps. Every year, students perish in the secret realm. Therefore, before you step into the rift, I hope that each of you is prepared for the possibility of unexpected death. Upon hearing this, many students who were initially excited turned slightly pale, realizing the cruelty of the secret realm. Of course, to ensure everyone's safety as much as possible, we have prepared a life-saving trump card for each student entering the secret realm. Zhang Sheahua said, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ancient scroll. Teleportation Scroll. This is a teleportation scroll specially made by the Space Master. Crush it, and you will gain 1 minute of absolute invincibility. After 1 minute, no matter where you are, you will be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. Remember, this is your last resort to save your lives. Don't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. But when you must use it, don't hesitate. Afterwards, the teachers in charge of each school stepped forward one after another, giving their students countless instructions, distributing supplementary medicines, checking equipment, and making final preparations. Alright, now, let me briefly explain the core mode of this secret realm. Zhang Sheahua spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. As in previous years, the longer you stay in the secret realm, the greater the rewards you will receive. But that doesn't mean you can find a place to hide. From the moment you enter the secret realm, the siege countdown will begin. Everyone will be teleported to a huge town inside the secret realm. Every so often, waves of monsters will attack the town. What you need to do is defend the town, kill the monsters, and hold out as long as possible. The number of monsters killed, the completion of specific city defense tasks, and the final survival time will all contribute to your final score. Specific task details will be automatically released in your system panel after entering the secret realm. Time's up. The entrance to the secret realm is open. With Zhang Sheahua's command, the massive interdimensional rift suddenly expanded, revealing a deep, swirling energy vortex. Set off. The students, who were already prepared, surged toward the crack that emitted a mysterious light like a tide. Liu Yang mingled in the crowd and stepped inside. A slight dizziness came over me, and the next second, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. He found himself standing in the central square of an enormous ancient city. Surrounding him were towering city walls and ancient-style buildings. Immediately afterwards, light flashed around him, and one student after another appeared. Quick, quick! We're forming a team. We need a strong warrior. A tank. Healing. Is there a nanny? We're one short. Mage team. High damage output. Efficient monster killing. Almost the instant they landed, shouts of various teams rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire square. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of Liu Yang once again. Shen Menjiao straightened her mage robe, a reserved smile on her face, and took the initiative to invite Liu Yang. Liu Yang, let's team up? I'm a 5-star Thunder Master, so my damage output is guaranteed. As one of the key talents cultivated by Tianhai No. 1 High School, it is quite rare for Shen Menjiao to take the initiative to invite others to join the team. However, Liu Yang merely glanced at her indifferently, not even bothering to say a word, and turned to walk towards the city wall. The undisguised annoyance and disregard made Shen Menjiao's smile freeze again, and a trace of grievance and resentment flashed in her eyes. She could only stand there blankly. Hey! Isn't this Shen Menjiao? Beautiful Shen, come team up with us. Other guys nearby immediately recognized her and enthusiastically extended an invitation. Shen Menjiao then came to her senses, forced a smile, and joined the other teams. Liu Yang, having already distanced himself from the bustling crowd, leaped a few times and ascended the magnificent city wall, which was tens of meters high. Chapter 41. Liu Yang stood by the battlements, gazing into the distance. Outside the city, dark clouds were gathering, and countless menacing black shadows could be vaguely seen rolling within them. In the upper right corner of his field of vision, a bright red countdown was slowly ticking. The first wave of monsters will arrive after 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Liu Yang took a deep breath, sensing the tense atmosphere in the air. Then, a playful smile appeared on his lips. He suddenly leaped and jumped off the city wall, which was dozens of meters high. Call! The wind whistled in my ears. Just as it was about to land. Buzz! Buzz! Two beams of light flashed. On the left is the Thunder Queen, Xia, wielding a thunder spear and exuding a heroic and valiant aura. On the right is Xiao Xiao, the healer, holding the Holy Light Codex with a focused expression. With a steady landing, Liu Yang looked up at the students on the city wall who were still busy forming teams and assigning tasks, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In his mind, a bold and crazy plan had already taken shape. Kill other people's monsters so they have nothing left to kill. This will be his hunting ground all to himself. As Liu Yang stepped into the secret realm, his system panel quickly refreshed, displaying relevant quest information for this destroyed secret realm. Main quest: Survive. Mission description: Survive as long as possible in the ruinous realm. Mission reward: Survive for 7 days and you will receive 2 points to all attributes each day. Upon seeing the rewards for the main quest, Liu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. If you survive for 7 days, you'll gain 14 points to all your attributes. That's no small amount. It's important to know that a regular 2-star professional only gains 4 points of free attribute and a small amount of basic attribute growth when leveling up. These 14 points in all attributes are almost equivalent to all the benefits a 2-star professional gains from painstakingly leveling up to level 4. Survival is the greatest reward. Side quest: Guardian. Mission description: Participate in resisting the monster wave and protecting the ruined city. Task reward: Successfully defend for 7 days and receive 1 free attribute point each day. While the rewards from side quests are decent, they only provide attribute points that can be freely allocated, making them significantly less valuable than the all-attribute rewards from main quests. Kill mission: Clear out the undead. Mission description: Slay the undead monsters within the secret realm and maintain the safety of the ruined city. Task requirements: Basic. Undead warrior kills, 0/1000. Killing the necromancer, 0/500. Killing the necromancer, 0/100. Task rewards: Rewards, experience, money, items, etc., are calculated based on the final completion rate. Special reward: 3 days later, the current mission completion rate will be calculated, and the person ranked first will unlock a hidden kill mission. Hidden kill missions? When Liu Yang saw the last one, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Combining the 3 tasks, the core gameplay of the secret realm is obvious: rely on the ruined city to resist the monster waves, survive as long as possible, and kill monsters in the process to obtain additional rewards. The vast majority of students would probably choose to stay in the city, team up, and work together to defend against wave after wave of monster attacks. But this is absolutely not Liu Yang's choice. Staying inside the city? That would mean thousands or tens of thousands of people sharing a limited number of siege monsters, too inefficient. What he wants is to take the initiative. The world outside the city is vast and boundless, teeming with countless wild monsters. Instead of fighting with others for scraps in the city, why not just go out and take over all the monsters in the entire secret realm? Having made up his mind, Liu Yang did not hesitate at all and immediately began to take action. Before taking action, he checked the details of Xiao Xiao, the powerful support he had just acquired. Summoned Beast, Healer Xiao Xiao. Quality, Pink. Level, 15. Health Points, 3500/3500. Mana, 5000/5000. Physical Attack, 80. Magic Attack, 500. Physical Defense, 150. Magic Defense, 200. Movement Speed, 120. Active Skill. 1 Enhanced Radiant Amplification, 10-second cooldown, instant cast. Applies an amplification buff to a single friendly target, increasing their attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, and physical and magical attack damage by 50%. Duration, 3 minutes. 2 Enhanced Healing Spell, 10-second cooldown, 0.5-second cast time. Restores, caster's magic attack *3, health to up to 2 friendly units simultaneously. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, Liu Yang still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the long string of plus 50% attributes for enhancement radiant amplification. This isn't just an increase, this is downright insane. Attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, and both physical and magical attack. All 5 core attributes are increased by 50%. And the effect lasts for a full 3 minutes. This skill is absolutely overpowered. There's also the enhanced healing spell, which heals 2 targets simultaneously, with the healing amount being 3 times the caster's magic attack. With Xiaoxiao's current magic attack of around 500, one heal would restore nearly 1500 HP. And it benefits both targets at the same time. It only lasts 10 seconds. This milk production is terrifying. Xiao Xiao, let's go. Liu Yang gave the order. Xiao Xiao immediately and obediently added the enhancement radiant amplification to Liu Yang and Xia respectively. Buzz. Buzz. 2 soft pink lights flashed by, and Liu Yang felt a lightness all over his body. Both his movement speed and the speed at which his internal magic flowed increased dramatically in an instant. But Xia's change was even more obvious. Her already swift figure was now so fast that she almost left after images. Set off. The 3 of them shot out of the gates of the ruined city like arrows, leaving the students who were still busy forming teams and bargaining far behind. With the terrifying speed boost from enhancement radiant amplification, they sped along and soon crossed a dense black forest. As they passed through the last row of trees at the edge of the forest, the sight before them made Liu Yang gasp for breath. All that could be seen in the open field ahead was a dense, boundless expanse of wandering undead monsters. The undead warriors wielded rusty swords, the necromancers' eyes gleamed with the fire of their souls, and the necromancers brandished bone staffs while chanting obscure spells. Their numbers are so vast that they resemble a black ocean, stretching as far as the eye can see. A rough estimate suggests there are at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands. Ha ha ha! Great! That's fantastic! Seeing such a massive number of monsters, Liu Yang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he burst into excited laughter. This is practically a monster-slaying paradise tailor-made for him. Xia, it's your turn. Hold on to all the monsters. Xiao Xiao, keep an eye on Xia and my health. Prioritize keeping Xia's buff active. Clear. Yes, Master. With a sharp cry, Xia's thunder spear burst forth with blinding lightning. With the enhancement of radiant amplification, her speed reached its limit. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky and plunged directly into the boundless sea of the dead. Boom! Thunderous fury! Zzz. Powerful lightning strike! A terrifying burst of lightning power erupted instantly. Chapter 42. Xia's Thunder Fury has a built-in taunt effect, and when she charges into the center of the monster horde, she instantly attracts the aggro of hundreds or even thousands of undead around her. Countless bone arrows, spells, and curses rained down on her. However, Xia's Thunder Shield and Holy Light Set provide high levels of both defenses, and combined with Xioxio's enhanced healing spell's terrifying recovery ability, she is like an unshakable thunder goddess in the sea of monsters. Her health bar didn't even show a noticeable decrease. At the same time, she wielded her thunder spear wildly. With her already extremely fast attack speed, the 50% attack speed bonus turns her into a map-clearing maniac. Her normal attacks, which are accompanied by powerful lightning strikes, almost reach 10 times per second. Each thrust of the spear triggered a chain of lightning strikes, blasting the surrounding undead to the ground and turning them into dust. The damage is frighteningly high. The efficiency is ridiculously fast. Liu Yang, standing at a distance, was not idle either. He calmly observed the battlefield, occasionally raising his staff to precisely cast meteor fire on the areas with the highest concentration of monsters or on some undead wizards with high health. Boom! A giant fireball descended from the sky, unleashing massive area of effect damage, assisting Xia in clearing the field. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, appeared extremely relaxed. She only needed to stand in a relatively safe position, and just as Xia and Liu Yang's enhanced radiant amplification status was about to end, she would replenish it with a new one, and then cast enhanced healing every few seconds, which would perfectly maintain the entire team's combat sustainability. And so, there was a Thunder Queen charging into battle, unleashing devastating damage, a mage master capable of ranged, pinpoint elimination and complete control of the battlefield, and a healer providing insane buffs and terrifying healing. This seemingly perfect iron triangle combination began their frenzied slaughter in this sea of the dead. Time flew by in this efficient yet tedious monster hunting process. More than an hour later, when the last undead warrior turned to ashes under Xia's spear, the once dense and boundless wilderness was completely cleared. Liu Yang opened the mission panel and checked the progress of the kill mission, clear the undead. Undead warrior kills, 3152/1000. Killing the necromancer, 1883/500. Killing the necromancer, 417/100. Tisk tisk, in just over an hour, the mission completion rate is already close to 400%. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. If the students in the city, who are still struggling to form teams and waiting for a small wave of monsters to spawn every few minutes, knew about this speed, they would probably be shocked. The only slight drawback is that the experience points from monsters in the secret realm seem to have been significantly reduced. After killing nearly 3,000 or 4,000 monsters, Liu Yang barely managed to level up once, reaching level 16. However, despite the low experience points, the amount of copper coins dropped by monsters was surprisingly high. In just over an hour, the number of copper coins scattered on the ground reached nearly 50,000. These 50,000 copper coins are equivalent to a full 5 million coins. The experience points are a bit low, but the drop rate is pretty good. Liu Yang chuckled and picked up all the copper coins on the ground. He was not satisfied with this small gain. Come on, Xiao, Xiao Xiao, let's go to the next place. Liu Yang waved his hand triumphantly. Let's try to wipe out all the wild monsters on the outskirts of this ruined city before the first wave of monsters attacks. Night fell quietly. Unlike the dazzling starlight outside, the night in the destroyed secret realm is exceptionally deep and oppressive. Only on the towering walls of the ruined city, faint magical torches illuminated the young faces behind the battlements. Only a few minutes remained before the first wave of monsters arrived. ZTO Express was both excited and worried. On the watchtower at the highest point of the city wall, a young man dressed in a magnificent ice blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking down arrogantly at the students who were waiting in full battle. He is Shen Huiyao, a 5-star frost mage with exceptional talent, from the first senior high school of northern Jiangsu province. In terms of professional star rating alone, he and Shen Menjiao from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School are both 5 stars, seemingly neck and neck. But those in the know understand that Shen Huiyao's value far surpasses that of Shen Menjiao. This is because when he awakened his talent at level 5, he obtained the god-level talent that countless magic-based professionals dream of. Elemental Rage permanently increases magic critical strike rate by 30%. It was precisely because of this extraordinary talent that he surpassed his peers and became the most prioritized and resource-intensive young talent in the Shen family of northern Jiangsu. This also shaped his arrogant and overbearing personality. "Is everything arranged?" Shen Huiyao asked casually without turning his head. A sharp-looking young man behind him immediately bowed and said, "Don't worry, brother Huiyao. Except for Shen Menjiao, all the other main teams have been taken care of. They will reduce the monster's health to the minimum so you can finish them off." A confident smile curved Shen Huiyao's lips. He spared no expense to win first place in this kill mission and unlock the legendary hidden mission. He promised that as long as they followed his instructions, each participating student would receive 50 silver coins after each wave ended. After 3 waves, this is an astronomical figure. A full 15,000 gold coins, which translates to a staggering 15 billion in currency. But in Shen Huiyao's view, this effort is nothing compared to the incredible rewards that the hidden mission might bring. He wants more than just to be number 1 in the secret realm. He wants to seize this opportunity to soar to the top and become the most talented genius in the entire Dragon Kingdom. He even fantasized that, with his amazing performance in this secret realm, he could gain the favor of the Thunder God, who was like a god and reigned over the Dragon Kingdom, and become his disciple. That was his true ambition. "Humph, Shen Menjiao. Once I get the hidden reward and my strength increases by leaps and bounds, let's see what you can use to compete with me." Shen Huiyao sneered inwardly. Time passed by, second by second. The first wave of monsters will arrive after 10 seconds. The bright red countdown clock was stimulating everyone's senses. The atmosphere on the city wall instantly became extremely tense. The students' hearts were in their throats. Warriors gripped their shields tightly, assassins' daggers gleamed coldly, archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows, and mages had already begun chanting, the air filled with restless elemental fluctuations. Everyone was prepared for the impact. Some people stared intently, anticipating the strength of the wave, wanting to use it to test their own abilities. Many others secretly glanced in Shen Huiyao's direction, thinking that according to the agreement, they would attack a few times to participate and then happily wait to receive the 50 silver coin reward. Nervousness, excitement, anticipation, all sorts of emotions intertwined. 000003 000002 000001 000000. Chapter 43. Beep. A piercing alarm blared through the sky, signaling the official start of the monster wave. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide, staring at the dark forest outside the city. However, a second passed. 5 seconds have passed. 10 seconds have passed. The anticipated horde of undead that would surge in like a tidal wave never appeared. Outside the city, all was still deathly silent. Not even a trace of a monster could be seen. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a cold system notification suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding! The first wave of monsters has ended. The defense of the city of ruin has been successful. The entire city wall fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Immediately afterwards, an uproar erupted. Holy crap! What's going on? It's over? How strange! My great sword is itching for a fight. Are you kidding me? It's over before I even saw a hair. Could it be a bug? How are we supposed to play like this? The students looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. The tension that had been building up to its peak deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a head full of question marks and a bewildered expression. Shen Huiyao, who was standing on the observation platform, had his eyes twitching wildly and his face was ashen, like the bottom of a pot. It's over. It ended without even seeing a monster. This not only meant that his meticulously planned head-reaping scheme had completely fallen through, but also that he didn't even get the reward for participating in the first wave of defense missions. Thinking of the exorbitant amount of silver coins he had just promised, and then looking at the dense forest outside the city where not even a single undead palisade could be found, he felt a surge of emotion. Shen Huiyao felt a rush of blood to his head, his heart was bleeding. He almost had a complete mental breakdown. Brother Huiyao, what about the silver coins we agreed on before? Just then, a student who didn't know any better, still thinking about the reward, came up and asked in a low voice. Get out! Shen Huiyao suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold as if he wanted to devour someone, which frightened the student so much that his face turned pale and he scrambled away. Let's go! Shen Huiyao suppressed his raging anger and shouted at his squad members, go outside the city and see what's going on. The 4 powerful team members behind him, all level 14 5-star rare professionals, immediately understood and followed Shen Huiyao, quickly leaping off the city wall and rushing towards the eerie and silent dense forest. On the city wall, the other students gradually came to their senses. The monster wave vanished into thin air. This is definitely not normal. Something must have happened that they don't know about. At the same time, on a vast wilderness dozens of kilometers away from the ruined city, 2 completely different system notification sounds rang in Liu Yang's ears. Ding! You have successfully survived for day 1, and have received the reward, all attributes +1. Ding! You have successfully defended the city from the first wave of monsters, and have received the reward, 2 free attribute points. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. The first wave is over. He checked his mission panel. The completion rate for the kill mission, Exterminate the Undead, had already surpassed an astonishing 800%. In other words, the sea of the dead that he just cleared was very likely the first wave of monsters that should have been heading towards the ruined city. Tisk, so the city defense rewards are this easy to get. Liu Yang stroked his chin. Just then, light flashed again on the open ground in front of him. New undead warriors, necromancers, and wizards are springing up like mushrooms after rain. It was another dense, boundless ocean of monsters. Looking at the inexhaustible experience points and ATMs before him, and then thinking of the students on the city wall who were waiting in vain and were probably still confused, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling incredibly happy. Ding! The second wave of monsters will arrive after 00:29:58. A new countdown appeared in the upper right corner of Liu Yang's field of vision. Beneath his feet, the wilderness that had just been cleared was once again filled with countless undead monsters. Continue. Liu Yang was in high spirits and showed no signs of fatigue. It's the same old tactics. Fight for our master. With high fighting spirit, Xia transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and charged headlong into the even larger sea of the undead. This wave of monsters is noticeably stronger than the first wave. Not only have their levels generally increased to level 16, but there are also some undead guardians wielding bone shields and looking even tankier. But against Xia's ridiculously powerful thunder counterattack passive ability, no amount of monsters could stop her. The more monsters that charged in, the higher Xia's counterattack damage became. Combined with Zioxio's absurdly fast attack speed under enhanced radiant amplification and the splash damage of powerful lightning strike, she was like a meat grinder, cutting through the monster horde 7 times and out 7 times, her health bar remaining as steady as a mountain. Liu Yang stood leisurely at a distance, occasionally raising his hand to unleash a meteor fire spell that accurately struck the heads of the newly appeared and more threatening necromancers, instantly killing them. Master, Sister Xia is so amazing. Xiao Xiao chatted with Liu Yang in a soft, sweet voice while easily maintaining the buffs and healing for the two of them, appearing completely at ease. Powerful summoned beasts are just that unreasonable. Although the quality of the second wave of monsters was improved, they were still as fragile as paper and were crushed and wiped out with overwhelming force thanks to the perfect cooperation of Liu Yang, Xie, and Xiao Xiao, the Golden Trio. After clearing one area, Liu Yang immediately took Xia and Xiao Xiao and rushed to the next monster spawn point without stopping, with an astonishingly high efficiency. At the same time, roar! A furious roar echoed at the edge of the silent forest. Shen Huiyao and his four-member team finally broke out of the dense forest that had yielded them nothing. However, when they saw the monster carcasses, bone dust, and scattered equipment lying everywhere in the open field before them, they were completely stunned. The arrogant and haughty demeanor of the young nobleman from northern Jiangsu has completely vanished. What the hell? What the hell? Shen Huiyao's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the empty wilderness, shouting and yelling like a madman, looking exactly like a desperate clown. Brother Huiyao, calm down, a shield warrior teammate quickly advised. This doesn't make sense. There are so many monsters, even if we go all out, we can't clear them all in such a short time. Not to mention there are level restrictions. His teammates' analysis finally calmed Shen Huiyao down a bit. Indeed, with a level cap of 20, who could have such terrifying monster clearing efficiency? Let's go. Let's search elsewhere. Shen Huiyao gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and led his team in another direction. Chapter 44. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. Their team lacks assassin-type classes, scouting and high-speed movement capabilities, and they also lack powerful support characters like Xiao Xiao who provide abnormal movement speed bonuses. Most importantly, they have no idea about the monster's exact spawn locations or spawn patterns. What followed was a hilarious chase. Shen Huiyao led his team, full of hope, rushing towards the next place where monsters might be, only to find a scene of devastation and lingering elemental fluctuations each time they arrived. The monsters have been wiped out yet again. Each failed attempt made Shen Huiyao's face grow increasingly grim, turning from ashen to purplish. The anger and frustration in his chest almost set him ablaze. He was like a clumsy hunter who could never catch his prey, only able to follow behind others and eat their dust, without even getting a sip of soup. 4 or 5 hours later, as dawn broke and the countdown to the third wave of monsters was about to end, Shen Huiyao, exhausted and furious, finally led his equally dejected teammates back to the city of destruction. He had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it. Brother Huiyao, how's the situation? The monsters outside. Several students from the number 1 high school in northern Jiangsu rushed forward to ask him with concern when they saw him return. Get out! Shen Huiyao was in a terrible mood at the moment and rudely interrupted them. The students in northern Jiangsu were intimidated by his power and dared not say a word. But students from other provinces don't buy into his act. A burly, 5-star iron warrior carrying a massive metal shield strode forward and demanded in a booming voice, Shen Huiyao. You promised 50 silver coins after the first wave ended. Shouldn't you deliver on that promise now? Silver coins? What silver coins? The mention of this instantly ignited Shen Huiyao's anger. We didn't even see a monster. Why should we give you silver coins? He actually planned to renege on his promise on the spot. Hey! The steel warrior suddenly became enraged, slamming his shield on the ground with a loud crash. Are you trying to renege on your promise? Everyone's listening. Yes. We can't renege on our debts. The promised payment must be given. Even without fighting any monsters, we were still waiting on the city wall as you requested. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When their own interests were at stake, the students who had previously dared not speak out because of Shen Huiyao's power and background began to clamor. After all, there are more than 10,000 people here. They may not be a match for Shen Huiyao's team when fighting alone, but when they join forces, their strength is enough to make anyone wary. Shen Huiyao's expression shifted as he looked at the excited students. He knew that if he didn't pay the money today, things would likely get out of hand. If a fight really broke out, no matter how strong the 5 of them were, they couldn't possibly kill all 10,000 people. After weighing the pros and cons, a hint of pain and humiliation flashed in Shen Huiyao's eyes. In the end, he could only helplessly wave his hand at the team members behind him, give it to them. At the same time, he added coldly, our previous cooperation ends here. Watching his team members distribute the heavy bags of silver coins, Shen Huiyao's heart was bleeding. 500,000 silver coins. Just thrown away like that. No benefits gained. And it only caused a lot of trouble. They lost both their wife and their army. Shen Huiyao roared inwardly, his hatred for the culprit who caused all this reaching its peak. No matter who you are. When I find you, I will grind you to dust. After venting his anger, Shen Huiyao gradually calmed down. With a grim face, he whispered to his trusted aide, go and find out who didn't stay in the city during this secret realm trip, or who left halfway through. The message came back quickly. Brother Huiyao, according to the registration information and feedback from some classmates, Liu Yang from Tianhai No. 1 High School left the city alone not long after entering the secret realm and has not returned. Liu Yang. Shen Huiyao frowned. Although he couldn't be sure whether the clearing of the monsters outside the city was really related to this Liu Yang. But at this moment, Shen Huiyao, consumed by rage, had forcibly transferred all his hatred and resentment onto this possible culprit. Liu Yang became the perfect target for him to vent his anger. Good. Very good. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Huiyao's eyes. Issue a bounty. His voice was icy as he said, notify everyone. Whoever provides Liu Yang's exact location will be rewarded with 50 silver coins. Whoever can bring him to me alive, bound and gagged, will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Boom. The bounty notice immediately caused a huge uproar among the students of the entire devastated city. Holy crap! 10 gold coins! Really? Who is this Liu Yang? What did he do to offend Shen Huiyao? Why is he so ruthless? Offering a 10 million reward just to find someone. Tisk tisk, this is going to be good. The students were abuzz with discussion, shocked but mostly curious. However, given that Shen Huiyao had just staged a debt default act, his character has been widely questioned. Most students were tempted by the 10 gold coins, but they didn't believe he would actually deliver on his promise. In addition, the situation outside the city was unclear, and it was too risky to go out and look for someone whose background they didn't know. Therefore, they did not take any action. However, those lackeys who depended on Shen Huiyao were like sharks that had smelled blood. In order to curry favor with Shen Huiyao, and also for the tempting bounty, they did not hesitate to form teams and rush out of the city of destruction with murderous intent, and began to search for Liu Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, the situation within the secret realm became even more turbulent and unpredictable, with undercurrents surging. A tremendous crisis targeting Liu Yang had already arrived. And just then, inside the ruined city, in an inconspicuous stone house, Shen Menjiao, who had been silently watching the situation unfold, looked at the bounty information that had just popped up on the system panel, her beautiful face filled with anxiety. She hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth, opened the friend system inside the secret realm, searched for Liu Yang's name, and quickly sent a friend request. And in the remarks, it was written in the most urgent tone. Liu Yang! Someone's trying to kill you. Run! Ding dong! A crisp notification sound interrupted Liu Yang's waiting. He opened his communicator and found a friend request from Shen Menjiao, with a very direct note, Liu Yang. Someone's trying to kill you. Run! Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. Shen Menjiao? Why would she suddenly message him? And warn him of danger? Although he had some doubts, he wouldn't turn away the person who offered the suggestion out of kindness. With a tap of my finger, I accepted the friend request and replied simply, "Thanks for the reminder." Chapter 45. Soon, another message from Shen Menjao arrived. "It's Shen Huiyao. That ice mage from Sub A number 1 high school. You seem to have angered him. He's put a bounty on your head, and his gang from Sub A number 1 high school, along with his own squad, have all gone out of the city to look for you. Be very careful." A knowing glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. It seems that his act of taking care of the wild monsters outside has completely dashed the young master's hopes, making him furious. However, Liu Yang didn't take it too seriously. "Looking for him? With those people?" Liu Yang, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips, turned off the communicator and turned his gaze back to the empty area in front of him. He, along with Xia and Xiao Xiao, had already lurked near the location where the first interdimensional rift might spawn. The second wave is about to end, and the third wave is about to begin. Compared to aimlessly searching for scattered monsters elsewhere, waiting in ambush is obviously more efficient. Moreover, his goal is not just to collect silver coins and experience points from killing monsters. The real focus for him was the reward for the kills 3 days later, and the potential unlocking of the hidden kill quests. He had a feeling that the rewards from the hidden quests would far exceed the combined rewards from these previous waves of monsters. The second wave of monsters will end after 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Time passed by, second by second. Just minutes before the countdown was about to reach 0. A sharp whooshing sound rang out. A dozen or 20 figures, like hunting cats, suddenly darted out from the dense forest on the side, their targets clear, pointing directly at the direction where Liu Yang was lurking. "Ha! She came as soon as I told her to." Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Shen Menjao's information was not unfounded. He remained completely calm and, with the thought, instantly recalled Xia and Xiao Xiao into the summoning circle. At the same time, the hidden ring on his finger flashed slightly, and his figure completely disappeared into the air, entering a state of invisibility. He quietly took a few steps back, calmly observing the group of uninvited guests. These dozen or so people were generally well equipped, clearly elites from various high schools. The 4 leading figures were especially well equipped, each wielding an unenhanced purple weapon radiating a purple aura. Although it's only a basic purple weapon, its attributes far surpass those of blue equipment. The combined damage of these 4 is absolutely not to be underestimated. A typical 2-star professional would probably not even have a chance to escape. "You want to kill me?" A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Since the other party came with malicious intent, then don't blame him for being ruthless. 000001 000000 Beep. Ding. The second wave of monsters has ended. The defense of the city of ruin has been successful. Ding. The third wave of monsters will arrive after 00:29:59. Almost the instant the notification sounded that the wave had ended, the space in front of Liu Yang began to distort violently. A massive, pitch-black interdimensional rift slowly opened. Roar. Accompanied by piercing roars, hundreds of undead soldiers, necromancers wielding staffs, and necromancers chanting curses surged out of the crack like a tidal wave. So many strange things. Watch out! Prepare for battle! The dozen or so trackers were clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the monster and instinctively adopted a defensive stance. However, that's not all. Just when everyone thought all the monsters had appeared, a heavy and rapid sound of hooves suddenly came from the depths of the interdimensional rift. Tap! 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 A ghoul warhorse covered in jet-black armor, with ghostly blue soul flames burning in its eye sockets, was the first to charge out of the rift. Atop the warhorse sat an undead knight, also clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive, rusty knight's sword that exuded a terrifying aura. Undead Knight, Elite Boss. Level, 20. Physical attack, 800 to 950. Health, 150,000/150,000. Skills, Undead Impact, Summon Undead Legion, Undead Knight's Intimidation. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes of this Undead Knight boss, even those guys wielding purple weapons couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level 20 elite boss. Nearly 1000 attack power. 150,000 HP. And 3 skills that look extremely powerful. If we were to storm into the City of Ruin, it would be an absolute nightmare. The attention of all the pursuers was instantly drawn to this powerful Undead Knight boss. To stay or to leave? This boss is too strong. We can't beat it, can we? Let's see how things go first. The 4 men wielding purple weapons instinctively huddled together, quickly discussing their next move. However, none of them noticed that an invisible shadow had silently circled around behind them. Now! A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes as he silently chanted an incantation. Invisibility deactivated. Almost the instant his figure appeared, he had already raised his staff high. Meteor Fire Technique. Boom! A massive fireball, engulfed in raging flames and trailing a long tail of fire, descended from the sky like divine punishment, striking with perfect accuracy the heads of the 4 pursuers who were huddled together, completely absorbed by the boss. -8852. Critical hit. -4376. -4410. Critical hit. -4399. Terrifying damage numbers instantly appeared above the heads of the 4 people. 2 of the unlucky guys got critical hits. Before they could even react, their health bars were instantly emptied, turning into white light and killing them instantly. The other 2 were also instantly left with low health, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Who? Liu Yang. The remaining dozen or so trackers finally realized what was happening and recognized Liu Yang, who had suddenly appeared. They were immediately thrown into an uproar and panic. But Liu Yang's attacks are far from over. Xiao! Xiao Xiao! A flash of light, and the Thunder Queen and the healer appeared simultaneously. Enhancement, Radiant Amplification. Xiao Xiao reacted extremely quickly, and pink light instantly enveloped Xia. Powerful lightning strike. With a sharp cry, Xiao's thunder spear burst forth with blinding lightning. With the terrifying boost from enhancement, Radiant Amplification, her attack speed is outrageously fast. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The dense lightning strikes, like a raging ocean, instantly engulfed the remaining dozen or so pursuers. Oh no! Quickly use a return scroll. Someone screamed in terror, frantically trying to pull out a life-saving return scroll. But it was too late. With Xia's terrifying attack speed of almost 10 strikes per second, and the ever-present chain of attacks from powerful lightning strike, their spell-casting bars simply couldn't be completed. 1588. 1602. 1595. The damage numbers were densely packed, flooding the screen like a waterfall. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all the pursuers who tried to escape, including the 2 low-health guys wielding purple weapons, were instantly swallowed up by the raging sea of lightning, their health bars completely emptied. Thump! Thump! More than a dozen corpses collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 46. Liu Yang stood there expressionless, coldly looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Want to kill me? Be prepared to be killed instead. Liu Yang casually swept all the equipment and potions dropped by the dozen or so people into his backpack, not even bothering to check the loot immediately. His gaze was already locked on the newly spawned undead knight, which exuded a terrifying aura. Xia, go and meet it. Liu Yang said in a flat tone, as if he were giving a trivial instruction. Yes, master. Xia, brimming with fighting spirit, transformed into a bolt of lightning and took the initiative to meet the massive undead knight. Liu Yang was very confident. With Zioxio's comprehensive buff of enhancement radiant amplification, Xia's attributes have been terrifyingly enhanced, especially her defense and health regeneration speed, making her more than capable of withstanding this level 20 elite boss. The undead knight's nearly 1000 physical attacks dealt very little damage to Xia, even less than her own health regeneration speed. As expected, the ensuing battle completely confirmed Liu Yang's judgment. Although the undead knight's undead impact was powerful and heavy, Xia always managed to narrowly dodge it thanks to her agile movements. The small undead summoned by Summon Undead Legion were instantly wiped out by powerful arc lightning. As for the undead knight's intimidation, it seemed to have little effect on Xia, who was the Thunder Elf Queen. The battle lasted for more than an hour. During this time, Liu Yang occasionally used meteor fire to deal damage and disrupt the enemy. Finally, with a roar of unwillingness, the massive undead knight crashed to the ground and dissipated into specks of black light. Unfortunately, as a special boss in the secret realm, it drops very little, only a few silver coins and a piece of blue quality armor, which is better than nothing. After clearing the battlefield, Liu Yang continued with Xia and Xiao Xiao, heading towards the next spawn point of the interdimensional rift. Over the next 2 hours, the 4th and 5th waves of monsters arrived as expected. During this time, Liu Yang encountered 2 more groups that came to ambush him, this time students from the 1st Senior High School of Northern Jiangsu Province. The result was as expected. Relying on the stealth advantage of the Ring of Concealment and the burst damage of Meteor Shower, along with Xia and Zioxio's perfect crowd control and output, these arrogant ambushers didn't even get a touch on Liu Yang's clothes before being cleanly and decisively sent back to the city. Not one of them survived. Liu Yang's strength and methods were so formidable that these so-called elite students from prestigious universities didn't even have a chance to resist. As dusk fell, when Liu Yang arrived near the last rift spawn point, he finally saw the main character of his journey. Shen Huiyao. And his 4 powerful 5-star rare professional teammates. At this moment, Shen Huiyao's face was still gloomy, and he was anxiously instructing his men to try to contact the ambush team that had been sent out earlier. Still haven't made contact? Useless. They must have run into that undead knight. Tell them to be careful. Shen Huiyao roared irritably, clearly unaware that the men he sent out had already become victims of Liu Yang's sword. Tell them. If they encounter that Liu Yang, don't make a move. Notify me immediately. I want to crush him with my own hands. Shen Huiyao's eyes flashed with a cruel light, and his tone was full of absolute confidence in his own strength. He and his team members believed that as long as they didn't encounter a boss of the level of an undead knight, they were invincible in this secret realm. Little did they know, the real Grim Reaper had already quietly descended upon them. Dozens of meters away, behind a dense thicket of bushes. Liu Yang stared coldly at Shen Huiyao and his group of 5. He silently calculated the distance and location. That's about it. Liu Yang's lips curled into a dangerous smile. His artifact-level skill, Meteor Fire, has had its hidden growth potential activated after several uses. Meteor Shower, Artifact Enhancement, casts for 1 second, summoning an enhanced fireball that falls from the sky, dealing fire damage equal to 900% of the caster's magic attack to all enemy units within a 10x10 area, maximum damage increased to 1000%, and has a 30% chance to stun for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. A massive 10x10 attack range. A terrifying damage coefficient of up to 1000%. Right now, Shen Huiyao and his 4 teammates are perfectly within the range of this enhanced meteor fire spell. Liu Yang had never liked the Shen family. From Shen Lang to Shen Minghui, and now to this Shen Huiyao, they all wanted him dead. Since they had come to him of their own accord, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Let's use this one strike to send them on their way. Liu Yang began to chant a spell silently, and the fire element in the air began to gather wildly, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts tremble. Xia and Xiao Xiao, who were standing nearby, seemed to sense the destructive energy contained in this attack. Even the Thunder Elf Queen, who was so powerful, showed a rare hint of fear on her face. Not to mention Xiao Xiao, who was naturally timid, her face turned pale. Meanwhile, on the walls of the ruined city, Shen Menjiao frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, and she kept looking into the dark depths of the forest outside the city. What happened to Liu Yang? Although they hadn't had much contact, Liu Yang's incredible monster-clearing efficiency and Shen Huiyao's willingness to offer a bounty to hunt him down had aroused her great curiosity about this mysterious summoner from the same school, and even subtly changed her initial opinion. The students from Tianhai No. 1 middle school next to her also looked frustrated and helpless. Sigh, hopefully Liu Yang will be quick-witted and run away soon. Yeah, that Shen Huiyao guy is too domineering. When have we ever been treated like this by the people of Tianhai No. 1 high school? But the other side is, after all, from the Shen family of Jiangnan, and has 4 teammates with 5-star rare professions. We can't help them at all. I'm really curious what Liu Yang did to offend him so much that he would do something so ruthless. Worry, helplessness, frustration, doubt, all sorts of emotions intertwined in the hearts of the students at Tianhai No. 1 middle school. Just then. Look! What's that? A gasp broke the silence on the city wall. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the distance, a gigantic fireball had appeared in the sky. The fireball was burning with dark red flames, and its size was beyond imagination. It was like a fiery mountain floating in the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. Holy crap! What kind of skill is that? A fireball? Could it be a forbidden spell cast by some high-level fire mage? Impossible. The secret realm has level restrictions, with a maximum level of only 20. How could anyone possibly unleash a forbidden spell? Then what exactly is this? The tens of thousands of students on the city wall instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone was discussing it excitedly, stunned by the strange and awe-inspiring scene before them. Shen Menjiao's beautiful eyes widened, her heart pounding wildly. Upon seeing that familiar fireball, now magnified countless times, the image of Liu Yang involuntarily surfaced in her mind. It was him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu Yang is just a summoner. How could someone possibly unleash a skill comparable to a forbidden spell cast by a mage? This completely overturned her understanding. Chapter 47. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the huge fireball that was suspended in the air suddenly accelerated its fall without warning. The earth shook violently. The terrifying shockwave even reached the ruined city tens of kilometers away. The students on the city wall could clearly feel the ground and the city wall trembling violently beneath their feet. Not good. Shen Huiyao, far away at the crimson flame fireball, finally realized that something was wrong. This energy fluctuation is far too powerful. He looked up abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. That burning doomsday star had already obscured the entire sky above him, carrying an aura of annihilation, and was right there. It was so fast that there was no time to react. There wasn't even time to activate any survival skills. Boom! A deafening roar. The ground collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed into the sky. A terrifying shockwave of fire swept outwards from the fireball crater in all directions. -40,999. Critical hit. -22140. -21005. -20010. -23666. A series of chilling damage numbers floated up simultaneously from 5 different locations. Shen Huiyao and his 4 powerful 5-star rare professional teammates were instantly vaporized by the earth-shattering impact before they could even utter a sound. Not even a bone fragment was left. Where it was, only a terrifying fireball crater remained, more than 10 meters in diameter, bottomless, with flames still burning on its edges. Even someone as strong as Xia, looking at the apocalyptic scene before her and feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations remaining in the air, had an expression of disbelief on her usually arrogant face, and she was completely stunned. Liu Yang remained calm, as if he had simply swatted a mosquito. More than the deaths of these people, he was concerned about what kind of equipment they might drop. He slowly walked to the edge of the fireball crater, picked up the equipment and items dropped by Shen Huiyao and the other four, and put them into his backpack. Not bad luck, I actually got a level 13 pink staff. Liu Yang weighed the staff in his hand, which emitted a soft pink light, and was quite pleased. Pink weapons are extremely valuable and can be exchanged for a lot of money. Speaking of which, from Shen Minghui's blue-grade ring to Shen Hu's pink-grade weapon, and then to this staff that Shen Huiyao exploded with. Liu Yang stroked his chin and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Shen family in northern Jiangsu is really my generous benefactor, always traveling long distances to deliver equipment to me. I really have to thank them. After instantly vaporizing Shen Huiyao and his team with a devastating enhanced meteor fire spell, Liu Yang turned his attention back to the third wave of monsters that had spawned. However, what happened next left him both amused and exasperated. The undead soldiers, necromancers, and wizards, who had been standing in neat rows and exuding an imposing aura, as well as the newly spawned undead knights who hadn't even had a chance to show off their power, suddenly all retreated a large distance. The densely packed undead creatures seemed to have been terrified by the earth-shattering fireball just now. They trembled and hesitated to move forward, as if afraid of following in the footsteps of Shen Huiyao and the others. Quite intelligent. Liu Yang chuckled lightly, but there was no pity in his eyes. Even the smallest gain is still gain, he wouldn't complain about having too much experience or copper coins. Xiao! Xiao Xiao! Clear the area! At a single command, the Thunder Queen and the Holy Light Priest once again transformed into ruthless killing machines. With the experience gained from dealing with the undead knights before, the cleanup was much faster this time. Faced with Xia's insane counterattack damage and extremely high attack speed, coupled with Zioxio's seamless buffs and healing, and Liu Yang's occasional use of meteor fire, these undead creatures that had just seemed somewhat terrifying were quickly wiped out like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Less than half an hour later, the third wave of monsters followed in the footsteps of the first two waves. It was over before it even truly began. Liu Yang's monster-killing efficiency remains outrageously strong. Ding! The third wave of monsters has ended. The defense of the City of Ruin has been successful. After counting his spoils, Liu Yang looked at the mountain of copper coins in his backpack and roughly calculated that he had actually obtained more than 100 gold coins after the three waves. Converted to currency, that's over 100 million Huxia yuan. Wow, this secret realm is practically a money pit. Even Liu Yang, with his calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions at this moment. This is probably what it feels like to pick up money until your hands are sore. He couldn't help but recall the rare level 35 pink quality material that Lin Yi, the person in charge of the Tianhai City First Auction House, had mentioned before essence of the lava dragon. At the time, he was worried that such a rare treasure would be extremely expensive, and that he might not have enough money. But now, looking at the enormous amount of copper coins in his backpack, Liu Yang felt incredibly confident. I hope Lin Yi can help me find all the materials I need when we get back, Liu Yang said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If he can gather all the materials and upgrade the meteor fire technique to a higher level, his chances of winning the top score in the upcoming provincial and even national college entrance examinations will undoubtedly be much greater. Night fell again. In the ruined city, in a corner of a dilapidated, deserted hut. The light and shadow distorted, and Liu Yang deactivated the invisibility effect of the hidden ring, revealing his figure. He straightened his robes and then swaggered out of the hut like an ordinary student. As soon as I stepped out, I bumped into a student who was also from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. Hey? Liu Yang? You didn't leave the city? The student asked in surprise when he saw Liu Yang. I thought you were cornered by Shen Huiyao and his gang. How are you? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Upon hearing this, Liu Yang showed a lingering fear on his face, patted his chest and said, don't even mention it. How could a fragile summoner like me dare to leave the city? It's so dangerous outside. I've been hiding in the city the whole time, finding a corner to lie low, that's how I didn't get discovered. This explanation, combined with his identity as a summoner and the danger of the monster waves in the secret realm, seemed reasonable. The student was indeed taken aback, then suddenly realized, that's right, summoners are indeed not suitable for venturing out of the city alone. Hearing the commotion, the others also looked over. Seeing Liu Yang's timid and cowardly appearance, and considering his supportive summoner class, they didn't suspect anything further. This is exactly the effect Liu Yang wanted. He wanted to become a familiar face in the city and establish his image as timid and always staying in the city in people's minds. In this way, even if news of Shen Huiyao and others' disappearance spreads later, it will be difficult to immediately point the finger at him, the harmless summoner. Meticulous and prepared, this is Liu Yang's style of doing things. Chapter 48. At this moment, the ruined city is peaceful. After surviving 3 waves of monsters that were thrilling but ultimately harmless, the students relaxed. On the city wall, bonfires were lit, and the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Some people took out their own drinks and drank heartily, and many others took the opportunity to flirt with their crushes. The air was filled with laughter and joy, a truly harmonious atmosphere. Ignoring the commotion on the city wall, Liu Yang went straight to the somewhat ancient stone tablet in the center of the city to submit his task. There weren't many people here late at night. He stepped forward and selected to submit the wave kill mission. Ding! Player Liu Yang has completed the wave kill mission. Total monsters killed, 8,160. Task completion rate, 40-80%. Task evaluation, perfect. Task rewards are being calculated. Congratulations to Liu Yang for receiving the following rewards, all attributes plus 50. Gold coins plus 100. Hiss. Upon seeing the reward details, even though Liu Yang was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. All attributes plus 50. This isn't just a single attribute plus 50, but rather a 50-point increase in all 5 basic attributes: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and intelligence. That's equivalent to a total of 250 free attribute points. Keep in mind that an ordinary professional only gains 5 free attribute points when they level up. The reward for this one task is equivalent to an ordinary person leveling up 50 levels. In addition, there are attribute bonuses from his own upgrades, equipment, and titles. Liu Yang feels like he's a complete attribute monster right now. The harvest was simply enormous and unimaginable. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Player Liu Yang has been detected as having the highest completion rate in this wave of kills. The hidden quest in the secret realm Trial of the Elemental Tower has been successfully unlocked. Mission objective: proceed to the Elemental Tower at the center of the secret realm and successfully pass the first trial. Mission rewards, determined based on the final clear level. Hint: the Tower of Elements has 5 floors. The higher the floor, the greater the difficulty and the richer the rewards. Tower of Elements. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. He recalled seeing records about the Tower of Elements in ancient books in the school library. The legendary Tower of Elements is a mysterious ancient building with 50 floors. Each floor is guarded by a powerful elemental lord, and the boss on the last floor is a terrifying level 100 or higher. To date, no one has been able to successfully clear the Tower of Elements. Even the most powerful guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, the one hailed as the God of Law, only reached the 30th level. This elemental tower in the secret realm should just be a weakened projection, with only 5 levels, Liu Yang thought to himself. However, judging from the secret realm's usual practices, the level and strength of the 5th level boss will probably exceed the level 20 rule limit. Although he knew there were tigers in the mountains, Liu Yang showed no sign of backing down. Instead, a burning desire to challenge him ignited within him. Hidden quests often offer extremely generous rewards. What's more, this is a special quest that can only be triggered if you achieve the highest completion rate. Let's go take a look. Liu Yang made the decision. After leaving the mission marker, Liu Yang found Shen Menjiao and thanked her briefly. Regardless of the other party's purpose in reminding him, he remembered this favor. Afterwards, he wandered around the city for half a day, deliberately showing his face among different groups of people to reinforce the impression that he had always stayed in the city. As the sun set and darkness fell, the sky gradually darkened. Liu Yang quietly left the city of ruin, entered stealth mode again, and stealthily made his way towards the very center of the secret realm. He traversed the vast forest borders, crossed countless low-level waves of monsters that spawned, and finally, in the deepest part of the secret realm, he saw an ancient stone tower that soared into the clouds. Tower of Elements. Around the tower, countless elemental creatures roamed: burning fire elementals, flowing water elementals, solid earth elementals, and raging wind elementals, all generally around level 17. Sigh. Liu Yang summoned the Thunder Queen. With Xia leading the way, and thanks to her overpowered thunder counterattack passive ability, clearing out these elemental monsters wasn't too difficult. They pressed on until they finally arrived at the massive bronze gate of the Tower of Elements. Liu Yang took a deep breath, checked the ample supply of return scrolls in his backpack, and his eyes hardened. He lifted his foot and resolutely stepped into the tower. Ding! Liu Yang has entered a special area, the Tower of Elements. The hidden quest, Trial of the Elemental Tower, is now officially open. Ding! Special conditions have been met, automatically triggering the hidden side quest reaching the pinnacle. Mission objective: successfully defeat the final boss of the 5th floor of the Elemental Tower. Quest reward: activate access to the hidden 6th floor of the Elemental Tower. Hey! There's a hidden side quest. Liu Yang was taken aback when he saw the system notification, then frowned slightly. This mission description sounds like a freebie. All you have to do is defeat the 5th floor boss? Something unusual must be going on. He didn't believe in free lunches. This seemingly simple side quest probably concealed some kind of conspiracy or trap. However, having already decided to challenge the Tower of Elements, he naturally came with the idea of clearing the highest level possible. Whatever the trap, since it's appeared, I'll take it all, including this extra 6th level. A resolute glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Knowing the risks, his innate thirst for challenge and the lure of rich rewards propelled him forward without fear. The first level of the Tower of Elements is a standard 100 meter by 100 meter square space. Hundreds of light spirits emitting a soft white light floated within the space. Light spirit, normal. Level, LV10. Physical attack, 150 to 180. Health points, 1000/1000. Despite their ordinary attributes and large numbers, they were no match for Xia's berserk powerful arc and were wiped out in just over 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the first level's boss appeared, the Guardian of Light. Guardian of Light, Elite. Level, LV10. Physical attack, 800 to 850. Health, 20,000/20,000. Despite bearing the title of Elite and possessing considerable attack power, they are still no match for Liu Yang and Xia, whose attributes have skyrocketed. Liu Yang didn't even bother to take action himself. With just a few ordinary attacks from Xia, accompanied by thunderous counterattacks and a few powerful electric arcs, the Guardian of Light let out a wail and vanished into specks of light in just a few seconds. Too easy, Liu Yang looked at the empty first floor, his doubts growing. This doesn't feel like a trial at all, but more like a lure, a trap to make people lower their guard. He could even imagine that if an arrogant guy like Shen Huiyao encountered this situation, he would probably be overconfident because of the ease of the first level, and then plunge headlong into the deeper levels without hesitation, not even knowing how he died. Caution is always the secret to living longer. Chapter 49. Shaking his head, Liu Yang led Xia and Xiao Xiao up the stairs to the second floor. The monsters on the second floor have an average level of 13 and are more numerous. The boss guarding the second floor is called the Guardian of Darkness. Guardian of Darkness, Elite. Level, LV13. Physical attack, 1100 to 1200. Health, 35,000/35,000. Special ability, Shadow Step, passive, grants 20% physical and magical evasion rate. This 20% dodge rate did cause Liu Yang some minor trouble, as Xia's attacks would occasionally miss. Liu Yang had to take matters into his own hands, using the area of effect damage of meteor fire to launch a comprehensive attack, which took about 5 minutes to successfully kill it. With a ding, the boss dropped a piece of equipment. Purple, glowing knight armor. Location, breastplate. Level, LV13. Property. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 45. Stamina plus 35. Movement speed plus 5%. Its attributes are not bad. Although it can't compare to some of the top quality items he has, it can still be sold for several dozen silver coins. As the number of floors increases, the difficulty does indeed gradually increase. The third level is guarded by a level 15 Fire Guardian who wields powerful fire magic. The fourth level is the level 17 Ice Guardian, which has the control ability to freeze and slow down enemies. The fifth floor is guarded by a massive Radiant Beast, whose level has reached the highest level of the Secret Realm restrictions LV20. Its attacks inflict a burning effect and also have an area of effect blinding aura. However, these bosses, which are terrifying in the eyes of ordinary students, still couldn't last long against Liu Yang, whose strength is now considered abnormal. With the extremely high burst damage of meteor fire, Xia's almost unstoppable sustained output and counterattacks, and Xiaoxio's precise amplification and healing, Liu Yang swept through the ranks with unstoppable momentum. When the fifth floor Radiant Beast fell unwillingly, a golden light of upgrade shone on Liu Yang's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Yang for leveling up to LV14. Successfully cleared the first 5 levels. Just then, the notification about the hidden side quest sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Yang for successfully defeating the final boss of the 5th floor of the Tower of Elements. Hidden side quest reaching the pinnacle completed. Activating access to the hidden 6th floor of the Tower of Elements for you. Rumble. The solid wall in front slowly slid aside to reveal a deep, upward stone staircase. An indescribable, chilling aura of terror suddenly swept out from the depths of the dark stairwell. Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. Such a powerful sense of oppression. This aura is definitely above level 20. It's probably close to level 25. Moreover, at the very moment the entrance to the 6th floor opened, he even vaguely heard a faint, indistinct whisper coming from the end of the stairs. Mysterious, and extremely dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang did not hesitate and, with Xia and Xiao Xiao, stepped onto the stairs leading to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is more spacious than the previous 5 floors, but it is unusually empty. There are no monsters. Only in the very center of the space stood a creature about 4 meters tall, radiating a faint golden glow, and resembling a human. King of Light, Lord Level Boss. Level, LV25, Status, Strength is being suppressed. Physical Attack, 3000. Health Points, 1,000/1,000,000. Skills: Light Lash, King's Ray, Light Purification, Radiant Sea, Restore Suppression. Special skill, restores a portion of suppressed power for each unit killed. Hiss. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, Liu Yang gasped in shock. Level 25. And it's a Lord level boss. Although the level is marked as suppressed, the attack power of up to 3000 and the terrifying health of a whole million are enough to explain everything. And then there's that series of skills whose names alone exude immense power, as well as that bizarre recovery suppression special skill. This is absolutely terrifying. Let alone the fact that he is only level 14 now. Even if he brought a top-tier second job team of level 25 with excellent equipment, they would probably have a slim chance of survival against this King of Light. A slight mistake could result in a total wipeout. Hat. A cold laugh, full of majesty yet clearly contemptuous, came from the humanoid creature of light. Its golden eyes swept down over Liu Yang and the other two. How laughable! The first living beings I have seen since I awoke are such weak ants. It actually possesses intelligence. However, even ants have their uses, the King of Light said indifferently. Human, I can grant you a chance. Go, slaughter all the humans in this secret realm. As a reward, I will bestow upon you the protection of the light element, making you my servant and granting you eternal glory. Using someone else to do the dirty work? Liu Yang instantly understood the King of Light's intention. It intends to use the Restore Suppression skill to slaughter the students in the secret realm with its own hands in order to restore its suppressed power. These seemingly tempting conditions actually conceal malicious intentions. Liu Yang was naturally not fooled by such a low-level trick. What truly surprised and alarmed him was another piece of information in the King of Light's words after I awaken. Awakening? Could it be that defeating the Radiant Beast on the 5th level will release the King of Light who is sealed in the hidden 6th level? Liu Yang's heart was filled with shock. Why is it sealed here? A terrifying being whose strength clearly surpasses the limitations of the secret realm's rules if it were allowed to leave the elemental tower and enter the secret realm. The consequences would be unimaginable. All the students in the entire secret realm would likely face annihilation. The situation instantly became extremely dire. However, crisis is often accompanied by opportunity. A level 25 Lord level boss, and an extremely rare pure light elemental creature at that. Liu Yang licked his slightly dry lips, his eyes showing no fear but instead flashing with a burning light. The drop rate of rare elemental essence from such an ultra-rare boss should be very high, right? Faced with a terrifying existence that could threaten the safety of the entire secret realm, Liu Yang's thoughts turned to the precious materials it might drop. Risk? Danger? Faced with enormous profits, none of that seems to matter anymore. Ignoring the majestic gaze of the King of Light, he slowly raised the staff in his hand, and blazing flames began to gather at the tip of the staff. War. A temporary camp outside the secret realm. Zhang Xiahua, a 4th-tier peak mage and the person in charge of this secret realm trial, was comfortably lounging in a comfortable recliner, slowly savoring a premium De Hong Pao tea he had brought from home. Beside him, a young and beautiful female teacher was carefully refilling his water bottle. She blushed from the occasional bawdy joke he made, but dared not retort. However, at that very moment, without warning, the once clear sky was suddenly and quickly covered by thick dark clouds. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere, so oppressive it was suffocating, instantly filled the entire camp like an invisible tide. Chapter 50. Zhang Xiahua's smile froze, and he stopped sipping his tea. He keenly sensed something was wrong, and suddenly looked up, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the otherworldly rift that was suspended in midair not far away, like a giant vortex. The entrance to the crack, which had been relatively calm, suddenly began to ripple violently, with visible ripples spreading out, as if some terrifying being was about to break free from it. Not good. Zhang Xiahua's expression changed drastically. He could no longer care about teasing the female teacher. He suddenly jumped up from the recliner and appeared in the monitoring area of the interdimensional rift in a flash. "What's going on?" he demanded sharply. A staff member responsible for monitoring the energy fluctuations in the secret realm, pale-faced and covered in sweat, reported, "Lord Zhang Shaihua. Something terrible has happened. An energy fluctuation far exceeding the level limit has been detected inside the secret realm. Its intensity is still rising. The sealing field of the secret realm is becoming extremely unstable." "What? A boss that exceeds the level limit?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaihua was struck dumb, his pupils suddenly contracting. A long-buried, almost forgotten, terrifying memory suddenly surged into my mind. That was many years ago. At that time, the man now hailed as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom and the Supreme Mage was merely a level 32nd tier peak mage. During an exploration of an ancient, not fully sealed, secret realm, the ruins of the Azure Phoenix Mountains, the Archmage encountered a terrifying being known as the King of Light. The King of Light at that time possessed terrifying strength reaching level 40. His powerful light elemental force almost leveled the entire area around the Azure Phoenix Mountains. Later, the God of Magic was appointed to a critical mission and assembled the 50 most powerful third-tier experts in the Dragon Kingdom to form an elite attack team. They paid a heavy price and spent 7 days and 7 nights before finally sealing the King of Light in the hidden 6th level of the Elemental Tower deep within that secret realm ruin. It was precisely because of that thrilling sealing battle that the Dragon Kingdom's leadership realized the immense danger of uncontrolled secret realms, which ultimately led to the establishment of strict rules and restrictions on the level of secret realms. By utilizing powerful sealing formations, the highest monster level in all known secret realms was suppressed to below level 20. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the King of Light, who should have been completely sealed away, has broken free of the seal. Damn it! How could this happen? Zhang Shaihua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew all too well how terrifying the King of Light was. Even though his strength was forcibly suppressed to around level 25 by the rules of the secret realm, he was still far beyond what a group of first-tier students, whose highest level was only 20, could contend with. If it were to regain even a fraction of its former power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those students would be nothing more than ants in its presence, instantly annihilated. Quickly! Activate the highest emergency plan immediately. Zhang Shaihua made a decisive decision, issuing the order with lightning speed, notify all supervising teachers. Immediately. Right now. Have all students in the secret realm use scrolls to leave the secret realm. At the same time. Summon all high-level professionals of level 3 or above in the vicinity. Rush to provide support immediately. And another thing. Immediately. Use the highest level of authority. Contact the God of Magic. Report the situation here. He had to prepare for the worst. Once the seal on the secret realm was completely broken and the King of Light was freed, it would be a huge disaster affecting the entire Jiangnan province and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. We must do everything possible to minimize the harm. However, the situation developed far faster than he could control. A secret realm, a city in ruins. On the city wall, the students who were barbecuing, drinking, laughing and playing around received urgent notices from their respective teachers at almost the same time. Attention all students! Use teleportation scrolls to leave the secret realm immediately. Repeat. Use teleportation scrolls to leave the secret realm immediately. An extremely dangerous situation has occurred. The sudden warning stunned all the students. But the teacher's anxious tone, and the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the secret realm, made them dare not be negligent in the slightest. Panic spread instantly. Quick! Use a town portal scroll. What happened? Never mind that. Let's go. Countless students frantically pulled scrolls from their backpacks, ready to crush them and leave. But just then. Buzz! A blinding golden light suddenly shone from the sky above the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, an enormous, almost transparent golden light shield, like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Ding! Warning! Spatial coordinates have been locked due to interference from an unknown and powerful force. The teleportation scroll is temporarily unusable. Ding! Warning! Communication with the outside world has been cut off. The cold, impersonal system notification sounded like a death knell in the ears of every student who hadn't yet left. What? The return scroll can't be used anymore. Communications are down too. How so? The students who were just thinking of lingering for another day to get more attribute rewards now had all the color drain from their faces, turning them ashen. Panic, despair, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions spread wildly among the people like a plague. The atmosphere in the entire secret realm instantly shifted from the previous relaxed and carefree state to an abyss of despair. It became extremely tense and hopeless. The Tower of Elements, 6th floor. Liu Yang also immediately noticed the golden light shield enveloping the entire secret realm, as well as the system notification that the teleportation scroll could not be used and that communication with the outside world had been lost. As expected, Liu Yang looked coldly at the King of Light radiating an aura of majesty in front of him. This guy wants to turn the entire secret realm into his hunting ground, kill everyone, and restore his power. We can't wait any longer. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Meteor Fire Technique. Liu Yang acted decisively without the slightest hesitation. The intense fire elements converged wildly, and a dark red fireball, compressed to its limit, hurtled towards the King of Light with a sharp whooshing sound. Boom! 13850. A damage number, slightly lower than before but still quite considerable, floated up from above the King of Light's head. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in the King of Light's golden eyes. A mere first-stage human mage was able to injure me? Your strength is indeed far superior to that of ordinary ants. It seemed to have thought of something, and its tone carried a hint of deep-seated hatred and killing intent, even stronger than that guy back then, at the same level. Before the words were even finished, the figure of the King of Light suddenly transformed into a golden streak of light, instantly traversing a distance of tens of meters and appearing in front of Liu Yang. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch it. A gigantic hand, imbued with terrifying light elemental energy and carrying an aura of annihilation, slammed down on Liu Yang's head. Chapter 51. That's too fast. Liu Yang's pupils constricted sharply. Enhancement, Radiant Amplification. At the critical moment, Xiao released her speed-up skill. Liu Yang felt his body lighten, and his reaction speed instantly increased to the extreme. He jumped backward with great difficulty, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Boom! The King of Light's palm struck empty air, yet it still left a terrifying palm print half a meter deep on the hard stone surface. Roar! Seeing her master being attacked, Xia, who had been waiting in ambush, suddenly went berserk. Blinding lightning exploded on her body, and her petite figure transformed into a purple bolt of lightning, fearlessly charging towards the colossal King of Light. Xiao! Enhancement healing spell, don't stop. Heal me and Xia! Liu Yang shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he took out a bottle of master-level HP recovery potion from his backpack and drank it down. Plus 500. Plus 500. The effects of the master-level potion were immediate, continuously restoring his health. Xioxio's enhancement healing spell is also showing amazing effects at this moment. A soft holy light enveloped both Liu Yang and Xia. Plus 2110. Plus 2085. One treatment can restore more than 2000 health points to both people simultaneously. This healing amount is comparable to that of many second-tier professional priests. Sia. Netherworld Annihilation Lightning Strike. After receiving treatment, Xia's fighting spirit soared even higher. Countless fine electric snakes gathered in her hand, eventually transforming into an incredibly thick purple bolt of lightning, which struck the King of Light fiercely. 1208. Compared to the Light King's terrifying health of up to 1 million, this damage still seems insignificant. But this undoubtedly enraged the proud King of Light. A lowly thunder sprite. How dare you challenge the majesty of a king? The King of Light roared and unleashed a powerful backhand strike of light lash. Snap! The golden energy whip lashed fiercely at Xia. 3560. An astonishing damage number appeared. But the next second, thunderous counterattack triggered. A thicker bolt of purple lightning rebounded from Xia's body and struck the King of Light fiercely. 7120. Counterattack damage. It's several times higher than Xia's active attack damage. This is the terrifying aspect of the Thunder Queen's talent. There's hope. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. With Xia's counterattack damage, Xiaoxio's powerful healing, and their own potion support, there might really be a chance to slowly grind down this terrifying boss. Meteor Fire Technique. Liu Yang raised his staff again and chanted a spell. This time, he silently prayed, hoping to trigger the hidden effect of meteor fire that he had not yet fully figured out, and deal even more damage. However, just as the meteor fire technique was about to take shape, a sudden change has occurred. Liu Yang's seemingly ordinary holy light set suddenly burst forth with dazzling holy light without warning. The light condensed and transformed in midair into a giant sword, several meters long, made entirely of pure holy light. This holy light greatsword, radiating the mighty power to judge all evil, actually crashed down on the King of Light along with that dark red fireball. Boom! 26222. 297000. Two completely different, yet equally terrifying and suffocating damage numbers floated up from above the King of Light's head almost simultaneously. The total damage amounted to a terrifying 320,000. Puff! Even the mighty King of Light, after enduring this sudden and incredibly powerful attack, coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, and his massive body was blasted backward repeatedly. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared in its once proud and disdainful golden eyes. It was as if they couldn't comprehend how this tiny human could unleash such terrifying damage. The terrifying damage of nearly 320,000 did not come from the meteor fire spell itself, but from the hidden effect of Liu Yang's holy light set, Holy Light. Holy Light, passive effect. When attacking, there is a 1% chance to trigger, dealing holy damage equal to 30% of the target's current health. This is a terrifying special effect that is purely based on luck, but once triggered, it can change the course of the battle. That attack just now was triggered by that 1% chance of luck. The King of Light originally had about 990,000 HP left, but this holy light forcibly cut off nearly 300,000 HP. Such devastating damage reduced its health bar by nearly a third. Not only was the King of Light himself stunned, but even Xia, who was engrossed in the fight, subconsciously stopped swinging her lightning-wielding arm, her large purple eyes filled with shock. "Master, you are amazing!" Xia exclaimed in admiration. Master is the best." Xiao Xiao waved her little fist at the right time and echoed in her childish voice. Perhaps they were terrified by Liu Yang's devastating attack, or perhaps they were wary of the 1% chance of it triggering again. After a brief moment of shock, the once high and mighty King of Light made a decision that even Liu Yang found somewhat unexpected. Escape! Suddenly, its massive body burst forth with dazzling golden light, ignoring Liu Yang and Xia, transforming into a blinding golden meteor that crashed through the dome of the 6th floor of the elemental tower and soared into the sky. Its flight path was clearly heading towards the ruined city where a large number of students had gathered. Not good. This guy wants to slaughter students to regain his power. Liu Yang instantly realized the King of Light's intentions, and his face darkened. He knew very well that if the King of Light were to use the restore suppression skill to restore even a portion of his suppressed power by slaughtering those thousands of students, his strength would surge to a point where he would be completely unable to resist. Chase. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Yang immediately took Xia and Xiao Xiao and followed closely behind, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly chasing after the city. The night grew deeper. Atop the ruined city walls, the countdown to the fourth wave of monsters has quietly come to an end. However, what enveloped the hearts of all the students at this moment was no longer the fear of the monster wave, but a despair that was even more suffocating. The teleportation scroll has malfunctioned. Communication with the outside world has been severed. They were trapped in this secret realm that could collapse at any moment, having lost their last means of survival. The shadow of death, like a cold tide, flooded everyone's heart. Faced with the impending fourth wave of monsters, which is even more powerful than the previous three, their courage to even pick up weapons for defense has been completely shattered. The entire city was filled with an oppressive, deathly silence. The previous situation, where everyone could barely cope by relying on return scrolls as a trump card and working together, is no longer possible. They were in a truly desperate situation. Chapter 52. Don't panic, everyone. Let's find a place to hide. The teachers will definitely come to save us. Shen Menjiao suppressed her fear and tried to step forward to calm everyone down. However, in such a critical and desperate moment, her voice sounded so pale and powerless. Nobody listens to them. Hide? Where can we hide? The entire secret realm is sealed off. Wah-ah-ah. I don't want to die. Since we're all going to die anyway, what's the difference between dying sooner or later? Might as well fight those monsters. It's over, it's all over. People reacted in various ways, some broke down in tears, some became hysterical, and some even started talking nonsense, their spirits on the verge of collapse. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, and had even closed their eyes to resign themselves to their fate. Rumble. The earth in the distance began to tremble. A massive, dark army of undead surged forth from the horizon like a tidal wave. This time, instead of the low-level undead soldiers, there were a large number of elite undead warriors of level 13, hordes of level 15 necromancers, and level 17 necromancers exuding a strong aura of death. At the very front of that undead army stood several enormous, terrifying new boss-level undead creatures. Ding! The fourth wave of monsters has begun. All trial participants, please prepare your defenses. The cold, impersonal system notification, like a final verdict, shattered the last vestiges of hope in the students' hearts. Such a powerful lineup of monsters. What can they use to resist? We can only wait to die. Despair, like a plague, completely engulfed the entire ruined city. Call out! At this critical moment, a blazing meteor, trailing a long flame, streaked across the night sky from afar and landed precisely on the walls of the ruined city. The light faded, revealing the figures of Liu Yang, Xia, and Xiao Xiao. Liu Yang's gaze swept quickly across the city wall. When he saw the densely packed students, numbering at least 3,000, on the square below, their faces ashen and devoid of any will to fight, his heart skipped a beat. Broke in. If the King of Light were to charge into this crowd, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He didn't have time to stop it. Listen up, everyone. Liu Yang's voice, imbued with magic, instantly drowned out all the cries and noise, clearly reaching the ears of every student. Immediately abandon your guard duty. Leave the city. Scatter and run westwards, in the direction with the fewest monsters. Hide. Wait for your teachers to rescue you. He must disperse these students immediately. Firstly, to reduce casualties, and secondly, to prevent the King of Light from regaining his strength by slaughtering them. This is currently the only feasible solution that takes into account the overall situation. The students looked up blankly when they heard the sound. When they saw that the speaker was Liu Yang, who had just reached level 14 and was a one-star summoner, many people had mixed feelings. But the undeniable calmness and decisiveness in Liu Yang's words acted like a shot of adrenaline, injecting strength into their hearts that were on the verge of collapse. Yes. We can't just wait to die like this. Run. Let's break out. West. There are fewer monsters in the west. Everyone, charge with me. As if grasping at the last straw, their will to survive was reignited. The crowd began to stir, surging like a tidal wave towards the breach in the western city wall that Liu Yang had pointed out, preparing for a final struggle. Liu Yang! You! Shen Menjiao ran to Liu Yang's side, looking at the dark, surging army of undead in the distance, and anxiously urged, "It's too dangerous. Let's go together." However, Liu Yang shook his head. He turned around, his back to the surging tide of fleeing people, and stood alone on the empty city wall. His gaze was fixed firmly on the tidal wave of undead sweeping in from afar like a tsunami, and behind the wave, the golden streak of light that was rapidly approaching and exuding a terrifying aura. "You all need to leave quickly." His voice was calm, yet carried a resolute determination. "Leave this to me." One man, facing a massive army, facing the impending fourth wave of terror, facing a level 25 Lord Boss that even he himself had no confidence in defeating. He actually chose to stay behind alone. At that moment, all the students who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. They turned around in disbelief, gazing at the slender figure standing atop the city wall, facing the endless darkness alone. Shocking! An indescribable shock. What kind of courage is this? What kind of responsibility is this? While everyone else was only thinking about escaping, he chose to stay and use his own body to buy them time and chance to escape. That figure, which had seemed rather ordinary to them, was now imbued with boundless radiance, becoming incomparably majestic and sublime. Student Liu Yang. He's going to hold off the monster wave and the boss all by himself. We can't leave him alone. Many passionate students' eyes instantly welled up with tears, and some even wanted to turn around and fight alongside Liu Yang. "Get out! All of you, get out!" Liu Yang roared without turning his head. "Don't let him sacrifice in vain. We must survive. Charge out! That's the only way to honor him." Someone in the crowd shouted those words first. Yes. They cannot let down the opportunity that Liu Yang risked his life for. Charge! For Liu Yang's sake. We must survive. Fight your way out. Deeply inspired by Liu Yang's selfless spirit, all the students unleashed unprecedented courage and strength, roaring as they launched a desperate charge toward the western breach. Shen Menjiao stared blankly at Liu Yang's retreating figure, her clear eyes now clouded with a thick layer of mist. She took a deep breath, forced herself to turn around, and followed the fleeing crowd. But the moment she turned around, her perception of Liu Yang had undergone a complete transformation. This seemingly ordinary classmate has a mindset and a vision that far surpasses his own. That kind of strong heart that disregards life and death, and faces adversity with equanimity in order to protect others. Liu Yang, she murmured the name in her heart, but dared not stop in her tracks. "You must not die." Watching the students recede behind him like a receding tide, Liu Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as they scatter and escape, even with the speed of the King of Light, it will be difficult to find and kill them all in a short time. In this way, I will have no worries about the future. Seeing the dark, overwhelming tide of undead approaching the city, Liu Yang no longer hesitated. Xia. Enhancement, Radiant Amplification activated. Charge in. Xiao Xiao. Enhancement Healing Spell Target Xia. Chapter 53. The moment the command was given, Xiao Xiao shone with holy light, and a swift amplification halo landed precisely on Xia. Roar. The enhanced Xia let out an excited roar, her petite body transforming into a streak of purple lightning as she fearlessly plunged into the surging tide of undead. At the same time, Liu Yang took a deep breath and raised the crimson flame staff high in his hand. Meteor fire technique. He needs to hurry. Before the King of Light arrives, cast meteor fire as many times as possible, trying to stack the skill's cast count to over 50 times to trigger that devastating enhancement effect. Boom! 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 She was like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a bloodbath amidst the tide of the undead. Every time it is attacked, thunder counterattack will be triggered precisely, unleashing terrifying thunder damage several times its own attack power. Xiaoxio's enhancement healing spell is like a perpetual motion machine, continuously restoring Xia's health and keeping her health bar at almost full. This is simply a tireless, explosive war machine. Less than half an hour. Nearly 9,000 elite undead monsters, ranging from level 13 to 17, were completely wiped out by Xia. Its speed and efficiency in clearing monsters are simply astonishing. And at the very moment the wave of undead was completely wiped out. In the distance, a dazzling golden light was hurtling toward the city of destruction at an incredible speed. The King of Light has arrived. Sia. Come back. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately summoned the bloodied and battered Xia back to his side. A person, a pet, and an elf stood silently atop the empty city wall, ready for battle. This time, we absolutely cannot let it get away again. A strong fighting spirit rose in Liu Yang's chest. An earth-shattering collision is about to erupt once again. The King of Light was filled with immense joy and anticipation at that moment. It could almost picture itself charging into that human city, slaughtering those weak ants like cutting melons and vegetables, and then relying on the recovery suppression skill to quickly recover its strength to at least level 30. At that time, wouldn't a mere first-stage human mage be completely at my mercy? It had even planned to crush the guy who dared to hurt it, bit by bit, in the most cruel way. However, when it rushed expectantly to the foot of the ruined city, and looked up, the city that I had imagined, teeming with people and filled with desperate cries, did not appear. On the empty city wall, only one solitary figure calmly gazed at it. It was that human mage, Liu Yang, whom it hated so much. The King of Light, whose face was composed of pure light elements, displayed a rare blank expression. Where are they? Where are my thousands of portable blood packs? How come there's only one left? Damn humans! After a brief moment of stunned silence came boundless rage. The King of Light instantly realized he had been tricked. This cunning human actually let all those blood packs escape beforehand. It rushed all the way from the Tower of Elements, only to find nothing. The immense psychological gap and the anger of being mocked caused this proud king's mentality to explode instantly, and he couldn't help but look up to the sky and let out a helpless and furious roar. I just can't understand why this human didn't run away. Instead, he's still here waiting for me. Where did he get the guts? Looks like you're disappointed. Liu Yang looked at the frantic King of Light below, a cold smile curving his lips. I'm sorry, but I've already persuaded you to quit your power bank beforehand. Now, it's time for us to settle the scores from before. Before the words were even finished, Liu Yang raised his hand again. Not a single unnecessary word. Meteor fire technique. A familiar dark red fireball roared down on the King of Light once again. Humph! The same trick again. A hint of disdain flashed in the King of Light's eyes as he prepared to easily dodge. However, in the very next second, a scene that terrified it occurred. Suddenly, without warning, the sky above Liu Yang's head darkened. Then, 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless giant fireballs, several times larger than the previous meteor fire spell and burning with raging flames, appeared densely in the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. That terrifying power, that sky-covering spectacle, seemed to be about to completely destroy the entire world. Ding! Detected that Liu Yang has cast Meteor Fire 50 times consecutively. The Meteor Shower skill's enhanced effect has been activated. Ding! Detected that the Crimson Flame Staff equipment effect has been triggered. This skill cast will not consume MP. Ding! MP detected, meeting the multiple casting conditions for Fireball. Ding! Detected. A series of rapid system notifications rang frantically in Liu Yang's ears. He hadn't expected that the circumstances under which the enhancement effect was triggered would be so unusual. Originally, the effect of Fireball was to summon an enhanced giant fireball within a 10x10 area to deliver a devastating blow. However, because of the amazing effect of the Crimson Flame Staff that there is a 50% chance that MP will not be consumed when releasing fire attribute attacks, it was triggered at the same time as the enhancement. This caused the system to determine that his MP was not consumed when he cast Fireball. Based on the skill's hidden judgment mechanism, it seems that when a character has enough MP, the enhanced Fireball spell can be cast multiple times. In addition, the continuous triggering of the Crimson Flame Staff effect. Ultimately, this resulted in the terrifying scene before us, which resembles a bug. The sky was filled with at least 60 enhanced giant meteor fire spells. That scene was even more terrifying than the end of the world. Impossible. The King of Light was completely dumbfounded. It looked up at the world-destroying fireballs that were raining down like a dense barrage, its golden eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair. Hide? Where can we hide? The entire sky was covered by fireballs. There was absolutely no way to escape. Boom! 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 The next second, deafening explosions rang out continuously. Countless enhanced meteor fire spells rained down on the King of Light like a storm. -88,560. Critical hit. -44280. -91,020. Critical hit. -45510. A dazzling array of terrifying damage numbers poured out like a waterfall from the King of Light's head. The enhanced version of Meteor Shower has a base damage of over 40,000. A critical hit can bring it to nearly 90,000. Only a dozen or so fireballs landed. The King of Light's health bar, which originally had nearly 700,000 remaining, melted away like ice and snow, instantly reaching zero. Chapter 54. However, this is just the beginning. In the sky, there were still more than 40 world-destroying fireballs falling mercilessly. They precisely bombarded the location of the King of Light's corpse, which had already turned into specks of light and dissipated, blasting a terrifying, bottomless crater into the ground in that area. Whip the corpse. This is blatant desecration of a corpse. The scene was extremely cruel at one point. As the last fireball fell, the deafening roar gradually subsided. Standing atop the city wall, Liu Yang looked down at the scorched earth below, as if plowed by a nuclear bomb, and at the bottomless crater. Even he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Hiss, this power seems a bit too much. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Yang for successfully defeating the level 25 Lord level boss King of Light. Experience points gained, 20,000. Gained 120 gold coins. Item obtained, Rare Elemental Essence X5. Item obtained, Pink, Longsword of the King of Light X1. Item obtained, Purple, Bracelet of the King of Light X1. The notification sound of a generous kill reward brought Liu Yang back to his senses. I checked the dropped items. Pink, the Longsword of the King of Light. Type, two-handed sword. Level, LV20, requires completion of second job advancement. Classes, Swordsman, Paladin. Property. Physical attack power plus 350 to 420. Strength plus 80. Agility plus 60. Stamina plus 50. Special effect 1, Sharpness, increases attack speed by 10%. Special Effect 2, King's Might, physical attack power is increased by an additional 15%. Special Effect 3, Light Enchantment, attacks deal an additional 50 points of light attribute damage. Special Effect 4, Holy Light Affinity, increases the effect of light attribute skills by 20%. A pink weapon. And it's a top tier two-handed sword that can only be equipped at level 20, second job advancement. Explosive stats. Incredible special effects. It's absolutely a top tier artifact that's currently priceless and unavailable. Sell it, and you'll definitely make unimaginable wealth. Purple, Bracelet of the King of Light. Type, Jewelry, Bracelet. Level, LV15. Occupation, Unrestricted. Property. Physical attack power plus 50. Magic attack power plus 50. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 30. Special Effect 1, Strong Attack, physical/magical attack power is increased by an additional 5%. Special Effect 2, Light Energy, increases light attribute damage by 10%. Special Effect 3, Radiance, increases light resistance by 15 points. A purple accessory. And an extremely rare bracelet. Its stats are also top-notch. No class restrictions. This piece of equipment might even be more valuable than that pink longsword. Huge profit. This is a steal. Liu Yang happily put the loot into his backpack. Just then, he suddenly felt that the golden light shield covering the entire secret realm seemed to be slowly dissipating. Ding! The abnormal status of the secret realm has been lifted. The teleportation scroll function has returned to normal. Ding! Communication with the outside world has been restored. The series of system notifications made Liu Yang realize that with the death of the King of Light, the seal on the secret realm had been lifted. Almost at the same time, the students who had just escaped the ruined city and were scattered throughout the secret realm also received the same notification. The next second. Whoosh! 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 Countless beams of white light lit up in every corner of the secret realm. Almost without hesitation, all the surviving students immediately crushed the teleportation scrolls in their hands. They didn't want to stay in this nightmare-like place for even a second longer. The Azure Phoenix Mountains, before the interdimensional rift. Temporary camp. Seeing beams of white light emerge from the dimensional rift, Zhang Shaihua finally felt a little relieved. Quick! Take a head count. Are there any casualties? He rushed forward and asked anxiously. However, he was met with a depressing silence. All the students who were teleported out had their heads down, their faces pale, and their eyes filled with lingering fear and sadness. The atmosphere in the entire camp instantly became incredibly heavy. A moment later, Shen Menjiao pushed through the crowd and slowly walked out. Her pretty face still bore traces of wet tears, and her eyes were red-rimmed. Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang Shaihua! Her voice choked with emotion, filled with overwhelming sorrow, and she finally broke down in tears. To buy us time to escape, Liu Yang stayed behind alone to face the fourth wave of monsters and that terrifying boss. He sacrificed himself. Boom! This news came like a bolt from the blue, instantly plunging the entire camp into a deathly silence. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Liu Yang, who single-handedly saved everyone several times. That hero who chose to sacrifice himself at the last moment to cover everyone's retreat. He actually sacrificed himself? An atmosphere of sadness and grief instantly enveloped the entire camp. The gate to the secret realm stabilized once more, its light shimmering and illuminating the pale, relieved faces of the survivors. However, this relief was quickly overshadowed by the somber news. The number of returning students was alarmingly lower than when they entered. In particular, not a single student from the team of 50 elite students from the number 1 high school in northern Jiangsu returned. The news spread like wildfire, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples everywhere. Everyone understood what this meant. The King of Light. Someone murmured, their voice filled with awe and fear. 50 elite soldiers from northern Jiangsu were all wiped out. This bloody reality silently lays a tragic yet heroic foundation for a figure who has yet to return. Zhang Xiahua stood in the temporary command post, his brows furrowed as he stared at the stark blanks on the statistics list. He couldn't understand where Liu Yang, a mere one-star summoner, got the courage to stand alone behind the enemy lines and face the terrifying wave of monsters, and even the ultimate King of Light. But he had to admit that it was this seemingly most unlikely person who, in a near self-destructive manner, bought precious evacuation time for more than 3,000 students. Without him, the casualty figures would likely have been several times higher. The secret passage has now returned to normal, and the internal energy fluctuations have stabilized, but Liu Yang is still nowhere to be found. Sigh, Zhang Xiahua sighed softly and waved his hand. Posthumously award Liu Yang the Medal of Valor, record it, notify his family, arrange for subsequent compensation, and handle it according to the highest standards. In his view, Liu Yang had no chance of survival. Faced with such beings, death is the only outcome. This matter thus came to a close in the name of a hero. 3 days later, in Tianhai City, at the first auction house. In the luxurious reception room on the top floor, Chen Hongzhong stood respectfully in front of the mahogany desk, reporting to the woman sitting in the large executive chair. Mr. Liu, all the materials you asked us to find have been prepared. Chen Hongzhong's voice carried a hint of hesitation. However, Liu Yang, isn't he already in this secret realm? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. The man is dead. These materials were clearly prepared for him. Is there any need for them? Chapter 55. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin simply shook her head slightly. He put down the delicate teacup in his hand, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the table, his eyes full of doubt. Old Chen, you don't understand. Her voice was clear and firm. When I first met him, I felt that he was not simple. I had a feeling that even if he faced a boss of that level, he would not die easily. Her confidence was not unfounded, but stemmed from a keen intuition and the composure and mystery that Liu Yang exuded upon their first meeting, far exceeding his social standing. Therefore, the materials had to be prepared. She firmly believed that he would return. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of heavy, rhythmic footsteps came from outside the door, unheard yet seemingly touching one's heart. Lu Zixin subconsciously looked up. A figure draped in a wide black cloak, his body and face shrouded in shadow, with only a staff in his hand radiating a deep purple aura. The runes engraved on the staff appeared and disappeared intermittently, revealing it to be a top-grade purple weapon with an enhancement level of at least +5. What's even more striking is that behind him, 2 graceful women are following closely. One is soft and sweet, the other is charming and fiery. They have very different temperaments, but they are equally formidable. When the man in the black robe entered the room, he slightly raised his head, and the shadow of his hood slipped down a little, revealing a slightly tired but still familiar young face. Liu Yang. Lu Zixin's usually calm and beautiful eyes were now filled with surprise. She subconsciously used some kind of detection skill, and the information that came back made her pupils shrink again. Name, Liu Yang. Level, LV18. LV18. She remembered clearly that when Liu Yang left the auction house 3 days ago, his level was only LV11. In just 3 days, especially in that perilous secret realm where survival was extremely difficult, he actually leveled up 7 times. This speed is simply astonishing. Liu Yang nodded slightly to Lu Zixin, his voice slightly hoarse from the recent battle. President Lu, how have you been? I have some things I'd like to ask you to help me with. Lu Zixin quickly suppressed her shock and regained her shrewd and capable demeanor as a businesswoman. Please follow me, a special VIP room is ready. They entered the more private and quiet VIP room and took their seats. Liu Yang didn't waste any words, with a wave of his hand, light flashed. Splash! He casually tossed more than 10 pieces of equipment onto the clean tabletop, their purple glow almost blinding Chen Hongzhong. Every single piece of equipment is a purple item level 10 or higher, including weapons, armor, and accessories, all of excellent quality, with some even being top tier. Such a quantity and quality of purple equipment is enough to make any small or medium-sized guild green with envy. Lu Zixin stepped forward personally and examined each item carefully, her eyes growing brighter with each look. She quickly offered a fair price. These will cost 50 gold coins in total. How does that sound? Okay. Liu Yang nodded, having no objection to the price. These were just his small gains from clearing the battlefield. After putting away the equipment, Lu Zixin was about to ask if there were any other items when she saw Liu Yang reach into his pocket again. This time, he only took out one item. It was a staff, crystal clear, as if carved from ice that had stood for millennia. The staff radiated a soft yet bone-chilling pink glow, and within the magic crystal inlaid at the staff's head, it seemed as if an icy storm was slowly swirling. Pink +9 Frost Wand. Level, LV13. Enhancement Level, +9. Attributes, Intelligence +85, Spirit +70, Magic Attack +210 to 285, Ice Damage +35%, Magic Critical Strike Chance +15%, Casting Speed +10%. Special Effect, Extreme Cold Domain, passively increases the power of all ice spells by 15%, active release creates an extreme cold domain around the caster, weakening enemies for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. When Lu Zixin saw the attributes of the staff, especially its dazzling pink quality and +9 enhancement level, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. These stats are absolutely phenomenal. Especially for ice mages, this is the ultimate weapon they dream of at the first job advancement stage. Its value far exceeds the total value of those 10 purple grade items. She instantly thought of someone Shen Huiyao, the genius frost mage from the Shen family of Subei. It was said that he possessed a family heirloom, an ice magic wand, his most prized possession. And now, this pink wand, enhanced to +9, was here. Lu Zixin was inwardly turbulent, but her face remained impassive, and she didn't even ask a single question about the staff's origin. She knew very well that some things were better left unknown. Taking a deep breath, she offered a very sincere price. I'll offer 100 gold coins for this wand. Deal. Liu Yang simply said 2 words and put away the gold coins. The transaction was completed, but the atmosphere inside was far from relaxed. Lu Zixin and Chen Hongzhong could both sense that what Liu Yang was about to offer was likely the real big prize. As expected, Liu Yang's casual expression vanished, replaced by a serious one. He slowly extended his hands, unleashing 2 beams of light, one as dazzling as the sun, carrying an aura of heat and holiness, the other deep and restrained, yet subtly revealing a kingly majesty. I hope to auction these 2 pieces of equipment through the auction house, Liu Yang said in a deep voice. Although they are not a set, if we can collect them all, their effect will be no less than any set of the same level. His words successfully drew Lu Zixin and Chen Hongzhong's attention to the extreme. The next moment, Liu Yang displayed the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment in front of them. Pink, the long sword of the King of Light. Purple, bracelet of the King of Light. After seeing the equipment's name, its dazzling pink and purple glow, and the breathtakingly terrifying attributes that followed. Tang! Lu Zixin suddenly stood up from her seat, her beautiful face filled with disbelief and shock, her delicate body even trembling slightly with excitement. Chen Hongzhong, who was standing next to her, reacted even more dramatically. He lost his balance and slipped off the expensive leather seat with a thud. He scrambled to get up and looked at Liu Yang as if he were looking at a walking deity. King of Light. The names of these two pieces of equipment say it all. This is an absolutely top-tier second-tier equipment. Especially that pink longsword, its stats are definitely the ultimate dream for all warrior classes at this stage. Chen Hongzhong fell to the ground, but a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, a thought that he found utterly absurd yet impossible to suppress. Could it be? Could it be? His lips trembled, and he asked almost in a whisper, Mr. Liu, you killed that King of Light in the secret realm. The entire VIP room was silent, save for the heavy breathing of the three people and the dazzling light emanating from the two pieces of equipment. Chapter 56. Chen Hongzhong scrambled to his feet, his gaze towards Liu Yang now completely changed. He no longer saw him as a promising new star, but as someone looking up at an insurmountable mountain. He combined the scattered information from the previous secret realm, monster hordes, an invincible final boss, and heavy casualties. A chilling suspicion began to grow wildly in his mind. The names of these two pieces of equipment undoubtedly point to the terrifying existence at the end of the secret realm. King of Light. Could it be that Liu Yang not only survived the pursuit of the King of Light, but even managed to kill him? The moment this thought crossed Chen Hongzhong's mind, he felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. Lu Zixin took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, her gaze fixed on the long sword that was radiating a blazing light. Pink, the long sword of the King of Light. Level, LV20. Attack power, 400 to 480. Strength, plus 100. Agility, plus 80. Attack speed, plus 30%. Attack power, plus 10%. Special effect, Radiance, each attack adds 150 points of light attribute damage. Special effect, King's Might, increases damage against dark and undead creatures by 20%. Terrifying attributes. Base attack power skyrockets to a staggering 400 points. Not to mention the 30% attack speed and 10% bonus attack power. Lu Zixin's breathing quickened slightly. She knew all too well the value of this sword, especially for the extremely rare profession of Sword Saint. The Sword Saint is known for his extremely fast attack speed, but this sword's 30% attack speed bonus makes his already swift attacks even more like a whirlwind. The 10% attack power increase perfectly compensates for the Blade Master's relatively low base attack power in certain builds. This is definitely one of the top-tier weapons in the second job advancement stage, far exceeding the value of that +9 pink magic wand from before. Let's look at another piece of equipment, the Bracelet of the King of Light. Purple, Bracelet of the King of Light. Level, LV20. Base attack power, plus 150. Strength, plus 60. Agility, plus 50. Bonus attack damage, plus 5%. Special effect, Holy Light Affinity, increases light attribute damage by 30%. Although it's only purple quality, the base attack power bonus is a whopping 150 points. It also boasts considerable strength, agility, and additional attack power. Most importantly, it offers a 30% bonus to light attribute damage. Lu Zixin's eyes suddenly sharpened. She instantly understood what Liu Yang meant when he said, when combined, the effect is no worse than a set. The long sword deals inherent light attribute damage, and the bracelet significantly boosts light attribute damage. These two pieces of equipment are a match made in heaven. Their combined effect is enough to crush most so-called second-tier sets on the market. This time, Lu Zixin's businesslike smile completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Mr. Liu Yang, she said solemnly, I hope to purchase these two pieces of equipment directly. The price is absolutely negotiable. Seeing Liu Yang raise an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised, Lu Zixin gave a wry smile and explained, to be honest, I have a younger brother whose profession happens to be a sword saint. Oh. Liu Yang became interested. It's just that his talent is a bit special, or rather awkward. Lu Zixin's tone was tinged with helplessness. His first talent has the effect of permanently reducing his physical attack power by 30%, but at the same time increasing his attack speed by 30%. Chen Hongzhong listened from the side and secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. This talent was indeed bizarre. High attack speed and low attack power. Wouldn't fighting monsters be like scraping a cup? No wonder Mr. Lu said it was awkward. However, Lu Zixin changed the subject, a glint of surprise in her eyes. My younger brother is a dual talent awakener. His second talent is Holy Light Conversion. All light attribute damage dealt by this user will be automatically converted into holy damage equal to 200% of their attack power. Holy damage. That's equivalent to true damage, a top-tier damage attribute that ignores most defenses and damage reductions. Lu Zixin looked at the two pieces of equipment on the table, her eyes burning with fervor. Mr. Liu Yang, you should understand now, right? The Light King's longsword provides light attribute attacks, the bracelet greatly amplifies light attribute damage, and then through my brother's second talent, it's converted into 200% holy damage. This combination will allow his output ability to undergo a qualitative leap, reaching an extremely terrifying level. She finally explained why she was so eager to buy those two pieces of equipment. They were practically tailor-made for her brother. However, after listening, Liu Yang simply smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I've already decided that these two pieces of equipment will be put up for auction. The highest bidder wins. He paused, then added, let your brother earn it through his own abilities. The heat on Lu Zixin's face froze instantly, then turned into a helpless bitter smile. Okay, I understand. Although she desperately wanted it, she also knew that she couldn't force it. Liu Yang's attitude was clear, she had no choice but to accept it. The topic of purchasing equipment came to an end. Liu Yang turned to Chen Hongzhong, Old Chen, have you gathered all the materials I asked you to prepare? All here. Chen Hongzhong quickly snapped out of his daze, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. He swiftly took out a spatial storage bag and respectfully handed it to Liu Yang. The 4 magic crystals, 1 rare elemental essence, and that level 35 pink material you requested are all here. Liu Yang took the storage bag, scanned it with his mind, and confirmed that it was correct. Magic Crystal X4, one of the core materials required to forge the Holy Light set. Rare Elemental Essence X1, required for various advanced forging and enchanting techniques, extremely valuable. Liu Yang previously obtained one from the King of Light, but bought one as a backup just in case. Essence of the Lava Dragon X1, ALV35 pink quality material, a key core for forging the epic skill Meteor Fire. These materials were all carefully prepared by Liu Yang for his upcoming significant enhancement of his strength. How many gold coins in total? Liu Yang asked. Chen Hongzhong quickly quoted the prices. Each magic crystal costs 5 gold coins, so 4 of them cost 20 gold coins. Rare elemental essence costs 10 gold coins. The lava dragon essence is the most precious and costs 70 gold coins. That's a total of 100 gold coins. Even with Liu Yang's current wealth, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly upon hearing this number. Especially that palm-sized piece of essence, which looked like solidified molten lava, was worth 70 million. However, this investment is worthwhile in order to forge the world-destroying Meteor Fire technique. Swipe card. Liu Yang reluctantly paid for the gold coins he had just received and hadn't even had a chance to warm them up. With the transaction completed, Liu Yang prepared to take his leave. Mr. Liu Yang, please wait a moment. Lu Zixin suddenly called out to him. She handed over a card that shimmered with a faint golden light. This is the highest level Supreme Black Gold card from Tianhai City's #1 auction house, presented to you in my personal name. From now on, you can consign any item to our auction house, regardless of its origin, directly through special channels, and the handling fee will only be a minimum of 3%. Chapter 57. Liu Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he took the card. This is not just a discount, but a huge privilege, meaning that he will have no obstacles when dealing with some top-quality equipment whose origin is inconvenient to explain in the future. Lu Zixin's overtures were undoubtedly due to her appreciation of his astonishing abilities and his almost Midas touch for finding treasures. This is an investment in Liu Yang's unlimited future potential. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Liu Yang put away the card, nodded, and turned to leave the auction house with the two women. Stepping out of the luxurious auction house and breathing in the slightly hot air outside, Liu Yang planned his next move. I need to find a place to stay first, he muttered to himself. Forging the meteor fire spell requires an absolutely quiet environment and a special fire source for guidance. Reshaping the 4 pieces of the holy light set also requires time and space. Not to mention, a suitable container must be prepared for Xia. All of this requires a stable and private base. Buying a house is imperative. However, just as Liu Yang was pondering whether to go to the upscale villa area or find a secluded manor, a voice filled with disbelief and surprise rang out from behind him. Liu Yang! Liu Yang paused and turned around. Not far away, Shen Menjiao stared at him with wide, incredulous eyes. She even rubbed her eyes unconsciously, as if wondering if she was hallucinating. After all, not long ago, she had heard from some sources that Liu Yang had gloriously sacrificed himself in the secret realm to cover the retreat of the main force. But now, this sacrificed person was standing alive in front of her. This unexpected reunion caused this proud young woman to lose her composure for a moment. Liu Yang seemed oblivious to the surprised call from behind him. His mind had already wandered to his next target. At this moment, nothing is more important than finding a suitable foothold as soon as possible and starting to improve our strength. He led the ever-present Xia and Xiao Xiao, who were full of curiosity about everything around them, straight towards the center of the largest real estate development in Tianhai City. Wandering through the bustling streets and feeling the hustle and bustle brought by the city's recovery, the 3 arrived at their destination after about an hour. Xing Residential Community Sales Center. This area is known as the most beautiful and quietest upscale villa district in Tianhai City. As soon as I stepped into the luxuriously decorated sales hall, a slender saleswoman caught my eye and quickly came to greet me. She clearly recognized the faintly visible professional badge on Liu Yang's chest, and her eyes immediately filled with almost fawning enthusiasm. In this era, being able to establish a relationship with a powerful professional is undoubtedly a shortcut that many ordinary people dream of. Hello sir! Welcome to Xing Community. Our place is recognized as the most luxurious and tranquil residence in Tianhai City. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water, it is rich in spiritual energy and is perfect for a distinguished guest like yourself. However, we don't have many detached villas left. May I ask your approximate budget, sir? The saleswoman's voice was sickeningly sweet as she asked questions cautiously. Liu Yang didn't bother with pleasantries and said directly, "Take me to see the room." Okay, okay. Upon seeing this, the saleswoman became even more attentive and quickly led the way. We only have 3 villas left for sale. I'll take you to see them right away. The first 2 villas were located not far from the entrance of the community, in a decent location, and the interior decoration was quite luxurious. However, Liu Yang only glanced at them casually and felt that they were just average. Although they were sufficient, they did not tempt him. When the saleswoman led them to the deepest part of the community and onto a suspended glass bridge spanning 2 small hills, Liu Yang's eyes truly lit up. At the end of the bridge stands a solitary villa atop a green mountain. Seemingly isolated from the world, it occupies the highest point of the hill, offering an unparalleled panoramic view of the bustling city of Tianhai. One can imagine the magnificent sight it must be from this vantage point when night falls and countless lights illuminate the city. More importantly, this unique location and single access point mean extremely high privacy, making it virtually impossible to be disturbed by the outside world. This is the one, Liu Yang said almost without hesitation. Xia and Xiao Xiao clearly liked the environment here as well, especially Xiao Xiao, who was already excitedly running around on the glass bridge, looking down at the scenery below. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible shock, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. She hurriedly introduced, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This Guanlin Peak is the crown jewel of our complex, its location, view, and feng shui are all superb. It's just that the price." "How much?" Liu Yang asked. The total price of this villa is 200 gold coins." The saleswoman's voice trembled slightly as she announced the price. 200 million. Even in an era of heightened public awareness and soaring prices, 200 million yuan is an astronomical sum for a villa in a third-tier city like Tianhai. Liu Yang frowned almost imperceptibly. The price had indeed exceeded his expectations. But he genuinely loved the villa, and it was his first real property, so he didn't want to be too stingy. "Can I get a mortgage?" he asked casually. Yes. Of course." The saleswoman was so excited that her cheeks flushed slightly, not expecting that Liu Yang would actually consider buying this exorbitantly priced villa. Her gaze toward Liu Yang grew increasingly intense, and her body unconsciously moved closer to him, her full breasts brushing against his arm intentionally or unintentionally. She whispered in a sweet, fragrant breath, "Sir, if you pay in full, there are some more exciting insider discounts we can discuss later." However, her little actions immediately annoyed the two people next to her. Xia snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Xiao Xiao puffed out her cheeks and shouted angrily, "Stay away from my master." Liu Yang frowned slightly, took a half step back without making a sound, and interrupted in a calm tone, "No need, let's just go through the normal process to sign the contract." The saleswoman was reprimanded and, seeing Liu Yang's clear attitude, felt embarrassed and had no choice but to shut her mouth, not daring to make any more small moves. But secretly, she was plotting that now that this young and wealthy professional had bought this place, she would definitely find opportunities to visit him more often. Perhaps she could. The subsequent procedures went very smoothly, and Liu Yang quickly signed the purchase contract, officially becoming the owner of this villa atop the Green Hills. Since it is delivered fully furnished and equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances, you can move in immediately. After settling into the villa, Liu Yang went to the open-air courtyard at the back of the villa, where the view was expansive. With a thought, he opened the forging table. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang forged the Orc Queen Xia's summoning skill along with the rare elemental essence worth 10 gold coins. Chapter 58. Buzz. The forging table emitted a deep hum, and a dark blue flame rose up, enveloping the skills and elemental essence. On the forging interface, a progress bar slowly began to advance, at an extremely slow pace. Forging in progress, estimated time, 58 minutes. As expected, forging a pink quality summoning skill to the artifact level is not so easy. Liu Yang had anticipated this, so he wasn't in a hurry. The moment the forging began, Xia's figure, who had been standing to the side, blurred and turned into specks of light that merged into the forging platform, temporarily disappearing from sight. Xiao Xiao squatted curiously beside the forging table, her big eyes fixed on the flickering flames and the slowly increasing progress bar, her little face full of anticipation. What will Sister Xia become? Time passed second by second, and only the crackling of the flames and Xiaoxio's occasional whispers remained in the courtyard. Nearly an hour later, just as the progress bar finally shakily reached 100%. Bite. A crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Forging successful. Immediately afterwards, the flames on the forging table went out, and in their place shot a dazzling pink light into the sky. Amidst the light, a skill book exuding an aura of holiness and nature slowly coalesced into shape. Liu Yang didn't hesitate and immediately chose to use it. As the light faded, he raised his hand and unleashed a brand new summoning skill. The magic circle unfolded on the ground, more intricate and magnificent than when the Beast Queen was summoned, with a rich aura of life and lightning intertwined and permeating the air. Amidst the dazzling light, a graceful and alluring figure slowly emerged. She was no longer the slightly wild orc queen, but a true forest queen. Her proportions were breathtakingly perfect, even more alluring and captivating than before, with exquisite curves. Her already beautiful features became even more refined and stunning, as if she were the most perfect masterpiece of the creator. A gorgeous long dress woven from emerald green vines and golden threads made her look noble and elegant. Wearing a small, exquisite natural crown on her head, her brows held a hint of authority befitting a superior, yet also possessed a natural approachability, radiating charm and undergoing a dramatic transformation in her demeanor. Forest Queen Xia, Artifact Level Summoning Item. Level, LV15. Health, 8000/8000. Mana, 5000/5000. Physical Attack Power, 650 to 780. Magic Attack Power, 950-1100. Physical Defense, 500. Magic Defense, 600. Active Skills. Enhanced Annihilation Lightning Strike, channels 10 enhanced chain lightning bolts to attack enemies, dealing massive lightning magic damage and inflicting paralysis. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Summon Forest Spirits, summons 5 LV15 Forest Spirits, archers/healers, to assist in battle for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Lightning of Punishment, summons a massive bolt of lightning imbued with the Queen's Wrath to descend from the sky, dealing devastating damage to the target area. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Passive Skill. Enhanced Powerful Lightning Strike, normal attacks have a chance to trigger a powerful lightning strike, causing additional damage and a brief stun. Forest Queen's Aura, increases all attributes of herself and surrounding friendly units, including the summoner, by 10% and slowly restores health. Lightning Affinity, increases lightning attribute skill damage by 20% and lightning attribute resistance by 50%. Nature's Protection, reduces physical and magical damage taken by 15%. Looking at the completely transformed Xia, whose appearance and attributes were now incredibly powerful, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. The 100 gold coins for materials and the long wait were well worth it. Liu Yang carefully examined the completely transformed Forest Queen, Xia, especially her skill list, and a deep sense of amazement flashed in his eyes. A divine artifact level upgrade truly earth-shattering. What truly shook him was undoubtedly the newly added ultimate skill Lightning of Punishment. Lightning of Punishment, summons a massive bolt of lightning imbued with the Queen's Wrath to descend from the sky, dealing devastating damage to the target area. Base damage is 8 times magic attack power, and has a certain chance to trigger the Divine Punishment effect. Divine Punishment, when the target's current health is less than twice the maximum health of Forest Queen Xia, the target will be instantly killed. The effect is weakened or ineffective against some special units. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Instant kill. And the kill threshold is based on twice Xia's maximum health. Liu Yang quickly calculated that Xia's current HP was 8,000, so the kill threshold was 16,000. This meant that at this stage, most monsters below level 15 with less than 16,000 HP, and even some squishy bosses, could be instantly killed by Xia's punishment lightning. This is only a level 15 Xia. As her level increases and her health grows, this kill threshold will become increasingly terrifying. It's practically a bug-level existence. Let's look at the other skills. Enhanced Annihilation Lightning Strike, the cooldown remains an outrageous 10 seconds, but the damage coefficient has skyrocketed from magic attack *2 to *3. Based on Xia's current magic attack power of 1100, not even considering other bonuses, a single Annihilation Lightning Strike can deal a terrifying 33,000 damage. This output efficiency is simply off the charts. The passive counter-attack skill, enhanced powerful lightning strike, has also received an epic buff. Not only has the damage coefficient increased from *2 to *3, but the number of counterattacks after triggering has also increased from 1 to 2. This means that once triggered, Xia can instantly unleash 2 high-damage lightning attacks, greatly improving her versatility whether clearing mobs or soloing bosses. The newly added Summon Forest Spirits replaces the previous Orc Horde. Although it is not yet possible to directly judge the specific combat strength of these 5 LV-15 spirits, the combination of archer/healer undoubtedly makes Xia's tactical choices more flexible and varied, full of infinite possibilities. The passive skill Forest Queen's Aura is even more powerful, providing Liu Yang and all summoned creatures with a 30% bonus to all attribute critical hit rate within a 10-meter radius. This means that even Xioxio's healing spell can trigger a critical hit, producing double the healing effect. In addition, all of Xia's attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze her, and combined with her extremely fast normal attack speed, she can theoretically keep enemies in a paralyzed state for a long time. All skills work together in tandem, enhancing each other and elevating Xia's combat capabilities to a whole new level. With such a powerful Forest Queen as an ally, Liu Yang's safety and damage output capabilities have both seen a qualitative leap. Wow! Sister Xia, you're so beautiful! And so amazing! Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, looked at the transformed Xia with eyes full of envy and admiration. Upon hearing this, Xia put away her queenly nobility and majesty, gently patted Xioxio's head, and chuckled, Xiao Xiao will become very strong in the future. Let's work hard together. Chapter 59. After a brief moment of joy, Liu Yang immediately turned his attention to his next target Meteor Fire technique. He returned to the forging table and placed the Meteor Fire skill book, which was now a divine artifact, along with the priceless pink material essence of the lava dragon. Buzz! This time, the flames on the forging table turned a fiery red, as if magma were flowing within them. The progress bar slowly advanced again, even slower than when forging Xia. After all, this is a breakthrough on top of the divine artifact level, so the difficulty is naturally even greater. Liu Yang waited patiently. He knew very well that improving this skill would directly affect his own damage output ceiling. Time passed in focused waiting, until the last bit of the progress bar was filled. Bite! Forging successful! The crimson light was even more dazzling than the previous pink light, and a heavy skill book, exuding an aura of destruction and with a cover that seemed to be made of lava, floated in mid-air. Liu Yang reached out and grasped it, the skill book transforming into specks of light that merged into his body. Information about the brand new Meteor Fire technique appeared before his eyes. Meteor Shower, Orange, Epic. Level, LV1. Effect, after a 1-second cast time, summons a massive burning meteor that crashes down from the sky, striking the target area, 20 meters in diameter. It deals fire damage equal to 5 times the caster's magic attack to all enemies within the area and has a 50% chance to inflict the burning effect, causing 5% of current health per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Orange Special Effect, Heart of Lava. Every 10 successful casts of Meteor Shower will enhance the next Meteor Shower, turning it into Molten Descent, increasing its attack range to 100*100 meters, increasing its damage coefficient to magic attack power *8, and guaranteeing the application of the powerful burn effect, loss of 10% of current health per second for 10 seconds. The damage coefficient has been increased from *3 to *5. The range has also been expanded from 15 meters to 20 meters. The cooldown time has been reduced by 5 seconds. The most terrifying thing is that Orange Special Effect, Heart of Lava. The enhanced Molten Descent now boasts an astonishing range of 100x100 meters, almost covering a small football field. Its damage coefficient has also skyrocketed to a terrifying *8. Liu Yang quickly calculated in his mind. His current magical attack power, including the bonuses from equipment, titles, and the Xia aura, had reached a considerable value. This is only level 1 meteor shower. The damage will continue to increase as the skill level rises. Especially the enhanced molten descent, with a range of 100*100 meters, deals nearly 1.7 million base damage, and a critical hit can reach over 3.3 million. What earth-shattering power this is! Seeing such high damage, Liu Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who says a summoner's damage output is inferior to an elemental mage? Liu Yang's lips curled into a confident smile. As a level 18 summoner, one meteor spell from me is probably worse than some second-tier mages, right? After completing the two most important upgrades for Xia and Meteor Fire, Liu Yang didn't stop. He immediately began working on the Holy Light set. Forging, strengthening, enchanting, a series of operations performed smoothly and effortlessly. He put all the materials he had collected and the magic crystals he had bought from the auction house into his collection, and soon, a set of mage armor radiating a soft, holy glow appeared before him. He picked up the Holy Light robe and checked its attributes. Holy Light robe, pink set. Quality, pink. Level, LV15. Enhancement level, +7. Enchantment, toughness LV3, max HP plus 15%. Basic attributes. HP plus 5000. MP plus 3000. Physical defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 450. Agility, plus 50. Intelligence, plus 120. Spirit, plus 100. Set bonus, 2/4 intelligence plus 50, spirit plus 50. Set bonus, 4/4 all attributes plus 10%, all magic skill damage plus 15%, 10% chance to trigger Holy Light on attack, restores 10% of own maximum health and dispels one negative effect, 30-second cooldown. The other three items Holy Light Hat, Holy Light Pants, and Holy Light Boots were also upgraded to +7 and appropriately enchanted. By the time Liu Yang had put on the complete pink Holy Light 4-piece set, it was already completely dark. He stood on the terrace of his villa atop the green hills, the evening breeze causing his clothes to flutter. Looking down at the equipment that shimmered with a faint glow, feeling the surging magic within him, he gazed at the dazzling night view of Tianhai City below, a scene as radiant as a galaxy. Tisk tisk, Liu Yang smiled with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "I'm afraid I've become a ruthless attribute monster by now, haven't I?" Night was falling. After working for most of the day, Liu Yang finally stopped what he was doing. With a thought, he brought up his attribute panel. Looking at the string of impressive numbers, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Name, Liu Yang. Qualification, 6 stars. Main class, 1-star Summoner, LV18, Experience, 85%/100%. Secondary profession, 5-star God level Blacksmith. Health points, 18,500/18,500. Mana points, 15,200/15,200. Physical attack power, 450. Magic attack power, 3000. Physical defense, 1200. Magic defense, 1850. Strength, 350. Agility, 480. Intelligence, 1150. Spirit, 980. Physical fitness, 600. Skills mastered. Orange/Epic, Meteor Shower LV1. Artifact Grade, Summon Forest Queen Xia LV15. Pink Rare, Summon Healing Spirit Xiao Xiao LV10. Looking at the impressive attribute panel, especially the magic attack power of over 3000 and the two incredible summons, Liu Yang felt a great sense of security. With this level of strength, not to mention among a group of students who haven't even reached the second stage of their careers, even in the entire Tianhai city, they would definitely be considered top-tier combatants. The fatigue of the past few days, especially the intense tension and exhaustion of the 7 days and 7 nights in the secret realm, surged back like a tidal wave. Liu Yang yawned, no longer forcing himself to stay awake. He returned to his soft, comfortable bed, embracing Xia and Xiao, who had returned to normal size, on either side, and fell into a deep sleep. I slept exceptionally soundly and peacefully that night. Buzz, buzz. The piercing communication alert startled Liu Yang from his deep sleep. He groggily opened his eyes and found that the sunlight outside the window was already unusually bright. It was clearly noon the next day. Who's so inconsiderate as to disturb my rare nap? He picked up the communicator from the bedside table and glanced at the caller ID. It's our homeroom teacher, Mr. Su. Liu Yang frowned and connected the call. Liu Yang. Where are you? Come to the school right now. Immediately. Su Feng's voice was filled with disbelief, excitement, and a hint of urgency. Teacher Su, what's the matter that's so urgent? Liu Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice still a little hoarse. Stop talking nonsense. You'll know when you get here. Hurry up. Su Feng said, then hurriedly hung up the call. Chapter 60. Liu Yang felt somewhat helpless, but since the homeroom teacher had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Despite his still somewhat tired body, he quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and headed towards Tianhai No. 1 High School. However, when he arrived at the school and came to the teacher's office building, he was stunned by what he saw. At the entrance of the office building, a huge crowd had gathered, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000 people. Students, teachers, and even some reporters and members of the public who rushed to the scene blocked the entrance, creating a noisy and chaotic atmosphere. What happened? Just as Liu Yang was wondering what was going on, someone in the crowd spotted him. Look! It's Liu Yang! It really is Liu Yang! He's back! Hero! The hero is back! The crowd instantly stirred, and countless eyes focused on Liu Yang, filled with curiosity, admiration, excitement, and even a hint of disbelief. Strangely, the originally crowded people spontaneously parted to the sides, like Moses parting the sea, making way for Liu Yang to reach his office. Brother Yang! Thank goodness! You're all right! You're really all right! Wah! Everyone's been saying that you... Liu Yang then realized what was happening. It turns out that the news of his disappearance in the secret realm had already spread, and it had even been embellished into a tragic version of sacrificing himself to protect his classmates. No wonder everyone reacted this way when they saw themselves appear alive. Patting his classmate on the shoulder, Liu Yang walked into the teacher's office under the complex gazes of the crowd. In the office, Su Feng was pacing anxiously. When he saw Liu Yang enter, he breathed a long sigh of relief, a smile of relief mixed with complexity on his face. You little rascal, you've finally arrived. Look at your influence now, you've almost paralyzed the entire school. Liu Yang chuckled wryly and touched his nose. Sit down. Su Feng gestured for Liu Yang to sit down, his expression turning serious. I called you here mainly for 2 things. He took out an exquisite velvet box from the drawer, opened it, and inside lay a metal that gleamed with a metallic luster. The first thing is this. Su Feng handed the medal to Liu Yang. This is an honorary medal awarded by the military region. The higher UPS know about your heroic performance in the secret realm. Although you were lucky enough to come back alive, it has been decided to award you this medal, which represents the highest honor. Liu Yang accepted the medal, it felt slightly heavy in his hand. Don't underestimate this medal, Su Feng emphasized, its biggest benefit is that it adds 100 points to your college entrance exam score. 100 points? Liu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. In addition, you successfully persisted in the secret realm for 7 days, and according to the previous policy, you can get an extra 50 points in the college entrance examination. In other words, before the college entrance exam even starts, you've already gained an extra 150 points. With your original abilities and these 150 points, Liu Yang, you have an extremely good chance of becoming this year's provincial champion, or even the national champion. Liu Yang was also filled with excitement. For students around the world, the National College Entrance Examination, JAKO, remains a crucial path that determines their future destiny. This unexpected score of 150 was undoubtedly a huge surprise. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded manor far away in northern Jiangsu province, the atmosphere was heavy. This is the core meeting hall of the Shen family, one of the top families in northern Jiangsu. A group of composed and dignified elderly men sat around a huge mahogany round table, each with a worried expression. On the table are 3 broken life tablets, belonging to Shen Minghui, Shen Hu, and Shen Huiyao, one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Shen family in this generation. Chi'er, Hu'er, and Huiyao, all perished in a small secret realm in Tianhai City. A hot-tempered elder slammed his fist on the table and roared. According to the information that has been sent back, this matter is inextricably linked to that brat named Liu Yang. He must be killed to avenge the Shen family. However, his roar went unanswered. Some of the elders present closed their eyes in deep thought, while others frowned, but none of them echoed their sentiments. The eldest elder of the Shen family, who was sitting in the main seat and had lost his most beloved grandson Shen Huiyao, had a face so gloomy it could drip water. But he suppressed his grief and anger and slowly said, "Seventh brother, calm down. Elder. Huiyao is your most valued grandson. Are you just going to let it go like this?" the elder asked unwillingly. "Let it go? How could that be?" A cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes. "But now, it's not the best time to make a move." He paused for a moment and explained, first, that Liu Yang just received an honorary medal from the military region. Taking action against him at this critical juncture would be tantamount to openly provoking the military, and the consequences would be too great. Secondly, according to the intelligence we have, Liu Yang's level seemed to be less than the first level when he killed Shen Hu. A kid who is less than the first level killed an experienced second-level expert? Who would believe such a thing if it were said out loud? We simply cannot produce any conclusive evidence to prove that he did it. Are we just going to stand by and watch the murderer go unpunished? Of course not, the elder said coldly. This matter requires careful consideration. Send people to keep a close eye on Liu Yang and collect all evidence related to him. As long as it can be proven that he was indeed responsible for Huiyao and the others' deaths, even with the military region protecting him, our Shen family will make him pay for his crimes in blood. 5 days later, the Tianhai City First Auction House experienced its busiest day in recent times. The place was bustling with people and traffic. Countless professionals, wealthy businessmen, and representatives of influential figures flocked in from all directions, crowding the venue inside and out. All of this is because of the final item in today's auction. 2 pieces of second-tier equipment with incredibly powerful stats. The long sword of the King of Light. The bracelet of the King of Light. The news caused a huge uproar in Tianhai City and even the surrounding areas. Inside a luxurious VIP room, a tall, handsome young man with dark circles under his eyes was nervously rubbing his hands together, fidgeting with anxiety. He is Lu Zixin's younger brother, Lu Hong. When he learned from his sister that the 2 divine artifacts that perfectly matched his talent were going to be auctioned, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep well for several days. Today, he got up very early, afraid of missing any details. In an inconspicuous corner of the bustling auction hall, a figure draped in a large purple cloak sat quietly. The cloak emitted a faint magical aura, blocking all probing gazes and making him seem to blend into his surroundings, as if he had no presence at all. This person is none other than Liu Yang, the biggest behind-the-scenes figure in this auction. His purpose in coming here was simple, to make money. Chapter 61. Feeling the significant decrease in gold coins in his pocket due to buying a house and forging, Liu Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. He muttered to himself, "Miss Lu, I hope your brother has prepared enough gold coins. Today, I'm going to rip you off." The auction was already more than halfway through, but the atmosphere was rather somber. While the items auctioned earlier included some excellent pieces, in a world where equipment drop rates are extremely low and top-tier items are even rarer, there weren't many things that could truly pique the interest of top-tier players. Many people even started to doze off, their eyelids heavy and drooping. However, even though they were extremely sleepy, almost no one chose to leave early. Everyone knew that the real show was yet to come. The highlight of today's auction, those two super-grade pieces of equipment that are enough to make countless second-tier powerhouses envious, have not yet appeared. Finally, amidst the drowsy atmosphere, the entire audience was instantly energized as several staff members carefully pushed a display stand covered with a red cloth onto the auction stage. "It's here." The auctioneer, a seasoned middle-aged man, took a deep breath and announced in a melodious, rousing voice. "Distinguished guests, thank you for your patience. Now, we will be bringing you the climax of this auction. And the long-awaited grand finale item, pieces of the King of Light set." He suddenly lifted the red cloth, revealing two pieces of equipment radiating dazzling light to everyone. One is a magnificently designed longsword with a blade that gleams with golden light. The other piece is a simple and elegant bracelet inlaid with gold gemstones. The first one, the longsword of the King of Light. A level 20 pink quality weapon. Its attack power and attribute bonuses are beyond question. It's absolutely the divine weapon that every second-tier swordsman dreams of. The second item, the bracelet of the King of Light. A level 20 purple quality accessory. Not only does it provide high stats, but it can also form a set with the longsword to activate a powerful set effect. The auctioneer paused, scanned the room, and raised his voice. "These two pieces of equipment will be auctioned together. Starting price is 100 gold coins. Each bid must be at least 1 gold coin. Now, the bidding begins." The moment the words were spoken, the silent meeting room was instantly ignited. 150 gold coins. 200 gold coins. I'll offer 300 gold coins. Bidding erupted one after another, springing up like mushrooms after rain, and prices skyrocketed at a visible speed. The group, who had been listless just moments before, now seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their eyes shining as they stared intently at the two pieces of equipment on the stage. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly heated. 500 gold coins. 800 gold coins. I'll take this set of equipment. Humph, a mere 800 gold coins? I'll offer 1,000 gold coins. The price quickly broke through the 1,000 gold coin mark, equivalent to 100 million in currency. But the enthusiasm for bidding did not diminish at all. Some ordinary professionals who were just there to watch the spectacle were astonished and quietly withdrew from the competition. Meanwhile, the truly capable and well-connected big shots began to emerge. Boss Wang from the Furun Chamber of Commerce has offered 1,200 gold coins. Boss Li of the Tiger Gang in the south of the city has raised the price to 1,500 gold coins. Hey, Boss Li's interested in this equipment too? Well then, I, Zhao, will join in the fun. 1,800 gold coins. The auction gradually evolved into a battleground for various face-saving types. For them, the value of the equipment itself may no longer be the most important thing. What is more important is to overpower their opponents and demonstrate their wealth and status in this high-profile occasion. The price was driven up all the way, and soon soared to an astronomical price of 2,000 gold coins. The atmosphere at the scene was almost out of control, with each price increase eliciting gasps of surprise. In the corner, Liu Yang, draped in a purple cloak of concealment, never raised a sign once. He watched the frenzied bidding war like a ghost detached from the situation, a faint smile playing on his lips. He is waiting. Wait for those who truly have the ability and are determined to acquire this equipment to make their move. For example, the person in VIP box number 1. Just then, a slightly immature but determined voice came from VIP box number 1, 2,000 gold coins. The entire room fell silent for a moment, and all eyes were focused on VIP box number 1. Everyone knows that the person sitting there is Lu Hong, the young master of Tianhai City's number 1 auction house. 2,000 gold coins. That's an astonishing price. Many people believe that this should be the final transaction price. After all, who wouldn't give the young master of the auction house some face? However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, a hoarse voice, whose age was impossible to discern, suddenly rang out from the corner of the hall. 2,500 gold coins. Whoosh! All eyes in the room, like searchlights, were focused on the inconspicuous figure in the purple cloak in the corner. Who? Who dares to be so bold? How dare they try to steal from the young master of the Lu family? And they added a whole 500 gold coins right off the bat. Everyone was stunned, and murmurs of discussion arose. Inside the number 1 VIP room, Lu Hong, who was originally confident of winning, suddenly froze with a smile, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and a sense of displeasure welled up in his heart. He tried to make out the appearance of the person making the offer through the one-way glass of the private room, but all he could see was a blurry purple. A purple cloak of concealment. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat. This equipment is extremely rare and expensive, those who possess it are certainly not ordinary people. Could it be some hidden master who happened to be passing by? But he desperately wanted this set of King of Light equipment, it was practically tailor-made for his talents. He gritted his teeth and spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of politeness. He even bowed slightly and said loudly in Liu Yang's direction, "Friend, I am Lu Hong. I am determined to get this set of equipment. I hope you can do me a favor and grant my request. I offer 3,000 gold coins." Lu Hong tried to intimidate the other party with his power while simultaneously lowering his stance and pleading, hoping that the other party would back down. However, the voice from the corner rang out again, still calm and even, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. 3,500 gold coins. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is a blatant slap in the face. They're showing absolutely no respect to the Lu family. Lu Hong's face instantly turned ashen, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had been slapped hard. Fine. Very well. Lu Hong laughed angrily. I'll offer 4,000 gold coins. This price far exceeds the actual value of the equipment itself. He was just being stubborn. He had already made up his mind that if the other party raised the price again, he would give up. I'll swallow this insult. But that damned hoarse voice, like a leech clinging to a bone, rang out again. 4,500 gold coins. You! Lu Hong was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his lungs felt like they were about to explode. But he still retained a sliver of reason. He stared intently at the purple figure, practically spitting out the words through gritted teeth, 4,501 gold coins. He only added 1 gold coin. That was his final limit. Chapter 62. This time, the purple figure finally didn't raise the price. He stood up, seemingly somewhat dejected, shook his head, and silently left the auction house amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Phew! Lu Hong let out a long sigh of relief, slumped into his chair, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Although he eventually won the bid for the equipment, he felt no joy of victory, instead, he felt that something was amiss. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Soon, news of the auction's end and the astonishing final price reached Lu Zixin backstage. 4,501 gold coins. Upon hearing this number, Lu Zixin felt dizzy and almost fainted from anger. She stormed into VIP room number 1, grabbed Lu Hong by the ear, and roared like a lioness, "You spendthrift! Over 4,000 gold coins for 2 level 20 pieces of equipment. Have you lost your mind? This is clearly a case of being maliciously overpriced. Sis! Sis! It hurts, it hurts!" Lu Hong begged, wincing in pain. "But this equipment is really important to me. With it, my strength will increase significantly. Promotion my A. You've lost all your allowance for the year." Lu Zixin stomped her feet in anger, but seeing her brother's insistent attitude, she could only sigh helplessly and acquiesce to the outcome. But Lu Zixin just couldn't swallow this insult. She wanted to see which blind fool dared to disrespect the Lu family and raise the price so outrageously. She stormed out of the auction house, wanting to catch up with the purple-robed man who had left early. They followed him all the way to the VIP reception room in the lobby, only to see a familiar figure sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping a cup of hot tea with relish. Beside them stood 2 stunningly beautiful girls, each with a distinct air about them. Liu Yang. Lu Zixin subconsciously assumed that Liu Yang had come here to settle the money for those few pieces of junk equipment that had been auctioned off earlier. She pursed her lips and was about to turn and leave when a flash of inspiration struck her like lightning. That hoarse, deliberately altered voice. That purple cloak of concealment. Malicious price gouging. Make big money. In an instant, all the clues connected. Lu Zixin suddenly stopped and stared intently at Liu Yang, who was leisurely drinking tea. Her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. It was him. The mysterious purple-robed man who inflated prices and swindled her brother out of a fortune was actually Liu Yang. Thinking back to the time when I had swindled money from Liu Yang, Lu Zixin felt her cheeks burning, feeling both ashamed and angry. That BD. He's so heartless. He's a complete profiteer. Lu Zixin was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at Liu Yang and stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The National College Entrance Examination, JAKO, which has garnered nationwide attention, has arrived as scheduled. When this year's college entrance examination questions were officially released, it caused an uproar and wailing among candidates and parents throughout Tianhai City and even across the country. The difficulty is outrageous. This year's college entrance examination was actually about conquering a level 20 virtual dungeon Twilight Castle. Although being killed in a dungeon does not result in actual death, it will only result in elimination and disqualification from continuing the exam. However, the final college entrance examination score will be strictly determined based on the number of levels the candidate successfully clears in the dungeon and the time spent. Level 20 Dungeon. This is simply a pipe dream for the vast majority of senior high school students who have not yet completed their first major or even reached level 15. This means that this year's college entrance examination is not only a test of theoretical knowledge and basic operation, but also a comprehensive test of practical ability, equipment level, teamwork, and even luck. For a time, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the hearts of countless test takers. The designated examination room for the college entrance examination in Tianhai City was packed with people. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, waiting for instructions to enter the virtual examination room. Most of the students had anxiety and worry written on their faces. They gathered in twos and threes, discussing how terrible Twilight Castle was and how to get as many points as possible. Brother Yang! Brother Yang! Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd and found the composed Liu Yang, a fawning smile on his face. This college entrance exam difficulty is insane. You have to help me out. We're brothers, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Liu Yang glanced at him and nodded. According to the rules of previous years, the virtual instance assessment usually requires a team of 4 to start. Although Qin Yu's strength is average, he's still one of our own, so there's no need to worry about him stabbing us in the back. It's fine to bring him along. 2 more people are needed. Liu Yang stroked his chin, beginning to search his mind for suitable candidates. The team needs someone who can tank damage, and it would be best to have a support or secondary damage dealer as well. Just as Liu Yang was pondering, 2 familiar figures walked towards him. Leading the group was Lu Zixin, who had been swindled out of a large sum of money by him at the auction house a few days earlier. Behind her was Lu Hong, who had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, but whose eyes revealed excitement and anticipation. As soon as Lu Zixin saw Liu Yang, her pretty face fell, and her eyes showed a hint of resentment and displeasure. The thought of those extra gold coins that had been wasted made her heart ache. But circumstances were beyond her control. She took a deep breath, suppressed her displeasure, walked up to Liu Yang, and asked bluntly, "Liu Yang, is your team short of people?" Liu Yang raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on Lu Hong behind her. Lu Zixin forced herself to continue, "You know my younger brother, Lu Hong. He's a little short of level 20, which will be a bit of a problem for him in this college entrance exam. We all know your abilities, so could you help him out?" Liu Yang did not answer immediately, but instead looked Lu Hong up and down and brought up his information panel. Name, Lu Hong. Class, 1-star Sword Saint, LV19, Experience, 92%/100%. Talent, Holy Light Conversion, Rank A. Level 19? It seems this kid really went all out to level up for this college entrance exam, improving so much in just a few days. There are seats available, Liu Yang said slowly, withdrawing his gaze. However, as you know, bringing people in costs money. Charge. Lu Zixin was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant and immediately became furious. You dare to charge? You're charging money for forming a team for the college entrance exam. The surrounding students, hearing the commotion, all turned to look, their faces filled with shock. Charging for forming a team for the college entrance exam? This was unheard of. It was outrageous. Liu Yang, however, looked completely at ease and held up one finger, not much, 100 gold coins per person. Chapter 63. 100 gold coins. Lu Zixin's voice rose 8 octaves, and she pointed at Liu Yang's nose, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. You're heartless. You're robbing me. 100 gold coins. That's 10 million coins. Just to form a team and carry someone for the college entrance exam? Are you crazy? However, despite her scolding, Lu Zixin looked at her younger brother's eager eyes, and then thought about the importance of this college entrance examination, as well as Liu Yang's unfathomable strength. She finally gritted her teeth and forced out a sentence, "You win." He angrily pulled out 100 gold coins, slapped them into Liu Yang's hand, and glared at Lu Hong, saying, "This money will be deducted from your allowance next year." Lu Hong's face fell immediately, but the thought of being able to latch onto Liu Yang's coattails and pass the college entrance exam smoothly made this sacrifice worthwhile. After the transaction was completed, Lu Zixin, who was not a test taker, was asked to leave the examination area by staff. Just as Liu Yang was about to call Qin Yu and Lu Hong to enter, another unexpected person walked over. It's Shen Menjiao. She also carried a purse containing 100 gold coins. She walked up to Liu Yang, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Liu Yang, is your team short of members? I have some here." Liu Yang looked at her with a complicated expression. He didn't have any particular fondness for this class beauty who had previously seemed a bit snobbish. "But there's no reason not to take money that's offered to you." He glanced at the money bag Shen Menjiao handed him, then looked at the last empty spot in the line. We're just one short." Liu Yang accepted the money bag expressionlessly. "Come in. It's foolish not to make money when you can. Moreover, the team does indeed need to have 4 people. Although Shen Menjiao is a bit annoying, Her family background is undeniably excellent. With this, Lu Yang's luxury college entrance exam winning team was officially formed. Team leader and main damage dealer Lu Yang, accessory number 1 Qin Yu, paid damage dealer Lu Hong, and paid accessory number 2 Shen Menjiao. As the examination instructions were given, beams of white light appeared, and all candidates were teleported into their respective virtual copy spaces. Welcome to Twilight Castle. Current dungeon difficulty, Nightmare. Please clear the first level, Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. When the white light before Lu Yang and his companions dissipated, they found themselves in the lowest level of an ancient castle. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Lu Yang stretched and waved to his 3 teammates behind him, who looked tense and ready for battle. All right, relax. Eat your snacks, chat, just lie down and don't get in the way. Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao looked at each other, still not understanding what Lu Yang meant. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in their ears. Warning! Team leader Lu Yang has selected Nightmare difficulty for the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon is locked and cannot be changed. Nightmare. The expressions on the 3 people's faces froze instantly. Pupil earthquake. My brain has crashed. It's important to know that the difficulty level of the college entrance exam is divided into 4 levels: easy, normal, hard, and nightmare, with the difficulty increasing exponentially. In nightmare difficulty, Twilight Castle is a nightmare for even a regular second job team, let alone students who haven't even completed their second job advancement yet. One slip up and they could be wiped out. The monsters on nightmare difficulty have at least 8 times the health and attack power of those on easy difficulty. The bosses are ridiculously strong. Has this guy gone mad? The college entrance exam. This is the exam that determines your fate. Choosing nightmare difficulty. Isn't that just courting death? Lu Yang. Are you kidding me? Nightmare difficulty. Lu Hong's voice trembled slightly. Brother Yang, is this going to work? Shouldn't we play it safe? Qin Yu was also terrified, his face turning pale. Shen Menjiao turned pale and almost collapsed to the ground. Lu Yang turned around, looked at the 3 of them with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and revealed a confident smile that said everything is under control, his eyes full of powerful charm. Don't worry, I told you to lie down, so just lie down and watch the show. After saying that, he ignored his 3 completely bewildered teammates behind him and walked straight toward the huge stone door that exuded a dangerous aura. Above the stone gate are 3 large, elegant characters, Dragon Kingdom. Pushing open the heavy stone door, an even stronger stench of blood wafted out. As Lu Yang stepped inside, he immediately scanned his surroundings warily. This is a huge underground cavern space, with ferocious dragon-shaped statues and burning braziers everywhere. The roars came from all directions. In the darkness, pairs of eyes, gleaming with a scarlet light, lit up. Dragon Kingdom, nightmare difficulty. The monsters here are far beyond what ordinary test-takers can handle. Even the most basic monsters, such as the pterodactyls hovering in the air and the blue dragon warriors patrolling the ground, have terrifying attributes. Pterodactyl, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty. Health, 16,000/16,000. Physical attack power, 1400 to 1600. Physical defense, 800. Magic defense, 600. Blue Dragon Warrior, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty. Health, 18,000/18,000. Physical attack power, 1500 to 1700. Physical defense, 1000. Magic defense, 500. A base health of 16,000. An average attack power of 1500. What does this mean? For the vast majority of high school seniors who haven't completed their first job advancement and whose equipment is generally still at the blue and green quality level, let alone dealing damage, it's extremely difficult to even withstand a round of attacks from these monsters. They probably wouldn't even last a minute before being torn to pieces and eliminated in disgrace. It really is nightmare difficulty. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, but a smile of excitement appeared on his lips. He raised the holy light scepter in his hand and chanted incantations. Shining brightly. The figure of the forest queen, Xia, appeared out of thin air beside him, noble and aloof. Immediately afterwards, the healing fairy Xiao Xiao flapped her little wings and flew out, immediately buffing Liu Yang with the enhanced radiant amplification status, improving his various attributes. Sia, Liu Yang said, his gaze sweeping over the surging horde of dragon men ahead, go, test your new power. Yes, my master. Xia nodded slightly, and dazzling lightning gathered in her hand. The current Xia is no longer the same person she once was. Through Liu Yang's tireless cultivation and evolution, her appearance became increasingly exquisite, like a true deity descended to earth, surrounded by powerful lightning and natural forces. In fact, its strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. Almost the instant she appeared, the raging dragon-man monster roared and pounced, instantly drawing all aggro. Facing the surging horde of monsters, Xia remained expressionless, simply raising her hand slightly. In an instant, lightning flashed. Hiss 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 hiss. Dense arcs of electricity danced and coalesced at her fingertips, transforming into thick enhanced powerful lightning strike bolts. What's even more astonishing is her attack speed. 10 times per second. Each attack hit a dragon-man monster that pounced on it with pinpoint accuracy. 11250. Enhanced powerful lightning strike, critical hit. 11250. Enhanced powerful lightning strike, critical hit. 11250. Enhanced powerful lightning strike, critical hit. Chapter 64. A series of terrifying damage numbers, enough to make your scalp crawl, poured out like a waterfall from the heads of those dragon-man monsters. With Xioxio's terrifying enhanced radiant amplification buff, every attack Xia made triggered a critical hit, doubling her damage. Over 11,000 damage in a single hit. Those nightmare-level monsters that seemed to have as much as 16,000 HP were as fragile as paper in front of Xia. It was just a single glance. He didn't even touch the hem of Xia's clothes. The first pterosaur that charged forward had its health bar instantly emptied, let out a mournful cry, and plummeted straight down from the sky, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Then came the second one, the third one. Standing behind, Liu Yang watched as Xia swiftly dispatched these nightmare-level monsters as if cutting melons into vegetables, and couldn't help but secretly marvel. That's incredible. Is this the power of a divine artifact-level summon? With Xioxio's amplification, it's practically a relentless killing machine. In just a few seconds. Inside the first room of the Dragon Kingdom, the sheer number of monsters that would have driven an ordinary team to despair was utterly wiped out by Xia with overwhelming force. Only scattered specks of loot remained on the ground. Let's go, next room. Liu Yang waved his hand calmly and took the lead towards the passage leading to the second room. Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao were still in a daze, mechanically following behind, their eyes filled with awe and disbelief as they looked at Xia. Is this the world of the pros? Nightmare-level dungeons, cleaned up like that? The second room is more spacious, but the number of monsters increases exponentially. Looking around, countless pterosaurs and blue pterosaurs were circling in the air, a rough estimate puts at least 100 of them. On the ground, the blue dragon warriors, wielding giant axes, formed a square formation, exuding a murderous aura. Such a massive monster army, with its oppressive aura alone, is enough to terrify ordinary test-takers, and might even scare them to death on the spot. My God! Qin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard, his face turning pale. Lu Hong and Shen Menjiao were also terrified and instinctively gripped their weapons tightly. However, Liu Yang remained calm. Shay stepped forward again, facing the legion of hundreds of Dragonman monsters alone. This time, Liu Yang didn't let her take the initiative to attack, but wanted to test the effect of her new counterattack skill after she advanced to the artifact level. Thunderous counterattack. When attacked by any form of attack, there is a 100% chance to launch 2 enhanced powerful lightning strike counterattacks against the attacker and all enemy units within a 5x5 radius. The battle erupted instantly. An impatient blue wyvern swooped down, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it viciously grabbed at Xia. 850. A damage number that wasn't too high floated up above Xia's head. With her current defense and health, this damage is almost negligible. But, just as the blue wyvern struck Xia, boom! A blinding burst of lightning suddenly erupted, centered on Xia. The lightning power, as turbulent as a tsunami, instantly swept across the surrounding 5x5 area. Countless enhanced powerful lightning strike bolts rained down from the sky, striking precisely every Dragonman monster within range. And twice. 11250. 11250. 11250. 11250. 11250. 11250. The damage numbers were densely packed and flashed around like a screen being refreshed. Those Dragonman monsters that were just moments ago so aggressive, whether they were pterosaurs in the sky or warriors on the ground, had their health bars evaporate instantly as if they had encountered their nemesis. With just one counterattack, all of the dozen or so monsters within the affected area were instantly killed. Immediately afterwards, more monsters, defiant of evil, rushed up and attacked Xia. Boom! Another sea of lightning strikes. Boom! The third counterattack has been triggered. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The seemingly overwhelming army of hundreds of Dragonman monsters fell in droves like wheat being harvested under this devastating counterattack. When the last blue dragon warrior unwillingly turned into light dust and dissipated, the entire second room became empty again, leaving only the spoils scattered on the ground and 3 teammates whose jaws almost dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, at the Examination Monitoring Center, the teachers responsible for monitoring this year's college entrance examination were sighing and lamenting as they looked at the constantly flashing red dots and elimination information on the big screen. This year's assessment is really too difficult, an older teacher said worriedly, rubbing his temples. It's only been a short time, and nearly 1/10 of the students have already been eliminated. Yes, the Twilight Castle dungeon is extremely challenging even on normal difficulty, let alone the difficult and nightmare levels. Moreover, the national exam questions are standardized and the difficulty level is the same across the country. I don't know what the situation is like in other provinces, but judging from Tianhai City, the average score for this year's college entrance examination will probably hit a record low. How is the situation with the top classes at number 1 middle school? Someone asked. The top classes' performance is quite stable. After all, they have a good foundation and their equipment and levels are far ahead. I heard that Li Mu, who awakened the super rare class star mage with full stars, is performing very well and is about to clear the first level of easy difficulty. Kyoto University has already extended an olive branch to him. What about Liu Yang? He caused such a commotion in the secret realm and even got a military medal. He should be able to pass the college entrance exam this time. Mentioning Liu Yang elicited strange expressions from everyone. As Liu Yang's homeroom teacher, Su Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the bottom of the monitor screen belonging to Liu Yang's team, where the bright red words were displayed, Dungeon Difficulty, Nightmare. Su Feng's mental state completely collapsed when he saw the word nightmare. He knew better than anyone the differences between the 4 difficulty levels. Even the easy difficulty level is enough to eliminate 80% of the students, so what about the nightmare difficulty? That's not designed for students at this stage at all. Is this kid treating the college entrance exam like a playground? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Su Feng was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only pray in his heart that Liu Yang and the others could hold on a little longer and not be sent out before they had even finished clearing the first wave of monsters. That would be a huge joke. The teachers around Su Feng also noticed his unusual behavior and cast sympathetic glances at him. It must be tough for Teacher Su to have such an unconventional student. Everyone subconsciously thought that Liu Yang's team would probably be the first to be eliminated. However, just when everyone thought Liu Yang and his team were doomed, a sudden change has occurred. On the main screen of the monitoring center, a system notification suddenly popped up in striking gold font. Chapter 65. Congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the first level of Twilight Castle, the Dragon Kingdom. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Clearance time, 45 seconds. In an instant, the entire monitoring center fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the teachers, including Su Feng, were frozen in place. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and their mouths were agape enough to fit an egg. Everyone's face was screaming, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I seeing?" Nightmare difficulty. You cleared the game. And it only took 45 seconds. Su Feng was completely stunned, his mind going blank. Is everything that's happening now real? Is this still my student? 1 second he was worried about Liu Yang and the others, thinking they would definitely be eliminated at the bottom, and the next second he cleared the first level of Nightmare difficulty. It broke a record. This plot twist was so exciting. Some of the quick-thinking teachers, realizing what was happening, immediately congratulated Su Feng. Congratulations, Teacher Su. You're sure to be on the list of the top 10 teachers this year. Upon hearing this, Su Feng revealed an undisguised smile. He never dreamed that one day he would be so close to being named one of the top 10 teachers in the country. Thanks to Liu Yang. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, anxious parents also saw this powerful announcement on the giant electronic screen in the square. The crowd erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Nightmare difficulty. 45 seconds to beat. Is that for real? Liu Yang. It's that Liu Yang again. Isn't he a summoner? How come he's so strong? My god! Is this even human? When Lu Zixin, who was standing at the front of the crowd, saw the announcement on the screen, she was stunned for a moment, and then burst into uncontrollable joy. She jumped up excitedly, waving her little fists, her pretty face filled with excitement and pride. I knew it! I knew Liu Yang would definitely succeed. Ha 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 ha. She recalled the frustration of gritting her teeth and pulling out those 100 gold coins, and then looked at her incredible achievement now. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Even if it were 1,000 gold coins, let alone 100, this would be a huge profit. Although Liu Yang is a bit ruthless, he really delivered on his promise of great value for money. And it's incredibly good value. Thinking about this, Lu Zixin became even more determined to get along well with Liu Yang. It would be best to let your younger brother learn more from Liu Yang. Little brother. Make your older sister proud. I'll give you extra pocket money when we get back. Lu Zixin shouted excitedly towards the exam hall, attracting envious and jealous glances from those around her. Congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the first level of Twilight Castle, the Dragon Kingdom. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Clearance time, 45 seconds. This result has broken the server record. When the cold and shocking system notification echoed clearly in the ears of Shen Menjiao, Lu Hong, and Qin Yu, they all froze on the spot, their brains seemingly stopping instantly. 45 seconds. Shen Menjiao covered her red lips with her slender hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She even subconsciously brought up the system panel, repeatedly checking the glaring completion time and difficulty. Nightmare level Dragon Kingdom, 45 seconds. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lu Hong jumped up and down, muttering to himself, 45 seconds. Nightmare! Is this even humanly possible? What kind of godlike vehicle did we get on? Solo. This is absolutely solo. Yang Ji single-handedly wiped out the nightmare-level Dragon Kingdom. He felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. 45 seconds, what does that mean? Even with speed-up skills, it would probably take more than this long to run from the first floor entrance to the boss room at full speed. In contrast, Qin Yu appeared more composed. After the initial shock and panic, he had become somewhat mentally prepared for Liu Yang's power. At this moment, his face was filled with a sense of pride and excitement. I knew it. I knew Brother Yang could do it. He's amazing. He's simply inhuman. Only now did the three of them truly understand that Liu Yang's advice before entering the instance, eat and drink as you please, just lie down and relax, was not a joke, but a statement of fact. From the very beginning, he never intended for them to interfere. The few people were just there as decorations. No wonder, Shen Menjiao murmured to herself, her gaze towards the direction where Liu Yang disappeared becoming incredibly complicated, before she revealed a silly smile. Just as the three were filled with emotion, Liu Yang appeared in the final boss room of the first level of the Dragon Kingdom. In the center of the room, a colossal dragon man, covered in blue scales, sat coiled up the Dragon Man General. Dragon Man General, LV20, Lord, Nightmare difficulty. Health points, 80,000/80,000. Physical attack power, 1900 to 2100. Physical defense, 1200. Magic defense, 1000. Skills, Dragon Stomp, Dragon Breath, Berserk. 80,000 HP, 2000 attack power. If this were outside, it would definitely be a headache for even ordinary second-tier teams. However, none of this mattered in front of Liu Yang, or rather, in front of Xia. Even without Liu Yang giving an order, Xia, who had just finished cleaning up, sensed the powerful aura of the enemy and raised her hand on her own initiative. A dazzling golden lightning bolt gathered and compressed in her palm, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Lightning of punishment. Laugh. A thick golden lightning bolt, like divine punishment, pierced through the Dragon General's massive body in an instant. 80,000. The Dragon General didn't even have time to roar before his massive body exploded into countless points of light, leaving behind only a piece of equipment shimmering with purple light. The characteristic of punishment lightning, it causes instant death to targets whose health is less than twice its own. Shei's health has now exceeded 40,000, and her kill threshold is as high as 80,000. The Dragon General, who was only 80,000 HP, was right on the kill line and was instantly killed. Well done, Xia. Liu Yang stepped forward, picked up the spoils, and said to Xia with a smile. At your service, my master. Xia bowed slightly, a rare hint of gentleness appearing on her usually cold face. Sister Xia is the best. Xiao Xiao flew over and affectionately rubbed against Xia's thigh. The two summoned creatures actually showed a sisterly affection. Liu Yang smiled and directly opened the portal to the next level. Let's go, to the second floor. A flash of light, and the figures of one person and two pets disappeared from the spot. Welcome to the second floor of Twilight Castle, the puppet entrance. Chapter 66. Unlike the cave dwelling of the dragon people on the first level, the second level is a huge space filled with all sorts of strange dolls and cold mechanisms. The monsters here are no longer flesh and blood, but various puppeteers and the puppet creations they control. Sludge Puppet Master, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 17,000 HP, 1,600 Magic Attack. Specializes in summoning sludge puppets and using mud swamp to slow enemies and earth spikes for control. Frost Puppet Master, Shadow, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 16,000 HP, 1,700 Magic Attack. Controls an Ice Puppet, unleashing Frost Nova for area damage and a freezing effect, and Frost Spikes for single target control. Rock Golem, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 19,000 HP, 1,500 Physical Attack. Can summon Rock Golems, use Falling Rocks for area of effect attacks, and Petrifying Gaze has a chance to petrify targets. Besides the puppeteers themselves, various statues also stand on both sides of the passage, such as gargoyles, magic mechs, and self-destructing dolls. These seemingly inanimate statues will suddenly come to life and launch a sneak attack when the examinees get close. The entire second floor is filled with all sorts of control skills. Slowing, immobilizing, freezing, petrifying, they come one after another. For ordinary teams lacking strong crowd control removal and area of effect burst damage, this place is a nightmare where they can hardly move an inch. Once continuously controlled, they can easily be overwhelmed by endless puppets. And at the deepest part of the puppet gate, guarding this level is the final boss Conqueror Deoj. Conqueror, Blade Master, LV20, Lord, Nightmare Difficulty. Health, 96,000/96,000. Physical Attack Power, 2,000 to 2,200. Physical Defense, 1,500. Magic Defense, 1,300. Skills, Puppet Summoning, Omnipotent Manipulation, inherits all puppeteer control skills, Frenzied Slash, high probability of inflicting confusion effect on attacks, Unyielding Fighting Spirit, permanent super armor state. 96,000 HP. A base attack of 2,000. Not only does it inherit all the puppeteer's nasty control skills, but its attacks also inflict confusion. Even more insane is its permanent invulnerability. Immune to all control effects. This boss is designed to utterly humiliate challengers. However, when Liu Yang, with Xia and Xiao Xiao, strolled leisurely all the way to Deoji, this conqueror boss has just awakened from his throne and hasn't had a chance to show his terrifying power yet. What greeted it was still that despairing golden lightning. She raised her hand again. Lightning of Punishment. 96,000. Punishment Lightning, execute. Deoji's HP is 96,000, which is still less than twice Xia's current HP, the kill threshold. Thus, this Lord Boss with permanent invincibility died on the spot, just like the Dragon General, without even uttering a single line. Congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the second level of Twilight Castle, the Puppet Gate. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Completion time, 44 seconds. This result breaks the record again. Examination Monitoring Center. The teachers hadn't fully recovered from the shock of clearing the Dragon Kingdom in 45 seconds, some were even rubbing their eyes, wondering if they had seen it wrong. They then saw the second one, almost immediately following the golden announcement. Puppet Entrance, Nightmare Level, 44 seconds. It's a second faster than the first floor. The entire monitoring center fell into an even more eerie silence than before. If the first time was shocking, this time it's numbness and speechlessness. The teachers looked at each other, opened their mouths, but found themselves at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Monster. This is definitely a monster. Su Feng clutched his chest, feeling his heart struggling to withstand the successive shocks. He was filled with regret. Why had he thought Liu Yang was being reckless? Why had he thought he was short-sighted? Compared to this kid, I'm the one who's truly short-sighted. Outside the examination hall, Lu Zixin, who was just cheering for Liu Yang's first-level achievement, froze on her face when she saw the second announcement. Her excitement then turned into a deeper sense of shock and relief. She was incredibly grateful that, despite her reluctance to spend the money, she ultimately chose to befriend Liu Yang and didn't completely fall out with him because of the auction house incident. This boy's potential is simply immeasurable. This is no longer just a matter of strength, it's a power that can overturn our understanding. The starting point within the instance. Congratulations! Your team has successfully cleared Puppet Gate, Nightmare difficulty, in 44 seconds. Achievement unlocked, Puppet Crusher, Nightmare. Rewards, all attributes +2, free attribute points +5, gold +10. Congratulations! Your team has broken the record for clearing Puppet Gate, Nightmare difficulty. Bonus rewards, all attributes +2, Conqueror's Chest *1. Seeing the continuous pop-up notifications and generous rewards, Shen Menjiao, Lu Hong, and Qin Yu had become somewhat numb. Another 4 points added to all attributes. Lu Hong muttered. It hasn't been long. It's already 8 points to all attributes? That's more than the rewards I got from several hard-earned dungeon quests before. Yes. Shen Menjiao looked at her attribute panel, her eyes sparkling. Clearing a level on easy difficulty only adds 1 point to all attributes, on hard it's 2 points, and on nightmare it's 4 points, plus the record-breaking reward. This efficiency is really too high. That's terrifying. At Liu Yang's rate of clearing levels, less than a minute per level, how long would it take to clear the entire Twilight Castle? A bold idea arose simultaneously in the minds of the three. Brother Yang, he wouldn't be thinking of. Qin Yu's voice was a little hoarse. Shen Menjiao picked up the conversation, her tone tinged with disbelief and speculation. Could it be that he's trying to break the record for clearing the nightmare level dungeon in our Dragon Kingdom, or even the whole world? No. Perhaps there's more. Shen Menjiao looked at the deep entrance leading to the third floor, and an even more insane idea surfaced in her mind. He might be aiming for the top score in this year's National College entrance examination. Complete the game on nightmare difficulty. For Liu Yang today, the National College entrance examination, JAKO, is not just an exam, but also the only key to unlocking the doors of the top-tier university, Northern Jiangsu Normal University. The difficulty rating of the dungeon and the time taken to clear it will directly determine whether he can obtain the coveted admission qualification. He knew very well that his amazing performance in the instance would inevitably attract a lot of attention and even scrutiny from the outside world. But so what? Deep within the library of the Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law, the secret knowledge accessible only to core students held a fatal allure for him. Chapter 67. The +2 bonus to all attributes granted for clearing each floor of Twilight Castle is an irresistible boost. Even the smallest mosquito bite is still meat, little by little, it adds up to a considerable sum. Therefore, even though it will become the eye of the storm, Liu Yang must push through this instance as quickly as possible. As the light shimmered, Liu Yang stepped into the third level of the Twilight Castle, the Puppet Tower. The environment here is even more oppressive and eerie than the previous 2 floors. Inside the towering tower, the noise of turning gears and the hum of flowing energy fill the air. A strange smell of metal and arcane energy permeates the atmosphere. The difficulty has increased again. Besides the puppeteers who still exist and are skilled in various control methods, the main monsters on this floor have become puppets with various ferocious forms and explosive attack power. Rock Puppet, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 20,000 HP, 1,800 Physical Attack, Extremely High Defense, specializes in Rock Slam and Ground Stomp. Bronze Puppet, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 18,000 HP, 1,900 Magic Attack, can fire Arcane Ray and Energy Blast. Floating Puppet, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 15,000 HP, 1,700 Magic Attack, Fast Speed, can cast Paralyzing Electric Ball and Mental Interference. Iron Hammer Puppet, LV20 Elite Nightmare Difficulty 22,000 HP, 2,100 Physical Attack, attacks have an armor penetration effect, skill Whirlwind Hammer Strike has a very large range. These golems not only have diverse attack methods and are tough, but what's most troublesome is that after they are destroyed, their core energy does not immediately dissipate. Instead, it transforms into a formless golem soul that continues to launch energy attacks on the enemy. This indestructible and persistent nature has caused countless challengers to fail and perish in the puppet tower. The battle horn needs no sounding. As always, Xia's figure transformed into lightning, charging ahead of the swarm of puppets. This time, Liu Yang did not stand idly by. Xiao Xiao immediately buffed him with the enhanced radiant amplification status, and surging energy flowed through Liu Yang's body. He raised the holy light scepter, his gaze fixed on the more than 30 strangely shaped and menacing puppets in front of him. Meteor fire technique. Accompanied by a deep chant, the space above Liu Yang's head suddenly twisted and burst into flames. The meteor fire spell, now upgraded to orange quality, is far more powerful than before. Giant, burning fireballs, each over 5 meters in diameter, rained down from the sky like doomsday meteors, trailing long fiery tails. They covered a massive 5x5 area in front of them. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions continued one after another. Terrifyingly high temperatures and shockwaves swept through the entire room. 8850. 17700. Critical hit. 8850. 17700. Critical hit. The base damage of meteor shower is already quite considerable, and with the additional critical hit rate bonus provided by Xia's Thunder Aura, the chance of triggering a critical hit is greatly increased. A series of shocking damage numbers floated wildly from above the heads of those golems. In just one round of meteor fire, more than half of the golems' health bars were depleted, and some were even instantly killed. The puppet that was crushed to death disintegrated, turning into wisps of eerie blue souls that continued to drift toward Xia and Liu Yang. Sia. Needless to say, the Forest Queen had already begun her performance. Lightning flashed, and the extremely fast basic attack left a trail of afterimages. 10 times per second. Each attack is accompanied by area of effect splash lightning damage. 11250. Critical hit. 11250. Critical hit. 11250. Critical hit. Whether it's a weakened puppet or a newly formed soul, they all melt away like ice and snow under the sun in the face of Xia's seemingly unbeatable AoE damage, which deals tens of thousands of damage with each hit. Just 10 seconds. In the first room of the puppet tower, all the monsters, including those troublesome spirits, were completely wiped out. Liu Yang didn't even unleash a second skill. He simply picked up the fallen item leisurely and, with Xia and Xiao Xiao, continued walking towards the second room. The whole process was smooth and effortless, as if I were not conquering a nightmare difficulty dungeon, but taking a stroll in my own backyard. Meanwhile, at the very bottom level of Twilight Castle, in the starting area, the style of the painting is completely different from the tense and solemn atmosphere upstairs. Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao were actually sitting around a table, enthusiastically playing cards. A royal flush. It's a sure thing. Ha ha ha, pay up, pay up. Qin Yu excitedly slapped the table, his face beaming with the joy of winning. Damn it! What a terrible hand of cards. Lu Hong gritted his teeth in anger, looking at his hand of rubbish and then at Qin Yu's arrogant face. He wished he could pounce on Qin Yu and have a real-life duel. Shen Menjiao held the cards in her hand, but her heart was uneasy. Her eyes kept glancing towards the teleportation portal leading to the upper level, and she muttered to herself, I wonder how Liu Yang is doing on the third level. He should be all right, right? Hey Qin Yu, Lu Hong, a bit tipsy from the loss, couldn't help but change the subject, asking curiously, you're so familiar with Brother Yang, what's his background? How can a one-star summoner be this powerful? That doesn't make sense. Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head mysteriously, it's a secret. All you need to know is that Brother Yang is awesome, incredibly awesome, beyond your wildest imagination. Just follow him and you'll be set. Just then. Congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the third level of Twilight Castle, the Puppet Tower. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Completion time, 43 seconds. This result has broken the server record once again. Holy crap! He passed. Qin Yu and Lu Hong jumped up almost simultaneously, shouting excitedly, 43 seconds. Another record broken. Yang Ji is awesome. Shen Menjiao looked at the message, silently put down the card in her hand, her red lips parted slightly, and finally uttered only 2 words, monster. She completely abandoned any lingering thought she had about catching up with or even surpassing Liu Yang. That's a gap that can't be bridged by hard work, it's a crushing defeat on a dimensional level. The examination monitoring center and the plaza outside the examination venue. After the 2 previous shocks, the atmosphere was eerily quiet at this moment. All eyes were fixed on the huge electronic bulletin board screen, as if waiting for something that was bound to happen. When the completion prompt for Puppet Tower pops up with a faster time of 43 seconds. The silence was broken. Chapter 68. But it wasn't a clamor, rather, it was a collective, speechless bewilderment. People's worldview, their understanding of college entrance examination, dungeon, and difficulty were completely overturned, crushed, and reshaped at this moment. Su Feng had long since given up thinking. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair, listlessly rubbing his throbbing temples. All he wanted now was for this to end so he could have a proper talk with Liu Yang. The other teachers no longer concealed their curiosity and shock, and they all took out their communicators and used their personal connections. Hey! Lao Zhang, help me look up a student, from Tianhai No. 3 Middle School, named Liu Yang. Yes. The one who broke the record. I need all his information. The more detailed the better. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Was Liu Yang hiding his strength before? There's no reason for this, how come we didn't hear a thing about such a strong prospect? Outside the examination hall. When Lu Zixin saw the third announcement, the shock in her eyes had transformed into an almost fanatical light. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately sent a top-level instruction to Chen Hongzhong, the auction house's manager. Uncle Chen, immediately upgrade Mr. Liu Yang's access level in our auction house to the highest level, VIP. Pass the word down, no one in the entire company is allowed to neglect him, let alone offend him. All his needs must be met with priority. This instruction undoubtedly represents the Lu family's, or rather Lu Zixin's, highest recognition of Liu Yang's future value. At the edge of the bustling crowd, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak of invisibility looked at the information on the screen, and the pupils beneath the cloak suddenly contracted. Nightmare, 43 seconds, Puppet Tower, the mysterious man muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. A moment later, a message was quickly sent through some encrypted channel. The target's strength far exceeds our expectations. Based on his current abilities, those few good-for-nothings from the Shen family are very likely already dead at his hands. Outside the college entrance examination hall, lights flickered intermittently, accompanied by bursts of frustration and complaints. Damn! What kind of crappy exam is this? Is Twilight Castle on normal difficulty this insane? And those gargoyles can self-destruct? I was blown out the moment I went in. Yeah, that's right. The puppeteer's control is disgusting. There's no way to dodge it. The difficulty is way beyond what's expected. Many candidates who were eliminated early looked resentful and complained about the difficulty of the challenge around the teachers on the sidelines. In previous years, the teachers might have offered some words of comfort at this time. But this year, after experiencing Liu Yang's inhumanly viral performance, the teacher's mindset has also undergone a subtle change. An elderly teacher, usually known for his amiable demeanor, suddenly became stern and bluntly retorted, "If you're not good enough, don't blame the exam for being difficult. Didn't you see that people on the nightmare difficulty level were cutting through the mud like it was nothing? Look for the reasons within yourself." Another teacher scoffed, "I always tell you to do more dungeons to improve your practical experience, but all you do is slack off. Now you realize the difference, right? Too late." The students who were rebuked immediately fell silent, daring not to speak out despite their anger. Although they were indignant, the constantly refreshing, glaring golden announcements on the screen left them powerless to refute them. Just then, congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the 4th level of Twilight Castle, the Dark Corridor. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Completion time, 42 seconds. This result has broken the server record once again. Hiss. Another collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 42 seconds. That's fast again. Those eliminated candidates who were just complaining about the difficulty of the exam were now blushing and wishing they could disappear into the ground. They had cleared the 4th level of nightmare difficulty in just 42 seconds, while they hadn't even passed the 1st level of normal difficulty. The difference was simply enormous. The teachers also perked up, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, as if anticipating something. Sure enough, not long after. Congratulations to the team of candidates Liu Yang, Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao for successfully clearing the 5th floor of Twilight Castle, the Lord's Palace. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Clearance time, 40 seconds. This result has broken the server record once again. 40 seconds. My god. The final boss room. It only took 40 seconds. Are they even human? How did they manage to do that? Not only did they break records on every floor, but they also took less time as they went on. This means they weren't even using their full strength. Their abilities are unfathomable. The examination hall was in an uproar. Everyone was completely impressed by Liu Yang's team's phenomenal speed in clearing the test. Exclamations and gasps of amazement filled the air. However, just when everyone thought this performance was about to come to an end, and that Liu Yang's team would conclude this college entrance examination challenge with an unprecedented and likely unparalleled overall score, another unexpected event has occurred. System notification: it has been detected that candidate Liu Yang's team cleared all 5 floors of Twilight Castle on nightmare difficulty in an extremely short time, continuously breaking server records and achieving a special hidden condition. The hidden level, Floating City, is now open. Level difficulty, Hell level. Special rule: the dungeon rules change upon entering the Floating City. If you fail to clear the dungeon, all members of your team will be automatically eliminated, and your college entrance exam scores will be invalidated. Note: this elimination is defined as death. You cannot be resurrected or leave the dungeon using regular teleportation devices. Boom! This scarlet system notification, carrying an ominous aura, exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap from the heavens. Hell level. Elimination by death. The entire monitoring center fell into dead silence instantly, followed by an unprecedented panic. Hell level. Are you kidding me? Elimination by death. How could this possibly happen in the college entrance exam? Quick! Think of a way. Force them out. The moment Su Feng saw this notification, all the color drained from his face. As if his backside was on fire, he sprang up from his chair and rushed towards the back-end control area like a madman. Where is the person in charge? Quick! Activate the highest level forced teleportation device. Get Liu Yang and the others out here. Immediately. Right now. Su Feng's voice became sharp and hoarse due to extreme fear. If he were to die in the college entrance exam scenario, not only would his position as homeroom teacher be irresponsible, but the entire Tianhai City education system, and even higher levels of government, would be unable to bear the responsibility. It seems things are really going to get out of hand today. The person in charge of technical monitoring was also sweating profusely, his hands flying across the control panel. Various commands were input, and authorization verifications were completed. However, the information displayed on the screen turned his face pale. No, Teacher Su's forced teleportation command was rejected, the person in charge said, their voice trembling. Chapter 69. The floating city has activated a special rule-based force field, isolating them from external teleportation. We cannot contact them, nor can we forcibly recall them. What? Su Feng was struck dumb, staggered back a few steps, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes instantly lost focus, becoming empty and desperate. Completion. It's all over. His mind began to conjure up all sorts of terrible consequences, shocking. Liu Yang, a genius of a century, died unexpectedly during the college entrance examination. A major incident has occurred during the college entrance examination in Tianhai City, resulting in the deaths of several students from prominent backgrounds, a hellish scenario. Just thinking about these headlines made Su Feng feel dizzy and almost faint. Meanwhile, inside the Twilight Castle instance, at the starting point. System notification, the hidden level floating city is now open. Note, this elimination is defined as death. When the cold and cruel notification sounded, the smiles on the faces of Qin Yu, Lu Hong, and Shen Menjiao, who were cheering for breaking the record again, instantly froze, replaced by unprecedented solemnity and horror. Hell level? Death elimination. Lu Hong's playing cards scattered on the ground with a clatter, his face turned pale, and his voice began to tremble. Shen Menjiao also paled, her delicate body trembling slightly. Qin Yu abruptly threw down his cards, immediately pulled out his communicator, and anxiously contacted Liu Yang, Brother Yang. Brother Yang! What's going on over there? Did you see the warning? It's hell level. People are dying. After quite a while, Liu Yang's reply finally arrived, but his tone was unusually calm. Yes, I see it. Don't worry, I'm farming elite monsters. Qin Yu became even more anxious. Why are you even farming elite monsters? We're in a real crisis. This is a hellish dungeon, death is the only outcome. Yang Ji. Are you sure you can handle this? Maybe we should. Liu Yang's reply was interrupted again, and after a while, it came again. I know it's dangerous. Let me finish this wave first. Then, communication went completely silent. The three looked at each other, and finally could only let out a helpless sigh, slumping to the ground with their faces filled with despair. Disturbing Liu Yang? Are you kidding me? What if their urging affects Liu Yang's performance and leads to a team wipe? Then they would truly become sinners for all time. Now, all they can do is pray that Liu Yang really has that heaven-defying strength to handle this damn hellish dungeon. On the other side, inside the floating city. This is a shattered city suspended in the void, filled with broken walls and spatial rifts that gleam with dangerous light. The environment is even more dangerous and bizarre than the previous puppet tower. Liu Yang had just casually cast a meteor fire spell, turning a tall, skeletal general wielding a giant scythe and exuding an aura of death, along with the surrounding monsters, into ashes in the room ahead. Floating City General, LV25 Elite Hell Difficulty. Health points, 1,600,000/1,600,000. Watching the massive 1.6 million HP bar instantly empty, Liu Yang raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue in amazement. An elite monster with 1.6 million HP hell difficulty, truly living up to its reputation. And this is just the first room's mini-boss, there are 9 more rooms to go, plus a final boss. This level of difficulty is indeed hellish for people or test takers at this stage. However, standing beside him, she showed no panic or fear in the face of such a terrifying enemy and dangerous environment. Those cool, golden eyes, however, burned with a fighting spirit that was eager to try. Feeling Liu Yang's gaze, Xiao's lips curled up slightly, forming a smile tinged with excitement, her voice clear and melodious. Master, this looks more like a battle. I like it very much. Xia's golden eyes sparkled with excitement. Since her quality upgrade, her surging power has lacked a battlefield where she can truly unleash it to her fullest potential. The Twilight Castle, rated as a nightmare, still seemed somewhat weak to her now. And this hellish level difficulty floating city is undoubtedly the perfect stage. Not only Xia, but even Liu Yang himself felt a long-lost desire for challenge rising in his heart. However, despite their excitement, the two were not without pressure. After all, the elite guard in the first room alone, with its terrifying health of 1.6 million and attack power of nearly 4,000, already demonstrated the extreme danger of this hidden level. One wrong move and you're doomed. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang, along with Xia and Xiao, cautiously stepped into the second room of the floating city. A wave of intense heat rushed towards them. In the center of the room, a slender figure enveloped in raging flames floated in mid-air. Her fiery red hair flowed like a burning waterfall, and her eyes were filled with an aura of savagery and destruction. Flame Master, LV25 Elite Lord Hell Difficulty. Health, 3,200,000/3,200,000. Magic Attack Power, 4,800. Magic Defense, 2,500. Physical Defense, 2,000. Skills, Enhanced Fireball, Fireball Rain, Summon Fire Elemental, Heart of Flame. 320,000. No, it's 3 million. 3,200,000 HP. And the attack power has skyrocketed to 5,000. Even though Liu Yang was somewhat prepared, he was still startled by the terrifying properties of the Crimson Flames. This was completely beyond what people or examinees could handle at this stage. Everyone, drink the Master Level HP Recovery Potion. Liu Yang immediately ordered in a deep voice. Crimson Flame's passive skill, Heart of Flame, inflicts a terrifying burning effect on attacks, requiring players to use continuous healing potions beforehand to mitigate some of the damage. The three, including Xiao, immediately did as instructed, feeling a warm current continuously restoring their vitality within their bodies. Xiao, Enhance Radiant Amplification. Sia, go. Meteor Fire Spell, prepare. Liu Yang's combat orders were being issued in an orderly manner. Understood. Xiao responded crisply, and a dazzling halo instantly enveloped the three of them, significantly boosting their basic attributes. Shay, unable to contain herself any longer, let out a delicate shout and transformed into an incredibly swift golden bolt of lightning, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, hurtling straight towards the Crimson Flames in mid-air. She wielded Thunder Fury, unleashing a barrage of incredibly fast basic attacks like a tempestuous storm. 13500. 27,000. Critical hit. 13500. High damage numbers kept popping up above Crimson Flame's head, and when a critical hit was triggered, the damage was doubled. At the same time, Liu Yang's Holy Light Scepter also emitted a dazzling light, and the Meteor Fire spell, which was already prepared, crashed down. Boom! 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 Huge fireballs slammed into Crimson Flame one after another, and with a critical hit rate of up to 80%, almost every one of them triggered a critical hit. 19800. Critical hit. 9900. 19800. Critical hit. Chapter 70. However, even with their terrifying output, it was still a drop in the ocean against Qi Yan's massive 3.2 million HP bar, and their HP dropped relatively slowly. Foolish intruder! Feel the wrath of the flames! Crimson Flame let out a sharp screech and suddenly raised both hands to the sky. Fireball rain! In an instant, the entire room was covered by countless burning fireballs, pouring down as if the end of the world had come. Rumble! The deafening explosions echoed incessantly, and scorching shockwaves swept in all directions. Liu Yang, Xie, and Xiao Xiao were all engulfed in the shockwave, their health bars inevitably began to drop, and they were also afflicted with the burning status that caused continuous damage. 800. Burning. Plus 1500. Master level HP recovery potion. 800. Burning. Plus 1500. Master level HP recovery potion. Fortunately, the master level HP recovery potion was powerful enough, and with Xioxio's immediate enhanced healing spell, gentle beams of holy light fell, barely keeping the three's health at a safe level. The two sides exchanged blows, their skills flashing wildly in the room, and the collision of their energies produced a deafening roar. Just then, Crimson Flame's crimson gaze suddenly locked onto Liu Yang, who was continuously casting a spell. Enhanced Fireball. A dark red fireball, several times larger than the previous single fireball from the meteor fire technique, compressed to its extreme, and exuding a destructive aura, tore through the air at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Liu Yang. The power of this attack is absolutely enough to instantly kill any student at this stage. Even for a warrior specializing in defense, taking a direct hit would be a near certain death. Liu Yang's pupils contracted sharply, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The terrifying fireball slammed solidly into Liu Yang. 28500. A shocking damage number appeared. Even though Liu Yang was wearing a set of pink quality holy light set, which had been upgraded to pink quality and gave him far more than ordinary health points, this attack still blasted away more than half of his health bar. His health instantly dropped below the danger level. Master! Xia cried out in alarm, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. Damn it! Liu Yang cursed under his breath, enduring the excruciating pain as he immediately downed a bottle of instant recovery potion. At the same time, he seized the brief moment of stun after Qi Yan unleashed his ultimate move, as well as the cooldown time of his own skills. Meteor Fire Technique. Another shower of meteors rained down from the sky, slamming into Crimson Flame. Xia was equally unyielding, unleashing even thicker bolts of lightning. Enhanced Annihilation Lightning Strike. 25,000. 25,000. With the two pets attacking him with almost frenzied focus, Qi Yan's health began to drop rapidly at a visible speed. 3 million, 2 million, 1 million, 500,000. When Crimson Flame's health was painstakingly whittled down to below 200,000, a golden light flashed in Xia's eyes. Punishment with lightning. The golden lightning bolt, symbolizing the end and judgment, descended from the sky once more, striking the Crimson Flames with perfect precision. 200000. Killed. Crimson Flame let out a shrill and unwilling scream. Its massive fiery body exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into countless sparks that eventually vanished without a trace. Battle over. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That enhanced fireball spell was truly dangerous. However, just as he was about to move to the next room, another change occurred. The Twilight Castle dungeon, which should have been like the previous levels with no loot drops, suddenly erupted with light beneath the body of Crimson Flame, who was killed in this hell-level floating city. Experience points gained, 150,000. Gained 50 coins. Item obtained, White, Skill Book Summon Fire Elemental *1. Hey! Liu Yang paused, a look of surprise on his face. Special drops even exist on Hell difficulty. He quickly stepped forward and picked up the skill book that was emitting a faint white light. Skill Book, Summon Fire Elemental, White. Learning Requirements, Class, Summoner, Level LV20. Skill Effect, consumes mana to summon a fire elemental from the fire elemental plane to fight for you for 30 seconds. The fire elemental possesses basic fire attack abilities. It's a summoner's skill book. Although it's only the lowest level white quality, it's still a huge surprise. A glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes, and he chose to learn without hesitation. This was of great significance for his future construction of a multi-element summoning system. System notification: you have defeated Crimson Flame, the Flame Controller, gaining 150,000 experience points. System notification: your level has increased to LV19. A warm current flowed through his body, accompanied by the upgrade effect. Liu Yang felt a slight increase in all his attributes. He was one step closer to the level 20 threshold for the second job advancement. Thinking about the huge changes the summoner class might undergo after the second job advancement, as well as the powerful summoned beasts and exclusive skills that only exist in legends, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. However, in stark contrast to Liu Yang's joy at leveling up was the extremely oppressive atmosphere outside and at the starting point of the instance. The parents and teachers at the monitoring center and outside the examination room had long since gone from initial shock to deep worry. The hellish difficulty and the death elimination rules weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a boulder. Every second of waiting was agonizing. At the starting point of Twilight Castle, Shen Menjiao, Lu Hong, and Qin Yu felt like each day was an eternity. The fear of death, like a leech, constantly gnaws at their nerves. The feeling of being on the line, with their lives hanging by a thread and the possibility of dying at any moment due to a mistake by a teammate far away, was almost driving them crazy. No. I can't take it anymore. Lu Hong suddenly stood up, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. I just bought that level 20 purple gear. I haven't even worn it yet. It's such a waste to die like this. I'm going to find Brother Yang. See if he can help me in any way. Calm down. Shen Menjiao grabbed him, her brows furrowed, but her tone was unusually calm. What can we do if we go there now, besides being a hindrance? Do you think we can last even a second against that hellish monster? Qin Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said in a deep voice, Menjiao is right. The only thing we can do now is to trust Brother Yang. Since he dared to go in, he must have his reasons. Let's not make things worse. Lu Hong opened his mouth, but ultimately slumped back down. Yes, what could they have done in the past? They probably don't even qualify as cannon fodder. Now, all our hopes can be pinned on Liu Yang. Chapter 71. Floating City, Room 3. A bone-chilling cold spread out, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of the previous room. In the center of the room, a gigantic figure covered in thick ice crystals slowly stood up, holding a huge frost warmer in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. Lord of Extreme Cold, LV25 Elite Lord Hell Difficulty. Health, 4,800,000/4,800,000. Physical Attack Power, 5,000 to 5,500. Physical Defense, 3,000. Magic Defense, 2,800. Skills: Enhanced Ice Spikes, Absolute Freeze, Frost Armor. Passive: when attacked, there is a chance to trigger Frost Armor, greatly reducing damage for a short period of time. 4,800,000 HP. Liu Yang's lips twitched involuntarily when he saw this amount of HP. This HP is 1.6 million higher than Crimson Flame's. And its physical defense is terrifyingly high. Meteor Fire Technique. Without hesitation, Liu Yang raised his hand and unleashed a Meteor Fire Technique. However, luck doesn't seem to be on your side today. A barrage of fireballs rained down, but not a single critical hit was triggered. The damage numbers look rather dismal. 9,900. 9,900. At the same time, Crack roared and slammed his frost hammer into the ground. Enhance Ice Spikes. Dozens of incredibly sharp ice spikes, like venomous snakes, suddenly shot out from the ground, covering a vast area. Furthermore, these ice spikes were not stationary, instead, they were tracking objects and shooting towards Liu Yang at high speed. Damn it! Liu Yang immediately maneuvered, narrowly avoiding most of the ice spikes, but was still grazed by one of them. 5,500. A significant damage number appeared, and at the same time, an extremely cold force instantly invaded the body. System notification: you have been attacked by enhanced ice spikes and are now in a frozen state for 1 second. His body was instantly covered by a thick layer of solid ice, rendering him unable to move. Although it only lasts for a second, in a battle of this magnitude, any form of control is fatal. Crack seemed to have anticipated this, and the massive frost warmer, imbued with immense force, slammed down on the frozen Liu Yang. At the critical moment, Divine Protection. Xiao Xiao immediately cast a damage reduction shield on Liu Yang. Xia reacted with lightning speed, immediately activating Thor's body, her massive lightning body blocking Liu Yang's path, and she used her physical body to withstand Crack's powerful blow. Boom! 18,000. Although Xia has extremely high defense, she still lost nearly 20,000 HP from this blow. Damn! This thing is so hard! Liu Yang exclaimed, still shaken as he recovered from the freezing cold. This Lord of Extreme Cold not only has high HP and defense, but his control abilities are also disgusting. Previously, in an attempt to increase damage output, Liu Yang had Xia use the forest summoning skill to try and summon some elf cannon fodder to share the damage and output. Result: System notification: Xia has summoned 3 forest elf archers. Looking at the 3 elven archers with only a few thousand health points and pitifully low attack power, Liu Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, without special items or skills, the randomly summoned creatures are just this kind of trash. Sure enough, the 3 poor elven archers were instantly killed by Kra's casual area of effect attack after firing just a few weak arrows, without even a splash. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly, directing Xia and Xiao Xiao to continue dealing with Kra. The battle devolved into a difficult tug-of-war. Liu Yang needs to constantly move around to avoid enhanced ice spikes and absolute freeze, while also being wary of frost armor that Kra might trigger at any time. Shay took on the main tanking and damage-dealing roles, enduring Kra's attacks with high damage reduction and Zioxio's continuous healing, while constantly bombarding the opponent with lightning. Time passed, second by second. As Liu Yang calculated the skill cooldown times and directed his team to focus fire, a heavy feeling crept into his heart. The elite lord in the 3rd room is already this difficult. According to the pattern, the 4th room should have an even stronger advanced elite lord, right? How monstrous would that be? Almost a minute. They fought for almost a full minute. The journey was fraught with danger. Liu Yang was nearly killed several times by being frozen, and only managed to escape danger thanks to the perfect teamwork of Xia and Xiao Xiao. Finally, after Liu Yang unleashed another meteor fire spell, the Lord of Extreme Cold's health was slowly whittled down to below 200,000. SIA. Now. Understood. Lightning flashed in Xia's eyes. Lightning of punishment. Boom. Golden divine lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely. 200000. Killed. The Lord of Extreme Cold let out a roar of unwilling anger, and his massive body shattered, turning into countless ice crystals that dissipated into nothingness. Experience points gained, 180,000. Gained 60 coins. Item obtained, Frostheart *1. Item obtained, pink, equipment, a set of pink underwear. Phew. Liu Yang let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This battle was truly hard fought. He went forward to pick up the dropped items. The experience and gold were average, and the Frostheart was a rare material for crafting ice attribute equipment, which was not bad. But when Liu Yang picked up the last item that emitted a pink glow, his expression instantly turned strange. Pink panties, pink. Type, bottoms. Equipment level, LV20. Job requirements, none. Attributes, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Frost resistance plus 30%. Special effect, gain the skill Frost Armor LV1, active, consumes a small amount of mana to grant yourself a layer of Frost Armor, absorbing a certain amount of damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Note, a meticulously woven, close-fitting garment. It appears to possess strange magical properties. It can be equipped by any race. Pfft! Liu Yang almost burst out laughing. Wow! This pink quality equipment has pretty good stats and even comes with a useful Frost Armor skill. The key point is that it can be equipped by any race? Liu Yang's gaze involuntarily drifted to Xiao Xiao, who looked completely bewildered beside him. He. Increased constitution and spirit, along with ice resistance and shield skills, isn't this perfect for a support role? A bold idea sprouted in Liu Yang's mind, and a malicious smile appeared on his face as he prepared to give this surprise to the cute little support. With an indescribable smile on his face, Liu Yang handed the pink panties that radiated a pink glow to Xiao Xiao. Ahem, Xiao Xiao, this equipment has good stats. It increases constitution and spirit, and also has ice resistance and shield skills. It's perfect for you. Try it on. Xiao Xiao looked at the strangely designed and embarrassingly named piece of equipment, her face flushed red to her ears, her eyes darting away, but she still obediently accepted it. Chapter 72. System notification, Xiao Xiao is wearing pink panties. It feels a bit chilly. Xiao Xiao muttered to herself, but fortunately the equipment was successfully equipped, and a powerful pink bottom piece was indeed added to her attribute panel. Come on, try out that Frost Armor skill on me, Liu Yang said with great interest. Xiao Xiao nodded, raised her little hand, and her magic power stirred slightly. Buzz! A surge of pure icy energy instantly erupted from Xiaoxiao's body, condensing on Liu Yang's body to form a set of ice crystal armor that exuded a chilling aura. Liu Yang immediately checked his status bar. Status: Frost Armor. Effect: reduces all damage taken by 30%. Attackers have a 10% chance to reduce movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds, and a 5% chance to inflict the frozen status for 1 second. Duration: 5 minutes. Source: Xiao Xiao. Not bad, not bad. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. The 30% damage reduction effect is quite powerful, and it also comes with a slow effect and a chance to freeze. Although the trigger rate is not high, it may have a surprising effect in critical moments. Moreover, the duration lasts for 5 minutes, while the cooldown is only 1 minute, allowing for almost full coverage. This pink tier item is more valuable than expected. Alright, everyone, take a break here, get back into shape, and get ready to enter the 4th room. Liu Yang's smile faded, and his expression turned serious again. During a break, Liu Yang glanced at the Heart of Frost and the Summon Fire Elemental skill book in his backpack. Heart of Frost is a rare material and we don't need it for now. We can find a blacksmith to see if he can craft something for us after we leave. As for Summon Fire Elemental, although he has already learned it, he has not yet mastered any secondary skills related to elemental contract. The summoned fire elemental has limited strength, short duration, and high consumption, so it cannot form an effective combat force for the time being. He can only wait until after the second job advancement to slowly research and develop it. Outside the examination room, in the monitoring center, Su Feng, as if drained of all his energy, slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the area on the screen representing Floating City, and chose to completely give up. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing he can do. Forced teleportation failed, and communication was cut off. All he could do was pray for a miracle. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare imagine the terrible consequences. In this oppressive atmosphere, no one noticed that a majestic figure was quietly hovering high in the sky. He was surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning, and his purple robes fluttered without wind. Just by hovering in the air, he exuded a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of crushing the heavens. That aura had already surpassed the limits of mortal cognition. It was clearly the strength of an unparalleled expert, far exceeding that of someone who had reached the 7th level of cultivation. The strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, Thunder God of Magic. His gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of space, precisely focusing on the interior of the floating city, watching Liu Yang's every move. A hidden level of hellish difficulty. This little guy has given me quite a surprise. The Archmage muttered to himself, a hint of appreciation in his voice. To be able to demonstrate such formidable strength and calm command even in such dire circumstances. Indeed, he is the backbone that our Dragon Kingdom needs in the future. The reason he was here was because he sensed the unusual spatial fluctuations and the deadly rules of death when the floating city opened. Out of his love for the genius, he decided to observe in secret. If Liu Yang was truly in a hopeless situation, he would not hesitate to intervene and save him. Of course, this is on the premise that Liu Yang is worth his time. Floating city, entrance to the 4th room. Having recovered, Liu Yang took a deep breath and prepared to step inside. Sia, use forest summon again, Liu Yang suddenly said. Xia tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Weren't the elven archers useless before? But she still obeyed Liu Yang's orders. This time, when Xia activated forest summoning, a sudden change occurred. The summoning circle beneath their feet was no longer the dull green it had been before, it had suddenly expanded several times over. The intricate runes shone with a dazzling golden red light. Even at the moment the magic circle was formed, several burning fireball phantoms fell from the sky and crashed into the magic circle, stirring up ripples of energy. Oh! Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, keenly sensing the unusual aura. The light of the magic circle flickered, and a violent and scorching energy surged out from it. Roar! With a deafening roar, an enormous figure slowly rose from the magic circle. It was a gigantic elemental creature made of lava and fire. Its 5-meter-tall body was engulfed in raging flames, its rock-like skin covered with scorching magma patterns, and its clenched fists exuded a suffocating heat and an aura of destruction. As soon as it appeared, it knelt on one knee in front of Xia and let out a deep and majestic growl, as if swearing allegiance. Flame Spirit, Hellfire, Artifact Grade, Summoned Creature. Level, LV15. Health Points, 200,000/200,000. Magic Attack Power, 9,500 to 10,500. Physical Defense, 4,000. Magic Defense, 3,500. Skill: Powerful Fireball, active condenses a massive fireball to attack the target, dealing 200% magic damage, and has a 30% chance to trigger secondary detonation, dealing an additional 100% area damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Hellfire, active channels a patch of hellfire to scorch a designated area, dealing 150% magic damage per second to all enemies within the area for 5 seconds, and inflicting the powerful burn effect, causing 500 health loss per second for 10 seconds. Flame Skin, passive deals continuous fire damage to enemies near hellfire and has a 20% chance to inflict the burning status on the attacker. Holy crap! Liu Yang's eyes widened when he saw hellfire's attributes and skills. A divine artifact. 200,000 HP and 10,000 attack power at level 15. These 3 skills are all incredibly powerful. Powerful fireball with a secondary explosion. Hellfire deals high continuous area of effect damage and inflicts burning. Flame Skin is a melee killer. This is what the real forest call should look like. Liu Yang instantly realized that forest summoning didn't always summon a spirit archer, but rather it had a probability of summoning spirits of varying strengths. He had just been unlucky before and summoned the worst one. This hellfire is clearly an extremely rare high-level summon, with a summoning success rate of probably less than 10%. This time, I'm truly blessed with incredible luck. Chapter 73. With such a powerful helper, Liu Yang's confidence instantly increased. He cast his excited gaze into the depths of the room. There stood an even larger figure. It was a giant knight over 6 meters tall, clad in ferocious crimson heavy armor, wielding a massive long sword engulfed in flames, with only 2 points of scarlet light flickering beneath his cold helmet. Crimson Warrior, LV-25 High-Level Elite Lord Hell Difficulty. Behind him stood nearly 20 knights, slightly smaller in size but also clad in heavy armor and wielding burning halberds. Flame Knight Follower, LV-25 Elite Hell Difficulty. This is the guardian of the fourth room. A high-ranking elite lord, leading an elite legion of knights. The difficulty has skyrocketed again. But at this moment, Liu Yang showed no fear, but instead was full of fighting spirit. He suddenly waved his hand, his voice firm and powerful. Everyone! Prepare for battle! Hellfire! Crush them! The fierce battle in the fourth room has officially begun. The Crimson Flame Warrior's attribute panel was clearly displayed before Liu Yang's eyes. The terrifying numbers were enough to make any candidate at this stage feel despair. Crimson Warrior, LV-25 High-Level Elite Lord Hell Difficulty. Health, 8,000/8 million. Physical Attack Power, 5800 to 6200. Physical Defense, 4500. Magic Defense, 4000. Skill. Knight's Charge, active locks onto a target and charges, dealing 250% physical damage and having a 15% chance to stun them for 1 second. All enemies in the charge path also take 100% physical damage. Berserk, active the Crimson Warrior roars, increasing the attack power of himself and all nearby friendly units by 20% and their attack speed by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Knight's Blessing, passive when a Crimson Warrior is attacked by physical damage, 15% of the damage received will be reflected back to the attacker, and there is a 10% chance to trigger a 50% physical damage reduction for 3 seconds. 8 million HP. 6000 attack power. And high defense and special defense. Each of the 3 skills is incredibly powerful. Knight's Charge high single target damage plus crowd control, with an additional AoE effect. Berserk a group buff that significantly increases damage output. Knight's Blessing a nightmare for physical classes, reflecting damage and offering a chance to reduce damage taken. Fortunately, we mainly deal magic damage. Liu Yang secretly rejoiced. The Crimson Warrior's Knight's Blessing poses little threat to them, otherwise, the damage reflection effect alone would be enough to give physical classes a headache. Hellfire, push forward, prioritize attacking the Crimson Flame Warriors. Xia, deal with those lackeys first, use Enhanced Annihilation Lightning Strike. Xiao Xiao, apply buffs to Hellfire and Xia, and keep an eye on Hellfire's health. I'm dealing ranged damage, watch out for Knight's Charge. Liu Yang quickly formulated a battle strategy and issued orders. Roar! Hellfire roared, his massive body taking strides like a burning meteor, charging towards the Crimson Flame Warrior and the Knight Legion behind him. Lightning flashed in Xia's eyes, her figure elusive, and thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely at the Flame Knight's choirs. Liu Yang then created distance, and the holy light scepter in his hand shone brightly as he activated meteor fire once more. The battle erupted instantly. Boom! 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 The Hellfire's powerful fireball slammed into the Crimson Flame Warrior like a cannonball, triggering secondary detonation and engulfing the surrounding minions as well. Immediately afterward, a wave of Hellfire erupted beneath the Knightly Legion, the terrifying continuous damage numbers jumping wildly. 15,000. Powerful fireball. 30,000. Second explosion. 10500. Hellfire. 10500. Hellfire. 500. Intense burning. Shay's enhanced annihilation lightning strike is an amazing skill for clearing out mobs. Each bolt of lightning can accurately take down one or severely injure several followers. The followers had far less health than the Crimson Flame Warriors, and under Shia's berserk lightning strikes, they quickly began to be reduced in number. Liu Yang's meteor fire was also busy, constantly slamming into the Crimson Flame Warrior. Although the single hit damage was not as good as Hellfire and Xia, it was more consistent and stable, and with its high critical hit rate, it could occasionally deal considerable damage. 19800. Critical hit. 9900. Despite the Crimson Warrior's massive health of 8 million, his health was steadily decreasing at a visible rate under the combined fire of the three terrifying damage dealers, Hellfire, Xia, and Liu Yang. In particular, the Hellfire's Hellfire skill caused nearly 10,000 points of continuous burning damage per second. For glory, the Crimson Warrior roared, his crimson eyes locking onto Xia, who was unleashing lightning. Knight's Charge. Its massive body transformed into a crimson afterimage, charging towards Xia. Shay was prepared, and her figure flashed to the side like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the path of the charge. However, Hellfire was not so lucky. Its massive size and relatively slow movement speed made it almost impossible for it to dodge Knight's charge. Boom! 22,000. The Crimson Warrior's flaming longsword struck Hellfire squarely, dealing significant damage. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had already equipped Hellfire with frost armor and enhanced radiant amplification, which significantly reduced damage. Combined with Hellfire's own 200,000 HP and high defense, this damage was still within a tolerable range. The battle continued. The Crimson Warrior periodically unleashes Berserk to boost his own and the remaining minions' damage output, but most of the minions have already been eliminated by Xia, greatly reducing their threat. Meanwhile, the Crimson Warrior's own attacks were steadily blocked by Hellfire and Xia, who occasionally had to withstand damage. Time passed, second by second. 5 minutes. A full 5 minutes of fierce fighting. Finally, Liu Yang landed another meteor fire spell precisely, and luckily triggered a critical hit. 19800. Critical hit. The Crimson Warrior's massive body trembled violently, letting out a mournful howl of despair. The flames on his body gradually died down, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. System notification: you have defeated the Crimson Warrior, gaining 250,000 experience points. System notification: your team has earned 80 gold coins. System notification: your team has obtained the following item: pink material, Knight's Badge *1. System notification: your team has obtained the following item: pink equipment, Sacred Sword Sheath *1. Phew, finally done. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. High-level elite lords are indeed troublesome. He strode forward and began picking up the spoils. Experience and gold coins are still plentiful, and the Knight's Badge is a rare pink material for crafting Knight-type equipment, which is quite valuable. When Liu Yang picked up the last item that emitted a dazzling pink light, his eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 74. Sacred Sword Sheath, pink. Type: offhand weapon, scabbard. Equipment level: LV20. Class requirements: Warrior, Knight. Attributes: Attack plus 150, Strength plus 60, Agility plus 40. Special Effect 1, Light Attribute Attack Effect plus 10%. Special Effect 2, when using sword-type weapons, Attack Speed plus 5%. Note: the scabbard, bearing the glory and power of the Crimson Flame Warrior, the Flame Knight, emits a faint aura of light. Top tier. Absolutely top tier secondary weapon. It greatly increases attack power, and also provides bonuses to strength and agility. More importantly, it even includes a bonus to light attribute attack and sword attack speed. This is practically tailor-made for some silly boy. Liu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. He immediately opened his communicator and sent a screenshot of the Holy Sword Sheath's attributes to Lu Hong. Almost instantly, Lu Hong's message popped up, and he was so excited he was incoherent. Holy crap! Holy crap! Yang Ji! My dear brother! What kind of god-tier equipment is this? A pink scabbard. It increases attack, strength, and agility. And it even has a light attribute bonus. Yang Ji! Sell it to me. I'll pay any price. 1,000 gold coins. Please, Yang Ji. From now on, you're my brother-in-law. No, I mean, you're my father. Please. Liu Yang almost burst out laughing at Lu Hong's exaggerated words. This kid has abandoned all integrity for equipment. Stop. Don't go around claiming relatives. Your sister will skin you alive if she finds out, Liu Yang retorted, then teased, besides, your sister is so ruthless, I wouldn't dare be your brother-in-law. Hehe, brother Yang, you're joking. My sister is incredibly clever. Lu Hong immediately changed his tune, then asked eagerly, and this scabbard? Brother Yang, what do you think? All right, I'll sell it to you if the price is right, Liu Yang replied, casually turning off the communicator. Now wasn't the time to discuss business, the final hurdle of Floating City still awaited them. He turned his gaze to the door at the far end of the room, which exuded an even more dangerous aura, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the final challenge. Twilight Castle starting point. Lu Hong stared anxiously at the suddenly disconnected communication, scratching his head in frustration. Why isn't she replying? Does she think 1,000 gold coins isn't enough? I'll add more. I have some savings. Stop arguing. Shen Menjiao suddenly snapped, pointing seriously ahead, look. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong and Qin Yu instinctively looked up. They were astonished to find that the scene before them had changed completely. The familiar castle entrance has disappeared, replaced by a more spacious, magnificent, and eerie hall. At the far end of the hall, two figures exuding a terrifying aura slowly emerged. System notification, you have entered the final area of the floating city. System notification, the final bosses, Demon's right arm and Demon's left arm, have appeared. Two bosses. Lu Hong gasped in fright, his hand trembled, and he almost dropped the communicator. He hurriedly and clumsily put away the communicator, his face no longer showing any desire for the holy sword sheath, only fear. Faced with the ever-present threat of death, even the best equipment becomes meaningless. Survival is the most important thing. At the same time, this system notification was also displayed on the external monitoring screen. The entire examination venue fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone watching Liu Yang's team, parents, teachers, and other test-takers alike held their breath. Hell-level floating city. The final twin bosses. Everyone understood that this final battle would determine the life or death of Liu Yang, Xie, and Xiao Xiao. This will also determine how this otherwise ordinary college entrance examination will ultimately end. High in the sky, even the Thunder God, who had always maintained a calm expression, frowned slightly. He slowly raised his hand, and an epic-level staff, crackling with purple lightning and exuding an aura of world-destroying power, quietly appeared in his grasp. Twin God's eyes of punishment. Even he couldn't guarantee that these kids would escape unscathed. If necessary, he wouldn't mind intervening beforehand. In the monitoring center, Su Feng let out a long sigh, staring at the screen with a complicated expression. Unlike the others, he wasn't nervous. Instead, he exuded a sense of resigned helplessness and a hint of anticipation that even he himself didn't realize. Liu Yang, whether you can create a miracle depends on yourself. All eyes, all heartbeats, all expectations and worries are now focused on the hellish floating city boss hall where the final battle is about to erupt. Inside the gloomy, magnificent hall, which was filled with a suffocatingly sacred pressure, two enormous beings slowly floated in mid-air. Their shapes were almost identical, all being an enormous eyeball. One pupil was as black as ink, radiating death and despair, the other pupil burned with pale flames, revealing judgment and destruction. Demon's left arm, LV25 Lord level boss hell difficulty. Health, 16 million/16 million. Magic attack power, 6800. Physical defense, 5000. Magic defense, 5500. Skill. Dance of the Darkness, active unleashes 10 consecutive mental shocks on the locked target, each dealing 80% magic damage and having a 10% chance to inflict either petrification, unable to move or attack, lasting 1.5 seconds, or knockback. Laser Eye, active after a brief charge, fires a destructive laser beam from the pupil, dealing 350% magic damage to all enemies in a straight line and applying the penetrating effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Death is Eye, passive when HP is below 30%, attacks have an instant death effect, with a very low probability of instantly killing the target, the probability is greatly reduced against human targets. Demon's right arm, LV25 Lord level boss hell difficulty. Health, 16 million/16 million. Magic attack power, 7200. Physical defense, 5500. Magic defense, 5000. Skill. Dance of the Dark, active, same as above. Laser Eye, active, same as above. Light of Destruction, passive when health is below 30%, there is a 15% chance to release a small laser eye in a random direction upon being attacked, damage is 50% of normal. 16 million HP, 7000 attack power, and this kind of insane skill. Looking at the attributes of this two-eyed boss, even he felt a chill run down his spine. The continuous attacks and control effects of Dance of the Dark are extremely annoying, and the damage of Laser Eye is ridiculously high. As for the two passive skills, one has an instant death judgment and the other has a counterattack, which are simply a killer move. Even worse, the Fire Spirit Hellfire is an area-limited summon that disappears automatically after leaving the fourth room. Chapter 75. SIA, Try Forest Summoning Again, Liu Yang said, clinging to his last glimmer of hope, though he knew the chances were slim. Xia nodded, chanted the incantation again, and the summoning circle lit up. However, this time, Lady Luck clearly did not smile upon them again. The magic circle's light was unremarkable, and eventually, 100 seemingly frail-looking forest elf archers wielding inferior short bows appeared on the field. Sigh, it really does come down to looks. Liu Yang sighed helplessly, the odds were ridiculously low. But, better than nothing. All units, prepare to attack. Focus fire on the left eye first. Liu Yang issued the attack order decisively without the slightest hesitation. He himself took the lead, raising the holy light scepter, his magic surging, aiming directly at the demon's left arm. Meteor fire technique. However, the moment the skill was released, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. Liu Yang felt as if the magical power within his body had been drained away in an instant, like a floodgate being opened. His MP value was completely depleted. System notification, your mana is insufficient, triggering the hidden effect of the weapon Holy Light Scepter, Fireball. System notification, due to the effect of Fireball, the power of this meteor shower spell is increased by 300%, consuming all current mana. System notification, the Holy Light Scepter effect Radiant Amplification has been triggered, increasing the number of meteor shower spells by 5. System notification, the Holy Light Scepter effect Radiant Amplification has been triggered, increasing the number of meteor shower spells by 5. A barrage of rapid system notifications rang in Liu Yang's ears. Then, a terrifying scene that left everyone speechless appeared. The meteor fire spell, which should have only consisted of a dozen or so fireballs, now surged forth from the void as if it were endless. Hundreds and thousands of enormous fireballs, burning with raging flames, blotted out the sky and resembled a real meteor shower, carrying a world-destroying force as they crashed down upon the demon left arm. Boom 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 boom. 39600. 19800. 39600. 39600. The terrifying damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall. Liu Yang's 80% magic critical strike rate was on full display at this moment. Almost every 3 fireballs that landed resulted in 2 critical strikes. The demon left arm didn't even have time to complete the initial animation of the Dance of Darkness before its massive body was engulfed in an endless sea of fire. Its health bar plummeted at an irrational speed, as if it were on a rocket. 16 million. 14 million. 10 million. 5 million. 1 million. Glug glug. Liu Yang stared in disbelief at the scene before him while quickly pulling out a master-level MP recovery potion and chugging it down to maintain the terrifying output of the fireball rain. In just over a minute. In total, nearly 90 rounds, or over 1,000 meteor fire spells, were probably thrown down. After the final burning fireball hit precisely, the demon left arm's massive 16 million HP bar was completely wiped out by a barrage of -39,600 critical damage. Boom! The enormous eyeball let out a defiant screech and exploded with a deafening roar, scattering its light across the ground. Liu Yang didn't even have time to check what treasure he had lost, his skill cooldown had just finished. While his luck was still intact, he didn't hesitate to turn his attention to the other eye. Meteor fire technique. The familiar feeling of mana draining away returned. System notification: your mana is insufficient, triggering the hidden effect of the weapon Holy Light Scepter, Fireball. System notification: the Holy Light Scepter effect Radiant Amplification has been triggered, increasing the number of meteor shower spells by 5. Here we go again. It's that massive bug again. The rain of fire gathered again, and it looked like it was about to crash down on the demon's right arm. However, this time, even the system seemed to think it wasn't exciting enough. Just as the fireball was about to hit. Buzz! An even more sacred aura suddenly descended. System notification: the special effect of the equipment Angel Wings Holy Light has been triggered. Effect: summons a holy great sword to descend from the sky, dealing holy damage equal to 500% of your maximum health to the target area. This damage ignores a portion of defense and is guaranteed to critically strike. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart. Against the backdrop of a rain of burning fireballs, one after another, enormous lightsabers, radiating endless holy light and seemingly capable of judging all things, coalesced like divine punishment and crashed down on the demon's right arm along with the fireballs. Fireball. Holy Sword. 2 completely different, yet equally destructive forces intertwined to create an apocalyptic scene that would make even the gods tremble. 39600. Meteor shower critical hit. 19800. 8,800,000. Holy Light. Critical strike. 39600. 8,800,000. Holy Light. Critical strike. The damage numbers are outrageous to the extreme. Millions of holy damage attacks, interspersed with dense fireball critical hits, were frantically devouring the demon right arm's health. Its health bar disappeared even faster and more completely than the previous divine punishment left eye. Wow! Master! You're so amazing! Xiao Xiao looked at the earth-shattering scene with admiration on her face and her eyes sparkling. Xia was also mesmerized, and exclaimed sincerely, "Following my master, I feel so safe." Liu Yang, the instigator, was completely numb at this moment, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up wildly, with a hint of unbelievable surprise. This kind of massive bug has a negligible trigger probability, right? How could it trigger twice in a row? And it even comes with a bonus holy light. He watched the health bar of the demon right arm disappear like flowing water, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But this feeling is really... That was FG awesome. This is practically a health bar disappearing trick. As the massive body of the demon's right arm exploded under the dual baptism of holy light and a rain of fire, the blinding light almost illuminated the entire hall. Bite. System notification: you have defeated the demon left arm, gaining 300,000 experience points. System notification: your team has earned 98 gold coins. System notification: your team has obtained the item, artifact grade material, Demon's Twin Eyes *1. System notification: your team has obtained the following item, artifact, equipment, Dance of the Dark Dagger *1. Bite. System notification: you have defeated the demon's right arm, gaining 300,000 experience points. System notification: your team has earned 98 gold coins. System notification: your team has obtained the following item, artifact, equipment, Bracelet of Despair *1. Chapter 76. 2 kill notifications sounded in quick succession, and the incredibly generous rewards instantly lifted Liu Yang's spirits after he had just experienced the health bar disappearing trick. He quickly stepped forward and picked up the scattered orbs of light from the ground one by one. The 2 kills shared experience and gold, but what was most eye-catching was undoubtedly the dagger that shone with a dark purple light, the ancient black bracelet, and the pair of devil's eyes that seemed to contain endless resentment and power. This is a divine grade material. Priceless. Liu Yang's gaze first fell on the dagger. Dance of the Darkness, artifact. Type, dagger. Equipment level, LV20. Job requirements, assassin, shadow dancer. Attributes, attack plus 500, physical defense plus 80, magic defense plus 80, agility plus 100. Special effect 1, critical hit rate increased by an additional 40%. Special effect 2, attack power increased by an additional 15%. Special effect 3, there is a 30% chance to perform an additional attack when attacking. The additional attack benefits from all bonuses, but does not trigger this special effect. Note, this dagger, imbued with the power of Kazan's dark dance, can deliver a fatal blow with every swing. Hiss! Liu Yang gasped. A divine artifact. A truly divine weapon. With a base attack power of 500, it's already top tier among level 20 weapons. What's even more terrifying are those 3 special effects. A 40% bonus critical hit rate, plus a 15% bonus attack power, and a 30% chance of a combo attack. This is practically the ultimate weapon tailor-made for assassins. These attributes are many times better than those so-called top-tier pink items at previous auctions. If you take it to an auction house, it will definitely fetch an astronomical price that will drive all assassin classes crazy. Then, he looked at the jet black bracelet. Despair bracelet, artifact. Type, jewelry, bracelet. Equipment level, LV20. Job requirements, none. Attributes, health plus 1000, mana plus 800, physical attack plus 100, magic attack plus 150, physical defense plus 100, magic defense plus 100, agility plus 50. Special effect 1, 10% of your maximum mana will be converted into additional magical attack damage. Special effect 2, increases magic critical hit rate by 20%. Special effect 3, final magic damage increased by 20%. Note, this bracelet, imbued with a portion of Ozma's power, can significantly enhance the wearer's overall strength. Another amazing artifact. And it's a bracelet with no class restrictions. The base attributes have been comprehensively upgraded, and everything is top tier. The special effects are even more incredible. MP is converted into magic attack. Magic critical hit rate is increased. Most terrifyingly, it directly increases final magic damage by 20%. Without any hesitation, Liu Yang immediately put the despair bracelet on his wrist. A powerful force instantly surged into his body, and the numbers on his attribute panel began to jump wildly. At the same time, 2 consecutive massive amounts of experience, each reaching 300,000, instantly filled Liu Yang's level experience bar. Byte. System notification, congratulations! Your level has increased to LV20. All attributes plus 10. You have gained 10 free attribute points. System notification, you have met the requirements for your first job advancement. Please proceed to the main city's job hall to complete the job advancement as soon as possible. Finally, I've reached level 20. With a thought, Liu Yang brought up his current attribute panel. Liu Yang. Level, LV20, experience points, 50,210/300,000. Main class, Summoner, 1 star. Secondary profession, God level blacksmith, 5 stars. Health points, 17,600/17,600. Mana points, 18,800/18,800. Physical attack, 650. Magic attack, 2,850. Physical defense, 1,250. Magic defense, 1,350. Strength, 210. Agility, 560. Constitution, 480. Intelligence, 520. Spirit, 490. Looking at his completely revamped attribute panel, Liu Yang was quite astonished. With nearly 18,000 HP, that surpasses the vast majority of warriors who specialize in all physical attributes even after their second or third job advancement, right? A whopping 2,850 magic attack. And that's even taking into account the terrifying MP conversion effect of the despair bracelet. Now, any mage standing in front of him has to respectfully call him brother. 560 agility. With equipment and possible buffs, the speed is so fast that even assassins would question their existence. Not to mention the terrifying magic critical hit rate, which, combined with Shay's aura, can easily reach 100% critical hit rate. Add to that the terrifyingly high damage output of Meteor Shower, which seems to trigger a bug. Liu Yang even had the illusion that he could now hold his own against those 4th or 5th tier, or even legendary 7th tier, God-level experts. Meanwhile, at the very bottom of Twilight Castle, Shen Menjiao, Lu Hong, and Qin Yu were on edge the whole time. When they saw the crystal-clear message in the team chat, system notification, congratulations! Your team has successfully cleared the hidden level, hell level, floating city. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had been completely exhausted. You cleared the level. Lu Hong's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. How long has it been? Just over 10 minutes. A hellish hidden level, and you cleared it in just over 10 minutes. Holy crap! Yang Ji is awesome. Awoo! Brother Liu Yang! You are my god! Qin Yu was so excited that he roared to the sky, his voice echoing in the hall. Shen Menjiao leaned against the cold wall and let out a long sigh. Her forehead and back were already soaked with cold sweat. The relief of surviving the ordeal made her legs feel weak. How many attribute points did we gain this time following Liu Yang? Shen Menjiao asked suddenly after calming her breathing. Lu Hong counted on his fingers. It seems to be 26 points in all attributes. My god! And that doesn't even include experience and the possible equipment drops. That 100 gold coins I spent is a steal. It's more than just a huge profit. Qin Yu chuckled, it's like our ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Lu Hong nodded in deep agreement, then thought of his older sister. My sister was so insightful. She saw long ago that Brother Yang was no ordinary person. As he spoke, Lu Hong's eyes suddenly became somewhat unfocused, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he muttered under his breath, "When we get back, I'll have to find a way to get my sister drunk. Then, should I call her Brother Lu or brother-in-law?" Hee. When Lu Yang, Xia, and Xiao Xia reappeared in the plaza at the entrance of Twilight Castle, accompanied by the soft glow of the dungeon's completion, a brief silence was followed by an explosion of thunderous applause and cheers. "They're out! They're out! My god! I really beat it! Nightmare difficulty Twilight Castle and a hell difficulty hidden level floating city. Is this even human? That's incredible! Absolutely outrageous! Is this really something our entire graduating class could achieve? I'm starting to seriously suspect that we didn't go to the same high school. Are you trying to kill anyone else?" A cacophony of exclamations of amazement, envy, and disbelief rose and fell, nearly turning the entire square upside down. All eyes were focused on Lu Yang, filled with awe and fervor. Chapter 77. Lu Yang. Su Feng was almost the first to rush forward, looking him up and down anxiously. Only after confirming that he was safe and sound did he breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Immediately, he cast a gaze of utmost admiration upon Lu Yang and patted him hard on the shoulder. "Well done. You did a fantastic job. I knew you could do it. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, no, the legendary candidate who will go down in history, is none other than you." Su Feng was even more excited than when he broke through his bottleneck. He could clearly feel that the top-performing teachers, the great head, and even the principal who always had a stern face, who used to treat him like an ordinary class teacher, were now looking at him with undisguised envy, jealousy, and even a hint of flattery. He was filled with mixed emotions. This was reality. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Although the analogy is not quite right, that's the truth. Think of that lofty thunder god. Didn't he achieve his current transcendent status and supreme glory by teaching batch after batch of top experts? Now, because he has mentored a prodigy like Lu Yang, Su Feng's future status and treatment will likely rise accordingly. Come on, come on! We have to give you a proper welcome and a celebration. Su Feng waved his hand and greeted them warmly. Yay! Long life Teacher Su! Qin Yu was the first to respond excitedly. Although he didn't enter the hidden level, as a member of the team, he was proud and also benefited a lot from it. Shen Menjiao seemed preoccupied, managing only a forced smile without responding. The terrifying moment at the entrance to the hellish boss room was still fresh in her mind. Lu Hong chuckled and said goodbye to Su Feng. "Teacher Su, I won't be able to go to the celebration. I need to hurry and find my sister. Tell her this amazing news. And by the way, he didn't say anything more, but his winking and gesturing clearly showed that he was thinking about how to match his older sister with the great Lu Yang. Su Feng looked at Lu Yang and asked with concern, "Lu Yang, what about you? You have no relatives or friends here. Why don't you go to your teacher's house for a visit?" Lu Yang shook his head and smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Su, I appreciate it, but I have some things to take care of." "You just finished such a difficult dungeon, aren't you going to rest?" Su Feng looked at Lu Yang's calm eyes and thought to himself again, this kid's achievements today are no accident. His constant hard work and self-discipline are far beyond what ordinary people can handle. Little did he know, Lu Yang wasn't thinking about cultivation or missions at all, he just wanted to get to the auction house and exchange his newly acquired treasures for real gold coins. That was the most important business at that moment. Tianhai City, first auction house. When Lu Yang appeared at the door, Lu Hong, who had been waiting there, immediately came forward, his face filled with respect and enthusiasm far exceeding his usual demeanor. His attitude was as if he had seen his own god of wealth. Brother Yang! You've finally arrived. Please come in, please come in. Lu Zixin, who was not far away, also walked over. Her eyes, when she looked at Liu Yang, were filled with a complex emotion, but more than that, they were filled with approval and relief. She is now absolutely certain that the 100 gold coin ticket she bought back then was definitely one of the most worthwhile investments she has ever made in her life. Mr. Liu, this way please. My father and several elders are already waiting for you in the reception room. Lu Zixin personally led the way. Liu Yang followed Lu Zixin through a magnificent corridor to an extremely luxurious and secluded room. Pushing open the door, I found several people already sitting inside. The leader was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor. He was the owner of the auction house and the father of Lu Zixin and Lu Hong, Lu Jiangsheng. Sitting next to him was an acquaintance, Chen Hongzhong, the commander of the city guards. Beside the main seat sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, whose eyes occasionally shone with a sharp light. The moment Liu Yang saw the old man, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. 7th rank. This is definitely a genuine 7th rank professional. It seems Lu Zixin wasn't lying to me before, there really is a powerful 7th rank figure guarding this place. Moreover, judging from the appearance, it seems to have a close relationship with the Lu family. Haha, young friend Liu Yang, please have a seat. When Lu Jiangsheng saw Liu Yang enter, he personally stood up to greet him, his attitude warm and proper, showing no disrespect for Liu Yang's youth. Chen Hongzhong also wanted to come up and say hello, but Lu Jiangsheng gestured with his eyes for him to be patient, and simply gave him a look full of satisfaction and appreciation. Once Liu Yang was seated, Lu Jiangsheng got straight to the point, signaling the waiter to bring up the items that had been prepared beforehand. It was a scabbard emitting a soft pink glow, the loot Liu Yang obtained from killing the Crimson Warrior in the Hell-level floating city. Sacred sword sheath, pink. Type, offhand weapon, scabbard. Equipment level, LV20. Class requirements, warrior, knight. Attributes, attack plus 150, strength plus 60, agility plus 40. Special effect 1, light attribute attack effect plus 10%. Special effect 2, when using sword type weapons, attack speed plus 5%. Note, the scabbard, bearing the glory and power of the Crimson Flame Warrior, the Flame Knight, emits a faint aura of light. Lu Jiangsheng explained, young friend Liu Yang, you must already be very familiar with the attributes of this sacred sword sheath. Pink level offhand weapons are rare to begin with, and those with attribute attack bonuses and special effects are even rarer. They are seldom seen on the market, and many large families treasure such treasures as family heirlooms. Before he could finish speaking, the 7th rank elder spoke first. This scabbard has really good attributes, especially the light attribute bonus and sword attack speed, which is very suitable for Lu Hong. With it, even if he reaches the 4th rank, this offhand weapon will be enough for him. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore, 5,000 gold coins. This scabbard, our Lu family wants it. Good heavens! 5,000 gold coins right off the bat. This old man was indeed straightforward, unlike a businessman who liked to haggle. Lu Jiangsheng seemed unsurprised and not angry about this. After all, in the entire Tianhai city right now, the only person who needs this equipment the most and has the ability to buy it is probably his son, Lu Hong. If this were placed at a large auction, and faced competition from other sword saints who also cultivate light attribute swordsmanship, the price might be driven up even further. But for now, this is considered a fairly fair price. Liu Yang silently complained to himself, that kid Lu Hong only asked for 1,000 gold coins before, and he even wanted to recognize me as his brother-in-law. These two siblings are both incredibly dark-skinned. However, the price of 5,000 gold coins was in line with his expectations, or even slightly higher. Chapter 78. Liu Yang nodded, indicating his approval. However, just when everyone thought the deal was about to be completed smoothly, Liu Yang suddenly flipped his wrist, and an item exuding a dangerous aura appeared in his hand. It was a completely black dagger, seemingly capable of absorbing light, with faint scarlet runes flowing across its blade. It is the divine weapon grade dagger, Dance of the Dark. The moment the dagger appeared, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Lu Qiangshen's smile froze. Chen Hong suddenly straightened his body. Lu Zixin's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Even the 7th level elder, whose aura was as steady as a mountain, suddenly widened his eyes and stared intently at the dagger in Liu Yang's hand, his breathing becoming slightly rapid. A divine artifact. This kid actually has a divine artifact. Moreover, judging from its grade and aura, it seems to be more than one level stronger than that pink scabbard. When Liu Yang seemingly casually placed the Dance of the Dark dagger, which emitted a dark and profound light that seemed capable of devouring souls, on the table, the entire room instantly fell into an eerie silence. Clang! A crisp sound broke the silence. The holy sword sheath that Lu Jiangsheng had been carefully holding slipped from his hand and fell onto the expensive carpet. Dad! Watch out! Lu Dong exclaimed instinctively and quickly bent down to pick it up. Lu Jiangsheng froze on the spot, his eyes fixed on the dagger, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty, his face filled with disbelief and horror. He quickly regained his senses, carefully picked up the scabbard, handed it to the waiter to indicate that it should be kept safe, and then strode to the table, his eyes almost glued to the Dance of the Dark dagger. This is a divine artifact. This is absolutely a divine artifact level weapon. That terrifying aura, far surpassing that of pink equipment, that almost overflowing energy fluctuations of death and violence, could not be faked. He had been in charge of Tianhai City's #1 auction house for many years and had handled countless top-quality equipment, but this was the first time he had seen a divine artifact up close like this. Its value was simply immeasurable with gold coins. Young friend Liu Yang, Lu Qiangshen's voice trembled slightly, are you sure you want to sell this dagger? Liu Yang nodded and said frankly, I'm not an assassin, so there's no use in keeping me around. Lu Jiangsheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the wild beating of his heart. He knew that a tremendous opportunity was before him. Young friend Liu Yang, to be honest, our auction house has never handled any artifact-level equipment since its inception. Its value is far beyond the scope of conventional valuation. If you trust me, Lu, I suggest that we make this Dance of the Darkness dagger the grand finale and auction it publicly at our upcoming large-scale auction. As for the consignment fee, we will not charge a penny. These words were, on the one hand, true, as the artifact was indeed rare and difficult to price, on the other hand, they also contained Lu Qiangshen's personal motives. The public auction of a divine artifact is enough to cause a huge uproar in the entire Tianhai city and even the surrounding provinces. This has immeasurable benefits in enhancing the reputation and influence of his auction house. Not only will it attract the attention of countless top experts and powerful families, but it will also completely establish its reputation as the #1 auction house in Tianhai city. It will also be a shot in the arm for its out-of-province branches that it has been trying to expand but has repeatedly failed to do so. Remembering the embarrassing situation of his branch in another province being ridiculed by his peers for lacking a sufficiently impressive signature product, Lu Jiangsheng was even more determined that he would be willing to pay out of his own pocket for advertising expenses, let alone not charge a sales fee. He must seize this opportunity to elevate the auction house to the next level. Okay. Liu Yang had no objection to the auction format, maximizing profits was naturally the best approach. Excellent. Young friend Liu Yang is indeed straightforward. Lu Jiangsheng was overjoyed. I will arrange the specific details of the auction immediately and guarantee it will be a resounding success. Having finalized the transaction method for the Dance of the Dark dagger, Liu Yang then revealed another purpose of his trip. Mr. Lu, besides this dagger, I would also like to commission your firm to help me find some specific materials. As he spoke, he took out a list that he had prepared beforehand. Level 35 Pink Material, Elemental Magic Crystal. Level 25 Purple Rare Equipment Material, Holy Light's Blessing. Level 35 Artifact Grade Material, Lava Artery. Level 20 Ultra Rare Mineral, Magic Crystal. Pink material that can only be obtained from mid-level demons, the demon's third eye. Lu Jiangsheng took the list, glanced at it, and immediately frowned, his previous excitement instantly replaced by deep distress. Young friend Liu Yang, these items on your list. Apart from magic crystal, which has a wide range of uses and a relatively large production volume, and we still have some in stock, the others are practically impossible to obtain. He pointed to the list and explained, the demon's third eye. This item has an extremely low drop rate from mid-level demon lords, making it incredibly rare throughout the entire Federation. Our auction house has never had a record of trading it. Lava Artery. It has an even lower drop rate, less than 1 in 1,000, from the boss at the deepest part of the specific level 35 Hell level hidden dungeon Heart of Molten Core. As for the Elemental Magic Crystal and Holy Light's Blessing, although their levels are slightly lower, they are still extremely rare pink and purple materials. Even the Silent Elder of the 7th rank shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "In all my years, I have only ever seen Elemental Magic Crystal and Magic Crystal. As for the others, especially the Lava Artery and the Demon's Third Eye, I have only ever seen them recorded in ancient books. The difficulty in obtaining it is evident." Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Lu Jiangsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, young friend Liu Yang. Although there are many difficulties, I, Lu, will never break my promise since I promised to do my best. I will immediately mobilize all branches of the auction house to search for these materials with all our might. No matter the cost, we will do our best to find them for you." Lu Jiangsheng is a businessman with an excellent eye for people. On the one hand, this is a commitment to Liu Yang, on the other hand, it is an investment in Liu Yang's future potential. The young man who can produce such a powerful artifact and calmly entrust the search for such rare materials has an unlimited future. Helping him now and extending this favor might provide the Lu family with a powerful protective shield in the future. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lu. Liu Yang nodded, stood up, and took his leave. Chapter 79. After leaving the auction house, Liu Yang went straight home. Standing in front of the familiar villa, he had just reached out his hand, ready to push the door open and enter. A hint of wariness flashed in Xia's bright eyes, and her expression tensed up instantly. Almost simultaneously, Xiao raised her little hand, and two soft yet powerful beams of light instantly fell on Liu Yang. System notification: you have gained the Enhanced Radiant Amplification effect, increasing all attributes by 10% for 30 seconds. System notification: you have gained the Frost Armor effect, increasing your physical and magical defense by 15% for 1 minute. Just as the support skill finished casting, a slightly aged yet powerful voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Hehe, no need to be nervous." A middle-aged man dressed in an ancient purple robe slowly emerged from the shadows of the mountain path. His steps seemed slow, but with each step he took, his figure moved forward more than 5 meters like a ghost. This peculiar way of traveling, seemingly shrinking the earth to an inch, exudes an indescribable power. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was standing in front of Liu Yang, only a few meters away. His deep eyes fell on Xia and Xiao beside Liu Yang. After only a few glances, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, followed by a knowing smile. "Interesting. They've actually developed independent intelligence. It seems your summoner core skill is at least pink quality, right?" With just a few glances, he saw through the special characteristics of Xia and Xiao, and even roughly deduced the quality of Liu Yang's skills. Alarm bells rang in Liu Yang's mind. This person's strength was unfathomable. His muscles tensed instantly, and his magical power began to surge within him. He was even prepared to unleash the meteor fire spell to instantly kill his opponent at the slightest sign of trouble. But he forcibly suppressed his impulse. The fact that the other party could approach so silently and see through so much at a glance indicates that they are no ordinary person and likely possess powerful trump cards to protect themselves. Making a rash move may not be effective and could instead put oneself in danger. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant, as if the air itself had stopped flowing, filled with an invisible pressure. Just as tensions were about to rise, the middle-aged man in purple robes suddenly laughed and waved his hand. "Little fellow, don't be so nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you." Seeing Liu Yang's wary gaze, his smile softened. "Let me introduce myself, I am Long Lishan, just an old fellow who cherishes talent like his own life." He paused, then added, his voice not loud, yet seemingly carrying a powerful, awe-inspiring force. "Of course, people outside prefer to call me the Thunder God. Thunder God of Magic." When Liu Yang heard this resounding name, he felt a buzzing in his mind. The tense muscles in his body relaxed instantly, but what replaced them was an indescribable mix of excitement and awe, and even his voice trembled slightly. "You are the Thunder God Dragon Senior Lei Tian." Long Lishan nodded slightly, his smile still gentle. "The real thing." Having confirmed the other party's identity, Liu Yang completely lowered his guard. "The person before me is one of the Federation's top magic gods, with countless students and an extremely prestigious status. There is absolutely no way he would have any ill intentions towards a student who has not yet officially entered university. What business does Senior have with me?" Liu Yang asked respectfully. Long Lishan's gaze fell on Liu Yang, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, and he slowly said, "Based on your performance in Twilight Castle and Floating City, as well as your results in the previous Secret Realm trial, you can choose any top university in the Federation. However," he changed the subject, his tone becoming playful, "your one-star summoner aptitude is rare, but in the eyes of some snobbish universities that only value initial aptitude, it might become an excuse for them to make things difficult for you. I was worried that you might be made trouble by some ignorant fools, so I came here specifically to ask about your intentions and to put in a good word for you, so that some people won't be so arrogant." With just one sentence, he could make all the universities in the Federation think twice and dare not underestimate Liu Yang. Liu Yang felt a warmth in his heart and said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I would like to choose Sub-A Law School." "Oh? Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law." Long Lishan was slightly surprised, but then nodded. "That's a good choice. Although the overall strength of the Northern Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law can't compare with the top universities in Kyoto and Shanghai, it does have its own unique strengths in the research of the summoner system, and its collection of summoner skill books is relatively complete. However, there are quite a few snobs among those old guys at the North Jiangsu University of Political Science and Law. Just based on your grades, it won't be easy for you to get those core, high-quality summoner skill books. How about this? I have a few good-for-nothing students over there who can put in a good word for me. I'll talk to them and ask them to look out for you." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was even more surprised. "Why are you helping me so much, Senior?" They met by chance, and the other party was the high and mighty Thunder God. Such a condescension from his esteemed self was truly flattering to him. Long Lishan laughed heartily, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "I've been keeping an eye on you ever since the last Secret Realm trial. To be honest, your aptitude as a one-star summoner is indeed a bit lacking." His words were frank, but without any hint of belittling. He continued, "But the strength and potential you've shown far surpasses those of your peers, even exceeding many people with far superior aptitude. In my life, what I value most is resilience and comprehension. Aptitude is important, but it's not the only factor. You, lad, are to my liking. It's just a matter of treasuring talent." Long Lishan waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Liu Yang understood that the other party genuinely appreciated him and had no other ulterior motives. He bowed deeply, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I am deeply grateful." Long Lishan nodded, his figure flickered, and once again used that ghostly footwork. In a few flashes, he disappeared at the end of the mountain path. Phew! Liu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The appearance of the thunder god brought him both immense pressure and surprise. However, Xia, standing beside her, tilted her head, blinked her bright eyes, and said something surprising, "Master, that old man was looking at you strangely. Could he be plotting something against you?" Liu Yang, both amused and exasperated, flicked Xia's forehead, "What nonsense are you spouting? That's the thunder god. A top expert in the Federation. What are you thinking?" Xie covered her head and pouted, looking aggrieved. Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. These two little guys are getting more and more mischievous. Chapter 80. Liu Yang waved his hand, shooing the two away. All right, you guys go have fun, I need to get down to business." "No. We want to follow our master." Xia immediately grabbed Liu Yang's arm. Xiao nodded vigorously, following closely behind Liu Yang. Looking at the two clingy little shadows, Liu Yang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The slight tension brought on by the mysterious figure was largely dispelled by their light-hearted and humorous interaction. He knew that these two little ones genuinely relied on and were loyal to him. "Fine, let them come along." Liu Yang said no more and went into the villa, heading straight to the specially set-out forging room. The first thing he took out was the skill book for summoning fire elementals, white, that he had obtained in the floating city. Divine forging technique activated. A white light shone in Liu Yang's hand, and the phantom of the skill book slowly emerged. With Liu Yang's mental control, streams of profound runic energy flowed into it. A moment later, the white light dissipated, and three options emitting green light appeared before Liu Yang. Option 1, green, summon fire elemental warrior, summons a melee fire elemental unit. Option 2, green, summon fire elemental mage, summons a ranged fire elemental unit. Option 3, green, summon fire elemental archer, summons a ranged physical fire elemental unit. Liu Yang pondered for a moment. Xia was a melee support, Xiao was a ranged magic support, and he himself was primarily a magic damage dealer. It seemed the team was lacking a reliable ranged physical damage dealer. Select, summon fire elemental archer. Green light coalesced, and a brand new skill book, green, summon fire elemental archer, took shape. Without stopping, Liu Yang continued to invest materials and energy to begin a second forging of this green skill book. The green light gradually transforms into blue. Option 1, blue, summon fire elemental archer, attack power plus 15%. Option 2, blue, summon fire elemental archer, critical hit chance plus 10%. Option 3, blue, summon fire elemental archer, attack speed plus 10%. Attack power? Critical hit rate? Or attack speed? Liu Yang frowned slightly. Attack power bonus is the most direct, attack speed can increase output frequency, but critical hit rate combined with Xia's aura seems to be able to reach a high critical hit rate or even full critical hit rate state faster. Choose critical hit rate. The blue light recondenses and upgrades. Next up is the push towards purple quality. This time, it requires even more materials and effort, and the forging process is more complex. As the purple light burst forth, three more powerful options emerged. Option 1, purple, summon fire elemental archer, passive skill, critical damage plus 30%. Option 2, purple, summon fire elemental archer, active skill, gain the fire arrow effect, each attack deals additional fire damage. Option 3, purple, summon fire elemental archer, passive skill, increases damage by 20% against targets with less than 50% health. Critical hit damage. Fire damage. Executioner effect. Every option is extremely tempting. Liu Yang weighed the options carefully. While the additional fire damage is consistent, the numerical value may not be very high. The conditions for triggering the execute effect are very strict. With critical hit damage combined with the critical hit rate bonus you've already chosen, and the support of Shay's aura, once a critical hit is triggered, the damage will be explosive. I choose you. Critical hit damage. A brilliant purple light shone forth. Finally, a skill book radiating a noble purple glow quietly floated before Liu Yang. Purple, summon fire elemental archer. Liu Yang didn't hesitate and started learning immediately. A flash of light appeared, and a lithe humanoid elemental creature, engulfed in raging flames and wielding a flaming longbow, appeared beside Liu Yang. This was his third summoned beast, the Flame Archer. Liu Yang immediately checked its attributes. Flame Archer, Purple Summoned Beast. Level, LV20, increases with summoner level. Quality, Purple. Health points, 8000/8000. Mana points, 3000/3000. Physical attack power, 1200. Magic attack power, 200. Physical defense, 600. Magic defense, 500. Attack speed, 1.5 attacks per second. Active skill 1, 100 steps piercing yang. The longer the range, the higher the additional damage dealt, up to a maximum of 50%. Active skill 2, armor piercing arrow, fires an arrow imbued with armor piercing energy, reducing the target's physical defense by 30% for 10 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Passive skill 1, body of flame, immune to some fire damage, attacks deal additional fire damage. Passive skill 2, precision shot, increases critical hit rate by an additional 10%. Passive skill 3, deadly flame arrow, critical hit damage increased by an additional 30%. Its base stats are quite good. Especially its 1200 physical attack power, which is absolutely top tier among level 20 summoned beasts. Both active skills are quite useful. Armor piercing arrow effectively increases physical damage output, while 100 pace piercing arrow. Liu Yang's gaze lingered on the skill description of 100 steps piercing yang. The longer the range, the higher the additional damage, up to 50%. This immediately reminded him of his meteor fire technique. The meteor shower skill has an extremely large attack range, allowing it to deal damage from very long distances. If the Flame Archer were to also attack the same target at its maximum range, doesn't that mean that every attack from the Flame Archer will reliably enjoy an additional 50% damage bonus? In addition, it has armor penetration, high critical hit rate, and high critical hit damage. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. This new underling's damage output is probably going to be terrifying. The newly summoned Flame Archer immediately caught Liu Yang's attention upon its appearance. It must be said that this female archer, formed from fire element, has a truly stunning figure. A tight-fitting leather armor woven from flames outlines breathtaking curves, perfectly showcasing the wildness and sensuality of fire. She held a longbow engulfed in flames, looking heroic and spirited. However, her pupils, which were also burning with flames, seemed somewhat empty and lifeless, lacking any lively brilliance. As expected, the purple quality is still not good enough. Liu Yang realized. Based on the precedents of Xia and Xiao Xiao, if we want a summoned beast to develop true independent intelligence, we probably need to upgrade its quality to at least pink. Since that's the case, let's continue forging. With a thought, Liu Yang attempted to transform the newly summoned, purple, Flame Archer back into a skill book form, preparing to put it into the forging table for its final quality breakthrough. However, the system notification stunned him. System notification, forging failed. Missing key material, purple, Equipment Flame Longbow X1. Specific equipment is required. Liu Yang frowned and quickly checked the details. What he saw made him both amused and exasperated. The system required a purple weapon of only level 15, the Flame Longbow. Chapter 81. A level 15 purple weapon is rare, but for Liu Yang right now, it's not particularly valuable. The key point is that this item is a low-level piece of equipment, so it's not widely available on the market and is actually quite hard to find right away. It seems we'll have to trouble the professionals. Liu Yang thought of someone. Lu Hong from the auction house. That guy, though he seems unreliable, grew up in the auction house industry and has a lot of connections. Finding these kinds of trinkets shouldn't be a problem for him. Thinking of this, he immediately turned on his communicator and contacted Lu Hong. Hello? Who is this? Oh, it's Boss Liu Yang. What can I do for you? Lu Hong's slightly obsequious voice came from the other end of the communicator. Find me a level 15 purple weapon called Flame Longbow, the sooner the better, Liu Yang said directly. Flame Longbow? A level 15 purple weapon? Lu Hong was stunned for a moment. Dude, what do you need this for? What era are we living in? Stop talking nonsense, can you handle it? Next time there's good equipment, I'll give you priority. Liu Yang threw out the bait. Upon hearing the words good equipment, Lu Hong's voice immediately became enthusiastic. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Don't worry, boss, I'll use my connections to find it right away. But time is a bit tight, it might take a little longer. Price is not a problem, I need speed. Liu Yang interrupted him. All right. Just you wait and see. It must be said that Lu Hong, with his background in auction houses, is indeed extraordinary, his efficiency in finding items is truly astonishing. Just half an hour later, he appeared at the villa atop the Green Mountain, panting heavily. When Lu Hong saw the expensive luxury villa in front of him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap! This guy is a real pro. It hasn't been long and he's already living in a place like this. However, he quickly came to terms with it. It seemed reasonable for a big shot who could casually produce pink equipment and might even have access to divine artifacts to live in a villa of this caliber. He couldn't help but start thinking, when will he be able to become a big shot like Liu Yang? Thinking this, I had already arrived at the door. He quickly stepped forward and rang the doorbell. The door opened, and Liu Yang appeared. Where is the stuff? Here. Here. Lu Hong hurriedly pulled a longbow with a faint flame burning from his backpack and handed it over. The flame longbow you requested, boss. Liu Yang took it, confirmed it was correct, nodded, and then slammed the door shut without any politeness. Lu Hong was left standing alone at the door, still clutching the prepared payment QR code in his hand, looking completely bewildered. That's it. Not even a thank you? And you won't even give me the money? Lu Hongfeng was utterly bewildered, feeling utterly insulted. Once the door was closed, Liu Yang had no time to pay attention to Lu Hong's petty tantrums. He excitedly returned to the courtyard, carrying the flame longbow. Place the purple Summon Fire Elemental Archer Skill Book and the Flame Longbow together in the forging table. Just as Liu Yang was about to begin the final forging, his gaze inadvertently swept over the pink knight's badge lying quietly in the corner of his backpack. That was another pink item dropped by the Crimson Flame Warrior, a knight's general accessory with decent stats. For some reason, Liu Yang suddenly felt an impulse. How about we put this in and try it? The idea came without warning, and was even somewhat absurd. A forging skill book, and you put it into a completely unrelated accessory? This is completely against the forging rules. But at this moment, as if possessed by a ghost, Liu Yang actually threw the pink knight's badge into the forging table. System notification, special material combination detected, hidden forging recipe unlocked. Holy crap! It actually works! Liu Yang was astonished. He had only gone out of his way to give it a try, but he never expected that he would actually trigger the hidden recipe. This luck is simply incredible. With immense excitement, Liu Yang activated the god-level forging technique. This time, the light emanating from the forging table was a dazzling pink. And it was even more intense than when it was used to forge Xia and Xiao Xiao. As the light faded, 3 skill book options, each radiating a dazzling pink glow, appeared before Liu Yang. Option 1, Pink, Summon Flame Knight, Archer, Passive Skill, Precision Shot Effect Enhanced, Critical Hit Rate increased by an additional 20%. Option 2, Pink, Summon Flame Knight, Archer, Physical Attack Power increased by 25%. Option 3, Pink, Summon Flame Knight, Archer, Active Skill, 100 Steps Piercing Yang upgraded to Enhanced 100 Steps Piercing Yang. It's here. The final decision. Following the previous line of thought, in order to maximize the benefits of critical hits, Liu Yang should have chosen the first option without hesitation, maximizing the critical hit rate. However, when his gaze fell on the third option, enhance the 100-step piercing arrow, his heart skipped a beat. He clearly remembered that the effect of 100 steps piercing yang was that the damage increased based on the distance. The word enhancement often signifies a qualitative change. This reminded him of his own meteor fire technique, which is also a ranged, high burst skill. If the power of enhanced 100-step archery is astonishing enough, the attack power bonus is also very tempting. It's simple and straightforward. Critical hit rate, attack power, skill enhancement. Liu Yang was caught in a deep dilemma. If he could, he really wanted it all. Finally, he gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Let's take a big gamble. I choose to enhance my 100-step piercing arrow skill. The pink light instantly coalesced, and a brand new pink skill book, exuding a fiery and majestic aura, took shape. Liu Yang didn't hesitate and started learning immediately. Boom! A larger and more solid pale pink magic circle unfolded on the ground. A figure slowly emerged from the light. No longer the hot and sexy leather armor of before, but instead, a set of exquisite heavy armor that shines with a dark red metallic luster. The heavy armor was covered with patterns that resembled lava, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty and regal aura. The flaming longbow in her hand also became larger and more magnificent, with phoenix phantoms seemingly hovering over its body. As she stepped out of the magic circle, her once empty, fiery pupils became lively and sharp, filled with the light of wisdom. She walked up to Liu Yang, knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her chest, and spoke in a clear and firm voice. Knight of Flames, Flame Charm, pay homage to my lord. May my arrows clear away all obstacles for you. It's done. Pink quality. The third summoned partner with wisdom. Chapter 82. Liu Yang immediately checked Yan Mei's attributes. Yan Mei, pink summoned beast, flame knight, archer. Level, LV20, increases with summoner level. Quality, pink. Health points, 15,000/15,000. Mana points, 8,000/8,000. Physical attack power, 1,800. Magic attack power, 500. Physical defense, 1,200. Magic defense, 1,000. Attack speed, 1.8 attacks per second. Active skill 1, enhanced 100 steps piercing yang, locks onto the target and performs an ultra-long-range precision shot. The farther the distance, the higher the damage multiplier, up to 5 times the base attack power. There is a 10% chance to trigger rapid fire when shooting, firing an additional 1 to 3 arrows that share the damage multiplier of this shot. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Active skill 2, armor-piercing arrow, fires an arrow imbued with armor-piercing energy, reducing the target's physical defense by 50% for 15 seconds, 25-second cooldown. Active Skill 3, Frenzy, consumes 20% of current health to increase own attack speed by 30% and critical strike rate by 20% for 15 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Passive Skill 1, Knight's Heart, immune to mind control effects such as fear and charm, all attributes increased by 5%. Passive Skill 2, Precision Shot, increases critical hit rate by an additional 10%. Passive Skill 3, Deadly Flame Arrow, critical hit damage increased by an additional 30%. Hiss. When Liu Yang saw the detailed description of enhanced 100-step piercing arrow, he couldn't help but gasp. Damage multiplier of up to 5 times the base attack power. And there's a chance to trigger 1 to 3 consecutive shots. What does this mean? Liu Yang quickly calculated in his mind. Yan Mei's base attack power is 1800. At maximum range, the base damage of a single arrow from enhanced 100 steps piercing Yang is 1800 *5 equals 9000. If the armor piercing arrow is triggered, reducing the target's defense by 50%, the damage will be even higher. Enabling Berserk increases attack speed and critical strike rate. If we also consider Xia's blessing of courage and precision aura, as well as the potential bonuses from equipment, Yan Mei herself has a critical hit rate of 45%. The probability of triggering a critical hit is quite high. Once a critical hit is triggered, the critical hit damage is 180% of the base damage. Therefore, a critical hit of enhanced 100 steps piercing Yang at its maximum range, with armor penetration and in a berserk state, would deal approximately 19,440 damage. This is only one arrow. If you're lucky, you might trigger the highest rate of fire, which is 4 arrows. This is only the theoretical damage from a single skill attack. If we take into account various percentage-based damage increases, fixed damage bonuses, and sustained damage output from attack speed, Liu Yang became increasingly alarmed as he calculated. The damage was simply off the charts. If the target has lower defense or some vulnerability status, dealing millions, or even tens of millions, of burst damage in a single hit doesn't seem impossible, does it? What kind of monster have I forged? Liu Yang muttered to himself, looking at Yan Mei kneeling on one knee with sharp eyes and a majestic aura, his face filled with disbelief. This stroke of luck actually allowed him to create what could be called the strongest single-target marksman. Yan Mei's output ability has probably far exceeded the current level of human understanding. Looking at the dashing flame knight before him, Liu Yang made a silent assessment. Yan Mei's enhanced 100 steps piercing Yang can trigger up to 5 times the damage and the theoretical peak of rapid fire, which is indeed devastating. However, this requires stringent triggering conditions, including extreme distance, target armor penetration, personal berserk state, critical hit, and most importantly the 10% chance of rapid fire. To deal those astonishing millions of damage is undoubtedly an extremely rare event, something that can only be encountered by chance. However, Liu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Even under normal conditions, Yan Mei's single target burst damage is absolutely top tier. With a base attack power of 1800, combined with the 50% defense reduction from armor-piercing arrow, plus the high critical hit rate and critical hit damage brought by Berserk and the passive, and with the support and amplification from Xia and Xiao Xiao, even without triggering rapid fire, a single critical hit from enhanced 100 steps piercing Yang can easily deal tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of damage. This is still a devastating blow to either humans or monsters at this stage. Just as Liu Yang was pondering, Xiao Xiao, who had been curiously observing her new companion, couldn't help but reach out her little hand and curiously poked Yan Mei's heavy armor that gleamed with the luster of lava, her little face full of wonder. Presumptuous! A clear and authoritative rebuke rang out. Yan Mei frowned, her sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Xiao, her tone carrying the solemnity characteristic of a knight. A knight's armor symbolizes honor and duty, and cannot be touched lightly. Xiao Xiao had never seen anything like this before. Her face turned pale with fright, Her eyes instantly reddened, and she hid behind Sigh, sobbing softly, "Wah, she's so fierce." When Sigh saw her younger sister being bullied, her eyebrows shot up, she put her hands on her hips, and glared at Yanmei without any politeness. "Hey! You newbie, what are you so arrogant about? You're just a pink quality girl, and you dare to put on airs in front of me? What's wrong with Xiao Xiao touching you? That's a favor." Upon hearing this, Yanmei slowly stood up, straightened her back, and her eyes held a hint of disdain and arrogance. "I am a flame knight who descended by order of my lord, and it is my duty to protect my lord. As for you, although you possess the rank of a divine artifact, your words and deeds are improper, and you are not worthy to be compared with me." "What did you say?" Xia exploded in anger. "You tin can! Do you believe I'll beat you back to your original form?" "Humph, arrogant!" Yanmei snorted coldly, her aura undiminished. "Perfect, let me see just what this so-called divine artifact is capable of." Seeing that the tension between the two was escalating to the point of almost coming to blows, Liu Yang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, we're all on the same side. We just met, let's not hurt our relationship." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Yanmei immediately composed herself, knelt on one knee again, faced Liu Yang, and respectfully said, "My lord, I have been disrespectful and failed to control my emotions. Please punish me." However, Xia wasn't having it. She pouted and continued relentlessly, "Humph, hypocrite. You don't look like a good person at all. You're just relying on wearing armor, aren't you? If you're so capable, take it off and show yourself." Upon hearing this, Yanmei's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she actually reached out to remove her heavy armor. "As you wish. Let me show you." "Stop, stop, stop." Liu Yang was startled and quickly tried to stop him. "What are you doing? Don't take your clothes off." "Just kidding, this heavy armor looks incredibly cool, what would I look like without it?" Moreover, what he feared even more was that if these two guys really started fighting, they would tear down the villa he had just acquired. "Shut up, all of you!" Liu Yang threatened sternly, "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on anything here and damage a single tree in the villa will be locked up in the dark room for a week."